Congratulations to player Chu Feng on his rebirth in the Soul Battle Continent. Congratulations to player Chu Feng for successfully binding to the Lucky Lottery system. The system now grants 3 free lottery draws. Chu Feng distinctly remembered perishing while playing a game. Yet at this moment, he felt a piercing headache. He was certain he had truly been reborn. After all, the dead do not experience pain. As the melodic voice of the system echoed in his mind, Chu Feng discovered a spinning lottery wheel materializing in his thoughts. The purpose of a Band-Aid is to staunch bleeding and facilitate the healing of wounds. The rarity of an item makes it valuable, and with so many Band-Aids available, he was sure they were of inferior quality. Instinctively, he pressed the central lottery button. After all, it was a free gift from the system, and he saw no reason to refuse it. The pointer on the wheel immediately spun wildly. As the speed began to diminish and the pointer started to settle, Chu Feng's heart raced in anticipation. Ultimately, the pointer came to a halt on the Band-Aid. Damn it, even in my rebirth, am still this unlucky, Chu Feng lamented, staring dismally at the white Band-Aid he had drawn. Thinking of the 2 remaining opportunities, he promptly clicked to draw again. The second time, he once more landed on the Band-Aid. System, you big liar. Chu Feng couldn't contain his frustration, slamming down on the lottery button for one last try. Haha, finally, my luck is turning. Chu Feng quickly checked the usage instructions for the Soul Capture Talisman. It was quite simple. With a mere thought, he could control the cursor to double-click on the item in his personal storage, and it would immediately take effect on the target he designated. The Soul Capture Talisman is effective only on wild souls in the spirit realm. It cannot capture souls that already have an owner. With this talisman in hand, I, the wasteful son of the Chu family, would soon possess my very own soul and become a distinguished soul master. At that time, I would ensure those condescending fools would be left utterly shocked. In the resplendent city of Tianbing, the Chus were a family of considerable renown, albeit with a dark cloud hanging over the lineage of Chu Feng, the heir to the family. His birth was the result of an indiscretion by the family patriarch, who, in a drunken stupor, had sullied the virtue of a beautiful maid. Despite being the son of the master, Chu Feng's station was little different from that of a servant. He suffered relentless humiliation and bullying from his brothers, and even the household servants often tormented him and his mother. A loud, violent banging echoed from outside, akin to the sound of a door being battered. Open the door. Hurry up. Chu Feng, you worthless scum. Come out and face your demise. The angry shouts from outside jolted Chu Feng from his disoriented state following his rebirth. He had heard tales of the ethereal beauty Murong Shui, whose allure was said to be otherworldly. Driven by youthful admiration, he yearned to catch a glimpse of her divine visage, yet his lowly status forbade him from approaching. As his brothers swarmed around Murong Shui like flies, frustrated, Chu Feng resolved to stealthily observe her from outside her quarters after nightfall. However, he stumbled upon a disturbing scene. His elder brother, Chu Hong, had used an aphrodisiac to incapacitate Murong Shui and intended to commit a heinous act against her. When Chu Feng interrupted, Chu Hong sought to silence him, ready to end his life. Being the favored son, Chu Hong had access to vast resources for cultivation, while Chu Feng was merely a lowly novice in comparison, weak and defenseless. Inevitably, Chu Hong's formidable prowess swiftly overwhelmed Chu Feng, leaving him lifeless in an instant. Fearing exposure, Chu Hong callously framed Chu Feng as a scapegoat, deliberately disrobing him and placing him beside Murong Shui before fleeing. The following morning, he would return with others to apprehend the supposed perpetrator, tarnishing Murong Shui's reputation and making her unmarriageable, thus allowing Chu Hong to swoop in and claim her for himself. Upon realizing the devious plot, a fierce resolve ignited within Chu Feng. Chu Hong, if you forsake brotherly ties, do not blame me for disregarding our bloodline. His scheme was cunning, yet fate had intervened, bringing him back to life. The reborn Chu Feng was not the weakling he once was. Equipped with a miraculous lottery system, he had access to a plethora of treasures. Soon, he would make Chu Hong pay dearly. As he instinctively glanced over, he beheld the stunning visage of Murong Shui. Her skin was as pure as snow, her lips delicate, and her hair like silk, embodying beauty in its most exquisite form. It was no wonder that many referred to her as the most beautiful woman in Tianbing City. Just then, her long eyelashes fluttered as she stirred awake. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and with a single glance, she ensnared Chu Feng's very soul. Upon discovering a naked young man beside her, she let out a piercing scream, instinctively clutching her chest. Alarmed, Chu Feng's face paled, and he quickly covered her mouth. To his surprise, her strength was considerable, but the lingering effects of the drug allowed him to subdue her. However, their position was undeniably compromising. Murong Shui, pure and noble, had never endured such indignity. She had never even been touched by a man, yet here she was, pinned beneath the weight of Chu Feng, overwhelmed by humiliation and rage. She glared at him with murderous intent. "Do not scream. Listen to me. We are both victims here. You have been drugged, and I am merely a scapegoat for the one who administered the poison. We have done nothing, and those people are about to break in. If you wish to preserve your honor, heed my words. Get dressed and return to bed as if nothing has transpired." After relaying his urgent message, Chu Feng released her and hastily donned his clothes. Chapter 2. A transformation. Murong Shui's mind raced. A woman's honor was paramount, more precious than life itself. Chu Feng's calm demeanor and wise composure earned her respect, and she instinctively followed his instructions. First, they must navigate this perilous situation before contemplating their next steps. As this was a guest room, there were distinct inner and outer chambers. Chu Feng swiftly dressed and settled into a meditative posture in the outer room, feigning deep concentration. The stakes were high. A misstep could lead to his demise, as the crime of offending the Lord's daughter was severe. The Chu family would undoubtedly sacrifice him to avoid repercussions. "Chu Hong, you vile wretch." Chu Feng's mind raced with strategies. Having been a youth of the 21st century, he possessed a measure of quick wit. A suitable response soon crystallized in his mind. With a loud crash, the door was forcefully flung open. Chu Hong stormed in, accompanied by a throng of followers. His eyes widened at the sight of Chu Feng, seated in meditation, fully clothed. He had distinctly remembered leaving Chu Feng for dead and stripping him of his attire to frame him. How could he still be alive? However, after a brief moment of shock, Chu Hong regained his composure. "Ah, Chu Feng, you have indeed infiltrated Miss Murong's chamber with sinister intentions. Such despicable acts bring shame upon our family. A bastard remains a bastard, incapable of reform. Seize him and deliver him to the Lord for punishment." Chu Hong's expression was a mask of malice, hiding a glimmer of cunning beneath. Even if this bastard survived, he would not escape unscathed, only to face greater suffering. At that moment, Chu Feng's eyes snapped open, cold and indifferent, radiating a chilling aura. The once timid and ineffectual young man now seemed reborn. "Who dares to lay a hand on me?" he bellowed, his voice imbued with the authority of a true leader. The throngs of Chu Hong's subordinates faltered, intimidated by his imposing presence, and hesitated to advance. "Chu Hong, how dare you enter Miss Murong's room uninvited? What punishment do you deserve for such an offense?" Chu Feng accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Hong. All present were taken aback. Gazing at Chu Feng in disbelief, was this truly the same meek young man they had always bullied? His demeanor was calm and composed, exuding an air of authority. His words sharp and incisive. "Why you?" Chu Hong was momentarily speechless, his purpose forgotten in the face of this unexpected confrontation. He never anticipated that Chu Feng would become such a formidable adversary. "Isn't there someone inside?" A shifty-eyed servant whispered to Chu Hong. "If we barge in, we can confirm that Chu Feng has indeed attempted something vile with Miss Murong. She was drugged and surely remains unconscious, disheveled, and in a state of disgrace." At that moment, it became evident that, with irrefutable evidence before them, Chu Feng's protestations would be in vain. Chu Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. He had momentarily lost his composure due to Chu Feng's unexpected assertiveness and had forgotten this detail. "Let us go inside and take a look." He immediately led the way into the room. "Stop. Miss Murong is sleeping inside. How dare you barge in?" Chu Feng quickly spread his arms to block the entrance. To Chu Hong and the others, this gesture appeared as a display of guilt. "Get out of the way. If you have nothing to hide, why fear our inspection?" Chu Hong, whose strength far surpassed Chu Feng's, easily shoved him aside. With a cold smirk, he forcibly entered the inner chamber. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was met with the icy glare of Murong Shui, her beautiful face now frosty and her eyes filled with lethal intent. Under her chilling gaze, Chu Hong inexplicably felt a pang of unease and stammered, "Miss Murong, I am concerned that scoundrel Chu Feng may have slap." Before he could finish his sentence, Murong Shui delivered 2 resounding slaps across his face. Chu Hong covered his stinging cheeks. Despite his rage, he dared not show any sign of dissatisfaction. Murong Shui's status was far superior to his, and even the family head, Chu Jingyi, had to treat her with utmost respect. Chu Hong looked at Murong Shui, taking note of her neatly arranged attire, exuding an aura of cold purity, utterly unlike someone who had been violated. Is this the Chu family's way of hospitality? I must ask Chu Jingyi how he raises his son and manages his servants. On her first night at the Chu residence, she had been drugged and nearly lost her purity. The anger swelling within her was palpable. Had she not possessed remarkable self-control, she would have annihilated them all. Miss Murong, please calm your anger. The young master was only acting out of concern for your safety. The family servant Pu Chang stepped forward, bowing deeply to defend Chu Hong. His eyes darted toward Chu Feng, and with a pointed remark, he added, at such a late hour, what could young Master Feng possibly be doing in Miss Murong's room? A man and a woman alone. Surely you are not afraid of what others might say? This man was formidable, displaying a starkly different attitude toward Murong Shui and Chu Feng. His sharp words struck at the heart of the matter. Had it not been for Chu Feng's prior preparation, he would have been caught off guard. Murong Shui's cold gaze turned toward Chu Feng, her heart racing with trepidation. This group was not easy to contend with, if she could not provide a satisfactory explanation. Her reputation would undoubtedly be tarnished. Her mind raced, yet she could conjure no suitable words. Why has Miss Murong's face turned red? Chu Hong pressed ominously. However, Chu Feng remained unfazed and coolly retorted, You, a mere servant, have no right to question the affairs of your master. To spare Miss Murong from any slander, allow me to clarify. I have heard that Miss Murong is a prodigy from Tianbing City, not only excelling in martial arts but also in soul cultivation. Recognizing my own limitations in martial prowess, I sought her guidance in soul cultivation. Fortunately, Miss Murong, with her kind heart, agreed to instruct me. Yet, I did not anticipate that the knowledge regarding capturing battle souls and mastering soul skills would be so intricate and challenging. To facilitate my learning and practice, Miss Murong allowed me to train in the outer chamber, ensuring she could guide me whenever I encountered difficulties. Chu Feng's explanation sounded reasonable enough to silence the murmurs of the crowd. Chapter 3. The Kill of the Evil Servant. When did this bastard become so clever and formidable? Chu Hong's expression darkened. He had thought victory was assured, only to find himself thwarted step by Chu Feng. He had come to catch them in the act, only to find himself ensnared instead. Servant Pu Chang stepped forward, his gaze fixed maliciously on Chu Feng as he elongated his tone, sneering, Oh really? After studying all night, did young Master Feng achieve any breakthroughs? Is your soul power soaring? Or have you perhaps captured a battle soul? Even if it is the most inferior one, we would still acknowledge it. A mere servant dared to repeatedly offend his master. This was in front of witnesses, so one could only imagine how arrogant he would be in private. Even Murong Shui found it hard to watch. For Chu Hong and his ilk, this was all too familiar. In their eyes, Chu Feng was nothing more than a wild seed, inferior even to a servant. Do you truly wish to know? Chu Feng replied with a smile, fixing his gaze upon the arrogant Pu Chang. What? Is young Master Feng truly fortunate enough to have stumbled upon a worthless battle soul? Pu Chang retorted mockingly. Capturing battle souls was notoriously difficult, and they varied significantly in quality and rank. There were 9 tiers in total, with higher tier souls being more powerful and possessing greater potential for growth. Chu Hong had managed to capture a 2nd-tier dagger battle soul, using it to venture into the realm of souls and obtain valuable treasures, earning praise from family elders. Very well, allow me to show you. Chu Feng beckoned to Pu Chang, who approached with a disdainful smirk. This man possessed strength at the 2nd level of body refinement, superior to Chu Feng, and was unafraid. Where's your battle soul? Show it. Pu Chang jeered. A shameful waste can only capture a 1st-tier battle soul. Bang. Bang. Ouch. My Pu Chang was utterly unprepared for Chu Feng's sudden attack in front of everyone. His nose bled profusely, and as for the other area, it remained uncertain. Not only did Chu Feng strike him in the face, but he also delivered a vicious kick that nearly crushed Pu Chang's most sensitive area. Back on Earth, he was no stranger to brawling. He had honed the art of striking first. Now, catching the unprepared Pu Chang off guard, his attack was devastatingly effective. Despite Pu Chang's superior cultivation, in terms of strength, speed, and reflexes, he was significantly stronger than Chu Feng. Had it not been for the element of surprise, Chu Feng would undoubtedly have been overpowered by this vile servant. He had endured countless beatings from Pu Chang in the past, having no recourse but to swallow his pride and bear the pain, especially with Chu Hong backing Pu Chang. You wild seed, how dare you strike me? I will ruin you. Pu Chang snarled, rising like a ferocious beast, charging at Chu Feng. Impressed by the brutality of Pu Chang's retaliation, Chu Feng realized the man was indeed formidable. The body refinement realm is the foundational stage of martial cultivation, divided into 10 levels. The first 3 levels strengthen the muscles and skin, the next 3 focus on fortifying the bones, while the last 3 enhance the internal organs. The final level achieves a unity of body and spirit, rendering one as solid as steel. A 10-layered body refinement expert is a terrifying force, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards or lifting a bronze cauldron with ease. In battle, they resemble iron giants, unstoppable in their advance. Your evil servant harms his master. How can Chu Hong, as the eldest brother, turn a blind eye? Recognizing his disadvantage, Chu Feng resorted to verbal pressure against Chu Hong. Humph, you a wild seed. Consider yourself a master? Bah. Chu Hong spat disdainfully, showing no intention of intervening. If Chu Hong would not save face, then Chu Feng had no choice but to rely on himself. Facing the menacing assault from the vile servant Pu Chong, he prepared to use the band-aid he had won from the lottery. Though it was a worthless item, using it would not be a loss. However, if he could avoid it, that would be preferable. In comparison to the treasures in the lottery system, the band-aid was indeed lowly, yet in the outside world, it was still a useful item. At a critical moment, it could even save a life, surpassing any ordinary healing medicine. As Pu Chang closed in within a meter, Chu Feng suddenly changed his expression, revealing a look of delight as he called out loudly, "Father, why have you come?" Though Pu Chang was arrogant, he certainly dared not attack the son of the family head in his presence. Even though everyone scorned Chu Feng as a bastard and the family head did not regard him as a son, no one could deny that he was of the family head's bloodline. Pu Chang, accustomed to ingratiating himself with the powerful while oppressing the weak, felt a sudden panic at the arrival of the family head and instantly ceased his actions, glancing backward. The sounds of cracking eggs echoed, causing every individual present to involuntarily shudder, instinctively tightening their pants. A howling cry escaped Pu Chang's lips, his hands clutched at his groin, collapsing to the ground like a shrimp. It was at that moment he realized he had fallen victim to Chu Feng's cunning scheme. The excruciating pain surged through him in waves, and he felt darkness encroaching upon his vision, nearly fainting. "I will surely kill you, you bastard." Pu Chang glared at Chu Feng with venomous eyes, his face contorted with rage. He sensed warmth trickling down from his groin, a clear indication that he was irreparably harmed. Chu Feng approached, placing his foot on the head of this vile servant, and scoffed. "Kill me? Perhaps in your next life." With that, he raised his foot high and brought it crashing down, targeting the most vulnerable spot on Pu Chang's neck. The sickening sound of shattered cervical bones mingled with Pu Chang's final, anguished scream. Blood spewed from his mouth as his body convulsed violently before his legs straightened abruptly, and he lay still, lifeless. Death. He was dead. A chill crept through the hearts of all witnesses, especially those who had once bullied Chu Feng. Their faces turned ashen. They had never anticipated that Chu Feng could transform into such a formidable figure overnight. Pu Chang has committed a grave transgression against the family, attempting to usurp power, and has been executed by my hand. Should any other servant dare to repeat his offenses, let Pu Chang serve as a stark example. After slaying Pu Chang, Chu Feng surveyed the crowd with an air of authority. Those who had previously tormented him lowered their haughty heads in submission. In Murong Shue's captivating eyes, a glimmer of admiration flickered. Such remarkable performance was rare even among the young elites of Tianbing City. This was no mere waste. He was a hidden dragon, waiting for the opportune moment to ascend. Chapter 4. A gift of dog skin plaster. Chu Hong meticulously orchestrated everything with the intent of winning Murong Shue's favor. He had been closely observing her expressions. At this moment, as admiration shone in Murong Shue's gaze towards Chu Feng, he felt a surge of intense jealousy. Damn it. This bastard Chu Feng not only eliminated one of my most capable servants, but also made a grand display before the lady. Pu Chang was a trusted servant of Chu Hong, clever and reliable in his dealings. Now, with his demise at Chu Feng's hands, it was akin to severing an arm from Chu Hong. The fact that the beautiful Murong Shui regarded Chu Feng with newfound respect only deepened his resentment, plunging his mood to a nadir. With a grim expression, he barked, "Chu Feng, you audacious fool. How dare you kill my servant? I shall bring you before my father to face judgment and receive severe punishment." He prepared to confront Chu Feng directly, possessing a cultivation level far superior to that of Pu Chang. "Do not harm my son." A middle-aged woman in coarse clothing rushed forward, pushing past several servants to shield Chu Feng with her body. The moment he laid eyes on her, Chu Feng felt a wave of warmth. In this dire moment, only one truly concerned for him would dare to stand in front of him like that. "Mother!" Chu Feng cried out involuntarily. "Fenger, your mother knows you have been wronged. Do not fear. I will plead with your father for mercy, even at the cost of my life. A surge of heartache engulfed Chu Feng, accompanied by a torrent of anger. He could endure personal grievances, but his mother, who bore the child of the family head, held no title even as a concubine and was treated like a mere servant. This father, cowardly and devoid of responsibility, was unworthy of the title of husband or father. Such a father was better off unacknowledged. Mother, we shall not seek anyone's aid. My son is innocent and fears no punishment. Chu Feng's voice rang with conviction, imbued with youthful pride and defiance. Murong Shui's gaze towards him sparkled with increased intrigue. Chu Hong, already aflame with jealousy, felt murderous intent rising within him. He had no patience to witness the affectionate exchange between mother and son. Qin, you shameless woman, get out of my way. You bore a bastard and still have the audacity to stand here. Chu Hong bellowed, pointing accusingly at Chu Feng's mother, ready to strike. Enough. Chu Feng had long lost any respect for this merciless, heartless brother. He had not intervened when his servants sought to kill him. Yet now he emerged to berate his mother. In a fit of anger, Chu Feng resolved to show Chu Hong a lesson. With a thought, the lottery system manifested in his mind. He immediately directed the cursor to the band-aid in his inventory. The display showed a quantity of 2. And Chu Feng focused his intent on sealing Chu Hong's mouth, then double-clicked the cursor. Target locked. Use band-aid? Yes. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared, and a dogskin plaster materialized on Chu Hong's mouth. A warm, penetrating energy emanated from the plaster, seeping into his lips, as though they were fusing together. Chu Hong realized his mouth was sealed, a wave of discomfort washing over him as he instinctively reached to tear off the plaster. Everyone present was filled with curiosity. They had not seen Chu Feng move, yet Chu Hong's mouth had inexplicably been covered. It seemed that all items obtained through the lottery system were indeed real. Chu Feng felt a surge of assurance. After considerable effort, Chu Hong finally managed to rip the plaster away. To his horror, everyone stared wide-eyed, with some timid women screaming. Chu Hong's mouth had closed completely, fused without a trace of a seam. Chu Hong, in a state of terror, touched his sealed lips. Despair washing over his face as fear and pain overtook him. Without the ability to eat or speak, he was doomed to suffer. He glared at Chu Feng menacingly, gesturing angrily, but could utter no words, eventually retreating in shame with his subordinates. Chu Feng paid no heed to Chu Hong's threats. If a mere worthless prize from the lottery could subdue Chu Hong, what else should he fear? Having been reborn in this otherworldly realm, Chu Feng understood that to thrive, he must carefully strategize and make the most of the lottery system. His immediate priorities were twofold: to enter the soul realm in search of a suitable battle spirit, and to utilize the divine symbols to capture it. Acquiring a battle spirit would dramatically elevate his status. The second priority was to obtain more lottery opportunities. Now was not the time for inquiries about the system. It was best to prioritize escape. After all, he had shared a bed with Murong Shui. Miss Murong, thank you for your guidance in cultivating my soul. I shall not intrude further today. Farewell, Chu Feng said as he assisted his mother, hastily making his exit. Murong Shui bit her alluring red lips, her icy gaze fixed on Chu Feng's retreating figure, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing. As a woman of exceptional stature, she could not tolerate that Chu Feng had shared her bed, especially since she had awoken in disarray. She vowed to investigate thoroughly. Even if Chu Feng had done nothing untoward, she would ensure he faced consequences. This matter pertained to her honor, and it must not be allowed to spread. 3 days from now, I shall await you in the bamboo grove of the Chu family. Should you dare not come, your head will roll. Murong Shui's voice was as delicate as a whisper, yet it reached Chu Feng's ears clearly. No one else seemed to hear, her lips barely moved. Such mastery of martial arts allowed for secretive communication, imperceptible to outsiders. This skill could only be learned within the Divine Martial Academy. It seemed there was no escaping this confrontation, but how could this lady be convinced of his innocence? He was increasingly concerned that Murong Shui might silence him. Upon returning to his dwelling, he found it to be nothing more than a dim and damp small room, consisting of 2 compartments. The neighboring residents were the lowest-ranking servants of the Chu family. I shall earn my rightful status through my own prowess. Chu Feng clenched his fists resolutely. After offering a few comforting words to Qin, he resolved to immediately enter the soul realm to capture a battle spirit. Once he possessed a battle spirit, he would gain the family's recognition. He would soon qualify to leave the squalid quarters of a servant. Yes, go ahead. You have killed Pu Chang, and your elder brother will likely not let you off easily. If you can achieve a breakthrough in soul cultivation, it will provide your mother with some leverage when she pleads for you before your father. Qin was astute, quickly grasping Chu Feng's intention. She knew her lowly status, Even if she knelt to plead, it might not yield results. For over the years, Chu Feng's father had never shown her a shred of consideration. Chapter 5. The master's favor. As Chu Feng made his way, he noticed many servants whispering and casting fearful glances his way, their eyes betraying a mixture of dread and schadenfreude. He had severed ties with Pu Chang, and this matter would not come to a swift conclusion. The lightest consequence he faced would be expulsion from the Chu family. The graver outcome could even cost him his life in retribution for Pu Chang. It seemed that by decisively dealing with Pu Chang, he had established a preliminary authority, instilling fear in these servants. Chu Feng proceeded unimpeded, and no servant dared to challenge him. Even those who had previously bullied him scurried away at the sight of him. Before long, Chu Feng arrived at the Soul Hall. This was one of the Chu family's forbidden grounds, strictly off-limits to outsiders, and guarded accordingly. Halt! This is the Soul Hall, a sacred place that a mere wretch like you cannot enter. The gatekeeper, named Chao Biao, was the younger brother of the matriarch. Although not of the family by blood, he held a respectable position within the Chu household. Even the esteemed duty of guarding the Soul Hall was entrusted to him. Members of the Chu family could enter the Soul Hall to cultivate freely, while servants and slaves were charged 30 copper coins per hour for entry. Chao Biao adeptly flattered those of higher status, treating them with utmost deference, while those of lesser standing faced his deliberate obstruction if they did not offer him some benefit. As for the servants and slaves, they were subject to even harsher extortions. Though Chu Feng was the master's son, his status was beneath that of even the servants, and the matriarch had perpetually oppressed him and his mother. Thus, Chao Biao, emboldened by his rank, mercilessly bullied them. Yet lost. Chu Feng was unfazed by such tactics, understanding that to deal with such cowardly bullies, one must be even more formidable. Intimidated by Chu Feng's presence, Chao Biao involuntarily stepped aside. However, his indignation surged. How dare you speak to my esteemed self in such a manner? This Soul Hall is under my jurisdiction, and whether you enter is for me to decide. He positioned himself once more in front of Chu Feng. The humiliation of being forced to retreat before this wretch was intolerable to him. In a fit of rage, he revealed his cultivation base at the 3rd level of body refinement, his fist cracking ominously, a sinister grin plastered on his face as he prepared to strike. Do not mistake trivial matters for authority. If your eyes are not blind, read what is inscribed on the wall. Chu Feng pointed to a conspicuous inscription that read, "Members of the family may enter the Soul Hall for free. Step aside. If I dared to kill Pu Chang, I would not hesitate to deal with you." Chu Feng possessed an unused healing patch and was confident he could defeat Chao Biao with it. Faced with Chu Feng's icy glare, compounded by the recent uproar from Pu Chang's demise, Chao Biao once more retreated, utterly humiliated. Despite his 3rd-level body refinement, his habitual indulgence rendered his true combat capability comparable to that of Pu Chang. In a true confrontation, he lacked confidence. Aware of the better days awaiting him, he had no desire to be vanquished by Chu Feng. Individuals like Chao Biao were merely cowards who preyed on the weak. He could only watch as Chu Feng strode boldly into the Soul Hall, finding a spirit slot to lie in. Inside the Soul Hall stood a massive black soul monument, inscribed with intricate and profound divine patterns, emanating a sacred aura. Gazing upon it for too long could almost draw one's soul into its depths. The soul monument was exceedingly precious, crafted from dark demon stone, a material more valuable than gold. Found only in the legendary 9 Nether Demon Domain, a perilous place where even formidable warriors faced near certain death. After lying in the spirit slot, Chu Feng activated the mechanism, and the lid thunderously closed over him. This spirit slot resembled a stone coffin. Once inside and sealed, it provided a great sense of security. Entering the soul realm required the soul to exit the body, a perilous endeavor. In a lavishly adorned chamber, walls were adorned with exquisite paintings. A redwood table gleamed with lacquer, piled high with documents and manuscripts submitted by subordinates. The elegant white jade screen at the back and the long bookshelf against the wall filled the room with an air of refinement. The floor was covered with a thick bearskin carpet. In the center of the room stood a 3-legged incense burner, releasing fragrant smoke that wafted gently through the air. The subtle aroma, a high-quality incense, invigorated the mind, accessible only to the affluent. Seated at the table was a fair-skinned middle-aged man, approving documents with a slight frown, exuding an inherent authority that demanded respect. This was Chu Jingyi, the head of the Chu family. He paused, incredulously raising his head to inquire. "Did you say that Chu Feng killed the servant Pu Chang?" His inquiry was directed at the elderly steward standing respectfully before him. Qin Yinian, dressed in a deep green brocade robe and sporting a goatee, was a 3rd-generation house servant. His family's long service to the Chu family had earned him trust and promotion to the position of steward. Despite his subservience before Chu Jingyi, he wielded significant power outside this chamber, commanding great respect within the household, even from those Chu family members who were usually disregarded. Not only did he kill him, but he did so in the presence of the city lord's daughter. I never imagined that young Master Feng, who appears so meek and docile, could be so ruthless. How should we handle this matter, my lord? Qin Enian's words carried an unmistakable bias, subtly implying that Chu Feng's actions were heinous and warranted severe punishment. His words held considerable weight before the family head. Qin Enian, always close to the head of the family, was well aware that Chu Feng was not favored by him. Given the gravity of this incident, he believed he could incite the family head's wrath, potentially leading to the expulsion of Chu Feng and his mother from the Chu family. However, to his astonishment, instead of anger, a glimmer of delight appeared on Chu Jingyi's face. Oh, Chu Feng has finally shed the shackles of servitude. He has exploded forth. Excellent. This is more like my bloodline. Chu Jingyi's words struck Qin Enian with a disconcerting resonance, sounding particularly harsh in his ears. After all, he was a third-generation servant. Deeply entrenched in servility, was he to be compared unfavorably to that worthless young master? Chapter 6. Entering the Soul Realm, my lord. How should we proceed with this matter? Qin Enian dared not further manipulate the situation. Observing the current atmosphere, he realized that Chu Feng's display of power in killing a servant had not only failed to provoke the family head's ire, but had instead earned his admiration. Isn't it clear? Pu Chang abused his position as a servant and deserved to die. Send 3 gold coins to his family as compensation. Furthermore, announce this throughout the estate to serve as a warning to others. Chu Jingyi commanded authoritatively. The balance of kindness and severity is the ultimate strategy for managing others. After years of serving as the family head, Chu Jingyi deftly navigated such matters. Qin Enian shuddered involuntarily. It seemed the family head had long been aware of the situation. Reflecting on his earlier attempts to be clever and his reckless chatter, he broke into a cold sweat. A furtive glance at Chu Jingyi revealed a gaze laden with a warning. In an instant, he fell to his knees. Pleading for mercy and confessing his fault in having biased opinions and aiding the eldest young master and disparaging young Master Feng, he implored the family head for punishment. Qin Enian knew all too well that failing to atone could cost him his position as steward. If this incident left a rift in the family head's heart, regaining his trust would be a daunting task, akin to a ruler fearing collusion between his offspring and his ministers. Understanding your mistake suffices. Considering your family's 3 generations of service to the Chu clan, I shall spare you today. I do not wish to see a repeat of this. You should know your place. Regardless of how lowly or incompetent Chu Feng may be, he remains my blood, your master. To speak ill of him is no different from betraying your master, akin to the treachery of Pu Chang. Each word from Chu Jingyi struck Qin Enian's heart like a whip. Cold sweat drenched him, his face ashen, as he repeatedly bowed in apology. He vowed to remember this lesson, never daring to overstep again. A man in his 40s, seasoned in grand affairs, now trembled with trepidation. Very well, you may leave. Additionally, bring a poem I have transcribed for Chu Hong. As he spoke, Chu Jingyi swiftly wrote, his calligraphy sharp and striking. Qin Enian, upon receiving the paper, trembled, nearly dropping it. Boiling beans to make a broth, straining the juice from the peas. The vine burns beneath the pot, while the beans weep within. Born from the same root, why must we harm each other so hastily? This poem not only served as a warning to Chu Hong against being overly harsh with his brother, but also subtly acknowledged Chu Feng as a true young master of the Chu family. The once inept young master Chu Feng had indeed struck gold by eliminating Pu Chang. Understanding Chu Jingyi's profound meaning, Qin Enian respectfully inquired, Master, given that young Master Feng has performed admirably this time, shouldn't mother and son be provided a better residence? Intrusive. Chu Jingyi snapped, his thoughts inscrutable. Though he began to recognize Chu Feng's status, he refrained from offering any tangible reward. Having faced rebuke twice today, Qin Enian wisely chose silence. Bowing and retreating from the family head study. Once the door closed, he murmured to himself, without experiencing storms, how can one witness rainbows? My excessive aid may have inadvertently harmed them. Allowing Chu Feng to strive for a higher status and better treatment will render all critics speechless. Rumors circulated that Chu Jingyi feared his wife, particularly the First Lady. His lack of support for Chu Feng and his mother stemmed from a place of deep concern, an indirect form of protection. Should he show them favor? Jealousy from the First Lady could provoke her into action, posing unforeseen dangers. Though they currently endured hardships, they remained unharmed. In the ancestral hall, Chu Feng lay within the soul basin, his eyes barely closed before he sensed a powerful force pulling at his soul. He relaxed his mind, offering no resistance. Suddenly, his soul detached from his body, which fell into a deep slumber. The pull drew his essence into the soul monument, where one of his three souls, the life soul, was separated and stored within the monument. This precaution ensured that even if his soul were extinguished in the soul realm, as long as the life soul remained, he would not perish, allowing him to gradually recover with the monument's power. The soul monument, a valuable artifact, not only facilitated entry into the soul realm, but also extracted the life soul to prevent the death of the one entering. Chu Feng's ethereal form was uncontrollably drawn into a terrifying vortex. After a dizzying spin, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Here, sunlight was absent. The sky graced by a bright moon amidst desolation, resembling the fabled moon or a ghostly underworld. Unaccustomed to his soul's detachment from his body, Chu Feng felt weightless, akin to a wisp of cotton, as if a mere breeze could carry him away. Tales of the dangers within the soul realm echoed in his mind. Not only were there perilous soul plants, but also ferocious soul beasts. Additionally, treacherous locations such as wind caves, fire pits, and thunder pools lurked about. Battle souls were rare, hidden throughout the soul realm, and capturing one was exceedingly difficult, leaving few with the fortune of possessing a battle soul. Through the memories of his predecessor, Chu Feng gleaned some understanding of this realm. The soul body was fragile. The pain from injuries inflicted upon it was tenfold compared to that of the physical body, and upon reuniting with his essence, he would inevitably fall ill. Thus, caution was paramount to avoid injury or death. The soul realm brimmed with dangers, yet also abundant treasures and opportunities. With sufficient skill, one could rise to great heights, even becoming a prominent figure within the soul realm. It was said that, much like the human world, cities existed here, and the currency circulated was known as soul coins, crafted from soul stones, which could absorb energy directly to enhance soul power. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed behind him, growing closer. Chu Feng tensed and turned to investigate. A rabbit, entirely gray-black with ruby-like eyes, stared intently at him. Was this a soul beast? It appeared rather charming. Initially on guard, Chu Feng relaxed when he discerned it was merely a rabbit, casually observing the unexpected visitor. "Hey, little bunny, don't be afraid. I mean you no harm." Before he could finish, the soul rabbit transformed into a blur and charged at him. Despite its small size and cute appearance, its attack was devastating, puncturing Chu Feng's abdomen. The sudden agony nearly sent him into unconsciousness. The wound, though alarming, was not fatal. It merely injured his soul body. The soul body, like smoke or water, possessed an extraordinary healing ability. The wound healed almost instantaneously. However, Chu Feng's soul body appeared noticeably dimmer, and he felt a wave of weakness. Infuriated by the unprovoked assault, Chu Feng seethed, "You audacious rabbit, daring to ambush me." The esteemed Chu, "Just wait until I get my hands on you." With bare hands, he knew he could not match its strength. He quickly bent down to pick up a stone from the ground, intending to hurl it at the insufferable rabbit. To his surprise, what seemed like a bowl-sized stone weighed a ton, immovable despite his best efforts. The prospect of using it against the rabbit faded completely. Chapter 7. Soul Technique. Frostfist, realizing his soul power was too weak to lift the stone, he concluded that this was the root of his predicament. Soul power. The strength of the soul body equated to its cultivation level. The soul power of an ordinary person typically ranged between 80 and 100. Having just sustained an injury, Chu Feng's strength was further diminished. With a triumphant chortle, the rabbit, emboldened by its successful ambush, approached him once more, its three-part lips moving as it ground its teeth. "You think this is a game? I will not be trifled with." Chu Feng firmly grasped a stone no larger than a fist, only to find himself woefully inadequate. Feeling as though he were utterly powerless, the rabbit was already upon him. Anticipating its move, Chu Feng smirked coldly, focusing his intent on the rabbit's eyes, and activated the last of his adhesive bandage. With a flash of white light, the soul rabbit's eyes were instantly covered. The rabbit possesses the smallest courage. When suddenly attacked, its eyes become obscured, rendering it blind. In a state of panic, it leaps chaotically on the ground, incessantly clawing at the bandage over its eyes. This predicament can be attributed to its diminutive head, with its eyes closely set, compounded by the astonishingly large bandage awarded by the system, which entirely covers both its eyes. "Die!" Chu Feng exclaimed, brandishing a rock, propelled by an unknown surge of bravery as he rushed towards the rabbit, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes to its head. Bang! 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 Consequently, the unfortunate rabbit, deprived of sight, suffered grievously under Chu Feng's assault. With great effort, it finally escaped his grasp and fled desperately forward, reaching an incredible speed. Thud! Alas, the poor rabbit met with misfortune, colliding headfirst into a colossal boulder, perishing instantly. Chu Feng hurried over to inspect the scene. Although the soul rabbit's body had dissipated, a stone, glimmering like jade and no larger than a fingernail, remained on the ground. This was the soul core unique to soul beasts, worth at least 100 soul coins. Chu Feng promptly collected it, feeling the tumultuous energy within the core more distinctly in his hand. The more formidable the slain soul beast, the larger the soul core obtained. Despite the rabbit being classified as the lowest tier of soul beasts, Chu Feng had exerted considerable effort to defeat it, exhausting even the last of his bandages. Ding! Damn it, system, you deceitful swindler. Chu Feng could not suppress his ire. Anger is detrimental to health. Please, host, restrain your emotions. The soul core not only could be exchanged for a lottery point, but also granted an additional chance to draw, making it exceedingly worthwhile. Without a second thought, Chu Feng consented. Upon clicking the confirmation button, a melodious chime resonated through the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring an extra lottery opportunity. Eagerly, Chu Feng checked the lottery interface, discovering that the central button had transformed into a vibrant green. His lottery points had also increased to 110, indicating that accumulating 10 points would yield yet another chance to draw. Without hesitation, he pressed the lottery button. The lottery will spun rapidly. And as it came to a halt, Chu Feng braced himself for the possibility of winning another bandage. Presently, the bandages could be utilized in various situations, if employed wisely. Their purpose extended far beyond mere wound repair. Ding! Congratulations, host, on drawing a low-level soul technique, Frost Fist. Chu Feng was instantly engulfed by immense joy, clenching his fists and leaping several meters into the air. Soul techniques are exceedingly precious, endowing the practitioner with unique skills upon their cultivation. These skills could pertain to offensive capabilities or other areas, such as gathering techniques or soul healing arts. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Feng diligently examined the applications of Frost Fist. Frost Fist, a low-level soul technique that, when executed, can slow the movements of enemies within a certain radius. The force of the fist penetrates the enemy's body, capable of freezing them. A simple double-click would enable its use. Following the system's instructions, Chu Feng promptly double-clicked to activate it. The Frost Fist vanished from his inventory, and he felt a sharp pain in his soul, as if something had invaded his essence. Once the pain subsided, he was thrilled to discover that he had indeed mastered the Frost Fist, comprehending numerous previously unheard-of techniques and methods of soul energy circulation with clarity. He attempted to unleash the Frost Fist, and to his astonishment, he executed it with remarkable proficiency. The air around him grew frigid, the fist's wind howled, and frost began to descend from above, enveloping the area within half a meter. This was likely due to his weak soul energy as his power increased. The range of his technique would surely expand. I have mastered the Frost Fist. Next time I encounter a soul beast or an enemy, I shall no longer be afraid. Chu Feng felt immense satisfaction, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment and hope for the future. Recalling his previous clumsiness in battling the soul rabbit only heightened his appreciation for the Frost Fist. After a thorough practice of the technique, Chu Feng was utterly exhausted, a testament to his insufficient soul energy. He instinctively checked his attributes in the system. To his surprise, the soul technique section indicated that he had acquired the Frost Fist, beginner level. Hovering the cursor over the basics revealed that the next level was mastery. Realizing this, he understood that he had merely learned the technique in its preliminary form. If he could elevate it to mastery, its power would undoubtedly increase. There were two paths to enhance soul techniques: diligent practice to grasp the essence of the technique, or the utilization of a soul technique upgrade card. Such cards could be obtained through system lottery draws. The challenge of personally comprehending and elevating the level of a soul technique was immense. However, acquiring a soul technique upgrade card would simplify the process significantly. Presently, it seemed that nearly all valuable items could be procured through the lottery, although lottery opportunities required points to acquire. In Chapter 8, Slaying a Second-Order Soul Beast, the Frost Fist technique instilled him with newfound confidence. The Soul Realm was teeming with soul beasts. After traversing several desolate hills, Chu Feng encountered a soul rat foraging for food. The soul rat, also classified as a low-level first-order soul beast, was digging with its front paws, likely unearthing insects or the roots of soul plants. Upon noticing Chu Feng's approach, rather than fleeing, it bared its teeth menacingly. Squeak. As Chu Feng drew within 10 meters, it emitted a warning cry, its beady eyes glinting with malice. Had he not learned the Frost Fist, he would undoubtedly have refrained from provoking it. However, emboldened by his new skill, he disregarded its warning and continued to advance. Whoosh! The soul rat, irritable by nature, transformed into a blur, charging at Chu Feng with remarkable speed. Its attack velocity surpassed that of the soul rabbit, and its teeth were exceedingly sharp. A bite would be no trivial matter. Chu Feng promptly unleashed the Frost Fist, and a flurry of frost descended, enveloping the area. As the soul rat reached him, its speed drastically diminished, evidently affected by the Frost Fist's influence, rendering it sluggish. Its greatest advantage, agility, was now akin to that of a snail. Die! Chu Feng struck mercilessly, delivering a powerful blow that surged into the rat's body. Instantly, frost formed on its exterior, further impeding its movements. However, due to Chu Feng's weak soul energy, the damage inflicted was minimal. A lack of strength resulted in a less compact soul body, causing the damage dealt to be insubstantial. Undeterred, Chu Feng seized a rock and relentlessly pounded the nearly defenseless soul rat. After considerable effort, he finally vanquished it. As the soul rat perished, its essence transformed into black smoke, leaving behind a solitary soul core. His lottery points increased from 1 to 2. And with just 8 more points, he could draw again, having successfully slain a soul beast through his own strength. Chu Feng felt a surge of confidence and enthusiasm as he continued to seek his next target. Upon entering a dense forest abundant with soul plants, he became cautious. Some of these soul plants exhibited aggressive traits, such as soul-eating flowers and ghost-claw trees. Yet, the more perilous the environment, the greater the opportunities. Not only was the likelihood of encountering soul beasts higher, but there was also a chance to discover soul stones that could enhance his soul energy, or even rare and precious battle souls. Chu Feng's elder brother, Chu Hong, had acquired a second-tier dagger battle soul, frequently obtaining valuable items in the soul realm, thereby solidifying his status within the family. The family elders intended to cultivate Chu Hong as a successor, already imparting to him the secrets of inscribing divine patterns, which were the most coveted secrets of the Chu family. Even renowned figures like Murong Shui aspired to learn these skills. The forging of a divine weapon comprises 2 stages, the initial casting and the subsequent inscribing of divine patterns. The quality of divine patterns directly determines the success and rank of a divine weapon. The Chu family's esteemed position in the Heavenly Soldier City is largely attributed to Chu Feng's grandfather, who comprehended the second-tier water divine pattern. When inscribed on a divine weapon, this pattern imparts significant flexibility, making the weapon less prone to breakage or damage. Enhancing the weapon's flexibility is merely the most fundamental aspect of the water divine pattern. A skilled practitioner can also imbue the weapon with unique abilities, such as emitting mist to confuse adversaries or firing water arrows. As Chu Feng was walking, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find a fox spirit beast. Its soul form appeared more substantial, exuding considerable pressure upon him. Observing intently, he noticed it cradling an ancient moonstone, thoroughly engrossed in licking it. Soulstone. The sight of that moonstone instinctively made Chu Feng clench his fists. This treasure could directly enhance his soul power, and he could hardly contain his excitement. My soul power is exceedingly low. If I could obtain that soul stone, it would at least double my strength. Chu Feng licked his lips, his gaze turning steely and resolute. The soul fox was a second-tier soul beast, far stronger than the soul mouse or soul rabbit. With his current strength, facing a first-tier soul beast posed little challenge, but slaying a second-tier soul beast would entail great risk. Alas, I lack a battle soul. Even a dagger battle soul would enable me to dispatch this soul fox with ease. Chu Feng sighed dejectedly, his yearning for a battle soul intensifying. A battle soul is akin to a weapon in the soul realm, and it is of utmost importance. Inscribing divine patterns also necessitates possessing blade-type battle souls. Just as writing requires a pen, taking a deep breath to overcome his fear of the soul fox, Chu Feng bravely charged forward. The timid soul fox, absorbed in its feast, was startled by the sudden approach of Chu Feng. Instinctively, it leaped back, preparing to flee. However, upon realizing Chu Feng's weakness, it became enraged and transformed into a blur, lunging at him to bite. The soul fox was significantly more formidable than the soul rabbit, its menacing presence akin to an invisible mountain, pressing down on Chu Feng, leaving him breathless. Determined, Chu Feng knew he had no retreat. He executed the frost fist technique, and a chill descended, instantly slowing the approaching soul fox. "Take this," Chu Feng shouted, delivering a powerful punch to the soul fox. The finesse of the frost fist technique was undeniable. Thud. His fist connected solidly with the soul fox, the icy force surging into its body. Had it been a first-tier soul beast, this blow would have rendered it immobile. Yet, the soul fox possessed remarkable resilience and promptly bit into Chu Feng. Ouch! Chu Feng winced as a large chunk of his arm was bitten off, pain coursing through him. "I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you." Chu Feng retreated 2 steps. His wound healing almost instantly, though his soul form grew weaker. Summoning all his strength, he picked up a stone and charged at the soul fox, recklessly engaging in a fierce battle. After an exhausting bloodbath, he emerged victorious, having slain the second-tier soul fox, revealing a fist-sized soul core on the ground. Once he dealt with the soul core, he began to examine the moonstone. This was a valuable item that could significantly enhance Chu Feng's soul power. Ding! Although 20 points were substantial enough for 2 draws, he feared a stroke of bad luck might result in drawing 2 useless items, which would be a considerable loss. Chu Feng eagerly picked up the soul stone, bringing it to his lips and fervently sucking on it, absorbing the energy within. While his soul form grew stronger with each passing moment, his soul power increased at an observable rate. Chapter 9. Seizing the battle soul. Chu Feng's greatest concern was the potential arrival of other soul beasts or enemies seeking to snatch away his prize. He hid in a secluded spot, desperately absorbing the energy from the soul stone. As time elapsed, his soul power surged, and the soul stone gradually faded to a grayish-white. Its energy fully consumed. "How much has my soul power increased?" Chu Feng noticed his soul form had solidified significantly, far more potent than before. He accessed the lottery system and opened the host attributes, observing that his soul power had risen from 80 to 180. A single soul stone had granted him a remarkable increase of 100 points. Splendid! With my current soul power, dealing with second-tier soul beasts should be considerably easier. Chu Feng selected a stone the size of a large bowl, hoisting it effortlessly. This was something he could never have accomplished before. To test his newfound strength, he sought out soul beasts to slay. Fortune favored him as he soon encountered 3 soul mice, busily gnawing on soul plants. With a fierce shout, he charged into attack. Utilizing the frost fist technique, his punches, now infused with enhanced soul power, were swift and powerful. Against 3 foes, he emerged victorious in no time. "Aha! I can finally draw again." Just as Chu Feng prepared to claim his prize, a cacophony of shouts pierced the air ahead. "Quick, chase it down. Don't let it escape. That battle soul is a rare gem," a handsome youth shouted, flanked by a throng of skilled individuals, each with solidified soul forms and swift movements, wielding blades and swords. Clearly, these were no ordinary foes. With an intense desire for a battle soul, Chu Feng's spirits lifted upon hearing them pursue the battle soul. He readied himself, clutching a battle soul summoning talisman, awaiting the moment to capture the elusive spirit. In the distance, a purple light approached at an astonishing speed. It was indeed a purple battle soul, the pinnacle of battle souls. According to Chu Feng's knowledge, battle souls were classified into 5 colors: white, yellow, crimson, golden, and purple, with purple being the most superior. What extraordinary fortune! He had stumbled upon a purple battle soul. Locking onto his target, he acted swiftly. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot forth, striking the approaching purple glow with pinpoint accuracy. At that moment, Chu Feng beheld the true form of the purple light. It was a pin. As a purple battle soul, even a pin would possess extraordinary attributes. Chu Feng dashed forward and seized the purple pin. The pin trembled violently, emitting mournful cries. Faint golden web-like patterns appeared on its surface, likely the manifestation of the battle soul summoning talisman's golden net. "Do you wish to acknowledge me as your master?" Chu Feng commanded fiercely. In response, the pin's bristles nodded as if in agreement, ceasing its struggle and willingly merging with Chu Feng's soul form. Though the bonding process of a battle soul was typically straightforward, it required mutual consent. Once the purple pin fused with his essence, Chu Feng felt as though it had become an integral part of him, akin to an arm. This sensation was truly wondrous. Haha, I finally possess my own battle soul. Chu Feng laughed exuberantly, filled with a profound sense of achievement and joy. Suddenly, dozens of soul figures surrounded him, strong individuals pursuing the purple pin battle soul. Each one exuded an imposing presence. Among them was a strikingly handsome young man, though his features twisted in furious rage. "You wretch! How dare you steal my battle soul? You wretched bastard. The young man's voice was frigid, brimming with malice. The group of formidable warriors appeared perplexed. Despite their combined efforts, they had repeatedly failed to capture the elusive purple pin battle soul. They wondered what merit this seemingly weak boy possessed to seize the pin and compel it to acknowledge him so swiftly. A battle soul is an unclaimed entity. I captured it through my own prowess. What right do you have to condemn me? Chu Feng detested being called a bastard, believing he had done nothing wrong. These individuals, lacking the capability to capture the purple pin soul, dare to obstruct others from doing so? Once a soul recognizes its master, it cannot be taken by anyone else. Thus Chu Feng remains unperturbed by these people. Young master, how shall we deal with him? An elder inquired. The handsome young master, with such a formidable entourage in the soul realm, must undoubtedly be a figure of immense stature in the mortal world. This individual is indeed ruthless, treating human life as mere chaff. You intend to kill me? Chu Feng, not foolish, immediately exerted all his strength in an attempt to break free from the encirclement. However, the elder swiftly positioned himself before him, while the other strong men displayed expressions akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Get away. Chu Feng unleashed his frost fist towards the elder, blocking his path. Oh, you have trained in soul techniques. Unfortunately, your soul power is too weak, hardly worth noticing. The elder grasped Chu Feng's fist with ease, pulling him into submission. With a thud, a knee strike collided with Chu Feng's soul body, eliciting a pain scream from him. The disparity in strength between him and the elder was insurmountable, leaving him utterly defenseless. Once in my grasp, you shall obediently reveal your real-world address. The handsome young master pressed his sword against Chu Feng's neck. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Chu Feng faced death with courage, resolute in his defiance. In the soul realm, death would merely render him gravely ill. However, if he were to perish in the mortal realm, it would be final. Still quite defiant, the handsome young master's expression turned frosty. Pin him to the ground. Several subordinates immediately restrained Chu Feng. Subsequently, the young master began to slash at Chu Feng with his sword, each cut inflicting excruciating pain. Will you speak or not? The young master, with a cruel grin, tormented Chu Feng mercilessly. Your mother is an adulteress, and your sister is a harlot. Chu Feng, hailing from earth, was tortured to the brink of despair, harboring intense hatred for these individuals. Regrettably, his power was insufficient to resist their torment. Still daring to be obstinate? Let me show you the agony of soul extraction. With that, the handsome young master savagely scraped his sword across Chu Feng's body. This torment was exponentially more intense than the mere dismemberment of his soul body. Chu Feng could not help but emit another anguished scream. The suffering inflicted upon his soul body was not only more severe but also prevented him from losing consciousness. At that moment, Chu Feng harbored a singular thought: to sink his teeth into this handsome young master. Even a single bite would suffice. He suddenly remembered that he still had a lottery opportunity left unused. Enduring the excruciating pain, he initiated the lottery. Even a simple band-aid to annoy this detestable young master would suffice. Chapter 10. The Divine Pencil Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a thunderbolt capable of obliterating all soul bodies within a 10-meter radius. Fueled by his profound hatred, Chu Feng wasted no time in seizing this powerful treasure. Let them all perish. Locking onto the handsome young master, Chu Feng decisively activated the thunderbolt. Boom. Following the earth-shattering explosion, every enemy, including Chu Feng himself, was obliterated. The other formidable beings behind him met the same fate. The guards standing by were stunned. Your Highness, have you encountered the likes of the Southern City King? Resulting in a bloody confrontation? The handsome young master, known as the Carefree King, was the third prince of the Daong dynasty. His noble lineage and exceptional talents made him a figure of great repute. Particularly distinguished in soul cultivation, he had established the Carefree Soul City in the soul realm, earning the emperor's favor and the admiration of court officials. All of you are my trusted subordinates. This matter must not be disclosed. The Carefree King's countenance darkened, his voice tinged with weakness. The stronger one's soul cultivation, the greater the damage suffered upon death in the soul realm. He feared it would take him several years to recover. The illustrious Carefree King, felled by an unknown rookie, not only lost a top-tier battle soul but also witnessed his entire force annihilated. Should this information escape, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The Carefree King and his cadre of soul cultivators were vanquished in the soul realm. A sensational piece of news that even he could not conceal. Soon, the Crown Prince caught wind of the incident and began to circulate it widely. The uproar that ensued tarnished the reputation of the third prince, with many secretly mocking him. As for the nameless rookie who single-handedly dispatched the carefree king and his formidable allies, his legend grew with each retelling. Some claimed he was a Soul Emperor-level powerhouse, while others suggested he was a top-tier prodigy from the Soul Realm. Regardless, the tales varied, quickly sweeping through the entirety of the Daong dynasty. Within the Chu family's Soul Hall, the Soul Tablet emitted a brilliant green light, familiar to the guard, Xiao Biao. This phenomenon occurred whenever a soul body was extinguished and subsequently revived within the Soul Tablet. He immediately focused his attention on the tablet, eager to discern who had met their demise this time. After a moment, a green light enveloped Chu Feng's soul, transporting it back into the soul slot where he lay. With a muffled groan, he awoke, struggling to emerge from the slot. The experience of having his soul body extinguished was far from pleasant. However, this time, it was worth it. He had taken down so many significant figures, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. Haha, I thought someone was unfortunate, but it turns out to be you, a worthless wretch. Xiao Biao exclaimed upon discovering that Chu Feng was the one whose soul had been extinguished, his glee evident as he revealed a set of yellowed teeth. How does it feel? The taste of death is unpleasant, isn't it? Chu Feng rolled his eyes and retorted, if you've never died, how would you know it feels bad? Xiao Biao was left speechless, his fierce glare directed at Chu Feng, a mere servant from the Chu family. Chu Feng hardly regarded him, stepping outside with indifference. How dare a bastard like you act so arrogantly before me? You're probably just a victim of a low-level soul beast. Xiao Biao sneered derisively. By now, a crowd had gathered, and their laughter echoed upon hearing his words. A low-level soul beast? Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Those dozen-strong souls were certainly not nameless figures. News of their demise would emerge soon. When these mockers realized that he, a mere novice in the soul realm, had dispatched so many significant figures, their astonishment would surely be palpable. Chu Feng's father was a notorious figure, having married 6 concubines in addition to Chu Feng's mother. Among all his siblings, Chu Depeng was the only one who did not bully Chu Feng and often visited him to play. However, the Chu family was dominated by the first lady, causing the other wives to suffer oppression. The 6th lady, having supported Chu Feng's mother, was particularly targeted by the first lady, leading to a challenging existence. This piece of cured meat was likely something the 6th lady had saved. He was indeed well-intentioned. Once he thrived, he would not forget their kindness. Chu Feng, with his soul body extinguished, was in dire need of nourishment. The aroma was enticing, and he devoured the food voraciously. Mother, have you eaten? I had already eaten. Observing her son's gluttonous demeanor, Qin couldn't help but smile tenderly, feeling a pang of heartache. She had only consumed 1 bun, leaving all the dishes for Chu Feng. Noticing his mother's pale lips and gaunt face stirred a sense of sorrow within him. Now that I possess a battle soul, I am confident I will soon earn wealth, enabling us to live well without relying on the family. This was a top-tier battle soul. He believed in its capabilities and felt assured it would not disappoint him. Entering the lottery system, he opened his attributes and indeed discovered the newly unlocked Battle Soul section. Divine Pin Soul, a top-tier purple Battle Soul. Level, Grade 1, can be enhanced through the use of soul stones and other means. Ability, to discern life and death. To delineate yin and yang. It can be used to carve divine patterns, providing enhancements and increasing the likelihood of producing exceptional items. Wow, truly a top-tier Battle Soul. Such prowess is impressive. Chu Feng displayed an excited smile. Realizing that the Divine Brush Battle Soul not only serves as a weapon within the soul realm, but also possesses the capability to inscribe divine patterns, complete with enhancement effects. Being a divine pattern master is a highly lucrative profession. The Chu family, having established their fortune through the inscription of water divine patterns, has risen over generations to become a prestigious family in Heavenly Soldier City. Chapter 11. Entering the Divine Pattern Pavilion, inscribing divine patterns requires not only a suitable battle soul, but also a certain innate talent for divine patterns. The stringent conditions restrict the number of divine pattern masters, making them exceedingly rare. In this world, cultivation is divided into martial arts and soul arts, both of which complement each other. For martial artists, strength comprises 3 aspects: martial cultivation, martial techniques, and weaponry. A fine divine weapon can dramatically enhance a martial artist's power, enabling them to defeat foes of higher rank. Similarly, superior armor significantly increases one's chances of survival in battle. The forging of divine weapons consists of 2 components. The initial creation of the weapon mold does not require extensive technical skill. Even a robust individual can accomplish it. Various molds are available for pouring molten iron and other materials, which, upon cooling, form the base of the weapon. The critical element lies in the inscription of divine patterns. The quality and grade of these patterns directly determine the weapon's rank and quality. With the divine brush battle soul in his possession, Chu Feng brimmed with confidence and enthusiasm. He envisioned a prosperous path ahead, where the fruits of his labor would enable him to purchase elixirs and gather rare resources to enhance his martial cultivation. The notion of rich and martial prowess, poor in literature, resonated deeply with him. With ample cultivation resources and diligent effort, he believed he could surpass the young talents of his family. Eager to earn money swiftly, Chu Feng awoke early the next day after a night at home and headed to the core divine weapon estate of the Chu family. He arrived quite early, but the estate's laborers and servants had already commenced their daily tasks. Continuous streams of carts delivered ores and materials, which, after refinement, would yield copper, iron, and other essential materials for forging divine weapons and armor. As he entered the estate, he observed heaps of various ores piled like mountains on the left side. These ores were of little value, mainly consisting of copper and black iron. The truly valuable materials were stored in a warehouse under the watchful eye of designated personnel. The smelting furnaces were ablaze, releasing clouds of hot steam and white smoke. Most of the laborers did not recognize Chu Feng, the unacknowledged young master, and offered him no greetings. Within the forging room, the sounds of clanging hammers echoed, a testament to the bustling business of the Chu family. With patrons continually arriving to commission divine weapons and armor, Chu Feng's purpose for visiting today was to learn about divine pattern inscription. He traversed the long corridor to the divine pattern pavilion at the rear of the estate. The ambience here was a stark contrast to the front. Characterized by beautiful scenery and a serene environment, guarded by personnel who strictly prohibited entry to unauthorized individuals. As divine pattern masters hold a prestigious status, not just anyone can meet them, and their work must not be disturbed. Only high-ranking members of the Chu family, direct descendants, or paying clients who possessed the rough molds of divine weapons or armor were permitted entry. Clients could engage directly with divine pattern masters according to their preferences and needs, requesting the inscription of divine patterns on their items. A divine weapon could only be deemed successfully forged if the inscription of the divine patterns was accomplished. Stop. This is the divine pattern pavilion. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted. The two guards, both of whom were formidable experts of at least the 4th level of body refinement, exuded an intimidating aura. With stern expressions, they obstructed Chu Feng's path. His identity had always been awkward, as no one acknowledged him as a young master. Previously, due to the exclusion by Chu Hong and others, he had not dared to venture into the sacred grounds of the divine pattern pavilion. Open your eyes. Am I just any unauthorized person? Chu Feng erupted in anger. I now possess a battle soul, and it is the finest among them. The difference between Chu Hong's dagger battle soul and his divine brush battle soul was akin to the chasm between earth and sky. Only direct blood relatives of the Chu family or paying clients are allowed entry. This is not a place for a wild seed like you to act recklessly. We are not like that waste, Pu Chang, one of the guards sneered, warning Chu Feng. The guards were high-ranking protectors hired by the Chu family, and they seemed aware of his past actions against Pu Chang. To them, Chu Feng, being at the 1st level of body refinement, was hardly more than an insect. Enough. He is my elder brother and my father's bloodline. On what grounds do you deny him entry? Chu Depang, a notably stout figure who had been diligently studying divine patterns, had arrived early as usual and happened to witness Chu Feng being deliberately obstructed by the guards. While the guards had been arrogant towards Chu Feng, they shifted to a more compliant demeanor in the presence of Chu Depang, a legitimate young master of the Chu family. Young Master Liu, please don't make things difficult for us. The madam has instructed us not to allow Chu Feng into the pavilion. The guards expressed their dilemma, revealing the truth. Don't try to use the madam to pressure me. Even if my father were called here, he would agree to let Chu Feng enter. Chu Depang was unyielding, pushing past the guards and taking Chu Feng along. If the madam truly holds you accountable, just place the blame on me and let her come find me. Furthermore, you are not to obstruct my brother again, or there will be consequences for you. Chu Depang, despite his youth, displayed remarkable loyalty and courage. Few would dare openly challenge the madam. The guards, being mere hired help, decided against further confrontation. After moving away, Chu Depang cheerfully addressed Chu Feng, Brother Feng. I came looking for you yesterday and heard you were training in the Soul Hall. Did you gain anything? He affectionately draped an arm around Chu Feng's shoulders. Not bad. I found a soul stone and captured a battle soul, Chu Feng replied honestly, feeling no need to conceal anything from his only friend. What? Is that true? Chu Depeng exclaimed in exaggerated disbelief, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Chu Feng. Brother Feng, if I recall correctly, this is your first venture into the soul realm, right? Do you know how precious soul stones are? Furthermore, battle souls are worth 10 times more than soul stones. It's incredible that you managed to acquire both. Hee. I was just lucky to have such a bountiful harvest. Chu Feng chuckled modestly, scratching his head. I truly envy you. I've entered the soul realm no less than 1,000 times, and have only obtained 2 soul stones. I've yet to catch even a glimpse of a battle soul. Even the lowest grade white battle soul would suffice for me. Chu Depeng sighed enviously. Catching battle souls is akin to a lottery, without luck. One can only watch as others prosper. Brother Feng, now that you have a battle soul, it would be utterly unreasonable for your father not to grant you and your mother a proper status. What kind of battle soul did you obtain? If it surpasses Chu Hong's dagger battle soul, that would be splendid. Let us see if that fellow dares to act arrogant before me again. Chu Depeng expressed his excitement, as if he were the one who had acquired a battle soul. Hee, I heard you silenced Chu Hong. I even took a peek. The madam summoned a doctor to operate on him. You cannot imagine the state he was in. Chapter 12. I owe nothing to the Chu family as the two conversed. They entered the Divine Pattern Pavilion. The first floor housed a reception hall, where 2 attractive young women were designated to greet clients seeking to inscribe divine patterns. There were 7 private chambers, each marked with names, where the divine pattern masters conducted their work. At present, the only individual from the Chu family capable of inscribing the second-tier water divine pattern is none other than Chu Feng's grandfather. The other 6 are merely first-tier pattern masters. The foundational texts on divine patterns are located on the 2nd floor, where Grandpa descends daily from the 3rd floor to impart knowledge to us for an hour. Chu Depeng led Chu Feng up to the 2nd floor. Upon entering, Chu Feng observed an array of over 30 chairs and tables in the center, surrounded by rows of bookshelves brimming with various texts, including ancient parchment scrolls and bamboo slips. Brother Feng, all the books here are available for reading, though none may be taken outside, Chu Depeng noted. Having been a typical homebody on Earth, Chu Feng relished reading above all else. The scholarly atmosphere on the 2nd floor of the Divine Pattern Pavilion was quite profound, compelling him to approach the shelves to gain a preliminary understanding of the principles of divine patterns. At that moment, a group of 6 individuals entered. 4 men and 2 women, all adorned in extravagant attire, exuding an air of ostentation. Only those of the Chu lineage are privileged to enter this place. The Chu family has established roots in Tianbing City for 5 generations, a legacy originally founded by Chu Feng's great-grandfather. With 3 brothers and several married sisters, the family has expanded significantly, resulting in nearly 100 cousins in Chu Feng's generation. Isn't that the foolish fatso? Still hasn't he captured a battle spirit, I presume? The leader of the group was Chu Feng's uncle's son, one of the few in the 4th generation of the Chu family who possesses a battle spirit, named Chu Xingrong. His name signifies prosperity and abundance. One of the 7 pattern master chambers on the 1st floor belongs to him. Chu Xingrong holds a high status within the family, subtly revealing his ambition to vie for the position of family head, often displaying a flamboyant demeanor. In his presence, Chu Depeng appeared somewhat diminished, feigning ignorance of the remarks directed at him. Becoming a pattern master is not a feat achievable by just anyone. It demands talent, luck, intellect, and character. At my young age, I alone among the Chu family have attained the title of pattern master. One must possess self-awareness. Chu Xingrong boasted arrogantly, disdainfully regarding others as worthless. Who is this beggar-like individual? This is the forbidden ground of the Divine Pattern Pavilion. Expel him at once. His haughty gaze fell upon Chu Feng, who was selecting books from the shelves, and his expression turned cold with disgust as he ordered Chu Feng to be thrown out. Though Chu Feng lacked status within the family, he was nonetheless somewhat of a notable figure, recognized by most. He is my brother, one of the young masters of the Chu family. Why should he not be allowed entry? Chu Depeng boldly positioned himself in front of Chu Feng, disregarding the scornful gazes of Chu Xingrong and his companions. Ironically, though Chu Feng was the elder brother, it was Chu Depeng, the younger, who constantly shielded him. Whenever Chu Feng was bullied by others, Chu Depeng would rush to his defense. The bullies, however, were cautious about confronting Chu Depeng, who was a legitimate 6th young master. Accepting such trash as a brother? Chu Depeng, can you not aspire to something greater? He is an illegitimate child, unworthy even to be a servant of the Chu family. How dare he dream of being a young master? Chu Xingrong and his companions hurled vile insults at Chu Feng. They believed that merely allowing him to reside within the Chu family was an immense favor, and they would never permit him entry into the sacred divine pattern pavilion. By my own merit, Chu Feng declared as he clutched a chosen book titled Introduction to Divine Patterns, turning to face the domineering Chu Xingrong. Ha! You, a mere talentless fool with only the first level of body refinement, dare to speak of merit? Chu Xingrong mocked, as if he were listening to the most ludicrous joke, viewing Chu Feng as a beggar boasting of wealth. Others joined in the ridicule, regarding Chu Feng as a jester. Just then, a deep and authoritative voice resonated. What is causing such a commotion this early in the morning? An invisible aura of pressure enveloped the second floor of the Divine Pattern Pavilion. Chu Feng felt a sudden tightness in his chest, as if an immense weight had descended upon him. He thought to himself that the person descending must be the Chu family stalwart, the venerable Chu Wanfeng. A black-robed elder descended the staircase, his grizzled beard and piercing gaze emanating an overwhelming aura of authority that made it difficult to meet his eyes. Grandfather, greetings, esteemed elder. Chu Xingrong and the others hastily bowed in utmost reverence. The elder merely gestured dismissively, no need for formalities. His gaze fell upon Chu Feng. Intrigued not only by his unfamiliar face, but also by the defiant demeanor he displayed, which was unlike the others. You are the illegitimate child born of Jing Yi's indiscretion. Are you not? The elder's words were laden with weight, emphasizing illegitimate child with disdain. Chu Xingrong and his companions exchanged knowing smirks. Anticipating that the elder would soon expel Chu Feng, an illegitimate child aspiring to enter the forbidden domain of the Divine Pattern Pavilion was a fantastical notion. Utterly laughable and self-degrading. Grandfather, although Brother Feng lacks a formal title, he is still of direct bloodline. Chu Depang interjected, struggling to defend Chu Feng. Silence. Chu Wanfen's stern reprimand caused the onlookers to flinch, each shrinking back, afraid to breathe. His piercing gaze fixed on Chu Feng, he declared. The Chu family is a prestigious clan in Tianbing City, renowned for its status. A mere illegitimate child such as you is not worthy of the limelight. Your position is exceedingly awkward. Chu Feng had hoped that, being his grandfather, Chu Wanfeng would show some leniency. Even if he wouldn't personally impart knowledge of divine patterns, he might at least allow him access to the books in the pavilion. Instead, he found himself face-to-face with someone who prioritized family reputation over kinship. The respect he had initially held for the elder was replaced by a chilling indifference. Very well, I understand. Henceforth, the Divine Pattern Pavilion shall be a place I shall not enter, even if invited. Since we've reached this point, let me be frank. Over the years, the Chu family has shown my mother and me nothing but neglect, with no care whatsoever. Therefore, I owe the Chu family nothing. Chu Feng's defiance radiated as he met the formidable elder's gaze with calm resolve. The spirit of youth, unyielding and dignified, shone through at that moment. Chapter 13. Can a living person truly be suffocated by urine? This is the patriarch of the Chu family, a figure wielding life and death authority. A person of significant stature even within Tianbing City. Generally, the entire Chu family holds only reverence and humility towards Chu Wanfeng. No one dares to oppose him. Yet here stood Chu Feng, an illegitimate child, audaciously addressing the elder in such a manner. Chu Depang's heart raced with anxiety. He felt as though he might suffocate from fear. Chu Xingrong and his companions eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Chu Feng being reprimanded by the elder. Brother Feng, you must apologize to grandfather, Chu Depang implored, nearly in tears, realizing the gravity of the situation. Such insolence towards Chu Wanfeng could very well lead to dire consequences. Chu Wanfeng's face darkened, his black robe billowing as if caught in an unseen wind, emanating an unsettling aura. The palpable pressure radiating from him indicated his mounting fury. I am not in the wrong, nor will I admit to any fault. I shall not grovel or demean myself to plead with anyone. Chu Feng's resolve was as firm as iron, standing tall like a pine tree facing the cold winds, unyielding against the impending storm. Very well. I shall see what you can achieve. Without the support of the Chu family, you will forever remain a lowly servant. Chu Wanfeng's chest heaved with rage, his face a deep shade of anger as he grappled with the audacity of an illegitimate child daring to confront him. Moreover, this illegitimate child has consistently displayed mediocrity, leaving one to wonder where his arrogance and confidence stem from. Chu Feng, reality shall teach you the essence of existence, revealing just how inadequate you truly are. Young man, if you possess talent and ability, then perhaps your pride would be justified. Yet, To be so haughty without merit is simply beyond redemption. The anger in Chu Wanfeng's words was evident to all, and his disappointment in Chu Feng was profound. Get lost. Chu Feng, in the face of mockery from Chu Xingrong and others, stormed out of the Chu family's divine pattern pavilion. Can a living person truly be suffocated by humiliation? Trees may perish, but humans can thrive. The Chu family may not value him, yet with his newly acquired supreme battle soul, he is entirely capable of seeking opportunities elsewhere. Upon exiting the Chu family, Chu Feng wandered aimlessly through the streets of Tianbing City. Brother Feng, wait for me, Chu Depang called out, panting as he hurried from behind. Since I can no longer study divine pattern engraving at the Chu family's pavilion, let's see if the Jiang family is hiring. The mention of the Jiang family lit up Chu Depang's small eyes as he exclaimed, Brother Feng, I've heard that the Jiang family's young lady is not only beautiful, but also remarkably intelligent and capable. A significant portion of the Jiang family's business is managed by her. If you truly join the Jiang family, you would be one step closer to her. With countless opportunities ahead. Initially worried for Chu Feng, upon learning that he had not been disheartened, Chu Depang secretly sighed in relief. It is often said that chubby individuals are prone to lust, and this stereotype holds a kernel of truth. In Tianbing City, he is well aware of which families possess beauties, their age, and their marital status. Enough of that. I have no time to chase after women now. I must quickly become a divine pattern master. Chu Feng, deeply humiliated, understood that all of this stemmed from his lack of power and capability. If he could engrave divine patterns superior to those of the old Master Chu, perhaps the Chu family would not regard him with such disdain. In that case, those who had once ridiculed him would be compelled to seek his favor. As they conversed, they unknowingly arrived at the largest marketplace in Tianbing City, filled with shops from prominent families such as the Chus and Jiangs. Here, one could procure divine weapons, armor, shields, and the raw materials necessary for crafting such items. Chubby, do you have any money on you? I want to buy a couple of books to self-study divine pattern engraving. Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised to find a bookstore ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Depang reached into his money pouch and tossed it to Chu Feng. This is all I have, but it should suffice for books. Chu Depang himself was not affluent. This money was likely the result of his hard-earned savings. Upon inspecting the pouch, Chu Feng discovered 2 silver coins and over 500 copper coins. Thanks, consider this a loan. I'll repay you once I've earned some money. He tucked the pouch into his cloak. Oh, come now, there is no need for such formalities between brothers. Chu Depang replied, visibly displeased, having never thought of asking for repayment. Brother Feng, while this bookstore does carry some books on divine pattern engraving, they cover only the most basic knowledge, which is of little use. Mastering divine pattern engraving requires a mentor to guide you hand in hand, Chu Depang added. Chu Feng needed only the foundational knowledge. After some selection, he quickly chose 2 volumes, an in-depth exploration of water divine patterns and fundamentals of divine pattern studies. The price was neither exorbitant nor trivial, costing him 840 copper coins. In this world's currency system, 1 gold coin equates to 10 silver coins, which equals 10,000 copper coins. A single copper coin could purchase a substantial meat bun, roughly equivalent to 1 modern currency unit. Thus, 1 gold coin is akin to 10,000 currency units, while a copper coin is comparable to 1 unit. He presumed that Chu Feng was so engrossed in his reading that he had lost his way, prompting him to call out. However, that was not Chu Feng's intention. He was determined to attempt self-education. Back on Earth, he had excelled in the sciences. Through preliminary understanding and study, he discovered that while divine pattern studies are complex, their principles bear significant resemblance to mathematical formulas. Once he grasped the fundamental principles, he could employ scientific calculations to devise more advanced divine pattern matrices. Chu Feng may not excel in many areas, but mathematics, equations, and matrix calculations were his forte, giving him confidence in his ability to create his own divine patterns through intricate computations. Upon returning to the Chu family, he was met with incessant pointing and derisive laughter. However, after establishing his reputation by vanquishing Pu Chang, no one dared to bully him further. As he stepped through the door, his mother looked at him with tear-filled eyes and embraced him tightly. Fenger, it is your mother's inadequacy that has led you to endure humiliation and ridicule in the Chu family. Please do not despair or act foolishly. Without you, I could not bear to live. It was evident that she had learned of the confrontation between Chu Feng and old Master Chu in the Divine Pattern Pavilion. Chu Feng, clutching his books, occasionally lost himself in thought or chuckled, appearing somewhat unhinged. She worried that her son had been deeply affected and felt immense sorrow, fearing he might act rashly. "Mother, I am not so fragile. Why must you still cry?" Chu Feng quickly wiped her tears away, for she was his sole anchor in this new world, his closest kin. "Rest assured, I am fine. Their taunts and insults will only fuel my determination. I intend to provide you with a better life. How could I ever consider despairing?" His mother scrutinized him closely, realizing he did not appear as others had described. His eyes were clear, his words measured, and his face radiated confidence, prompting her to smile through her tears. For the next half-month, Chu Feng remained confined to his small room. His mother, ever anxious, would check on him multiple times a day. She worried he might contemplate self-harm. Gradually, she began to relax, understanding that her son was diligently studying divine pattern knowledge, which was indeed a positive endeavor. Scattered across the table were numerous sheets of paper, remnants of Chu Feng's work, strewn about like autumn leaves, some even fallen to the floor. He was intensely focused, inscribing intricate and arcane divine patterns. They twisted and morphed like ripples on water. Upon completing the final stroke, the paper seemed to come alive, smoke billowing forth, creating a mesmerizing scene. "Ah, finally done." Chu Feng's face lit up with joy, his heart brimming with a sense of achievement. The principles behind the water divine pattern were fascinating, akin to a profound mathematical proposition. For instance, four wooden sticks can form a square frame, and adding another stick in the center transforms it into two connected rectangular frames. However, both shapes possess a common flaw. They lack stability and are prone to deformation. By securing that central stick diagonally, one can create two triangles, enhancing stability and resolving the deformation issue. The principles of divine pattern engraving are somewhat similar. They involve combining different foundational divine pattern lines to achieve the desired effect. While it sounds straightforward, executing it is exceedingly challenging. The foundational lines of the water divine pattern twist like waves, with each rise and fall varying in magnitude. Even the combination of two foundational water divine patterns becomes exceedingly intricate, let alone multiple combinations. A minor miscalculation could result in failure or subpar effects. It is precisely due to this complexity that Chu Feng, a science prodigy, took over half a month to successfully combine the first-tier water divine pattern. Should old Master Chu discover that a mere novice, lacking any knowledge, managed to self-learn and develop a first-tier water divine pattern in such a short time, he would likely be left speechless. Would he not immediately apologize to Chu Feng and strive to cultivate him earnestly? This is no longer the realm of genius. It has transcended into the domain of the extraordinary. Even among the talented descendants of the Chu family, the most gifted, Chu Xingrong, took 3 arduous years merely to grasp the foundational principles of divine patterns. Mastering the first-tier water divine pattern consumed nearly a decade of his life. This was merely the assimilation of existing knowledge. In stark contrast, Chu Feng has independently conducted his own research, elevating his achievements to an entirely superior echelon. To clarify, Chu Xingrong merely copied answers, whereas Chu Feng engaged in the genuine process of problem-solving. This distinction is fundamentally profound. Those who mock Chu Feng as worthless and insignificant will soon find themselves confronted with the reality of their folly. In due course, Chu Feng shall reveal to them who truly embodies the essence of worthlessness. The crafting of divine weapon prototypes also adheres to a hierarchy of quality. The ordinary ones are akin to household knives and hatchets, predominantly forged from cast iron and bronze, employing rather rudimentary techniques. Consequently, their prices are exceedingly affordable. Currently, Chu Feng has only succeeded in developing the first-tier water divine pattern, and thus, his requirements for the prototype are minimal. A mere basic cast iron prototype suffices. However, there is an art to selecting the type of prototype. Weapons differ categorically, each possessing unique characteristics. The sword is the monarch of weapons, harmoniously balancing rigidity and flexibility, allowing for swift and measured strikes. The knife reigns as the emperor among weapons, characterized by its dominance and formidable force. The spear stands as the general of weapons, adept at both distant and close combat, wielded with precision and commanding authority. With a contemplative gaze, Chu Feng pondered which type of prototype to practice upon. Ultimately, he opted for the sword-shaped prototype. On one hand, swords are the most favored weapon, suitable for all ages. On the other hand, the characteristics of the sword align harmoniously with the water divine pattern's fluidity, ensuring optimal synergy. Given Chu Feng's status as a scion of the Chu family, acquiring a standard prototype would be a simple matter. However, possessing integrity, he refrained from such entitlement and chose instead to purchase one externally. Upon reaching the market, Chu Feng made his way directly to the esteemed Zhang's prototype shop. Ah, esteemed guest, are you here to purchase a prototype? Please, come inside. The shopkeeper greeted each patron with fervor as Chu Feng stepped through the threshold. Within the shop, a plethora of prototypes awaited. Spears, knives, swords, hooks, daggers, arrows, nearly every conceivable weapon was available. Beyond weapon prototypes, there were also armors and shields, each a raw form, freshly forged and brought directly here for sale. Most patrons in search of prototypes were divine pattern apprentices, with the occasional appearance of a divine pattern master, who, despite being of the first tier, carried themselves with an air of distinction. I wish to purchase the most basic sword-shaped prototype, Chu Feng informed the shopkeeper behind the counter. Certainly. The most basic prototype is cast iron. A short sword costs 30 copper coins, while a long sword requires 50 copper coins. The quality is absolutely assured, esteemed guest. Feel free to choose. The shopkeeper adeptly led Chu Feng to the shelf displaying the cast iron sword prototypes. Chu Feng weighed the coins in his pouch, which still contained the remnants of a loan from the rotund Chuda. After purchasing books, he was left with only 700 copper coins. The short sword was unsuitable for engraving the water divine pattern. Only a long sword would yield the best results. While the prototypes themselves were inexpensive, the divine weapons they would become were not. Even a first-tier divine weapon longsword commanded a price of 5 silver coins, 100 times that of the prototype. Thus, divine pattern masters enjoyed a lucrative profession, with even first-tier masters attaining considerable wealth. If I were to purchase 34 long swords, could you send someone to assist with delivery? Chu Feng inquired, recognizing his own limitations. A long sword weighed around 14 to 15 pounds, and carrying over 30 would prove unmanageable. If the distance isn't too far, we can certainly assist with delivery to your residence. The shopkeeper replied with a smile. Upon completion of the transaction, he summoned a robust laborer named Ahua. Ahua, please help this young gentleman deliver the prototypes home. The man, possessing a cultivation of the second tier, could manage to carry over 300 pounds, albeit with difficulty, as low-tier warriors held little status in this world. At that moment, Chu Hong, clad in splendid attire, descended from the second floor accompanied by Chu Xingrong, adorned in the white robe of a first-tier divine pattern master. Those allowed on the second floor were esteemed patrons, each transaction exceeding a minimum of 5 silver coins. While the Chu family could forge various prototypes, their capacity to create high-tier ones paled in comparison to the Jiang family. Each family possessed its strengths. The Jiang family excelled in crafting prototypes, while the Chu family had a slight edge in engraving divine patterns. However, the Jiang family, with their astute business acumen, had begun recruiting promising divine pattern apprentices from the wider community to counterbalance their disadvantages. No longer confined to bloodlines, their strategy proved fruitful, yielding numerous divine pattern masters across the 5 elemental patterns: water, wood, metal, fire, and earth. The Jiang family's business thrived, showing signs of overshadowing the Chu family. The Chu family remained fixated on water divine pattern engraving, lacking proficiency in other patterns. Additionally, their insular approach to training only family members resulted in a dearth of capable successors, with only a few first-tier masters struggling to advance beyond their initial tier. Chu Hong, still nursing the humiliation of a past encounter with Chu Feng, bore a deep-seated animosity toward him. His gaze swiftly fell upon Chu Feng, who was purchasing weapon prototypes on the first floor. Encountering an adversary ignited a fierce ire within him. He accelerated his descent. Chu Xingrong followed closely behind. These two held esteemed positions. One, the eldest son of the family, a martial genius. The other, the youngest divine pattern master of the Chu clan. Waste. Why are you not cowering in the confines of the Chu family's abode, but instead parading around here in disgrace? Seeking death, are we? Chu Hong bellowed, his countenance dark with fury as he advanced threateningly toward Chu Feng. Instantly, the attention of all present was drawn to the unfolding drama. Chu Feng slowly turned, meeting the intimidating gaze of Chu Hong, deliberately inspecting the latter's mouth. The injury on Chu Hong's lip was conspicuous, fresh and red, the skin particularly thin. If it were a woman, it would be deemed attractive. On a man, it appeared somewhat grotesque. Ah, I see. It is none other than the eldest young master of the Chu family. I come here to engage in commerce, dressed appropriately, while you, a grown man, flaunt your lips as though adorned with lipstick. Who, then, is truly embarrassing themselves? Let all present render their judgment. Chu Feng was no longer the feeble youth of old, but rather a modern individual of a new era. Should Chu Hong attempt to further humiliate him, he would find himself ill-equipped to succeed. The surrounding patrons and shopkeepers fixated on Chu Hong's mouth, some pointing and laughing, others expressing disdain, while the bolder ones openly ridiculed him. A grown man wearing lipstick, perhaps it is acceptable to do so at home, but to flaunt it publicly? Is it a cry for attention regarding one's peculiar tastes? Utterly revolting. If it were me, I'd plunge into the river to spare myself the shame. Surely this Chu family young master cannot be the rumored broken back or some sort of cross-dresser? The barrage of taunts and insults swiftly overwhelmed Chu Hong. His face flushed crimson as he clamped his hand over his mouth, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. In Tianbing City, he held a respectable standing, but after this debacle instigated by Chu Feng, he would find it difficult to face anyone again. You wretched waste. Next time, I will ensure your demise. Chu Hong had intended to publicly humiliate Chu Feng, but it seemed that even the slightest retort from Chu Feng had stripped him of all dignity. Remaining in this place will only lead to being appreciated as a clown, subjected to further ridicule and scorn. Sheng Rong, ensure that this wretched fool receives a harsh lesson. With that, Chu Hong fled in disgrace, provoking a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. Chu Shinrong, a first-tier rune master clad in the distinguished white robe symbolizing his status, exuded an air of superiority, his face adorned with a haughty expression. Chu Feng, one must possess self-awareness. Even the old master has proclaimed that you are destined to live as a servant. You must accept your fate. To think you cannot even afford a meal yet aspire to purchase books and materials, truly, do you believe you can self-educate? How laughable. Without talent and devoid of a teacher, no matter how diligent your efforts, it would be futile. As he spoke, Chu Xingrong ostentatiously adjusted his rune master's robe, coldly declaring, as a fellow member of the Chu family, if you kneel before me and bow a few times in front of everyone, crawling beneath my legs, I might consider taking you on as an apprentice and teach you the art of rune engraving. What say you? With a mocking smile. He believed that such an enticing offer would compel Chu Feng to comply. After sufficient humiliation, he would reveal that he had no intention of accepting Chu Feng as an apprentice, relishing in the sight of Chu Feng's despair and rage. Subjected to derision and insult like a dog, I cannot abide such self-satisfied, arrogant individuals. Chu Feng retorted, disdain evident in his demeanor, lacking any genuine skill. They merely flaunt their superficiality, boasting before those beneath them. In truth, Chu Feng's proficiency in rune engraving far surpassed that of Chu Shinrong. The question of who would be the apprentice was far from settled. Do you dare to believe I won't have you expelled immediately? Chu Shinrong's face turned ashen with rage, menacingly threatening him. As a valued guest of the Jiang family establishment, he felt an inflated sense of superiority. To him, Chu Feng was merely a beggar, while he was the esteemed guest. To deal with Chu Feng was merely a matter of uttering a command. Expel me? Asked the shop assistants if the manager would agree. Chu Feng replied, his expression one of utter disdain, radiating confidence. All present were customers in the shop, their status is equal. If the Jiang family truly would expel him at Xingrong's behest, their business would never have reached such heights. The commotion had already drawn the attention of the Jiang family's higher-ups. For any business, disturbances within the establishment were detrimental to operations. A fair-skinned young woman with exquisite features, clearly of notable status, commanded respect from the shop assistants, even the manager bowing and scraping in her presence. This young lady was none other than the Jiang family's daughter, inspecting accounts and other matters. Upon observing Chu Feng's remarkable composure in the face of the arrogant first-tier rune master and his profound words, a glimmer of admiration sparkled in her bright eyes. Chapter 16. It is wise to remain humble. Rumors suggested that the younger generation of the Chu family was unremarkable, yet this young man, dressed in simple clothing, proved otherwise. To speak so boldly to a first-tier rune master of the Chu family, he must be one of the esteemed young masters. The Jiang family's daughter, being an unmarried young lady, naturally had to tread carefully, refraining from inquiring about the identity of the plainly dressed yet distinguished young man, lest misunderstandings arise that might tarnish her reputation. Chu Feng, unyielding, represented the vast majority of the disadvantaged present. His stance inspired applause and cheers from the crowd. Chu Xingrong, accustomed to being treated as a figure of prestige, had never before faced such public scorn. Angered, he bared his teeth, snapping at the shop manager, Lu. I am a distinguished guest of Zhang's establishment, and I demand you expel him immediately. Lu, a middle-aged man with a plump figure, wore a troubled expression. With a forced smile, he replied, Young Master Chu, I cannot comply with that request. As you stated, you are all customers of Jiang's establishment. We have no principle of expelling customers. Such actions would severely damage the reputation of Jiang's establishment, even if a second-tier rune master were present. The Jiang family would have to deliberate carefully. Chu Xinrong, brimming with confidence, expected Jiang's establishment to support him, only to be met with rejection. His countenance darkened. In the eyes of many, he could not even manage the lowest servant of the Chu family, a situation that left him utterly humiliated. How dare you deny me such trivial assistance? Lu, you are quite unreasonable. He struggled to suppress his fury, proclaiming, if you expel him today, I will offer a 10% discount on all the divine weapons I sell to your establishment from now on. Chu Xinrong suddenly realized that the leverage he thought he possessed was not as formidable as he had imagined. I am truly sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Lu reiterated his refusal. Laughter and ridicule echoed throughout the room. Was being a first-tier rune master truly so exalted that one could disregard ordinary customers? Now, having faced a setback, he found himself ridiculed, losing face in front of all. You should consider carefully, Lu. Offending me means offending the entire Chu family. Can you bear that burden? In a fit of anger and humiliation, Chu Xinrong resorted to boasting of his status as a rune master. As a first-tier rune master, his clout was insufficient, forcing him to embellish his prospects of becoming a second-tier rune master in the future. The room fell silent, all eyes on the shop manager. Glancing at Chu Xinrong with an air of trepidation, the Chu family was a colossal presence in Tianbing City, wielding considerable influence, and Chu Xinrong represented them. Thus nobody dared to belittle him. Lu's face shifted between expressions. As merely a manager, he lacked the authority to make such significant decisions. I cannot comply with such unreasonable demands. You may leave. The cool, melodious voice struck Chu Xinrong like an invisible slap, drawing the attention of all to the young woman beside Lu. Who are you? A mere girl dares to interject. Chu Xinrong was momentarily taken aback, then turned his imposing demeanor towards the young lady, demanding sharply, who I am is irrelevant. What I say holds weight in Zhang's establishment. The girl regarded Chu Xinrong with disdain, perceiving his character as one who abuses his perceived power. Despite her youth, she exhibited an air of confidence and poise. The onlookers began to speculate about her identity. How bold! Chu Xinrong, facing a string of misfortunes today, could only simmer with fury at this affront. Did he truly believe a mere girl could dictate terms within the Jiang family establishment? In his eyes, the bold young lady, dressed plainly, was likely just a shopkeeper with some connections. Chu Xinrong, brimming with arrogance, directed a scornful glance at the manager. Ensure you control your subordinates so they understand their place. Lu was drenched in cold sweat. What a preposterous request. How could he, a mere manager, discipline the daughter of the Jiang family? If Lu were a department manager, then Jiang Ying was the general manager, and the daughter of the chairman to boot. Would a department manager dare to meddle in the affairs of the general manager? Master Chu, please be cautious with your words. She is the daughter of the Jiang family. Can you truly afford to disregard her authority? Lu, no longer silent, hastily affirmed his loyalty to Jiang Ying, defending her dignity. The young miss of the Jiang family, despite her tender age, possesses a remarkable intellect and exceptional capabilities. Her decisive and efficient manner of conducting affairs has led to the dismissal of numerous stewards and managers. Even the divine inscription masters know that if they commit a grave error, she shows no mercy. Within the Jiang household, no one is unafraid of her. This young lady, indeed, is none other than Jiang family's Miss Chu Xinrong, whose countenance was struck by shock, as if struck by lightning. He could perceive countless mocking gazes fixed upon him, accompanied by sporadic murmurs of derision and laughter. Chu Xinrong felt utterly humiliated, even more so than Chu Hong. Humph, worthless fool, do not revel in your fortune just yet. Chu Xinrong attributed all of today's humiliation to Chu Feng, believing that his disgrace was solely due to him. One should maintain a low profile, he mused. But Chu Feng was unfazed by Chu Xinrong's threats. He harbored absolute confidence that he would soon surpass her. After investing over half a month in arduous calculations and research, he had successfully developed a first-tier water divine inscription, the effects of which were destined to be astonishing. Chu Xinrong was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Unable to best Chu Feng, she only succeeded in rendering herself a laughingstock. With a venomous glare directed at Chu Feng, she flounced away. Chu Feng offered a respectful gesture of thanks to the young miss of the Jiang family before departing the Jiangji shop alongside the laborer, Ahua. Today had indeed been exhilarating, delivering resounding slaps to both Chu Hong and Chu Xinrong. On the way home, numerous servants, as well as the young masters and misses of the Chu family, pointed and laughed at him. Chapter 17. Inscribing divine weapons disregarding the ridicule of others. Chu Feng remained resolute. He was busy acquiring books on divine inscription and purchasing weapon blanks, a pursuit that had already spread throughout the entire Chu family. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Chu Feng's failures. Failure is the mother of success. If you persist, I am certain you will achieve success. The young masters and misses of the Chu family received monthly allowances akin to pocket money. Chu Daping, as the sixth young master, received a decent monthly allowance of 1 silver coin, equivalent to 1,000 coins. Chu Hong, Chu Shingrong, and others received even more. Chu Feng and his mother, lacking any official standing, received no allowance at all, merely some rations each month to stave off starvation. While others mocked him, only Chu Daping tirelessly supported him. This bond of friendship was deeply etched in Chu Feng's heart. Daping, you are the best brother I could ever have, bar none. Chu Feng expressed earnestly. Once he became a first-tier divine inscription master, he would possess the ability to return the favor to Daping. Ah, I love to hear that. Even if it is a bit mushy. Who can blame me for finding you charming? Chu Daping replied with a silly grin, clearly delighted. While it is easy to sketch on paper, inscribing on a weapon blank presents a challenge that is exponentially greater. Why is this the case? Because inscribing on paper is not significantly different from regular writing. However, inscribing on a weapon requires far greater precision. One must understand that symbols demand a specific essence. Weapons, being instruments of death, carry a heavier aura of malice. This undoubtedly impacts one's mental state. Furthermore, when inscribing divine inscriptions, every stroke must be flawless. During the process, if one's mind is affected by the weapon's malice, even the slightest tremor can lead to ruin. Additionally, the hardness and smoothness of the weapon's material complicate the inscribing process, making it easy for the tool to slip. Beyond that, merely wielding the engraving knife is insufficient. One must also channel their battle soul to synchronize with the engraving. This concept embodies the principle of harmonizing the internal and external, achieving a balance of both. The engraving knife can only mark the surface of the weapon, while the battle soul can inscribe the very essence of the weapon, or more esoterically, its soul. Only through this dual approach can a successful divine inscription transform an ordinary weapon into a divine one, endowing it with formidable power and unique abilities. Theoretical understanding is simple. Practical execution is fraught with difficulty. Chu Feng centered his focus, holding the engraving knife with determination, securing the long sword upon the table. He then summoned his divine pin battle soul, carefully guiding it to meld with the engraving knife. The knife vibrated slightly, emanating a faint purple light, a sign that only a superior battle soul could manifest. With meticulous precision, Chu Feng began to engrave the first-tier water divine inscription onto the sword. Each stroke executed with utmost caution, as if a mountain were poised atop him. A single misstep would ruin the sword. Alas, my martial prowess is too weak. My strength insufficient, leading to instability. With my current power, I can barely manage to inscribe a first-tier divine inscription. Chu Feng sighed inwardly, his desire to earn money growing more fervent. The weapon blanks required for second-tier divine inscriptions demanded higher quality and greater resilience. The force necessary for inscribing was naturally greater. With Chu Feng's current strength, he could likely leave only a faint white mark. Wealth, companions, techniques, and territory are the 4 essential elements of martial cultivation, with wealth occupying the foremost position. Only with sufficient funds can one secure a worthy companion. Otherwise, why would a remarkable and beautiful girl choose to be with you? With wealth, one can procure various elixirs, spiritual liquids, and other resources for cultivation, rapidly elevating one's abilities. This pertains to technique. As for territory, many assume it refers to land, which is partially correct. In truth, it signifies status and power. With authority and standing, one can command others to act on their behalf. Should one require elixirs or rare treasures, they can simply direct others to procure them. If one desires a certain paradise, they can command its acquisition. Thus, the adage "the poor excel in culture, while the rich excel in martial prowess" holds true. To cultivate successfully, one cannot escape the necessity of wealth, for it is a costly endeavor. Chu Feng grit his teeth, diligently honing his divine inscription techniques, learning from each failure, and gathering valuable experience to forge ahead. The harsh reality struck him when purchasing weapon blanks. He had initially hoped to acquire 34 longsword blanks, expecting at least 3 or 4 successful inscriptions. However, after half a month of meticulous efforts and employing various strategies to enhance his success rate, he faced continuous failures. All 33 long swords had been unsuccessful, leaving him with only one last opportunity. This is my final chance if I fail again. I may need to wait until Da Peng receives his allowance to borrow money for more blanks. At this moment, Chu Feng finally comprehended why divine inscription masters were so scarce. The number of divine inscription apprentices was staggering, yet those who could successfully inscribe a first-tier divine inscription were exceedingly rare. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng refrained from immediately attempting his last opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, the night had deepened into silence. With no inclination for sleep, he lit his lamp and began inscribing the final long sword blank. This time, whether due to the tranquility of the night or the culmination of countless experiences, Chu Feng felt as if divine assistance guided him. He completed the final stroke without a single error. As he inscribed the last mark, the once ordinary long sword erupted into a brilliant azure light. The entire sword underwent a dramatic transformation, as if a vast autumn stream rippled within its blade. It was no longer a mere common weapon but had ascended to the status of a first-tier divine weapon. With a long exhale, Chu Feng released a breath of relief, his visage radiating with uncontainable joy. At last, he had succeeded. After countless days and nights of effort, enduring an unending barrage of mockery and scorn, he had finally self-taught himself, successfully inscribing his first masterpiece. The elation of success washed away his fatigue and hardships, leaving him enveloped in happiness. I must share this wonderful news with my mother. Let her know that her son is not a failure and can achieve greatness. Soon, we can move out of this meager dwelling into a spacious and bright home, where we can enjoy meat daily. In that moment, Chu Feng resembled a lottery winner. With a promising future unfolding before him, he was contemplating future developments, dreaming of a splendid tomorrow. Chapter 18. The Astonished Fellow. Wasn't Chu Xingrong arrogant? Didn't he pride himself as the foremost genius of the Chu family in the realm of divine inscriptions? Soon enough, I shall make him understand the allure of the blooming flowers. The crafting of a divine weapon demands a significant toll on one's soul power. For these past few days, Chu Feng had nearly been in a state of soul power depletion. He presumed his mother was in a deep slumber, and it was not the opportune moment to disturb her. Once the excitement faded, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and he succumbed to a deep sleep on his bed. This was the most restful night he had experienced since his reincarnation into this world. Perhaps it was due to the sudden alleviation of the pressures weighing on his heart that he dreamt of the enchanting beauty, Morong Shui. The two were intertwined in the dream, and a wave of exhilaration coursed through Chu Feng. Upon waking in the morning, he found the sheets and his trousers dampened. At his age, it was clear he had not wet the bed. It was merely a nocturnal emission. Even after awakening, the splendor of the dream lingered, leaving him in a state of sweet delight, yet tinged with a sense of loss. Morong Shui was the daughter of the city lord of Heavenly Soldier City, a martial arts prodigy of noble lineage, both talented and beautiful. Chu Feng was merely a lowly figure from the bottom rung of the Chu family, far from her reach. Last time, she had summoned Chu Feng to meet her in 3 days, but he had failed to appear. His primary concern was that in a fit of impulse, Morong Shui might harm him or even take his life. Morong Shui had been residing with the Chu family, learning divine inscription crafting from Chu Feng's grandfather. Yet she had not sought to trouble Chu Feng. However, the matter from last time was surely not over. She would eventually find him. Chu Feng's resolve was simple. He needed at least a modicum of self-defense capability before facing her. It would be unjust to be slain by her. Upon rising, the first thought that crossed Chu Feng's mind was to sell the divine weapon. A first-tier divine weapon, particularly a longsword, should fetch at least 5 silver coins without issue. Chu Feng was determined not to sell it to the Chu family. Otherwise, if Chu Hong and the others discovered it, they would accuse him of theft. Not only would he miss out on the money, but he might also end up receiving a beating. He found an old tunic riddled with holes, wrapped the longsword securely, and set out. "Fenger, breakfast will be ready shortly. Eat before you head out." Chu Feng's mother was busy at the stove, and upon seeing her son awake, she promptly called to him. He was acutely aware of his insufficient strength and lack of standing. If Chu Hong found out he had crafted a first-tier divine weapon, he would undoubtedly come to seize it. Chu Feng understood the principle of harboring guilt. Why is this child going out without eating? His mother chided him lightly as she continued frying pancakes. She had observed Chu Feng's recent obsession with divine inscription crafting, neglecting his health, and was worried about his well-being. Thus, she made a painful decision to pawn her only bracelet to buy a bag of flour. For Chu Hong and his ilk, flour was a staple food, consumed in abundance. Yet for Chu Feng and his mother, it was akin to a rare delicacy. In this world, A mother's love is the most profound. Chu Feng soon arrived at the Jiang's shop, choosing to sell the divine weapon to the Jiang family due to their perceived reliability from past dealings. Upon entering the shop, the attendant immediately recognized Chu Feng. However, the look in his eyes was not one of respect, but rather one of pity. Last time, Chu Xingrong had publicly exposed Chu Feng's background, revealing that he had been cast aside by the Chu family and was self-studying. It was a rare feat to self-learn divine inscription crafting, and there had been no known success stories. "Are you here to buy a sword blank again, young Master Chu?" The attendant asked with a smile. Business was business, and the prospect of profit made him display a cheerful demeanor. It was a rule set by the Jiang's shop to greet every customer with a smile. "No, I am here to sell a divine weapon," Chu Feng declared as he ascended the stairs to the second floor. "Hey, young Master Chu, the second floor is reserved for esteemed guests only. Otherwise, the shopkeeper will be displeased and reprimand us." The attendant hurriedly blocked his path, utterly skeptical that Chu Feng possessed a divine weapon for sale. What a joke. Divine weapons were not easily acquired. "I shall say it once more. I am here to sell a divine weapon." Faced with the attendant's disbelief, Chu Feng, feeling helpless, unwrapped the cloth concealing the longsword. Immediately, a dazzling azure light emanated, nearly blinding the attendant's eyes. "There truly is a divine weapon." The attendant's eyes widened in disbelief. He instinctively stepped aside and then suddenly trembled, as if possessed, shaking uncontrollably. Even after Chu Feng had left, he continued to mutter to himself, "How could this be possible?" He actually self-learned and succeeded in crafting a divine weapon. That day, the sword blank had been sold to Chu Feng by none other than him, leaving a lasting impression. Upon seeing the unique Jiang sword blank insignia on the divine weapon, he could ascertain with absolute certainty that the divine weapon in Chu Feng's hands was indeed one of the sword blanks sold to him half a month prior. Thus, he deduced that this divine weapon must have been crafted by Chu Feng himself. Remembering that day, when everyone, including himself, had doubted Chu Feng and even mocked him, the attendant felt a burning shame on his face. Deep within, he was profoundly inspired. It turned out that through hard work and effort, one could indeed achieve success and self-learn. A salted fish, devoid of dreams, is destined to remain a salted fish for a lifetime. However, with aspirations, one might have the chance to turn their fate around. The attendant clenched his fists in excitement, already formulating a bold idea in his mind. He decided to take Chu Feng as a role model, vowing to set a goal for himself and not remain a mere attendant for eternity. Meanwhile, as Chu Feng ascended to the second floor, the shopkeeper Lu also recognized him at once. "Young Master Chu, are you here for something on the second floor?" Lu's attitude towards Chu Feng was not particularly warm, as he was preoccupied with thoughts about how the attendant below was managing things. Allowing a pauper to ascend to the second floor, "I am here to sell a divine weapon," Chu Feng stated, unwrapping the cloth covering the longsword and placing it on the table. It was merely a first-tier divine weapon, and he was not afraid of the Jiang family resorting to underhanded tactics. "Oh, let me take a look." Lu's eyes lit up as he picked up the divine weapon, examining it closely, caressing it, even placing it into a testing slot for evaluation. One end of the slot was embedded with an extraordinarily precious elemental stone. Once the divine weapon was inserted, a trickle of energy surged from the elemental stone into the divine weapon. The energy within the elemental stone was akin to the essence cultivated by martial artists. The quality of a divine weapon is assessed through various criteria, with the most crucial being the efficiency of energy conversion and the effects of the divine inscriptions. Lu focused intently on the scale of the testing slot. Chapter 19. This must be the masterpiece of old Master Chu. As the energy from the elemental stone flowed into the divine weapon, the water divine inscription etched by Chu Feng became vividly clear, resembling intricate veins. The energy flowed smoothly, with only a minimal portion escaping from the blade. Dissipating into the air, this represented energy loss. As it reached the tip of the longsword, it manifested as a pale blue sword light, extending over 2 inches. This energy conversion efficiency is astonishing. Lu's face was alight with joy. Acquiring a top-tier divine weapon meant greater profits for him. Moreover, it would significantly enhance his performance metrics. Evaluating the conversion efficiency of a divine weapon is quite straightforward. By injecting an equal amount of energy or utilizing a specialized testing slot to infuse a specific quantity of elemental stone energy, one can observe the length of the sword or spear light produced. In practical usage, the longer and more solid the sword light, the more formidable the weapon's might. An ordinary first-tier divine weapon achieving a half-inch sword light is deemed acceptable, while 1 inch qualifies as high quality. As for 2 inches, Liu had been a shopkeeper for many years, having handled thousands of first-tier divine weapons, yet he had never encountered such an exceptional specimen. After assessing the energy conversion efficiency, the next step was to examine the characteristics and effects of the divine inscriptions. The first-level divine inscription cannot possess any extraordinary offensive capabilities. However, it certainly has its own unique characteristics. For instance, the water divine inscription can significantly enhance the flexibility of the sword's blade, making it less prone to breaking. Master Liu activated the mechanism of the slot, forcibly bending the sword. Generally speaking, a divine weapon inscribed with a first-level water divine inscription would be considered remarkable if it could bend to a 90-degree angle without breaking. Yet, the divine weapon inscribed by Chu Feng remarkably bent to less than 30 degrees before emitting a resonant sound. This merely indicated that it had reached its bending limit, not its ultimate threshold. Naturally, Master Liu only intended to test its performance and would not risk bending it to a smaller angle. For damaging a divine weapon would necessitate compensation at full value. This divine weapon must surely be the masterpiece crafted by your esteemed grandfather from the Chu family. Master Liu remarked with a broad smile, unable to suppress his delight. He certainly did not believe that this divine weapon was the handiwork of Chu Feng. Among the Chu family, only the elder Chu had attained exceptional skill in the realm of water divine inscriptions. Within the entire heavenly soldier city, no one surpassed the elder Chu in this field. Whose creation it is matters not. I am merely curious about its selling price, Chu Feng mused, surprised by the exceptional quality of the divine weapon he had crafted. Given its far superior quality compared to typical first-level divine weapons, it would naturally command a higher price. Master Liu scrutinized Chu Feng intently, refraining from further inquiries. As Chu Feng had stated, the creator's identity was irrelevant as long as the transaction could be completed. Securing the acquisition of this exquisite first-level divine weapon would yield Master Liu significant profits. If Chu Feng were merely a naive youth, he would undoubtedly agree immediately. Given the potential to earn an additional half-silver coin, equating to a substantial sum of 1,500 copper coins. However, Chu Feng, having traversed from modern Earth, was quite astute. He would not be so foolish as to sell gold for scrap iron. From Chu Feng's understanding, first-level exquisite divine weapons typically qualified for auction, where competitive bidding could easily double their price, with the possibility of selling for 4 to 5 times the price of an ordinary first-level divine weapon. Since Master Liu lacked sincerity, Chu Feng decided to explore other options. He was well aware that Heavenly Soldier City housed numerous weapon shops, all competing fiercely. Had he not been short on funds for the auction fees, he could have directly taken the weapon to auction. Of course, the most convenient and safest method remained selling to Zhang's shop. Master Liu, now flustered, realized that this young man was no fool and was not easily swayed. Please, Master Chu, do not rush. The price is negotiable. Master Liu implored, beckoning Chu Feng to take a seat as he warmly offered him the finest Longjing tea. These business people were quite pragmatic. Please, Master Chu, have a seat. Master Liu beamed, his demeanor a stark contrast to the icy reception Chu Feng had initially received when he entered, where Master Liu had even scolded his subordinates for allowing a penniless individual in. Now, Chu Feng had become the source of Master Liu's fortunes, prompting an attitude akin to a son attending to his father, making it difficult for Chu Feng to refuse. A charming maid entered, setting down a tea tray. Casting a coy glance at Chu Feng before sweetly offering, Master Chu, please enjoy your tea. To be treated with such regard, as evidenced by the Longjing tea, indicated that this guest was of substantial importance. Even a first-level divine inscription master from the Chu family would not receive such treatment, typically being offered only a standard green tea. Thank you. Chu Feng smiled and nodded slightly, noticing a hint of flirtation in the maid's eyes. If he continued to visit and enjoy this high level of hospitality, it was likely that a mere beckoning of his finger would result in her willingly seeking his embrace. After serving tea to Master Liu, the maid shot Chu Feng a shy smile before elegantly departing, her waist swaying enticingly. Maidens of her station often aspired to marry someone of higher status. Had she known Chu Feng was merely an illegitimate son of the Chu family, lacking even the title of young master, she might not have exerted herself so to entice him. Why not share your intended price, Master Chu? Master Liu inquired, sipping his fragrant tea with a smile. I must admit, I am not in a position to set a price. If I were to ask for 3 gold coins or even more, would you, Master Liu, be willing to pay? Chu Feng, unfamiliar with market dynamics, refrained from haphazardly naming a price. Specializations exist within every field. It was up to Master Lu to determine the price. If it was suitable, he would sell. If not, he would inquire elsewhere, selling to the highest bidder. After a moment's contemplation, Master Lu gritted his teeth and declared, 1 gold coin. The price cannot be higher. This offer was already more than double the price of a typical first-level divine weapon, qualifying as a considerable sum. Chu Feng was elated, never having anticipated that his crafted first-level divine weapon would be worth so much. However, he discerned from Master Lu's gaze that there remained room for negotiation. Even a few extra silver coins would be advantageous, especially since he was currently broke and owed Chu Depeng 2.5 silver coins. Expenses for purchasing sword blanks, renting a place, and improving his meals all required funds. Add 5 silver coins, and I shall sell, Chu Feng boldly demanded, setting a steep price. He had realized that Master Lu was quite eager to acquire the divine weapon. Upon hearing Chu Feng's demand, Master Lu's face fell, lamenting, "Oh, Master Chu, your price is exorbitant. While it is indeed exceptional, it has its flaws and is merely a first-level divine weapon. At this price, I would incur significant losses. It is too high. I cannot accept it." Master Lu shook his head repeatedly, his eyes fixated on the divine weapon in Chu Feng's possession. Ultimately, after a round of haggling, they settled on a price of 1 gold coin plus 3 silver coins. Both parties were satisfied. For Chu Feng, this marked the first time he had ever possessed gold coins. The weight of the coin in his hand was substantial. 1 gold coin equated to a staggering 10,000 copper coins. After deducting expenses, he had made a net profit of 1 gold coin for a little over a month's effort. Truly, life in this alternate realm was considerably easier, which explained why so many yearned to traverse dimensions. With the experience of successfully inscribing his first divine weapon, his future success rate would undoubtedly increase, and his profits would continue to grow. Master Lu, I take my leave. Chu Feng, filled with joy from his hard-earned sum, began to ponder how best to spend it. Won't you stay a little longer? Allow me to see you off, Master Chu. Master Lu's attitude had undergone a dramatic transformation, becoming exceedingly warm and friendly. He persisted in probing, "Your esteemed grandfather must have achieved the 3rd-level inscription master realm to inscribe such a flawless first-level water divine inscription, correct?" Chu Feng responded with a non-committal smile, "Perhaps." Upon reaching the 1st floor, the guests and attendants gazed at Chu Feng with astonishment, their eyes reflecting envy and respect. To have Master Lu personally see him off suggested that the divine weapon he had sold was indeed extraordinary. Rather than departing immediately, Chu Feng approached the counter selling sword blanks, where the attendant who had previously obstructed his ascent awaited. This attendant had sold him the sword blank during his last visit. Witnessing Master Lu accompany Chu Feng, the attendant's shock was palpable. He had just witnessed the emergence of a divine inscription master. "Greetings, Master Chu." "Greetings, Master Lu." The attendant greeted them with a respectful bow. "Please deliver 100 long sword blanks to the Chu family. Here is the payment." Chu Feng felt a pang of regret as he spent the freshly acquired gold coin. Each long sword blank cost 50 copper coins, totaling 5,000 copper coins for 100, equivalent to 5 silver coins. The attendant stared blankly at the gold coin presented by Chu Feng. This was a gold coin. Could it be that young Master Chu sold a first-tier divine weapon for a single gold coin? The attendant, still in a daze after accepting the payment, was met with discontent from Manager Lu. "What is wrong with you? Do you not know how to make money? If you offend young Master Chu, and he decides to sell such exquisite divine weapons elsewhere, the Jiang family will suffer greatly." The competition among the divine weapon shops in Heavenly Soldier City was fierce. Such high-quality divine weapons were exceedingly desirable. If they could sell even one every few days, it would undoubtedly enhance the Jiang family's reputation and attract a plethora of quality clientele. "Xiaochen, be more efficient. Quickly find young Master Chu's payment and send the sword mold to his residence." Manager Lu admonished with a fierce glare. Xiao Chun, startled, hastily apologized to Chu Feng, efficiently retrieved the money, and summoned laborers from the shop to carry the sword mold to the Chu residence. Last time, only 1 laborer was needed, but this time 2 were summoned. "Manager, I take my leave." Chu Feng clasped his hands in farewell, departing with 2 laborers in tow. Today was a day of great prestige for him. Chu Feng could sense the jealousy and respect in the gazes directed at him. Xiaochen, watching Chu Feng leave, felt a desire to rise above his current station and no longer wished to be a mere lowly attendant. Seizing a chance to prove himself, he approached Manager Lu with a smile. "Manager, I have discovered a secret. Should I share it?" Manager Lu, who had just acquired an exquisite divine weapon and was preparing to report to Miss Jiang, was displeased by the attendant's theatrics. "Spit it out quickly. I am busy." Xiao Chen leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "The Chu family has a new divine inscription master." "Is that even a secret?" "The Jiang family has over 10 divine inscription masters. Now get back to work and stop slacking," Manager Lu exclaimed, smacking Xiao Chen on the back of the head, prompting stifled laughter from the other attendants. Undeterred, Xiao Chen leaned in again and whispered, "I am referring to that young Master Chu from earlier. The divine weapon he just sold must have been inscribed by him personally." Manager Lu had been wondering who had inscribed this exquisite divine weapon. Initially thinking it was Old Master Chu, he speculated that Old Master Chu had likely advanced to a third-tier divine inscription master. If that were true, it would spell trouble for the Jiang family, causing a significant upheaval. After all, Old Master Chu is quite renowned, and even the city lord's daughter was studying divine inscription under him. Half a month ago, he purchased 34 sword molds from me. Each of our sword molds is numbered, and I remember them clearly. The divine weapon he sold today uses one of those molds, Xiao Chen asserted, quickly producing a small notebook filled with meticulous records of which customers bought how many sword molds, complete with their respective numbers. This demonstrated his diligence in his duties. Additionally, there was the incident where Master Chu Shinrong publicly humiliated young Master Chu, mocking him for aspiring to self-learn. As Xiao Chen spoke, Manager Lu's eyes brightened. He released Xiao Chen and examined the notebook's records, verifying them against the code on the exquisite divine weapon, finding them to match perfectly. "You have done well. Keep up the good work, and I will personally recommend you to Miss Jiang for the position of countermanager on the first floor." Manager Lu praised Xiao Chen before excitedly taking the exquisite divine weapon to report to Miss Jiang. Chapter 21. Taking money without working. Xiao Chen felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. He had just taken Chu Feng as a role model, and with a little effort, his fate had dramatically changed. His confidence surged, and he clenched his fists in excitement, his heart soaring with joy. "Young Master Chu, you are my benefactor." The other attendants, who had previously mocked Xiao Chen, were now left dumbfounded. However, they quickly regained their composure and rushed to congratulate him, hoping to cultivate a friendship. There were 4 counter-managers on the first floor, each overseeing their respective sections, wielding considerable power. By establishing a rapport with Xiao Chen, they could expect some favor in the future. As for moving, they needed to secure a new place first. It was not something that could be rushed. The Chu family's relatives and servants looked on, astonished, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. "Wait, isn't that the useless Chu Feng? How did he suddenly become so impressive?" They couldn't help but feel envious as they watched him purchase a large piece of fresh meat and 2 bundles of sword molds, wondering if he had stumbled upon a gold coin. Despite their jealousy, they could only watch in silence, swallowing their envy. Chu Feng, disregarding their astonished and envious expressions, made his way toward his humble abode. Before he reached the door, he overheard a commotion inside. Could it be that some insolent servant has come to bully my mother again? Anger surged within him as he drew a long sword from the laborer's grasp and stormed inside. Inside, he found his mother kneeling on the ground, pleading with a gaunt man. Behind him stood 2 Chu family servants. Chu Feng recognized the gaunt man as Chu Lingxi, the stable manager responsible for all the horses and carriages of the Chu family. "Mother, please get up. Why are you begging them?" Chu Feng quickly helped his mother to her feet, glaring at Chu Lingxi and the others. "Chu Lingxi, you better leave my house at once. What are you doing here? Brat, you should hold your tongue before the stable manager. Just because you killed a Pu Chong does not give you the right to act tough in the Chu family." Chu Lingxi, though merely a stable hand, felt a sense of superiority over Chu Feng, who was just a horse servant. "I am here to inform you that starting tomorrow, you must report to the stables for work. Given your attitude, I will make sure to assign you the dirtiest tasks, like cleaning up horse manure and washing the stables." Chu Lingxi sneered, his gaze towards Chu Feng filled with malice. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's mother panicked. Breaking free from her son's support, she pleaded, "Stable manager, please show mercy. Do not hold a child accountable. I apologize on his behalf. I only ask that you spare him. Now you seek to appease the stable manager? It is too late." Chu Lingxi scoffed, utterly unmoved. Chu Feng's mother gritted her teeth, pulling out a money pouch from her robe, trembling as she handed it over. "Stable manager, please, for the sake of my son's youth, let him off this time. Here is some money. Please take it and buy yourself a drink." The money she presented had been obtained by pawning her bracelet. Besides buying flour to nourish Chu Feng, she could barely afford new shoes. But now she had no choice but to offer it all to the wolf, Chu Lingxi. "Oh, you poor woman, you still have money?" Chu Lingxi snatched the money pouch. opening it to reveal its contents, a broad grin splitting his face, exposing his blackened teeth. Considering you are still sensible, I will arrange for your son to have a cleaner job. He will fetch water tomorrow morning and fill all the troughs in the stables. This was a case of taking money without intending to do any work. Chu Feng's mother's face paled in shock and anger. Why must my son do the work? He is not yet even 16. According to the Chu family rules, he should not have to work. Chu Feng was still a month shy of his 16th birthday and had never drawn a salary from the Chu family. Thus he was exempt from labor according to their rules. Enough with the nonsense. I am telling you this is the decision of the young master and Master Chu Xingrong. If he does not show up tomorrow, prepare to leave the Chu family. Chu Lingshi's expression hardened, his tone menacing. Mother, there is no need to plead with him. If we must move, then let us move. I do not wish to remain in the Chu family. Chu Feng has now acquired the ability to earn a living. Would he still fear the absence of shelter? With ambition, he should leave immediately. Chu Lings declared coldly, arms crossed. If the Chu family were to learn that Chu Feng had already become a first-tier glyph master, and that the divine weapon he crafted was of the highest quality, they would surely regret their actions. Glyph masters are the most precious talents, the economic lifeblood of a family. 100 Chu Lings would not compare to a single Chu Feng. Yet, she recklessly expelled him from the Chu family. Fenger, don't act impulsively. Where will we live if we leave? Chu's mother, being a woman of the household, immediately panicked upon hearing the news of their expulsion from the Chu family. Though they faced bullying within the family, at least they had a place to stay and received a bag of coarse grain each month. If they were to leave, they would become wandering beggars. Even if we have to sleep in a bridge tunnel or on the streets, it would be far better than enduring this humiliation. Rest assured. Mother, I have grown up and can provide for you. Chu Feng reassured, urging his mother to begin packing their belongings. At that moment, Chu Lings noticed that Chu Feng was carrying a large piece of fresh meat, weighing no less than 4 or 5 pounds. Illegitimate child, where did you get this meat? Chu Lings asked, swallowing hard, her tone suspicious. Chu Steward is asking you a question. Speak quickly, where did you get this meat? A servant behind Chu Steward barked at Chu Feng, eager to impress his superior. Since this useless young man was about to be cast out, he felt emboldened to offend him. Chu Feng licked his dry lips, fixating on the servant. You dare to be arrogant in front of me. Even at the first level of body refinement? You might as well be the second Pu Chang. Under Chu Feng's menacing gaze, the servant instantly cowered, retreating behind Chu Steward and stammering, what do you want? Don't act recklessly. Chu Steward did not regard Chu Feng as a threat. Not far outside, Chu Hong wore a cold smile, watching the scene unfold. Just an illegitimate child daring to oppose me. Seeking death. Oddly enough, how did this fellow acquire money to buy meat and a sword mold? After all, once Chu Feng and his mother were expelled from the Chu family, wouldn't he be ripe for slaughter? Perhaps if he were to eliminate Chu Feng, he could profit handsomely. Chapter 22. If not now, next time. Doubling in the study where the head of the Chu family resided, Chu Depeng burst in, drenched in sweat. No manners. The head frowned, displeasure evident on his face. Thud. Chu Depeng knelt on the ground. Father, please save Feng Ge and his mother. Chu Lings, under Chu Hong's orders, was bringing people to force Feng Ge into servitude. Chu Depeng pleaded anxiously. The head's expression softened slightly as he closed his eyes in contemplation, sighing. Chu Feng defied the old master a few days ago, and he was already a servant. There is little I can do. Although he held the title of family head, he was not free to act at will. Moreover, the old master was exceedingly domineering, wielding absolute authority. The head's first wife was formidable as well, her family holding significant power. If matters escalated, the head would find himself overwhelmed. Seeing that the head would not intervene, Chu Depeng grew frantic. Father, there is a secret I must reveal. Feng Ge has already acquired a battle spirit, and it is a top-tier one. Crack. The pin in the head's hand snapped from excitement. Usually composed and inscrutable, he sprang to his feet in exhilaration. Is what you say true? Chu Feng is of my blood. For years, I have felt guilty towards him and his mother, desiring to care for them, but fearing the jealousy of the first wife, which could lead to harm against them. Thus, I have remained indifferent, even as they were oppressed by servants. Chu Depeng felt compelled to reveal this secret to aid Chu Feng. His decision proved wise, as the head's attitude shifted dramatically upon learning of Chu Feng's battle spirit. A purple battle spirit undoubtedly indicates a top-tier spirit. That young man is truly impressive. A smile of delight graced the head's face as he felt joy for Chu Feng. With a battle spirit, he would no longer need to perform menial tasks. I must carefully strategize to restore Feng's name, the head thought, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. Although soul masters hold considerable status, to restore Chu Feng's name and elevate him from being an illegitimate child to a legitimate young master of the Chu family, his mother must also be recognized. This means he would need to take Chu Feng's mother as a concubine. The first wife would undoubtedly resist this notion, and persuading the old master would require tactful planning. If Feng could further advance to become a glyph master, the process would be much simpler. The head sighed heavily. Alas, becoming a glyph master is exceedingly challenging. With so many members in the Chu family, only 7 have achieved such a status to date, illustrating the difficulty involved. Chu Feng's defiance of the old master and his desire for self-improvement would increase the challenge exponentially. I cannot intervene personally. I will send Steward Qin to accompany you. The head decided after a moment's reflection. Summon Steward Qin. He commanded the attendant outside. Soon, Steward Qin entered. Greetings, esteemed master and young master. He bowed respectfully. Steward Qin, I need you to visit Chu Feng's residence and ensure his safety. If anyone obstructs you, take Chu Feng to the Soul Hall for a public battle spirit test. The head instructed with authority. A battle spirit test? Does that mean Chu Feng has acquired a battle spirit? Steward Qin, astute as he was, immediately deduced the truth. His heart raced. Could it be that this useless young man has been possessed by a deity? A battle spirit is coveted by many, something few can ever attain. In the modest dwelling where Chu Feng resided, the atmosphere was tense. Just as Chu Steward prepared to unleash a beating upon Chu Feng, a cold and commanding voice rang out. Stop! Steward Qin and Chu Depang arrived simultaneously. Chu Steward trembled slightly, instantly withdrawing, and bowed to Steward Qin, exclaiming, I greet Steward Qin. He had come to confront Chu Feng with the backing of the young master, Chu Hong, and the support of the first wife. So he felt fearless. Steward, this Chu Feng and his mother are living off the Chu family's resources, indulging in laziness. Recently, the stables have been understaffed, and I intended to have him work there to correct his idle habits. To my surprise, this boy was utterly insolent and dared to confront me. Chu Steward, the villain, first voiced grievances against Chu Feng. Understaffed stables? If I recall correctly, there are 6 stable servants, including you, with only a few horses to tend. Are you unable to manage? Steward Qin, who oversaw all matters of the Chu family, held a high position. Though Chu Lynx was a steward by blood, she was still subject to his authority. Attempting to outmaneuver him was a futile endeavor. Your flimsy excuses have been exposed, Chu Lynx stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Let me clarify. Sending Chu Feng to the stables was the first wife's directive. Faced with the formidable presence of Steward Qin, she had no choice but to invoke the name of the one pulling the strings. Steward Qin, you should not involve yourself in this matter, otherwise. If the first wife holds you accountable, none of us can bear the consequences. The threat in her words was palpable. Are you threatening me? I will take charge of this matter. Steward Qin retorted with a cold laugh, unfazed by her intimidation. While the first wife held some power, could she surpass the head of the Chu family? Moreover, with Chu Feng possessing a battle spirit, he had now become a soul master. Humph. Let us leave it at that. Since Steward Qin insists on meddling, I shall report this to the first wife. With that, Chu Lynx departed, flanked by 2 servants, her sleeves swaying as she exited. What money? There is none. Chu Ling had no intention of relinquishing anything, leaving with a cold smile. If it is not given now, then next time it will be far more than this. Chu Feng did not obstruct her, for he lacked the strength to do so. The group before them exuded an imposing aura, clearly there to demand accountability. Steward Qin respectfully greeted the madam and the young master. The madam's face was stern as she pointed an accusatory finger at Steward Qin, berating him for his incompetence. How could a wild child like Chu Feng, now grown, continue to live off the Chu family without contributing, and yet you still protect him? I ask you, do you still wish to remain a steward? Chapter 23. Blinding your dog eyes. This woman's beauty could be considered above average. However, her fierce demeanor and age rendered her akin to a fearsome she-devil. As she trembled, the thick layer of powder on her face fell away. The madam, calming her fury, stated that Steward Qin had his reasons for defending young Master Chu. Faced with the madam's ferocity, Steward Qin could only bow his head and endure. Were it not for the head of the Chu family's instructions, he would never have willingly waded into these murky waters. Reason? What reason? Speak up. If you cannot provide an explanation today, then you might as well resign as steward. The madam stood with her hands on her hips, her brows furrowed in anger. Young Master Chu had already acquired a battle soul, according to the rules. Not only was he exempt from menial tasks, but he was also entitled to the Chu family's considerable support. He received a monthly stipend of 4 silver coins. Steward Qin replied with calm assurance. This statement struck like thunder, leaving everyone present in shock as they turned to the cold-faced Chu Feng. Indeed. Despite his patched coarse cloth shirt, his eyes glowed with confidence and authority, exuding a remarkable composure. This demeanor was a stark contrast to the previous impression of him as a timid and insignificant waste. How amusing. You claim that Chu Feng, the useless one, possesses a battle soul? Ridiculous. If he truly had a battle soul, then I would have been a rune master 800 years ago. Chu Hong, momentarily stunned, erupted into laughter, utterly disbelieving that Chu Feng could possess a battle soul. Even a top genius like himself had to exert immense effort, with the family's full support, to acquire a dagger battle soul. How could a waste like him, who had only entered the soul hall once, possibly obtain a battle soul? Chu Feng merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Individuals like Chu Hong, who were overly self-satisfied, always believed themselves to be geniuses while viewing others as mere refuse. Rather than engage in fruitless dialogue, it was far more satisfying to reveal one's strength and slap their faces. Should Chu Hong discover that he had already become a rune master, it would likely drive him to madness, possibly even causing him to spew blood from jealousy. Steward Qin, one may indulge in a reckless feast, but one must not speak carelessly. If this wretched child lacks a battle soul, you should be well aware of the consequences. The madam's voice was icy as she retorted. If the madam does not believe, we can take him to the soul hall for testing. The truth will be revealed. Steward Qin, lacking complete certainty, understood that such matters were too shocking. Having served as steward for many years, he was shrewd enough not to make absolute claims. Useless one. Do you dare to undergo the soul hall test? Chu Hong sneered as he questioned. This might not be wise. Chu Feng hesitated, knowing that his battle soul had been seized from a formidable young master. If exposed, the meager Chu family would be unable to protect him. He preferred to remain low-key unless forced to reveal his battle soul to retaliate against Chu Hong. Seeing Chu Feng's hesitance and evasive demeanor, Chu Hong was convinced that Chu Feng was merely attempting to evade becoming a servant by deceiving everyone into believing he possessed a battle soul. After all, a battle soul was a part of the soul body, and without deliberate display, others would be unable to perceive it, much like spirits, which were often invisible to ordinary people. There is nothing wrong with that. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we shall take it out for a stroll to find out. Let it be clear. If you deceive us, we shall break your legs. Chu Hong grinned maliciously. Then what if I truly possess a battle soul? Chu Feng's words were directed not at Chu Hong, but at the madam. If you truly possess a battle soul, then you shall become a soul master, and your rightful status will follow. The madam proclaimed with authority. Within the Chu family, her standing was exceedingly high, and her power considerable. My status does not require your bestowal. I am inquiring about my mother. If I truly become a soul master, you must grant her the title of concubine. Will you dare to agree to this matter? Chu Feng stared intently at the madam. That wretched woman wishes to be a concubine? Not a chance. The madam shot a vicious glare at Chu Feng's mother, causing her to tremble and shrink back against the wall. If you do not agree, then there is nothing more to discuss. I have no obligation to cooperate with you at the soul hall, and I will not perform the duties of a servant. Chu Feng shrugged with an air of indifference. Steward Qin's intervention was clearly at the behest of the head of the Chu family. No matter how formidable the madam was, she could not overturn the situation. Mother, you must agree to his terms. Seeing the urgency, Chu Hong quickly approached the madam, whispering in her ear and occasionally casting sly glances at Chu Feng, clearly not offering anything good. The madam, persuaded by Chu Hong's machinations, surprisingly acquiesced to Chu Feng's demands. Wretched child, as long as you are truly a soul master, for the sake of the Chu family, I shall allow your mother to take the position of concubine. If you lack a battle soul, then we shall break your legs and expel you from the Chu family. A cold, sinister smile appeared on the madam's face. Very well, it is settled. Chu Feng agreed readily. His mother, filled with concern, pulled him aside, urging him against this course of action. Chu Feng, brimming with confidence, reassured her, Mother, do not worry. I would never undertake an endeavor without assurance. I shall surely secure a title for you. Enough of your prattling. I have no time to entertain your mother's son Bander. The madam, visibly displeased, commanded the 2 Chu family guards behind her to escort that wretched child into the soul hall. Chu Feng was taken into the soul hall, treated no differently than a criminal. The madam aimed to demonstrate fairness, preparing to break Chu Feng's lies and then justifiably shatter his legs, casting him out of the Chu family. She had even invited several esteemed elders from the Chu family to oversee the proceedings. Testing for a battle soul was straightforward enough. One merely needed to place their hands on the soul pillar designated for such tests. The number of battle souls, their ranks, and types would be clearly revealed. This soul pillar was merely a basic tool. A superior testing instrument known as a soul mirror could reveal everything with a simple glance, identifying the number, rank, and even the specific type of battle souls present. This waste of a young master possesses a battle soul. Onlookers murmured amongst themselves, laughter laced with ridicule. Be swift. Do you require me to press your hands down? Chu Hong growled menacingly. Unperturbed, Chu Feng placed his hands on the testing soul pillar. As a peculiar force gripped his hands, a wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting him to involuntarily shut his eyes. Chu Hong and the madam fixed their gazes upon the soul pillar. A faint purple glow illuminated a vertical groove on the pillar, slowly ascending until it reached a certain mark and then halted. An uproar erupted, followed by a wave of excitement. No one had anticipated that Chu Feng truly possessed a battle soul, and moreover, it was a top-tier purple battle soul. The very individuals who had mocked him moments before now found their eyes wide with disbelief. Why? Because of jealousy. This was a battle soul, and possessing one meant becoming a soul master, significantly elevating one's status and promising a bright future. Chapter 24. Revenge does not wait for nightfall. The three clan elders summoned to witness this event were all respected figures within the Chu family. Am I seeing things? Is that a purple battle soul? Incredible. In all these years, no one in the Chu family has ever obtained a purple battle soul. It is said that the purple battle soul possesses extraordinary abilities. This young man is destined to become a brilliant new star for the Chu family in the realm of souls, perhaps even a pillar of support. The three clan elders rubbed their eyes, with one donning reading glasses. Once they confirmed that Chu Feng indeed possessed a top-tier battle soul, joy radiated from their faces. The Chu family holds a respectable status in Heavenly Soldier City, recognized as a prominent family in the martial world. However, in the realm of souls, the Chu family has remained relatively unknown. The dangers of the soul realm are immense, and only souls can enter it. Even the mightiest martial artists, lacking sufficient soul power or a commendable battle soul, could only find themselves in a subordinate position. Top-tier battle souls are exceedingly rare. Typically, only 1 out of 10 million soul masters possesses one. Chu Hong, the first madam, and Chu Lynx were left dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that Chu Feng had actually acquired a battle soul, and one as precious as a purple battle soul at that. How could this waste of talent stumble upon such a remarkable battle soul? It surpasses my dagger battle soul by 100-fold. Chu Hong's face twisted with frenzied jealousy. He had always looked down on Chu Feng, dismissing him as a mere remnant of waste. Now he found himself overshadowed by this so-called waste, who possessed a superior top-tier battle soul. It was akin to discovering, 2 years post-graduation, that a once poor-performing student had become a millionaire while the top achiever remained a struggling worker. The stark contrast left Chu Hong feeling profoundly unsettled. The first madam's gaze turned venomous, her expression dark and foreboding, as if she had lost her parents. Had she known this illegitimate child possessed a battle soul, she would never have summoned the three clan elders for validation. Instead, she should have quietly dealt with him and eliminated him. Now, she had inadvertently shot herself in the foot. Dealing with this illegitimate child would no longer be an easy task. Undoubtedly, following this revelation, Chu Feng's status would undergo a dramatic transformation, evolving from a mere illegitimate child of lowly rank to a soul master of considerable standing. He would garner the attention and focused cultivation of the upper echelons of the Chu family. I hereby solemnly declare that the family member Chu Feng possesses a top-tier battle soul and is officially promoted to the rank of Soul Master. Henceforth, you shall enjoy all the privileges accorded to a Soul Master. The highly esteemed clan elder Chu Hanju announced passionately. For Chu Feng, this was the most potent affirmation. He had finally turned the tables. No longer would he be the lowly servant. From now on, he would be a respected Soul Master. Of course, should he desire, he could ascend even higher, becoming a revered first-tier rune master. At that point, defeating Chu Hong, this young master, would pose no challenge. However, Chu Feng had other plans. Choosing not to reveal all his strengths at once. Chu Feng, these years, the Chu family has wronged you and your mother. Yet, as the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. You are of the Chu lineage and will always belong to the Chu family. This is a truth that cannot be altered. Clan elder Chu Jiuyang regarded Chu Feng with a friendly gaze, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Chu Jiuyang led the Chu family in the realm of souls, overseeing their affairs and guiding them in battles and treasure hunts. Unfortunately, the Chu family had remained weak, lacking formidable figures. Now, with Chu Feng's unexpected rise and possession of a top-tier battle soul, he was immediately targeted for focused cultivation by Chu Jiuyang. The other two clan elders nodded in agreement, hoping that Chu Feng would set aside past grievances and contribute to the family's prosperity. Chu Feng remained indifferent to the elders' goodwill, silently acknowledging them. Alas, it seems my mother and I can no longer remain in the Chu family. As he spoke, Chu Feng's gaze turned icy, fixed on Chu Hong and the others. A gentleman's revenge may take years, but that is the way of the weak. For Chu Feng, revenge could not wait until the next day. If he had grievances, they must be addressed immediately. The three clan elders grew anxious upon hearing this. Such an exceptional talent as Chu Feng must be retained. Before he could finish, Chu Feng waved his hand, clarifying that Elder Jiuyang had misunderstood, asserting that it was not his mother and him who were petty and narrow-minded, but rather that someone was intent on driving them out. He further stated, with conviction, that they were threatened with immediate expulsion from the Chu family. The room fell silent, and Chu Hong, the first madam, and Chu Lings were taken aback. The three clan elders, however, erupted in fury. Bang! Chu Jiuyang slammed his palm on the table, his face contorted with rage, demanding to know who dared to expel such an exceptional talent from the Chu family. Chu Hanju echoed the sentiment, vowing that they would ensure justice for Chu Feng and his mother, regardless of who was behind it. Even the previously silent Chu Quan coldly asserted that even if it were his grandfather wishing to expel him, they would not agree. This was precisely the affirmation Chu Feng had awaited. He feigned trepidation, claiming he feared retaliation from those individuals. Speak freely and without fear, with the three of us here. No one can challenge us. The three clan elders' anger intensified. The first madam and Chu Hong glared at Chu Feng, their eyes filled with murderous intent, attempting to silence him. Thank you, esteemed elders, that rascal has spoken. Chu Feng feigned fear, pointing at the first madam, Chu Hong, and others. The Chao family? Chu Hong, Chu Lings? The three clan elders fixed their sharp gazes on the trio. They were seasoned individuals who quickly grasped the situation. Oh, no wonder the Chao family sought our presence in the Soul Hall for validation. They intended to use us as pawns against Chu Feng and his mother. Truly, the heart of a woman can be most treacherous. The expressions of Chu Hanju and the others darkened as they directed hostile glances at the first madam. They had long heard of her harsh disposition, particularly towards the other branches of the family. However, since it pertained to the family head's affairs, they had refrained from interference. Now, however, the Chao family's attempt to expel the sole genius Chu Feng from the Chu family was absolutely intolerable. Although the matriarch is detestable, there is one aspect that is quite admirable. She fiercely protects her son like a mother dog. The current state of Chu Hong, arrogant, ruthless, and impetuous, cannot be divorced from her indulgence and pampering. Remarkably, with a light flick of her hand, she deftly shifted all blame away from herself. Chu Feng could not help but sigh in despair. Toppling the matriarch would be no simple feat. Her position is not insignificant, being the rightful wife of the clan leader. And her family holds considerable power, making any attempt to move against her a complex affair. Even the three esteemed elders must tread carefully in their dealings with her. Furthermore, she is exceptionally clever and manipulative. By casting the blame onto Chu Ling-sei, she has made it even more challenging to confront her. The three esteemed elders exchanged knowing glances, nodding subtly, and their gazes toward the matriarch softened significantly. Chao Shi, you must learn from this experience and act with prudence. Do not allow yourself to be so easily exploited again, admonished the authoritative elder, Chu Han. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed elders. I shall certainly remember this and will not allow any further negligence. Chao Shi repeatedly nodded and smiled at the three elders, with a hint of triumph. She cast a sidelong glance at Chu Feng, her face betraying a cold smirk. It was a blatant mockery of Chu Feng, as if to say, what can you do about it? While ordinary women refer to themselves as little women or commoners, Chao Shi, due to her elevated status, referred to herself as the matriarch. She then clasped her hands in supplication to the three esteemed elders, adding, I have one more request. Chu Ling-sei is truly despicable, daring even to deceive me. I humbly request permission to deal with him personally to vent my grievances and provide an explanation to Chu Feng and her son. This way, neither she nor Chu Hong nor Chu Ling-sei would face any substantial repercussions. Chu Feng had thoroughly witnessed the advantages of power. It truly is a force that shields one from consequences and allows one to act with impunity. It was no wonder that Chu Ling-se, emboldened by the matriarch's backing, dared to act so brazenly after Chu Feng had killed Pu Chong to establish his reputation. It is commendable that you show such remorse. You may handle Chu Ling-se, but remember, it must be to the satisfaction of Chu Feng and her son. Without awaiting the responses of the other two elders, Chu Quan unilaterally sanctioned the matter. Chu Feng, being of low status, felt it unwise to voice further objections. Chu Ling-se, despite the circumstances, still attempted to deny the truth, being merely a stable manager who rarely had opportunities to gain extra coin. He had extorted 3 silver coins and 500 or 600 copper coins from Chu Feng's mother, a substantial sum indeed. How could he bear to part with it? This is someone relying on a powerful backer, showing utter disregard for the 3 esteemed elders. Chu Feng scoffed coldly, his meaning clear. The matriarch's expression darkened at once. She could not allow herself to suffer losses due to petty matters. With a fierce glare at Chu Ling-se, she barked. Dare you accept bribes in secret? That would only compound your crimes. Let me see if I do not break your legs. She demanded he return the money forthwith. Chu Feng and her son are so impoverished they eat swine feed daily, and you still have the audacity to take their money? This statement was deeply damaging. In front of so many witnesses, it was a blatant reprimand aimed at Chu Ling-se, but it also served to humiliate Chu Feng and her son severely. By nature timid, Chu Feng's mother had never encountered such a tumultuous scene. She clutched her garment tightly, head bowed, shrinking to the side. The matriarch was visibly choked, her face a dark shade that even thick makeup could not conceal. A woman of ample size would inevitably be labeled as both ugly and lazy. Chu Feng retaliated, calling her a fat pig, which understandably incited her fury. A number of onlookers stifled their laughter, for it was indeed a rare occasion to witness the matriarch bested. And only Chu Feng possessed the ability to achieve such a feat. Hastened to return the money. Did you not hear, or are you deaf? The matriarch, humiliated, vented her ire upon Chu Ling-se. Today, she had been thoroughly outshone by that wild child, leaving her in a state of disgrace. Especially after being insulted as a fat pig, she felt the scrutinizing gazes of those around her were laden with ridicule. Every moment spent in that place grew increasingly unbearable. Seeing the matriarch's wrath, Chu Ling-se dared not speak further and reluctantly produced a pouch of silver, tossing it to Chu Feng. Here, you pauper. He spat, unable to contain his shame and anger. Having earned nothing and instead receiving a sharp rebuke from the matriarch, both sides of his face now swollen from the slaps. Chu Ling-se's mood plummeted even further. His gaze toward Chu Feng turned icy. As Chu Feng caught the pouch and weighed it in his hands, his brow furrowed. Chu Ling-se, where's the gold coin? Chu Feng's countenance resembled that of an enraged lion, a sight most formidable. With a cold smile, he recalled how he had previously demanded the return of silver coin, only for Chu Ling-se to refuse. He had warned that next time, it would not simply be a matter of returning the same sum. The stable manager's monthly salary was only around 2 silver coins. 1 gold coin equated to 5 months' wages, assuming he lived frugally. You dare to feign ignorance. There was indeed a gold coin. Chu Ling-se, panic-stricken and furious, protested vehemently. This was no trivial matter. Losing a gold coin would deplete his savings. Though his salary was not negligible, it was consumed by the need to provide for his family, compounded by his indulgences. None? Just moments ago, you claimed you had not taken any money from my mother, yet the truth is evident. Speak too many lies, and you shall invite divine retribution. Chu Feng's voice grew firm. If you do not return that gold coin to my mother today, do not expect to leave. I trust the 3 esteemed elders will not allow it either. Otherwise, I have no attachment to the Chu family, and with a scoundrel like you, why should I serve? Chu Feng's confidence surged as he spoke, his voice gaining strength. He knew well that his sole support lay in the supreme battle spirit he possessed. It was precisely because of this spirit that the Chu family had altered their attitude toward him and began to value him highly. Now he must leverage this advantage to the fullest. Chu Ling-se, a shameless rogue, had no idea with whom he was contending. Chu Feng, a modern youth and a scholar, was not one to be trifled with. You 3 esteemed elders, matriarch, you must not believe this boy. He is merely seizing the opportunity to extort me. Chu Ling-se, in a blend of anger and despair, hurriedly explained to the 3 esteemed elders and the matriarch. Unfortunately, his past misdeeds rendered any explanation futile. Instead, everyone believed he was attempting to swindle Chu Feng and her son. It was akin to the tale of the boy who cried wolf. Once trust is lost, even the truth is met with skepticism. Clearly, He had taken the money from Chu Feng and her son, yet he now accused Chu Feng of extortion. It seemed he was beyond redemption. Chu Jiuyang, eager to win Chu Feng's favor, darkened his countenance, seized Chu Ling-sei and administered the family law. The authority of the elders was immense, united. They could even depose the clan leader. Without delay, 2 guards of the Chu family lunged forth, resembling hungry wolves, pinning Chu Ling-sei to the ground. One guard inquired, "Elder Jiuyang, should we use the whip or the rod?" Chu Jiuyang, already weary of Chu Ling-sei, desired to teach him a lesson. "Use the rod. Give him 30 strikes to start." The whip merely drew blood, while the rod could truly inflict lasting pain. Chu Ling-sei, who typically bullied the weak and feared the strong, was immediately terrified upon hearing the punishment. He cried out, "Matriarch, please save me. You brought this upon yourself by refusing to return the money to Chu Feng and her son while daring to pocket a gold coin." The matriarch, eager to distance herself from the situation, was convinced by the overwhelming evidence against Chu Ling-sei. In her heart, she seethed with anger. Cursing Chu Ling-sei for his foolishness, even in this dire situation, he still dared to covet Chu Feng's gold coin. Was he courting his own demise? This matter was beyond her control, and she could not intervene. Otherwise, one might easily ignite a fire that consumes them. It could even expose her previous pretense to everyone. The torture staff has arrived. A guard presented a club as thick as an arm, covered in sharp spikes. Such a weapon inflicts excruciating pain, injuring not only the skin but also the bones. Enduring just a few strikes could leave one bedridden for months. Upon witnessing this terrifying instrument of punishment, Chu Ling's nearly succumbed to fear. "Spare me, esteemed elders. I acknowledge my mistakes." Her voice trembled, becoming shrill like that of a woman. To think that even a single strike would suffice to confine her to bed for 10 days or more. "Strike," Chu Jiuyang commanded with a stoic expression. Today, he must teach Chu Ling a lesson. Her blatant disregard for the 3 elders was intolerable. Moreover, he aimed to curry favor with Chu Feng, seizing the opportunity to win his goodwill and forge a bond. With the exceptional battle spirit that Chu Feng possessed, his future was undoubtedly bright. The merits of showing kindness during his downfall far outweighed those that would come once he ascended to greatness. Thud, thud, thud. The staff struck Chu Ling's backside with brutal force, eliciting wails akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Gradually, her voice became hoarse, rasping painfully. "Elders, he has fainted." After enduring merely 10 strikes, Chu Ling lost consciousness. Despite being a master of the 3rd level of body refinement, she proved remarkably fragile. "Revive him." Chu Jiuyang's expression remained impassive, the authority of the elders unmistakable. A guard promptly knelt and applied pressure to Chu Ling's acupoint. After a brief moment, she groggily regained consciousness. Compared to her earlier arrogance, she now appeared utterly disheveled, with disordered hair, a bloodied mouth, and a swollen face. Her backside was a gruesome mess, and she could only groan softly, as if the 10 strikes had robbed her of half her life. "Chu Ling, do you still wish to be obstinate?" he asked, regarding her with disdain. "You dare to falsely accuse Master Chu Feng?" Chu Quan, who had close ties with the lady, surprisingly spoke up to defend Chu Ling again. Continuing the punishment risked leaving her severely injured. "No, I won't dare. Please, spare me." Chu Ling pleaded desperately, even refraining from further argument. Trembling, she painfully retrieved a coin pouch from her robe, extracting the solitary gold coin within. This coin represented a fortune equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. Chu Ling had anticipated this outcome. When at Chu Feng's residence, she had returned her silver. Alas, regret was a commodity unavailable in this world. "This bastard is truly ruthless. I shall be confined to bed for months." Now, reduced to a pitiful state on the ground, she could only look up at Chu Feng's icy countenance. "You are quite insincere. I must verify whether this gold coin is genuine." Chu Feng's words were infuriating. After accepting the coin, he flicked it with his finger, holding it to his ear to listen to its sound. This was not enough. He even bit down on it. Chu Ling, prostrated on the ground, felt blood rush to her head, her vision darkening until she violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Despite Chu Feng's deceit and extortion, everyone chose to believe him. Her usual eloquence faltered before him. Even swearing oaths garnered no trust. The most infuriating part was that after taking the gold coin, Chu Feng still accused her of insincerity. The sting of betrayal cut deep. Chu Ling's frustration was palpable, her eyes filled with venomous hatred, wishing to devour him whole. Today, she had suffered a significant loss, her reputation tarnished, she had been beaten, and now she was down 1 gold coin. She had never before endured such a heavy loss. The falsehood spewed by Chu Feng ignited her fury, and she struggled to rise from the ground. I gave you a genuine gold coin. How dare you claim it is false? She snarled, her expression twisted with rage. Losing a gold coin had already cost her dearly, and she would not concede to any further extortion. Calm down. I have yet to finish my words. I meant to say, it would be strange if it were true. Just teasing you. I didn't expect you to get so worked up. Chu Feng chuckled, pocketing the gold coin and winking at the nearly fainting Chu Lynx. With a gasp, she trembled violently, spewing another mouthful of blood. Chu Feng held no sympathy for such a person. When Chu Lynx had tried to evade her debts, he had made it clear that failure to repay would result in double the cost in the future. Chu Lynx's head throbbed intensely, her vision clouding, until she could no longer withstand the pressure. Overcome with frustration, she collapsed to the ground. This was the consequence of bullying Chu Feng and his mother. This was merely the beginning. In the future, Chu Feng would seek retribution against each of them, especially Chu Hong and the lady. We shall depart. The lady's countenance was as dark as a storm cloud. Already unappealing, she now resembled a ferocious beast, fierce and ugly. She was in no mood to witness Chu Feng's arrogance and triumph. With a wave of her hand, she signaled her subordinates to leave. Wait. Chu Feng's voice rang out, halting them. When did this bastard become so formidable? Both the lady and Chu Hong felt a heaviness in their hearts. Chu Hong could no longer contain himself, barking. What do you intend to do, Chu Feng? The lady's gaze was icy, her expression menacing. I advise you to know when to stop. Do not think that becoming a soul master grants you license to act recklessly. If pushed too far, I am not someone to be trifled with. Observing the anxious and flustered expressions of Chu Hong and the lady, Chu Feng replied solemnly, Madam, have you truly forgotten the promise made not long ago? What promise? The lady snapped, raising an eyebrow. Since you are of an age prone to forgetfulness, allow me to remind you. Who is old? I'm not old. The lady bristled at the implication, for no woman relished the thought of aging, especially one as insecure as her. Chu Feng had previously mocked her as a fat pig, which had already struck a nerve. Now, insinuating that she was old sent her into a rage. However, her fury was futile against Chu Feng. Others might fear her, but he did not. Old or not, beautiful or not, it is not for me to decide. As an old saying goes, a glance in the mirror reveals all. His words incited laughter throughout the room, with some even giving him a thumbs up for his cleverness. The lady trembled with rage, speechless. Her anger only rendered her more grotesque and aged, causing a wave of nausea among the onlookers. Not long ago, she had publicly promised that if Chu Feng became a soul master, she would ensure his mother received recognition as a concubine. It was time to fulfill that promise. Was it not? Chu Feng strode forward, grasping his mother's hand and addressing all present. I shall uphold my promise. That wretched woman seeks the status of a concubine, does she not? Within half a month, I shall grant her wish. The lady's cold huff indicated her agreement. This declaration, made before the three elders, carried almost legal weight. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. The sudden turn of events left him in disbelief. His mother, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears, tightly gripping his hand. With the rise of Chu Feng, she would no longer be insignificant. No one would dare belittle or bully her again. Esteemed elders, please bear witness. Chu Feng bowed respectfully. This matter is splendid. It will surely strengthen your loyalty to the Chu family, and we are more than willing to serve as witnesses. Chu Zhouyang and Chu Han nodded in agreement, casting a stern gaze at the lady. Thank you, esteemed elders. Chu Feng expressed his gratitude with a bow. The space is not only spacious and bright, but also significantly larger. It is more than adequate for you and your mother to reside in. Even if you were to marry in the future and perhaps acquire 1 or 2 servants to live with you, it would still suffice. Chu Zhouyang is eagerly anticipating Chu Feng's service. This benefit is offered without hesitation. Firstly, it resolves the housing issue for Chu Feng and his mother. Thank you. Esteemed elder of the Zhuyang clan, I shall graciously accept. Chu Feng had long wished to escape from that low, dark, and damp hovel. Now, being able to reside in a large house without incurring any expenses, he naturally would not refuse such a fortuitous opportunity. With a promising future ahead of him, and having become a distinguished soul master, individuals began to approach him in earnest. Chapter 28. A flurry of attention. Brother Feng, are you busy? 2 young men from the Chu family, who had previously shared no acquaintance with him, entered Chu Feng's modest dwelling with smiles, expressing their intent to assist with his move. These 2 were merely collateral descendants of the Chu family, holding little status, slightly elevated above ordinary servants. Nonetheless, in the past, they had regarded Chu Feng with disdain, never deigning to look his way. Although they had not bullied him and his mother, they had certainly looked down upon them. The burly one was named Chu Xing, possessing formidable strength at the second level of body refinement, while the taller, leaner one was Chu Wang, a soul cultivator lacking any notable achievements. After all, acquiring a battle soul is no simple feat without one, unless one possesses extraordinary talent. Rising to prominence is quite challenging. Please, do not trouble yourselves. Chu Feng's mother was quite taken aback and quickly declined their goodwill with a smile. Not at all, auntie. It is no trouble. Brother Feng has now become a soul master, and we both wish to follow in his footsteps. Should there be any tasks in the future, we will not decline. Chu Xing gazed at Chu Feng with admiration, their willingness to help undoubtedly stemming from his newfound status. Chu Wang, appearing somewhat shy, merely nodded in agreement from the side. If you are both sincerely offering assistance, then I shall accept. Chu Feng responded. Chu Xing, your strength will be invaluable. Please help me move these sword blanks. Indeed, Chu Feng required a couple of aides to assist him with various tasks. Whether running errands or gathering intelligence, having a few people at his beck and call was essential. The Chu family resembled a small community, and as a solitary figure, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to thrive. With additional help, should Chu Hong or Chu Shenrong seek to trouble him, he could be forewarned and prepared. Brother Feng, while my strength may not match my brother's, I can still assist with moving some items. Chu Wang mustered his courage to say, please find a large hammer and help me destroy these failed sword blanks. Chu Feng pointed to the heap of unsuccessful sword blanks. These blanks, which had not successfully integrated the divine patterns, were easily discernible and could be learned from by other pattern masters. Once destroyed, there would be no further concerns, and they could be sold as scrap metal. Chu Wang, glancing at the large pile of discarded blanks, felt a surge of admiration. Recently, everyone had mocked Chu Feng for his ambitious aspirations to self-learn divine pattern engraving. Yet, in just over a month, he had already begun to engrave on divine weapons. In the past, Chu Wang would have deemed Chu Feng's endeavors foolish. Now, with the knowledge that Chu Feng possessed a top-tier battle soul, he was certain that Chu Feng had made significant progress in the art of divine patterns. He suddenly realized that the youth before him had become inscrutable, a stark contrast to the worthless figure he had once perceived. Those with true talent often remain humble, showing little concern for the mockery of others. From this moment on, I too must learn from Brother Feng. Chu Wang felt a twinge of pity for those who had ridiculed Chu Feng. Perhaps there would come a day when Brother Feng would stand as a celebrated master of divine patterns, and those who once scoffed would be left in awe and envy. Just as now, with Brother Feng having suddenly acquired a battle soul and risen to the rank of soul master, countless individuals looked upon him with jealousy and admiration. Chu Feng personally supervised as Chu Wang shattered all the defective sword blanks. Take them to sell. Consider it your reward for today's assistance. Chu Feng was not one to easily owe favors. If he were to owe anyone, it would only be Chu Daping, his true brother. While these individuals were merely his subordinates. How amusing. The moment he thought of the plump fellow, Chu Daping arrived. Brother Feng, now that you are a soul master, you must take care of your brothers. Once you become a master of divine patterns, you must treat us. Upon entering, Chu Daping naturally assisted Chu Feng in moving items, his face beaming with genuine happiness for Chu Feng's achievements. No need to wait. After we finish moving, I will treat you all to dinner. Chu Feng had acquired a gold coin from Chu Links, and after a small fortune from selling divine weapons, he could easily afford a meal for 10. Dining out is rather mundane. You must take me out for a night of revelry. Chu Daping winked, grinning mischievously. This fellow was not only gluttonous, but also quite lascivious. With newfound wealth, Chu Daping's proposition did pique Chu Feng's interest. After a furtive glance around to ensure that Chu Feng's mother was outside, Chu Daping lowered his voice and admitted, I must confess, I have visited such places a few times. However, with my monthly salary of only 1 silver coin, I cannot afford to go often. Chu Daping's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke of such matters, causing Chu Feng's adrenaline to surge. Suddenly, both Chu Feng and Chu Daping turned their gazes to Chu Wang, who was busy collecting the sword blanks. Please don't look at me like that. I've never been to such places. Chu Wang's face flushed crimson, and he lowered his head, unable to meet their eyes. Chu Wang, don't act all innocent in front of me. I know you and your brother once spent a night with a courtesan at Zui Xianglu. Chu Daping exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chu Wang was instantly mortified, stammering, our monthly salary is only 500 copper coins, We can't compete with you. We can only afford to share one courtesan between us." Chu Feng burst into laughter, realizing that while they were seasoned in such matters, he remained a naive novice. After moving into the new suite, Chu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The residence comprised 3 bedrooms and a living room, with a dedicated chamber for cultivation in the master suite. The floors were tiled, and while the decor was not ostentatious, it surpassed his previous quarters by a significant margin. Chu Feng's mother was equally delighted, her smile unwavering. "Mother, there is no need to cook tonight. I'll treat Daping and the others to dinner." Unable to resist Chu Daping's enthusiasm, Chu Feng agreed to take him out for a night of revelry. Chapter 29. The stir caused by a divine weapon. Isn't it possible to eat well at home? If she were to learn that Chu Feng was taking Chu Daping and the others out for a night of debauchery, she would undoubtedly break his legs. As Chu Feng spoke, he and Chu Daping stepped out. The two, along with their companions, left the Chu family in high spirits, with Chu Daping leading the way to a restaurant before indulging in more frivolous delights. Unbeknownst to Chu Feng, the divine weapon he had sold had already stirred a tempest throughout the entirety of Tianbing City. Manager Liu of the Jiang family's shop purchased the divine weapon and promptly took it to meet Miss Jiang, reporting every detail he had gathered about it to Jiang Ying. Compared to Manager Liu, Jiang Ying possessed a sharper intellect. She picked up the exquisite divine weapon and scrutinized it closely. From the divine patterns on this weapon, it appeared to be crafted not by the hand of the esteemed Elder Chu, but rather likely by the young master of the Chu family. The next time you encounter that young master at my Jiang's shop, promptly invite him to the VIP room and ensure he remains there. Then, send word to me. Such a talent, disregarded by the Chu family, will find a welcoming seat in my Jiang family. We shall undoubtedly make every effort to recruit him, despite her youth. Jiang Ying was astute and capable, possessing foresight and strategic acumen. "Miss, what if this divine weapon was not inscribed by that young master of the Chu family? It is said that no one has successfully become a divine pattern master through self-study, even if that young man is indeed a prodigy. It is improbable for him to have carved such a remarkable weapon on his first attempt. Even the seasoned divine pattern masters of the Jiang family cannot match this level." Liu, the shopkeeper, expressed some concern, as this was merely speculation without concrete evidence. "Follow my instructions. I shall discern the truth when the time comes. Take this divine weapon to the Divine Pattern Master Guild and seek out President Mu Qing for an appraisal. Request a certification document. Then, bring it to the auction, fortuitously. There is one today. With this exquisite divine weapon, we can also enhance the reputation of my Jiang family shop. To sell such a divine weapon at a high price, we must have a certification document from an authority like Mu Qing, similar to how antiques and jades are appraised by experts in modern times. Only then can it possess true value and earn trust." A gleam of brilliance flickered in Jiang Ying's eyes as she continued. "The Chu family will undoubtedly attend the auction. If they make a move to contend for this divine weapon, it will confirm that it was indeed inscribed by that young master of the Chu family." Mrs. Astute, Liu, the shopkeeper, understood immediately and took the divine weapon to proceed with the arrangements. Upon arriving at the Divine Pattern Master Guild, Liu instinctively lowered his stature, bending slightly at the waist. Despite his significant standing in the Jiang family, which held considerable influence in Tianbing City, humility was required at the guild. Even if the young lady of the Jiang family were to visit, a respectful demeanor was essential. The guild itself governed all divine pattern masters in Tianbing City, overseeing weapon appraisals and the advancement of divine pattern masters. President Mu Qing was a formidable second-tier divine pattern master. Tianbing City was merely a lower-tier branch. Greater guilds existed with even more skilled masters, including third and fourth-tier divine pattern masters. Please deliver this visiting card, stating that Liu, the shopkeeper of Zhang's shop, seeks an audience. Liu discreetly slipped a handful of coins alongside the visiting card. The King of Hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome. Without a bribe, one could hardly gain entry. The gatekeepers, though generally of low status, held a lucrative position within the guild. To request an audience with a specific divine pattern master or the president, monetary persuasion was often necessary. Otherwise, one might simply be told to return another day. The gatekeeper, accustomed to receiving bribes, accepted Liu's coins with an indifferent expression. "Wait here. I will inform you whether the president will see you. That decision is beyond my control." Fortunately, Liu was somewhat acquainted with Mu Qing, and he was soon ushered inside. Mu Qing, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a square face, displayed the unique pride of a divine pattern master. "Liu, I greet you." Liu bowed even lower, his face adorned with a broad smile. Occasionally, when the Jiang family received high-level orders they could not fulfill, they would seek Mu Qing's assistance. Noting that Lu was holding a sword, Mu Qing speculated it was likely a sword blank, as the Jiang family excelled in crafting sword blanks, particularly high-quality ones. However, Mu Qing was mistaken this time. I have come to ask you to appraise an exquisite divine weapon I just acquired. Lu cheerfully unwrapped the red silk covering. Let me see this exquisite divine weapon. Mu Qing's interest was piqued upon hearing the term exquisite divine weapon. After taking it in hand, he expressed surprise, noting it was indeed a first-tier divine weapon inscribed with water divine patterns. Could it be the work of Elder Chu? Mu Qing was well aware of the formidable divine pattern masters in Tianbing City and their specialties. Lu, grinning with pride, replied, "Indeed. This divine weapon is from the Chu family, but it was not crafted by Elder Chu." Oh, so the Chu family has a new prodigy. Could it be that young Chu Xinrong has made significant progress and achieved a breakthrough? As he spoke, Mu Qing gripped the sword's hilt, his expression growing serious as he slowly infused it with energy. The patterns on the sword glimmered like human veins, pulsating with energy. The divine weapon in Mu Qing's hand immediately illuminated, radiating a soft blue glow. With a sudden flash, the sword's tip emitted a blue blade of light nearly 2 inches long. Without the aid of any detection tools, the divine weapon could be activated. A feat achievable only by those above the body refinement realm, capable of refining energy. To Mu Qing's astonishment, he realized his cultivation was indeed formidable. In all of Tianbing City, there were hardly 2 individuals at the body refinement realm, marking him as a figure of exceptional status. Wow. The energy conversion rate of this divine weapon is astonishing. Mu Qing exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. Chapter 30. Whose work is this? Lu, maintaining his composure, suggested. You should also test its flexibility. I assure you, you will be even more astonished. Typically composed, Mu Qing had never displayed such surprise before. Lu felt a sense of pride. This exquisite divine weapon was his acquisition. Undoubtedly, once it was auctioned, he would reap significant rewards. Upon hearing Lu's suggestion, Mu Qing carefully pressed the sword against the ground, bending it slowly. Being cautious, he did not want to break it, as he would have to compensate at full price. This was an exquisite divine weapon, excelling in all aspects, and its value would undoubtedly be high. As the sword bent to a 90-degree angle, Mu Qing's expression turned grave, his movements becoming meticulous. Generally, a first-tier divine weapon inscribed with water divine patterns, if bent to 90 degrees without breaking, would be deemed exceptional. 80 degrees, 70 degrees, 60 degrees. The astonishment on Mu Qing's face deepened with each degree, until finally, his mouth hung open, and his eyes nearly bulged out. It has been to 30 degrees and still has not reached its limit. My heavens, who could have inscribed this divine weapon? A singular thought consumed Mu Qing. He must find the creator of this divine weapon and learn from them. Though he held the esteemed position of president within the Divine Pattern Master Guild of Tianbing City, few knew the struggles he faced behind the scenes. Stuck at the second tier for a full 14 years, he had been unable to break through. At the age of 27, he had ascended to the rank of second-tier Divine Pattern Master, heralded as a youthful genius. He had once harbored grand ambitions, believing he could become a 9th-tier Divine Pattern Master, or even a Divine Pattern Master of renown. Yet, reality was relentlessly harsh. 14 years had passed, and despite employing every strategy and dedicating countless efforts, he remained stagnant. Even after expending exorbitant resources to obtain a 3rd-tier Water Divine Pattern blueprint, he could not comprehend many of its intricacies, as they were not his own. Despair loomed large. Now, opportunity had arisen. He firmly believed that if he could locate the creator of this divine weapon, and if that individual were willing to assist him, there existed a significant chance to break through the barrier and successfully advance to 3rd-tier Divine Pattern Master. Observing the fierce expression of excitement on Mu Qing's face, Lu was quite startled. Regrettably, Mu Qing's martial prowess was exceedingly formidable, and Lu Zhongguo found himself unable to escape the grip on his collar. Cough, cough, President Mu. Please release me. I do have a vague recollection of that individual. I can bring you to him later. Lu Zhongguo mused inwardly. Considering Mu Qing's esteemed position as the president of the Rune Master Guild and a 2nd-tier Rune Master, was it truly necessary for him to be so agitated? Could it not be Chu Xinrong from the Chu family? If memory serves, he is the youngest among the 7 Rune Masters of the Chu clan. Mu Qing, enthralled by the exquisite divine weapon in his hand, scrutinized it meticulously, his fingers tracing its contours. He detected a hint of intrigue in Lu Zhonggui's words. The fact that Lu was somewhat familiar with Chu Shungrong, yet claimed only a vague impression, suggested that this was a stranger, someone Lu was not well acquainted with. Having held the position of president for many years, Mu Qing was no fool. He quickly surmised several possibilities. Could it be that the Chu family had produced a new rune master? The likelihood was quite high. Mu Qing possessed substantial knowledge of the various families in Tianbing City. The runes inscribed upon this divine weapon were astonishingly extraordinary, starkly contrasting with those crafted by the venerable Elder Chu. President Mu is indeed astute. That individual is not Chu Shenrong, but rather a younger scion of the Chu family, Lu Zhonggui praised, his thumb raised in admiration. He had numerous requests for Mu Qing and sought to curry favor, otherwise he would not have divulged such information. When shall you escort me to meet this Chu family youth? Normally composed, Mu Qing now exhibited a sense of urgency. This matter pertained to his future and held significant potential to elevate him to a third-tier rune master. Thus it was of utmost importance to him. He was eager to meet the masterful artisan behind the crafting of this divine weapon. Lu Zhonggui stifled a chuckle, reflecting that even President Mu, usually so unflappable, was showing impatience. However, haste would not serve them well, and approaching too boldly might lead to rejection. He dared not assert with absolute certainty that this divine weapon was indeed fashioned by the young man. It could as easily be the work of Elder Chu himself. My lady speculated whether it could be the work of the city lord's daughter, as she has been learning rune inscription from Elder Chu lately. Lu Zhonggui deliberately obfuscated the issue, even mentioning Murong Shui to confuse the situation. At that moment, he had no intention of taking Mu Qing to meet Chu Feng. President Mu, please assist me by issuing the appraisal document. I shall take it to the auction. In due course, we shall ascertain the true craftsman behind this divine weapon. Lu Zhonggui's eyes glinted, reminding himself of his original purpose. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Mu Qing acquiesced without hesitation, swiftly preparing the appraisal document. Upon reviewing it, Lu Zhonggui noted the final appraisal statement read, "This divine weapon is unparalleled in my experience, belonging to the pinnacle of excellence. Though merely a first-tier weapon, it possesses the caliber of a master-level creation." Upon completing the review, Lu Zhonggui was elated. While the evaluation may have been slightly exaggerated, it was nonetheless well-deserved. This divine weapon was indeed remarkable. With such a high appraisal from President Mu, its auction price could easily soar to 2 gold coins. Not only would this yield significant profit, but it would also enhance the reputation of the Jiang family, which had languished in obscurity in the realm of rune carving for many years. Despite having cultivated over 10 rune masters, they had struggled to attract clientele. This was akin to a renowned physician whose exceptional skills draw patients from far and wide, willing to pay a premium for their expertise, while lesser-known practitioners receive scant attention. Patients often hesitate to seek care at hospitals lacking distinguished doctors, fearing misdiagnosis or inadequate treatment. Thus, they opt to travel farther and wait longer for the assurance of quality care. The same principle applies to the crafting of divine weapons. Skilled rune masters produce divine weapons that not only exhibit superior performance but also remain reasonably priced. Furthermore, the quality of a divine weapon directly influences the outcome of battles, making it imperative to seek the most skilled rune masters for crafting. Chapter 31. A heated auction. Elder Chu's expertise in water rune inscription is widely recognized, allowing the Chu family to thrive as a prominent clan in Tianbing City. In contrast, while the Jiang family boasts a sizable number of rune masters capable of inscribing various runes, their overall quality remains mediocre and unremarkable. Consequently, visitors to the Jiang family are few and far between. This time, the Jiang family was set to auction an exquisite divine weapon, guaranteed to create a stir in Tianbing City and significantly enhance their reputation. The ensuing benefits would be substantial. The auction commenced as scheduled, with nearly all the influential figures of Tianbing City in attendance, alongside a few wealthy shoppers who had gained entry. Elder Chu sat proudly in the auction hall. As valuable treasures were auctioned off one after another, the divine weapon inscribed by Chu Feng finally took the stage. The auctioneer, a stunning beauty clad in a light blue gown, introduced the upcoming item with fervor, presenting a first-tier longsword divine weapon highly praised by President Mu of the Rune Master Guild, who deemed it the finest of the finest. It bears water runes, and, although categorized as a first-tier weapon, its power rivals that of an ordinary second-tier weapon. When activated, it can unleash a 2-inch blade of energy and can bend to an angle of 30 degrees or less. It is well known that activating a first-tier divine weapon requires minimal energy expenditure, while a second-tier weapon demands at least double the energy. Thus, during combat, one can achieve equivalent strength with only half the energy consumption, a truly enticing prospect. With proper utilization, defeating foes beyond one's level is not out of the question. The enchanting auctioneer passionately extolled the virtues of this exceptional divine weapon. She even summoned the captain of the security detail to demonstrate the weapon's capabilities using energy activation for all to witness. Wow, this divine weapon is incredible. Its power undoubtedly rivals that of a second-tier weapon. No matter the cost, I must acquire it. Amidst the auction hall, excitement surged as attendees glared with fervor. Ready to bid, Elder Chu tightened his fists, exuding an air of determination. I have immersed myself in the study of water runes for years. Though I have inscribed 2 exceptional divine weapons, none compare to this. If I can acquire it, my skills will surely advance, potentially elevating me to a 3rd-tier rune master. This divine weapon must belong to the Chu family. Elder Chu's gaze fixated on the exquisite divine weapon, radiating an intensity that warned any would-be competitors of dire consequences. If he were to discover that this treasure, which he so highly coveted, was crafted by the very grandson he deemed unworthy and destined for a life of servitude, one could only imagine the depths of his embarrassment. The opening bid for this exceptional divine weapon was set at 1 gold coin, with increments of no less than 1 silver coin. No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than several bidders simultaneously raised their offers. Elder Chu sprang to his feet, declaring, "I bid 3 gold coins." His substantial increase of 2 gold coins immediately silenced a number of competitors. 3 gold coins was no trivial sum, enough to purchase 6 or 7 first-tier divine weapons. For gold coins, an elderly man clad in a striking red robe shot a challenging glance at Elder Chu, unwilling to back down as he raised his bid by 1 gold coin. This individual was none other than Yin Lai, the premier rune master from the Yin family. Rivals to the Chu clan, the Yin family excels in the art of fire god patterns, standing alongside the Chu family as the twin titans of Tianbing City. Water and fire are natural adversaries, and the feud between the 2 families can be traced back to their ancestors. Over the years, their animosity has deepened, with each side sparing no effort to undermine the other, striving to bring their rival to ruin. I'll offer 5 gold coins. Elder Chu gritted his teeth, raising the stakes. A first-tier divine weapon had reached a price tenfold that of an ordinary divine weapon, leaving many bidders silent. It became apparent to everyone present that the Chu and Yin families were locked in a fierce contest. The sudden increase of 4 gold coins was no longer merely a bidding war. It was a battle of wills. Elder Chu's chest heaved with fury as he puffed his beard in indignation. Yin Lai was clearly intent on causing trouble. The Yin family, being experts in fire god patterns, had no real use for a water god weapon at such an exorbitant price. 10 gold coins. Elder Chu's voice was icy, his gaze towards Yin Lai filled with menace. If you raise the price again, I shall withdraw. 10 gold coins were an outrageous sum. Had Elder Chu not yearned for insights from this exceptional divine weapon, he would never have gone mad enough to pay such a price for a mere first-tier weapon. Despite the Chu family's wealth, 10 gold coins were still a significant amount. You have one. Only someone with a mind muddled by folly would spend 10 gold coins on a first-tier divine weapon. Yin Lai chuckled, reveling in his triumph over Elder Chu. I had no intention of purchasing it. I simply aimed to drive up the price. Elder Chu, furious, nearly spat blood in response. In a corner of the auction house, Jiang Ying, Lu the manager, and others sat observing. Clearly, this divine weapon was not a creation of Elder Chu. Otherwise, he would not be the one to overpay. Jiang Ying's eyes sparkled with insight as she turned to Lu the manager, instructing, "You have done splendidly this time. The Jiang family has profited handsomely. I shall ensure the accounts department rewards you with a gold coin. Do your utmost to find that young man from the Chu family. If he refuses to meet me, I shall personally pay him a visit. We must find a way to bring him into the Jiang family." Through this auction, the Jiang family had made a significant impression. Now that it was known that this exceptional divine weapon originated from the Jiang family, it was certain that many orders would follow. Jiang Ying had long aspired to lead the Jiang family to prosperity and to achieve great accomplishments. The opportunity had finally arrived. Only the most critical step remained for success, which would at least double the Jiang family's business. She was resolute in her intention to recruit Chu Feng, even if it meant making multiple visits. "Miss, how shall we explain to President Mu Qing? He is also eager to meet the master who forged this exceptional divine weapon. My plan is to introduce President Mu Qing to him after we secure him for the Jiang family. By then, The relationship between President Mu Qing and our Jiang family will surely deepen, Lu the manager quietly inquired. Chapter 32. How much for a night? Jiang Ying lowered her head in contemplation, her eyes glimmering with intelligence. After a moment, she lifted her gaze and said, "A genius has emerged from Tianbing City, and various factions will undoubtedly vie for his attention. The Jiang family must be the first to secure him. Indulgence is the most effective weapon to diminish a man's ambition." Mu Qing's eagerness to meet Chu Feng is merely a desire for his guidance to enhance his patterning skills or to recruit him into the Pattern Masters Guild, bringing in a prodigy for the guild. While this matter is important, it can afford to wait in comparison to indulgence. Understood. Lu the manager nodded, a hint of excitement illuminating his face. The Drunken Fragrance Tower is the most prestigious establishment in Tianbing City, where every lady is a beauty of exquisite charm. It is indeed a paradise for men, where one can indulge in lavish spending, and Lu the manager was naturally elated. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he left the auction house. Chu Feng, accompanied by the rotund Chu Depang and others, first dined at a restaurant. Enjoying a splendid meal, sated and warm, they were soon drawn to the allure of the Drunken Fragrance Tower. Chu Depang insisted on bringing Chu Feng along, while Chu Xing and Chu Wang cheered them on. Before long, they arrived at the street known for its alluring courtesans. The streets were awash with bright lights, and every establishment showcased beautifully adorned women, eagerly beckoning customers at their doors. Chu Feng, having shared a bed with the enchanting Murong Shui, found little interest in these ordinary, superficial charms. Brother Feng, do you see that exquisite building ahead? That is the most upscale brothel in Tianbing City. Chu Depang exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a 3-story building adorned with red lanterns. Most other brothels were single-story, with only a few larger establishments featuring 2 levels. This brothel stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding an air of grandeur and elegance, its opulent decor striking the eye. Nearly all luxurious carriages were parked outside, indicating its thriving business, frequented by the wealthy. As they approached, the bold golden characters spelling Drunken Fragrance Tower adorned the entrance. The ladies welcoming guests outside were all strikingly beautiful, dressed in elegant attire that set them apart from the common women in other establishments. No wonder this place thrived. The women soliciting customers were discerning and sharp-eyed, while Chu Depang was dressed respectably, being the 6th young master of the Chu family. Chu Feng, Chu Xing, and Chu Wang appeared rather shabby by comparison, particularly Chu Feng, who wore a patched coarse shirt, clearly a poor fellow struggling to make ends meet, and marked as one of the lower classes. In this society, there is an unwritten rule. Only those of status may wear long robes, while laborers, servants, and common workers are limited to short shirts. Long robes are reserved for individuals of significance, such as pattern masters. The women soliciting customers glanced at Chu Feng and his companions, yet not a single one invited them inside, their expressions filled with disdain and indifference. How dare a group of lowly wenches look down upon others? I have come to indulge, and I shall choose the most arrogant among them. Chu Feng seethed, feeling insulted by the disdain of these street-side women. Chu Depang instinctively recoiled, urging, "Stay close to me." With that, he boldly strode inside without waiting for an invitation. "Hey, stop right there. Do you know where this is? The Drunken Fragrance Tower is not a place for just anyone. Even a cup of tea and some music will cost at least a silver coin." A girl blocked their path, her gaze contemptuous as she looked over Chu Feng and his friends. Though she held some caution regarding Chu Depang, she could not help but be haughty. How much for a night? Chu Feng was about to choose the proudest girl to confront when he noticed her striking beauty and admirable figure, and he felt she could be an acceptable target. Chu Depang nearly stumbled, filled with admiration for Chu Feng. This was a girl from the Drunken Fragrance Tower. Even the young masters of smaller families would feel intimidated. Brother Feng was indeed impressive to dare speak to her so boldly. The girl, named by he, was momentarily taken aback, astonished that someone dressed so poorly would dare speak to her with such arrogance. This was the Drunken Fragrance Tower, a place where gold flowed like water. How could he afford to sleep with her? Although she was a courtesan, she still held her pride. Being questioned so publicly by Chu Feng embarrassed her deeply. You poor wretch, get out of here. This is not a place for you to flaunt your bravado." He trembled with rage, wishing she could kick Chu Feng away as many onlookers began to snicker at her expense, intensifying her humiliation. "You open your doors to business. Do you really need to assess the guests based on their status? As long as they possess wealth, you must dutifully attend to them. I truly wonder where your arrogance and confidence stem from." Although Chu Feng is dressed in shabby attire, he exudes an undeniable aura. In his previous life, even consorting with a third-tier starlet would cost at most a few thousand. Here, in Tianbing City, only the top courtesans can be deemed stars. The girls soliciting at the door certainly hold a much lower status, and regardless of their pricing, it cannot be exorbitant. He possesses nearly 2 gold coins. Not only could he afford one, but he could indulge in the company of 2 or 3 without concern for expenses. When a commotion arose, the madam of the establishment was promptly informed and hurried over. Contrary to the expectations of an elderly and faded figure, she appeared to be merely in her 30s, radiating shrewdness. Her complexion and figure were quite appealing, adorned in luxurious silks and jewels, exuding an air of nobility. Observing the poorly dressed individuals, she advised them to leave. To her surprise, one of them insisted on causing trouble and even insulted her, prompting Bai He to plead, "Sister Lan, you must advocate for me." The Zue Xiang Lu employs specialized bouncers to maintain order, and the establishment maintains connections with officials and influential figures within the city. To cause a disturbance here is akin to courting disaster. Being a businesswoman, the madam, known as Sister Lan, preferred to avoid offending anyone or disrupting the peace. Her piercing gaze swept over Chu Feng, and she warned, "Young man, our establishment has a higher standard of consumption. If you lack sufficient funds, consider returning when you are more affluent. Causing a disturbance here is ill-advised. Soon, Wei Gu, our enforcer, will arrive, and he is far less accommodating than I am." Chapter 33. You have chosen the wrong opponent. Is it merely about money? Would 1 gold coin suffice? Chu Feng casually produced a gold coin. This was equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. The madam's eyes instantly brightened, her icy demeanor dissipating as a hint of contrition surfaced in her smile. "It seems our girls misjudged you, young master. Please do not be upset. I shall personally offer you a drink as an apology. In this place, wealth commands respect. The madam, akin to a manager, is obligated to cater to every patron and manage all matters effectively. Failure to do so could result in reprimands, salary deductions, or even dismissal." No one anticipated that despite his ragged appearance, Chu Feng could produce a gold coin. The sound of clinking coins hinted that he likely possessed considerable wealth, possibly surpassing those ostentatiously dressed young masters. "What is the cost for a night with her?" Chu Feng queried, pointing at Bai He, resembling an emperor selecting a concubine. "Oh, if you fancy Bai He, I shall arrange for her to accompany you. The fee for 1 night is 3 silver coins." The madam responded with a smile. Bai He's expression soured. Although she held no significant status among the courtesans, she had entertained numerous dignitaries. How could she endure the insolence of a penniless wretch like Chu Feng, who dared to humiliate her? Just then, a lavish carriage arrived at the entrance, halting elegantly. Even the coachman was impeccably dressed. The madam and the courtesan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, their faces brimming with enthusiasm. The coachman swiftly dismounted, placing a step for the guest, and respectfully announced, "Please disembark, young Master Yin." A striking youth clad in a white robe emerged from the carriage, his head held high, radiating an air of haughty superiority as he surveyed the scene, akin to a sovereign surveying his subjects. It was as if all present were mere vassals in his presence. "Ah, young Master Yin, our moon is eagerly awaiting your arrival." The madam beamed like a blossoming flower, swaying toward him. While the other courtesans flocked around him like bees to nectar, their demeanor a stark contrast to their earlier treatment of Chu Feng. Chu Feng's discontent simmered. Despite spending money, his shabby appearance led to affronts at the door, while this so-called young Master Yin was treated like royalty. Bai He, upon noticing young Master Yin's arrival, was elated and cast a resentful glare at Chu Feng, coldly remarking, "You dare act boastfully before me? Just wait and see how this unfolds." With that, she rubbed her eyes vigorously, causing them to redden, and thrust herself into the throng of courtesans, sobbing, "Young Master Yin, you must stand up for me. I do not know where this bumpkin came from, but he has been utterly intolerable, bullying me. Even when I invoked your name, he remained undeterred, insolently dismissing your status. Better to offend a gentleman than a petty individual, especially a vindictive woman," Chu Feng mused, realizing he was witnessing the absurdity of the situation as troubles compounded. He had merely come to enjoy an evening of revelry and music, only to be subjected to scorn and ridicule, culminating in Bai He's slanderous accusations. A wave of fury surged within him, almost overwhelming his composure. Chu Pang, sensing the escalating situation, leaned closer to Chu Feng and whispered urgently, "Brother Feng, we should make our exit. This young Master Yin is the 3rd son of the Yin family and a prodigy in soul cultivation. He is not only a first-level rune master but also possesses formidable soul power, earning significant renown in the soul realm. We cannot afford to provoke him. Though Chu Depang was unafraid of facing Chu Hong, he displayed an unusual trepidation towards young Master Yin. Why should we flee? We have done nothing to provoke him. No matter how grand he may be, he cannot harm us. Chu Feng retorted, not one to shy away from confrontation. If he allowed a courtesan to humiliate him today, how could he hold his head high in the future? Moreover, he too was a first-level rune master, merely lacking certification. Young Master Yin cast a disdainful glance at Chu Feng, his eyes icy and his countenance radiating superiority, laced with a hint of malice. You, a mere wretch, dare to belittle me? He aimed to defend Bai He, his nostrils flaring as he pointed at Chu Feng with an imposing demeanor, eager to assert his dominance in front of the gathered courtesans. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Feng was not intimidated. I care not who you are. It would be wise to avoid seeking trouble, lest you find yourself in a coffin instead. He understood that the bold fear nothing. And if this young Master Yin dared to strike, Chu Feng would not hesitate to retaliate. Young Master Yin's arrogance was superficial, masking a deeper insecurity, while Chu Feng's defiance stemmed from an unyielding core. Even in the presence of formidable foes, he was undeterred. Having previously eliminated the vile servant Pu Chong in front of a crowd, a testament to his resolve. Chapter 34. You are not human. Chu Feng turned to his companions, Chu Xing and Chu Wang. If they wish to be his underlings, they must prove their worth. Are you two willing to risk everything? Chu Xing and Chu Wang exchanged glances. Their expressions subtly altered. The seemingly timid Chu Wang whispered, Brother, we hold little standing in the Chu family. Our abilities are mediocre. Perhaps if we align ourselves with Brother Feng, we might find a path to prominence. Fortune is often found amidst danger. It is better to have unwavering resolve and accompany Brother Feng through thick and thin. After all, life is but a single thread. Rather than living in a state of cowardice, it is preferable to shine brightly, even if just once. As he spoke, Chu Wang stepped forward, positioning himself resolutely in front of Chu Feng. With a resounding clang, he drew forth a gleaming dagger, coldly regarding young Master Yin with unwavering defiance. If you wish to harm Brother Feng, you shall have to step over my corpse first. Chu Wang's gaze was steadfast, observing his brother's boldness. Chu Xing clenched his teeth and positioned himself before Chu Feng as well, drawing his long sword with an air of lethal intent. Though he spoke not a word, his actions conveyed everything. As a practitioner at the second level of body refinement, his aura was formidable. Young Master Yin had initially perceived Chu Feng as a mere insect to be crushed at will, only to discover that not only was Chu Feng a formidable character, but he also had two loyal subordinates willing to sacrifice for him. Faced with the glint of the dagger, he nearly cowered in fear, beads of cold sweat forming as his calves trembled. Yet, he could not show weakness, lest he suffer great humiliation. Young Master Yin had come to indulge in revelry. Without any attendants or guards, he dared not confront Chu Feng alone. He quickly displayed his cowardice, retorting, a pack of brutes. A noble person such as myself would never sully my hands with you lot. The madam, astute and perceptive, immediately recognized young Master Yin's trepidation. She could not help but cast a surprised glance at the impoverished yet imposing Chu Feng. Stepping forward to mediate, she said, Gentlemen, you are here for merriment. Let us not disturb the harmony. Young Master Yin, Miss Yu is still awaiting your presence. Do enter. Young Master Yin seized the opportunity to retreat, unwilling to engage further with Chu Feng. What a ridiculous notion it would be for someone of his stature to risk his life against Chu Feng. Baiha had thought that by summoning young Master Yin, she could easily dispose of Chu Feng, but she found him lacking substance, a mere fade. The moment Chu Feng's two subordinates drew their weapons, young Master Yin was visibly shaken and quickly conceded defeat. Wait, young Master Yin, you cannot abandon me. You must take responsibility. Baiha rushed forward, attempting to grasp his arm. With a thud, young Master Yin, visibly displeased, kicked Baiha to the ground, exclaiming, You wretched girl. Get lost. Do not ruin my mood. He could never risk his life for a mere servant luring patrons at the door. This was no longer a matter of pride, but a matter of life and death. Those stationed at the entrance were the lowest tier of women at the Zui Xianglu. Though they possessed beauty and allure, they lacked any true talent. Such degrading tasks were relegated to them. Young Master Yin, having merely sought to assert his dominance, now recognized Chu Feng's formidable nature. He would never risk his position for a courtesan of Zui Xianglu. The madam shot a fierce glare at Baiha, admonishing, You foolish girl, you must learn to behave. Serve these gentlemen well, or you will regret it. She had nearly allowed Baya's provocations to incite a conflict. In the business of pleasure, disputes were the most dreaded occurrences. Afterward, the madam turned her attention back to young Master Yan, accompanying him upstairs. Baiha, once fierce, now wore a face pale as death. The other women regarded Chu Feng with fearful gazes, no longer daring to underestimate him. You country bumpkin, do not get too proud. Is it merely my body you desire? I shall entertain you, as if I were a dog for your amusement. Baiha glared at Chu Feng, her eyes filled with animosity. Chu Feng had indeed considered pursuing her. But now he reconsidered. As a virgin, it would be a waste to share his first experience with such a woman. However, her audacity had angered him. She must be dealt with. How to proceed? Chu Feng had a plan. He turned to Chitapang and Chuxing, smiling as he inquired. If a few of us were to share her company, would the cost increase? Chitapang, initially taken aback, soon grasped Chu Feng's deeper meaning. His small eyes sparkled with excitement, a grin spreading across his face. Chuxing and Chuang shared similar expressions of amusement. Was Brother Feng planning a grand escapade? Chitapang, eager for new experiences, remarked, of course. By the rules, an additional person means an extra silver coin. The other women, despite their thick skins, felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet, their lowly status meant that if patrons were willing to pay, they could indulge as they pleased, rarely regarded as individuals. Maya's face drained of color as she instinctively glanced at the corpulent Chitapang, the towering Chuxing, and the coldly smirking Chu Feng, gripped by sheer terror. She realized the fate that awaited her. You are not human, Baiha accused, pointing an accusing finger at Chu Feng. He did not even cast a glance her way. Instead, addressing Chuxing and Chuang, you brothers performed admirably. This girl is on me tonight. He then turned to Chitapang. Do not hold back. Teach her a lesson. Let her understand the repercussions of her insolence. Chitapang, already impatient, eagerly nodded. Rest assured, Brother Feng, she will see the true might of Fatty. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction, producing 8 silver coins to toss to Chitapang. 5 coins covered her fee, while the remaining 3 were a debt from before. You need not repay that amount, he added. Chitapang, wide-eyed and incredulous, exclaimed, Brother Feng, where did you acquire such wealth? Have you struck it rich? While others were unaware of Chu Feng's circumstances, Chitapang was well informed. Previously, Chu Feng had borrowed money from him for books and swords. Though he had extorted a gold coin from Chu Links, he still possessed that coin. Now, he had 8 silver coins to his name. During their move, Chitapang had seen the 2 bundles of sword blanks Chu Feng had recently purchased, which were worth at least 5 silver coins. Such a considerable sum. Where did it come from? Just take it and stop asking questions. Chu Feng replied tersely. You 3 enjoy yourselves. I have no interest in such company. Baiha, already infuriated, turned pale with rage at his words. She had always considered herself above Chu Feng, despising him, believing that entertaining him was akin to a princess consorting with a beggar. To her shock, not only did he not desire her company, but he also deemed her unworthy of his attention. The humiliation was profound. Baiha glared at Chu Feng as if wishing to devour him. Her disdain for him and her attempts to ensnare him would inevitably lead to her downfall. Brother Feng, you go upstairs to enjoy the music. We will join you once we are finished. Chitapang, unable to contain his eagerness, along with Chu Wang and Chuxing, pulled the spiteful Baiha into a room. You dare disrespect Brother Feng? Let me show you how I deal with such insolence. Chitapang's voice echoed from within, followed by Baiha's shrill screams. Yet, her cries were futile. Upon payment, service was expected. The first floor was merely a haven for the lowest-tier women and the most impoverished patrons. Chu Feng ascended to the second floor, where vigilant guards stood at the entrance, though only 2 in number. Their formidable aura suggested they were no less than adept practitioners at the 6th or 7th level of body refinement. The man with 3 gruesome scars etched across his face extended his hand, demanding a silver coin for the pleasure of listening to the music, stipulating that the price for a lady's company was separate. With only a single gold coin remaining, Chu Feng promptly tossed it to him. The scarred face was momentarily taken aback, for Chu Feng's attire was rather shabby. He had not anticipated such a generous offering from someone who appeared so destitute. This is your seating token for the performance, and here are your 9 silver coins. Please accept them. Despite their fierce demeanor, the 2 men adhered to a strict code of conduct. As long as one did not cause trouble and could pay, they would treat you with courtesy, far preferable to the disdainful attitudes of the common courtesans. As Chu Feng climbed to the 2nd floor, he found it strikingly different from the first. A spacious hall unfolded before him, featuring a half-meter-high stage where the young ladies showcased their talents, dancing, playing instruments and singing. Small round tables adorned the front of the stage, laden with delicacies, tended by a dedicated staff responsible for serving tea. Each table accommodated only 3 patrons, and following the number on his token, Chu Feng located the 12th table. 2 young men in long robes were already seated, engaged in conversation and sipping tea. Upon noticing Chu Feng's servant-like appearance as he took his seat, both frowned in disapproval. One even pinched his nose, lamenting, "How unfortunate to share a table with a servant. What a bore." The other, whose fair skin resembled that of a delicate maiden, regarded Chu Feng with visible disdain. Unperturbed, Chu Feng had paid for his seat and paid them no mind, instead savoring the fragrant tea served to him, downing it in large gulps. The dishes served during the meal had been quite delectable, though perhaps a tad too salty, leaving him parched. Of course, he was also somewhat influenced by the antics of his friends back in the room, and the thought of them playing cards with Bai He stirred a restless excitement in him. The 2 young men at the table could hardly conceal their contempt at Chu Feng's crude manner of drinking tea. "Tea is meant to be savored. Only a lowly servant would gulp it down," scoffed the youth with a prominent dark spot on his nose. "You may indulge in your refined tastes, but surely you cannot expect everyone to conform to your standards?" Chu Feng rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he had traversed from the 21st century, a civilization far superior to this one. "Waiter, refill my tea," he called out, prompting a near-choking reaction from the 2 young men, who burst into laughter, regarding him as a spectacle. The attendant, now blushing furiously, refilled Chu Feng's cup while whispering, "Young master, here we do not have waiters. You may refer to me as a tea attendant or tea boy in the future." It appeared that the establishment prided itself on elegance, even extending such courtesies to those serving tea. The young master Yin, who had clashed with Chu Feng at the entrance, was also present, accompanied by a stunning young lady who appeared to be around 17 or 18, with almond-shaped eyes and a charming visage. Dressed in a pink gown, she exuded grace and poise, reminiscent of royalty. Though still youthful, the girl surpassed Bai He in both beauty and demeanor, undoubtedly the renowned Miss Yu. She sat beside young Master Yin, occasionally peeling fruit for him to eat. Wealth certainly afforded one the luxury of such exquisite companionship, and Chu Feng could not help but feel a twinge of envy. "Do you know that fellow?" Miss Yu asked, her voice like a melodious chime. Young Master Yin had laughed the hardest during Chu Feng's earlier embarrassment, his gaze towards Chu Feng brimming with disdain. "How could I possibly know such a rustic fool? I merely encountered him bullying a girl from the establishment, and I taught him a lesson." Young Master Yin boasted shamelessly in front of the beautiful girl. "You, a young hero, have already achieved great status as a distinguished rune master at such a young age. The ladies here at the Zui Xiang Lu admire you immensely. Your recent act of gallantry in rescuing a damsel will surely have many vying for your attention." Miss Yu, with her bright eyes and captivating smile, lavished praise upon young Master Yin. Unabashed, he accepted her compliments without a hint of humility. "There are not many ladies who catch my eye in this establishment, but I have already plucked the flower that is you. Only the ethereal Miss Yu captivates my heart, leaving me utterly enchanted." Miss Yu giggled, acknowledging young Master Yan's lofty standards. "Miss Yu is indeed extraordinary. Not only is her beauty unparalleled, but her talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are unmatched. Her music is acclaimed as the finest, and her dancing resembles that of a celestial being descending to earth." As Miss Yu extolled the virtues of Miss Yu, her own beauty seemed to pale in comparison, revealing the extraordinary allure of the latter. "Tonight, perhaps I shall finally achieve my desire," young Master Yin declared confidently. Having come prepared, Miss Yu merely covered her mouth with a laugh, well aware that he had made such claims many times before. Yet no man had ever won Miss Yu's favor. As time passed, more guests filled the second floor, and the seating before the stage was completely occupied. Chu Feng, oblivious to the others' opinions, indulged in the delicacies before him and savored the fragrant tea. He noticed that nearly all the patrons were discussing Miss Yu, showering her with accolades as they eagerly awaited her appearance. Among the attendees were many influential figures of Tianbing City. What is so special about a beautiful girl? Chu Feng mused, unimpressed. Men are truly foolish, yearning for what they cannot have. He remained indifferent, pondering that if Miss Yu were on Earth, she would merely be a popular celebrity. Then, a harmonious and enchanting melody from a flute wafted from backstage, capturing everyone's attention and plunging the room into silence. The one capable of producing such exquisite music must surely be breathtaking. Adorned with colorful ribbons at her waist and holding a green flute, she gracefully descended upon the stage. The melodious notes were indeed a product of her artistry. At last, Miss Xianyu has graced us with her presence, cheered the young masters and wealthy patrons, many rising to their feet and greeting her with enthusiasm. Though Chu Feng had encountered countless beauties, including the likes of Murong Shui, upon witnessing Miss Xianyu, he felt as though he had wasted his life. This woman transcended mere beauty. Her dark, luminous eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her delicate features, peach-like lips and slender hands, were perfected to an extraordinary degree. Her demeanor captivates like a fine vintage, growing more enchanting with each encounter. Noble and elegant, she possesses an alluring charm intertwined with a hint of shyness. From a distance, she resembles a blooming peony. Up close, she exudes the delicate fragrance of an ethereal orchid, drawing one irresistibly into her allure. Such an exquisite beauty. It is no wonder that all the young lords and affluent elites of the entire heavenly soldier city yearn to possess her. Apologies for the wait. Fair Xianyu is here to atone with her melodious tunes and graceful dance. Her voice is akin to a golden oriole emerging from the valley, melodious and delightful, soothing the heart. Even Chu Feng, who has encountered countless beauties, is utterly captivated by Miss Xianyu at this moment. Like everyone else, he gazes intently at her charming visage and devilishly enchanting figure. A 13-string guzheng has already been set up at the center of the stage. She sits gracefully, a faint smile gracing her lips, as her jade fingers delicately pluck the strings. The sound resonates, and one can see her nimble fingers dancing across the 13 strings. Whether plucking, strumming, or caressing, each motion is executed with such natural elegance and grace. The music she produces is like a celestial melody, and the petals that fall to the ground seem to be enchanted by the music, swirling into the air like a myriad of butterflies, dancing in harmony with the notes. The scene is profoundly striking, leaving Chu Feng in awe, speechless. The melody cascades like pearls falling on a jade plate, reminiscent of the tranquil flow of a mountain stream, weaving a tapestry of sound that intoxicates all who hear it. As the music ceases, Miss Xianyu rises to dance. The maidens who previously graced the stage, though indeed beautiful, instantly pale in comparison to her. Every aspect, her dance, physique, beauty, and grace, outshines them without effort. Almost all eyes are fixated on Miss Xianyu, rendering the other dancers mere background figures. Her movements seem devoid of bones, executing intricate maneuvers with effortless ease. What defines an unparalleled beauty? This is the quintessence of such a being. Elegant ladies, youthful maidens, and campus beauties should all step aside. Truly, Miss Xianyu embodies the perfect harmony of music and dance, satisfying our every desire. Young Master Yin rises, eager to praise Miss Xianyu aloud. Others, feeling a twinge of annoyance, lament that he has stolen their thunder. Chu Feng, unable to contain his laughter, is met with Yan's furious glare upon being recognized. Slamming his palm on the table, Yan points accusingly at Chu Feng, exclaiming, "You, a mere bumpkin, dare mock Miss Xianyu, who in Heavenly Soldier City does not know of her dual mastery in music and dance." Accustomed to countless praises, Miss Xianyu, noticing a poorly dressed youth laughing with a dismissive expression, feels her reputation challenged. Surely he seeks to attract her attention through such trivial antics. It is not the first time she has encountered this. Previously, a destitute youth attempted to garner her focus by disparaging himself, resembling a mere jester. Surely you have heard the phrase, "A poor man's ambition remains undeterred." If your intention is to capture my attention in such a tedious manner, you have succeeded. Yet, I must inform you, such tactics are tiresome and will not earn my favor, she states coldly, her displeasure evident. The smile on her face has vanished, replaced by a look of disdain directed at Chu Feng. She believes he harbors ulterior motives due to his poverty, which prompts him to resort to such dull ploys. Get lost, brat, and spare us your repulsiveness, or I shall break your legs. Young Master Yin seizes the opportunity to play the role of a gallant protector, showcasing his influence. Chu Feng does not even spare him a glance, treating him as if he were air. Instead, he gazes at Miss Xianyu, disappointment etched on his face, and retorts, "Am I not entitled to point out flaws? Is this how Miss Xianyu's reputation for dual mastery was built?" Miss Xianyu, though possessing remarkable composure, cannot help but feel her cheeks flush with indignation at Chu Feng's sardonic remarks. "Then do enlighten us. What flaws do you perceive in my music and dance? If your critique holds merit, I shall accept it graciously, but if you merely ramble, you will find yourself escorted out." Young Master Yin and his companions glare menacingly at Chu Feng, The two young gentlemen seated with Chu Feng have long harbored disdain for him, and now feel embarrassed to be associated with him, their expressions darkening. How dare a beggar, who cannot even appreciate tea, critique Miss Xianyu? Depart at once, lest you tarnish our standing. They seem to express their shame at being seen with him, as if they have suffered a great misfortune by sharing a table with him. Chu Feng, with a cold smile, counters, remember, a bun may be stuffed with meat, but it does not boast of its contents. The song, though pleasing, lacks depth. To elaborate, your emotions do not resonate well within it, failing to evoke a heartfelt response. Though not an expert in music, Chu Feng possesses a modicum of knowledge. Young Master Yin, however, remains oblivious to such intricate musical concepts, as do many present, who are nothing more than uncultured individuals despite their wealth and status. They frequent this place to admire Miss Xianyu's beauty, desiring to win her affection, rather than to genuinely appreciate her art. Miss Xianyu, taken aback, does not react with anger but instead falls into contemplation, as if grasping a newfound understanding. After several minutes, she lifts her head with excitement, gliding gracefully to Chu Feng's side, demonstrating her formidable martial prowess. With a serious demeanor, she bows to him, saying, I, Xianyu, was foolish to offend you earlier. Please forgive my ignorance. Your words have illuminated the folly of my past perspectives. What? The ethereal Miss Xianyu deems this commoner a teacher? As she approaches, Chu Feng catches a faint, fragrant scent akin to orchids and musk. Observing her closely, he is struck by her beauty. Her skin is flawless as purest jade, devoid of blemishes, resembling the most exquisite work of art. I cannot accept such a title. I merely offered a few suggestions. Chu Feng, charmed by her sincere demeanor and sweet voice, feels gratified. Since you dislike being called teacher, I shall refer to you as young Master Chu instead. With a playful glance, Miss Xianyu signals the attendant, instructing, bring 2 cups of wine. I wish to toast young Master Chu personally, as a token of my gratitude. What? Miss Xianyu wishes to toast this commoner? All gazes turn to Chu Feng, filled with incredulity. Typically, one must lavish 10 gold coins or more to share a drink with her. This young man named Chu seems to have stumbled into fortune. How infuriating. Young Master Yin, consumed by jealousy, regards Chu Feng with murderous intent. At that moment, he realized that even the girl he had spent a fortune to keep, gazed at Chu Feng with a hint of admiration and curiosity. Consumed by jealousy, he pulled Wei close and pinched her harshly. Young Master Yin, you hurt me. Wei exclaimed in pain. Who told you to look at that bumpkin with such admiration? Don't forget, I am the one you serve. Young Master Yin huffed in dissatisfaction. The 2 young men at the same table, as Chu Feng looked at him with envy. Had they known that flattering a few words could earn them the gratitude and respect of the enchanting Xianyu, they would have done so too. Moreover, they were undoubtedly more refined than that rustic Chu Feng. One of them, with a glint in his eye, looked at the nearby Xianyu and boldly declared, Xianyu, I am Wang Chao, and I would like to offer you a suggestion. After making his statement, he let out a haughty snort in Chu Feng's direction, then turned back to Xianyu with a beaming smile. Oh, young Master Wang, please go ahead. Xianyu, at this moment, dared not act overly proud. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon, and she had nearly missed out on the wisdom of Chu Feng, her excellent teacher. Although he had only offered a couple of pointers, they had been immensely beneficial. Young Master Wang postured himself, trying to appear as a sage, and smugly remarked, while your dancing is beautiful, it lacks a certain finesse, appearing rather stiff and wooden. This man disdained Chu Feng while secretly appropriating his advice. Unfortunately, stolen insights do not belong to the thief. Attempting to apply them directly could lead to ridicule. It would be akin to the tale of Dong Shi imitating a graceful dance, resulting in utter failure. Initially, Xianyu had listened with an open mind. However, upon finishing, her expression had turned as cold as ice. Is this really the advice you offer, young Master Wang? Wang Chao nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed. Do you not think my words are excellent? Surely, you must be grateful to me? I am undoubtedly of a higher caliber than this rustic fellow. Xianyu merely needed to accompany him for 3 drinks. This man was overflowing with an inflated sense of superiority, as if his tale were about to reach the heavens. Someone, please escort him out. He is not allowed on the 2nd floor again. Xianyu's delicate face was frosty, her gaze towards Wang Chao filled with disdain. This man was utterly insulting her intelligence. Chu Feng could only chuckle in disbelief. He never expected such a fool to exist in the world. Truly, the forest is vast, and all kinds of birds can be found. Xianyu, you cannot treat me this way. My family is quite wealthy. Wang Chao protested. only to be lifted and thrown from the second floor by a strong bodyguard, much like an eagle catching a chick. Chapter 38. Did you not wish to kill me? Let me fulfill that desire. Allow me to toast to you, Chu Gongzi, as a token of my gratitude. Xianyu, with her delicate, fair fingers, elegantly held a wine cup, her beauty captivating and graceful. Initially, Chu Feng had no intention of drinking, but seeing the sincerity in her gesture made it hard for him to refuse. As he reached for the wine, their hands brushed, and he felt a delightful chill, the exquisite softness sending a shiver through him. How wonderful it would be to hold her delicate hand and admire it. I toast to you. Let us drink. She covered her face with her sleeve, revealing only a slender, pale neck. The wine was enticing, and Chu Feng drank it in one gulp, feeling a surge of accomplishment as he sensed the jealous gazes fixed upon him. Xianyu, if I wish to be your confidant, I must meet 3 conditions. May I know if this is acceptable? Young Master Yin, feeling threatened by Chu Feng's newfound attention, boldly questioned Xianyu. Of course, it is acceptable. Xianyu replied with a gentle smile. The first condition, solve 3 riddles. The second condition, earn my admiration. The third condition, 10 gold coins. Typically, a girl from the drunken fragrance house would only cost 3 or 4 silver coins for a night. Yet, she demanded 10 gold coins, a staggering price. Chu Feng found this amusing. While he was not versed in many matters, he excelled at riddles. Present the 3 riddles. Seeing the guest's enthusiasm, Xianyu commanded a maid to display the riddles on white silk. Young Master Yin, brimming with confidence, immediately felt deflated upon seeing the new riddles displayed. Why are these different from the last time? He had barely managed to pay handsomely for the previous riddles, only to discover they had all been replaced. Young Master Yin and a few others who had come prepared wore bitter expressions. This Xianyu was too cunning. Getting her to part with her treasures was no easy feat. After everyone reviewed the riddles, they shook their heads. Some even scratched their heads in frustration. We can't solve them. They are far too difficult. They are 10 times harder than last time. Several young men hung their heads in despair. Chu Feng pushed forward to examine the riddles. Young Master Yin was already irritated and mocked. Rustic. Do you think you can get lucky again like last time by randomly pointing out flaws? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. I do enjoy a good bargain. Perhaps luck will favor me again. He then noticed Ware glancing at him with interest. Ware, you seem quite intrigued by me. How about I propose a wager to win you over? This remark struck a nerve with young Master Yin. Rustic, you better not get too cocky in front of me. If you have the guts, then guess one riddle and show me. He deliberately pulled Ware aside, preventing Chu Feng from seeing her. After all, he had spent a considerable sum 2 gold coins to keep Ware for the night. How could he bear to see her flirt with Chu Feng? Chu Feng had been waiting for this opportunity. With a dismissive expression, he proposed, how about a wager? If I solve 1 riddle, you let Ware kiss me. If I solve 2, she belongs to me for the night. After all, you've already paid. He challenged young Master Yin. Do you dare to accept? Faced with public provocation by a mere rustic, young Master Yin felt compelled to maintain his dignity. Gritting his teeth, he replied coldly, fine, I accept this wager. If Ware is still untouched, you must pay a price to have her. If you fail to solve the riddles, I will break your legs. Young Master Yin was intent on ruining Chu Feng. Let us have witnesses to this wager. Upon hearing that Ware had not yet lost her virtue, Chu Feng's interest peaked. He was not keen on a second-hand acquisition. However, the allure of a pristine beauty was undeniably enticing. He fixed his gaze on young Master Yin, challenging. Do you really wish to kill me? Of course. I would relish the chance to chop you into pieces, young Master Yin retorted coldly. Then allow me to propose something more daring. If I solve all 3 riddles, you shall redeem Ware and grant her to me. If I fail, you may strike me 3 times. Even 1 blow would be enough to end Chu Feng. He was indeed fearless. Ware could hardly stifle her gasp of horror. Haha, you have said it yourself. I have more than enough money. Redeeming her is trivial. As for the riddles Xianyu poses, solving even 1 is a remarkable feat. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Bring me paper and pen. I, this young master, am about to sign a wager with this rascal and establish a written agreement. Lest he renege, young Master Yin, having endured repeated indignities at the hands of Chu Feng, had long harbored a desire to eliminate him. With an opportunity now at hand, he had no reason to refuse. He promptly summoned someone to fetch paper and pen, and together with Chu Feng, they formalized the wager in duplicate, securing the signatures of several esteemed witnesses present. Thus, should Chu Feng fail to solve 3 riddles, he would be free to take his life without fear of retribution. Madam, come here. Chu Feng, a traveler from Earth, had encountered his fair share of swindlers. He had to remain cautious. "What is the ransom for her?" he inquired, gesturing towards the lady named Yuer. Chapter 39. A belly full of fools. Ah, esteemed gentlemen, are you intent on robbing my Zue Xiang Lu of its golden goose? The proprietress lamented. Miss Yuer is a treasure we have painstakingly nurtured, an exquisite beauty, skilled in every art, and a maiden of virtue. To redeem her, you must part with this sum. As she spoke, she raised 4 fingers. For gold coins? Young Master Yin asked, seemingly unfazed. Surely, you jest. I meant 40 gold coins. And that as considering your status as a master inscriber. For anyone else, it would be no less than 50. The price was indeed staggering. Particularly for a celebrated courtesan from such a prestigious establishment, the cost was exorbitant. Chu Feng's finest artifact had only fetched 10 gold coins, a princely sum in itself. The valuation of Miss Yuer was akin to 4 of the highest-tier artifacts. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the wealthy patrons present. Such a price was astonishing. Though young Master Yin was affluent, he possessed merely 10 gold coins, and 40 would require him to borrow. Is it too steep? Just moments ago, you proclaimed that redeeming Miss Yuer was a mere trifle, claiming you had wealth aplenty. Could it be that young Master Yin cannot afford it? Chu Feng reveled in the irony. If the ransom were too low, he would be disheartened. After all, one cannot expect quality at a bargain price. Moreover, it was young Master Yin who would be footing the bill, which only delighted Chu Feng further. The higher the price, the more it would sting Yan's pride. How curious. I had thought young Master Yin to be wealthy, yet he cannot even redeem a courtesan. Chu Feng's expression dripped with disdain, a sight that thoroughly trampled upon Yan's dignity. Young Master Chu, you mustn't cast such aspersions. Young Master Yin has always been generous during his visits here, and as a highly profitable master inscriber. Surely 40 gold coins is but a trifling matter. The proprietress appeared to defend Yin while subtly pushing for the transaction as completion. Purchasing a young girl of 7 or 8 years might cost merely a couple of gold coins, with a bit of training over 6 or 7 years. She could be sold for more than 20 times that amount, a lucrative endeavor indeed. Young Master Yin found himself trapped for having boasted not long ago. He could hardly back down now without becoming the subject of ridicule. Should he withdraw, he would be scorned by the elite of Tianbing City. This was no longer merely a financial issue. It was a matter of pride. Feeling the weight of judgmental gazes, he steeled himself, deciding to maintain his bravado. Is it merely 40 gold coins? I can manage that, young Master Yin declared, though his confidence wavered as he reached for his pouch, his hands trembling. This was his entire savings. Let it be known that if this Chu fellow fails to solve the 3 riddles, this agreement is void. My household has plenty of maids. I have no need to purchase another. Yin clung to the hope that should Chu Feng falter, he would not need to redeem Yuer, perhaps even slaying Chu Feng instead. Prepare yourself, for I shall ensure your demise is far from swift. First your hand, then your foot, and only then your head. Young Master Yan's cruelty was palpable, and he intended to make Chu Feng suffer before his end. As Chu Feng stepped forward to face the first riddle, he read, a creature with a pointed mouth. Walking head first, feasting not on earthly grains, yet able to utter the words of the world. Deep in thought, he pondered. I've got it. A flamboyant youth seated beside Chu Feng suddenly erupted with excitement, startling those around him. Young Master Yin's face lit up with glee as he hissed. If someone else solves it first, even the heavens can't save you. Prepare to meet your end. If this foppish youth solved the first riddle, Chu Feng would be left with only 2 to answer, thus sealing his defeat. Thank you. Young Master Yin beamed. I wager the answer to this riddle is a chicken. The youth, with skin softer than a woman's, basked in self-satisfaction. Look, is not a chicken's beak pointed? Does it not walk with its head down? While it eats grains, it also consumes insects and grass. It can speak the words of the world, though we cannot understand them. Patrons shook their heads. The explanation was far-fetched. The courtesans of Zue Xiang Lu grew indignant, suspecting the youth had insulted them by likening them to chickens, an epithet they loathed. Throw him out. Your mother's a chicken. The courtesans erupted in fury, and the youth protested, struggling against his captors. Xianyu, you cannot abandon me. Tonight, you are mine. At that moment, Chu Feng realized the answer, determined to clarify the situation for the youth. If I am not mistaken, the answer to the first riddle is a pen, he proclaimed confidently. What? You dare insult them? Young Master Yin shouted in disbelief. Throw him out too. The patrons were incensed. The youth's flippant remark had already stirred ire. But Chu Feng's direct insult would surely incite wrath. Wait, He guessed correctly. The answer is indeed a pin. Xianyu, her expression inscrutable, regarded Chu Feng with newfound respect. Though Chu Feng appeared shabby, his intellect shone brightly, eliciting admiration. Could it be that Xianyu has taken a liking to this fellow, aiding him intentionally? Young Master Yin thought, feeling the sting of jealousy. Is young Master Yin attempting to showcase his wit? Is not a pinpointed? Does it not write with its tip down? Does it consume sustenance? It can articulate all manner of speech. Xianyu's frustration grew. Yan's lack of intellect was becoming increasingly evident. Chapter 40. Young Master Yan's heart bleeds begone. The foppish youth was unceremoniously hurled from the second floor, utterly humiliated. He had mocked Chu Feng for being uncouth, only to find himself outshone repeatedly, earning the favor of a beautiful maiden, while he, the self-proclaimed gentleman, was reduced to a fool, inciting the wrath of all the courtesans in Zui Xianglu. In a state of disgrace, he fled, his face covered in dust. He would likely need to don a disguise on his next visit to Zui Xianglu to conceal his identity. Well, even if you have solved the first riddle, what about the second and the third? Yin Gongzi's face was grim, his murderous intent palpable. Chu Feng smiled and beckoned to the young lady beside Yin Gongzi. Yuer, come here. Yin Gongzi was infuriated, jealousy flaring. Why are you calling her over for a riddle? She's mine, and I haven't had my turn yet. The young lady was someone he had invested heavily in, and now Chu Feng dared to take the first bite. With each passing moment, Yin Gongzi's fury boiled over as he thought of the impending scene. Come here quickly. Chu Feng called out again, and Yuer shyly approached. Yin Gongzi, I was first. Chu Feng arrogantly pulled Yuer into his embrace and claimed her enticing red lips with a domineering kiss. Yuer felt as if she had been jolted by electricity, her body stiffening and trembling slightly. Damn it, you poor wretch, are you not finished? Hurry up and guess the remaining two. If you can't, I will end you. Yin Gongzi's face turned green with rage, his eyes blazing, his fist cracking ominously. This destitute wretch was utterly detestable. Yuer had been considered his possession, at least for the night, but now Chu Feng intended to take the first taste. The thought of the forthcoming scenario made Yin Gongzi feel a surge of frustration. Once more, Chu Feng turned his attention to the second riddle, a square when drawn, a circle when written. With it, warmth abounds. Without it, coolness prevails. After a brief contemplation, he figured it out. He cast an odd glance at the fair maiden. These riddles are truly intriguing. The first one was a pen, which is rather obvious. The second, however, is a character for son. Chu Feng mused, secretly admiring the elegance of the maiden while noting her unexpected boldness. For the second riddle, I believe the answer is son. Am I correct? He addressed the maiden with a smile. The other guests and ladies had already begun to regard Chu Feng as the star of the evening, their gazes fixated on his face. Upon hearing his answer, many expressions turned quizzical. You are quite the lecherous genius. Yin Gongzi snapped back, his previous displays of ignorance replaced by biting disdain. The maiden's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Chu Feng, her enchanting smile illuminating her features. Mr. Chu, such talent. I wonder if you can guess the final riddle. The final riddle read, as white as snow, smooth and unable to stand. Once peeled, it reveals yellow and white. Upon reading the third riddle, Chu Feng nearly burst out laughing. How clever and wickedly imaginative the riddle was. The answer would undoubtedly be shocking. Get lost. Chu Feng chuckled coldly, addressing the maiden. The answer to this riddle is egg. Applause erupted as the maiden clapped her hands in admiration, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. Mr. Chu, you are absolutely correct. The guests, after considering the answer, realized that the third riddle indeed referred to an egg smooth, round, and unable to stand. Once cracked, it revealed white and yellow inside. How could I not have thought of such a simple answer? Yin Gongzi seethed, his anger rising to the point of throwing his knife to the ground. Today, he had been thoroughly outwitted by this Chu fellow, losing both his dignity and his prize. The beautiful maiden had been snatched away, and he was left to pay the exorbitant price for her freedom. With these thoughts swirling, Yin Gongzi felt a wave of darkness closing in, and he could not suppress a cough of blood. Madam, bring me the contract for Yuer, Chu Feng declared, embracing the young lady and gesturing to the madam. Of course. Of course. Mr. Chu is truly remarkable. No guest has ever managed to guess all three of Miss Xianyu's riddles. The madam, adhering to the rules, did not attempt to cheat Chu Feng out of his winnings despite his humble appearance. She swiftly produced the contract and handed it to him. This was a slave contract, signifying that from this moment forth, Yuer would be bound to serve Chu Feng for life. Receiving the contract, Chu Feng beamed with joy, envisioning a future filled with service and companionship. In this otherworldly realm, wealth and ability allowed one to take as many wives as desired, without fear of reproach. If Chu Feng wished to collect all the beautiful maidens in this world, none would dare oppose him. They would instead commend his prowess. Get lost. Do you think I am broke? Yin Gongzi snarled, his visage twisted in fury. I have plenty of money. Yet, internally, he bled from the thought of the 26 gold coin debt weighing heavily upon him. Please ensure that the payment is sent swiftly. Any debts exceeding 3 days will incur interest. The madam was clearly one who recognized only wealth, having recently treated Yin Gongzi with great respect. Only to turn on him now, as Yin Gongzi remained stubbornly in place. He wished to see if Chu Feng could truly become a favored guest of Miss Xinyu. The occurrence of someone guessing all 3 of her riddles soon spread throughout the entire establishment, creating quite a stir. Lu Zhonggue, the shopkeeper of the Jiang family, happened to accompany President Mu Qing into the establishment. Given their status, they proceeded directly to the 2nd floor, where the ladies below did not pique President Mu Qing's interest. After guessing the 3 riddles, Chu Feng turned his gaze toward Miss Xinyu, pondering what her second condition might be. To earn her admiration. He knew there was considerable maneuverability involved. The decision ultimately lay in her hands. If she found him unworthy, it would not matter if he solved all 3 riddles. She could easily find an excuse to dismiss him. I possess a painting, crafted by my own hand, depicting the 4 seasons, Miss Xinyu proclaimed, summoning forth a scroll that illustrated mountains, waters, and verdant pines. Her talent was truly commendable, capturing the essence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter in a mere 3-foot painting. Chu Feng could not help but give a thumbs up in admiration. Even in praise, Mr. Chu is uniquely distinguished. Miss Xinyu had often heard countless compliments. Yet none had been as succinct yet profound as his. The other guests had only ever lauded her beauty, overlooking her remarkable talent. Might I ask you to compose a poem to accompany my painting? Miss Xinyu asked with a charming smile that was utterly captivating. Very well. I shall give it a try. Should it fall short, please do not mock me. Chu Feng's mind brimmed with ancient poetry. Yet he wondered if this world shared any connection to Earth. If his verses were already known here, he would find himself in a most embarrassing position, shattering the image of a talented scholar he had so painstakingly constructed. In the 4 seasons, spring waters fill the marshes, summer clouds crown the peaks, autumn moon radiates bright. Winter ridges boast cold pines. Chu Feng took up his brush, flowing with confidence as he transcribed the lines of the ancient poet Tao Yuanming. His heart raced with anxiety. If discovered, he would have no choice but to resort to a crude verse. Chu Feng's greatest talent lies solely in composing light verses. However, in terms of scope, literary finesse, and emotional depth, his whimsical poems undoubtedly pale in comparison to the exquisite works crafted by the ancient masters of poetry. Astonishingly, this rustic lad has indeed managed to produce a poem. Even if young Master Yin were to contest it, he could only look up to Chu Feng at this moment. In this world, poetry is regarded as an elevated art form. Without a modicum of literary knowledge, one cannot even conjure a semblance of verse. The other guests gazed at Chu Feng with eyes brimming with admiration. Miss Xinyu, enraptured, repeatedly recited Chu Feng's poem, growing more fond of it with each utterance. A joyful smile graced her charming face. The poem's transcendent essence, ethereal quality, and profound emotions not only resonate with the occasion but paint vivid imagery, employing meticulously crafted language. This poem is the finest she has ever encountered in her life. Having frequented the fragrant Dream Pavilion for nearly 2 years, she had never yielded to anyone until tonight, when she was captivated by the young gentleman's talent and noble character. This evening, Xinyu wishes to invite the young master into her intimate chamber to revel in the beauty of flowers and moonlight, and to share joyous libations. Her declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Who among the patrons on the 2nd floor, drawn by the allure of Miss Xinyu, would have anticipated that the long-awaited fairy would surrender her first night to a mere pauper? Their gazes toward Chu Feng were a blend of envy and jealousy. Yet, what of it? Chu Feng's achievement stemmed from his own merit. He too was astonished at the fortune of becoming Miss Xinyu's esteemed guest, a double blessing. In his previous life on Earth, he had never even held a girl's hand. Yet today he found himself in such fortunate circumstances. Not only had he won the affections of the lovely Yue, but now he had the prospect of Miss Xinyu as well. By all that is holy, having grown up without ever having slept with a celebrity, let alone a maiden of such repute, to traverse to this fantastical realm has truly turned his fortunes around. Chu Feng could hardly contain his glee, contemplating whether to indulge in a night of shared slumber with both beautiful ladies. After all, as the ancients wisely noted, one should seize the flowers while they bloom, lest they find themselves bereft of beauty to admire. With both a grand and petite beauty at his disposal, Chu Feng would not hesitate to indulge. There was no way he would emulate that foolish Lu Xianghui. He suspected the man might well be a eunuch or something akin to it. Young Master Yan, observing Chu Feng's enviable position, felt a fiery jealousy consume him. His face darkened with resentment. Wait. To claim the favor of Miss Xianyu, he must first satisfy the final condition. 10 gold coins must be presented. Young Master Yin was indeed meddling in affairs that were not his own. I bet this poor wretch can't possibly produce 10 gold coins. Young Master Yin looked at him with disdain. Caught up in his elation, Chu Feng had forgotten about this stipulation. Indeed, he could not produce 10 gold coins. This predicament was quite vexing. After all, this was the star of Tianbing City. Moreover, she was a maiden who had never been touched by any man. Having met the first 2 conditions, he was now left with the last hurdle. Where could he procure 10 gold coins? 10 gold coins were no trifling sum. They equated to 100,000 in value. You impoverished fool. I knew you wouldn't be able to muster 10 gold coins. With this pitiful state, you think you can win over Miss Xinyu? Young Master Yan's laughter rang out as he realized Chu Feng's plight. Just then, 2 figures emerged from the crowd, none other than Manager Lu and the president of the Ink Society, Mu Qing. They had witnessed Chu Feng's display of talent and how he had captivated Miss Xianyu. Manager Lu had not intended to introduce Chu Feng to Mu Qing so soon. But having indulged a bit too much, he found himself rather candid in his surprise at encountering Chu Feng. Thus, he pointed him out to Mu Qing, indicating that the shabby-dressed lad was the genius engraver behind that exceptional divine weapon. Mu Qing, in need of a way to connect with Chu Feng, seized the opportunity with fervor. While others may not grasp the significance of the divine patterns Chu Feng had inscribed, he was acutely aware of their worth. At that moment, the ostentatious young Master Yin, upon recognizing the esteemed Mu Qing's presence, instinctively straightened his posture, plastering a smile onto his face as he approached him. In stark contrast, Mu Qing, usually stern and aloof, wore a warm smile, quite different from his usual demeanor. Surely he is smiling so warmly because he has seen my illustrious self. I am the youngest divine pattern master. Young Master Yin thought proudly, his heart swelling with arrogance. However, to his astonishment, as he greeted Mu Qing, the latter walked right past him without so much as a glance, treating him as if he were invisible. The other guests, recognizing Mu Qing, parted ways respectfully, many bowing in greeting. To these young lords and dignitaries of Tianbing City, Mu Qing exhibited an icy demeanor, acknowledging them with a mere nod and a hum, granting them a semblance of acknowledgement. Chu Gongzi, I am Mu Qing, the president of the Divine Pattern Master Association. I have long admired your name. Might we become friends? Mu Qing lowered his stance, akin to a student addressing a teacher, his tone and demeanor exceedingly humble. Everyone present was left astonished, gazing at Chu Feng as if he were a marvel. Who was this young man that even such a prestigious figure as Mu Qing would bow so low to forge a connection? Surely, even the elder of the Chu family could not command such respect. Chu does not easily make friends. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. He held a disdain for those in positions of power and was even less fond of their treacherous ways. To be deemed a friend, one must earn his respect. In Chu Feng's eyes, many immature youths would boast of their connections, prattling on about knowing this or that influential figure. So what? Are they your father or uncle? When push comes to shove, how could those lofty figures possibly assist you? To put it bluntly, while you may regard them as esteemed guests, they may see you as mere refuse. Without sufficient strength, one lacks value. The 2 parties cannot possibly become true friends if they do not operate on the same level. Is this lad out of his mind? This is President Mu Qing. Even the Lord of Tianbing City would treat him with respect. Now, Mu Qing has approached this pauper to extend an olive branch, and he outright rejects it, offering no semblance of courtesy. The gazes directed at Chu Feng were filled with incredulity, akin to that reserved for a fool. Were it them, they would undoubtedly greet Mu Qing with beaming smiles, eager to shake hands and engage. Manager Lu, taken aback by Chu Feng's haughty demeanor towards President Mu Qing, felt a shiver run down his spine, sobering him considerably. He quickly stepped forward to mediate, saying, Chu Gongzi, President Mu Qing means no harm. He merely wishes to befriend you and discuss divine patterns. Chu Feng had already surmised the reason for Mu Qing's approach. It was likely that his proficiency in crafting divine weapons had been revealed, prompting these individuals to seek him out. Such matters are difficult to conceal. Young Master Yin, who had always prided himself as Tianbing City's most talented divine pattern master, viewed himself as superior, often belittling others. Upon hearing that President Mu Qing sought to engage with this impoverished lad about divine patterns, he seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself. Warning, President Mu, do not be deceived by this Chu fellow. How could someone of his lowly status comprehend the profound knowledge of divine pattern engraving? Slap. Without a word, President Mu Qing delivered a resounding slap to young Master Yin. Chu Feng had never regarded him with much respect in the first place. The fool from the Yin family. If he provokes young Master Chu and jeopardizes his own interests, it would be disastrous. Stay away. If you dare to disrespect young Master Chu again, the punishment will not simply be a slap. President Mu Qing lavishes attention on Chu Feng like a devoted lapdog, while treating young Master Yin merely as a tool to curry favor with Chu Feng. First-tier inscription masters are numerous, with at least dozens, if not 100. Yet, only this young Master Chu in the entire Heavenly Armament City possesses the ability to inscribe top-tier divine weapons and understand such advanced first-tier inscriptions. Young Master Yin, though seemingly of noble lineage and a young first-tier inscription master with considerable potential, pales in comparison to Chu Feng, becoming utterly insignificant. Leave. After reprimanding young Master Yin, President Mu Qing's voice rang out harshly again. Young Master Yin, holding his bruised face and stained with blood, stumbled down from the second floor. Not daring to utter a word, President Mu Qing, a master of the Wheel Realm, could crush him with the ease of squashing an ant. Damn it. The beating I received today was all because of that bastard named Chu. This resentment is unbearable. I must find an opportunity to eliminate that brat. Upon his arrival, young Master Yin was full of grandeur, but now, as he left the drunken fragrance pavilion, he had lost all face and appeared utterly disheveled. All due to offending Chu Feng, whom he deemed worthless. Meanwhile, after dealing with young Master Yin, President Mu Qing smiled at Chu Feng, saying, Young Master Chu, should anyone dare to disrespect you again, do not hesitate to seek me out. Today's encounter may have been a bit sudden. These 10 gold coins are but a token of my goodwill. I shall make a special visit to your esteemed residence in the future. President Mu Qing, a shrewd individual, realized he had been too hasty after his proposition for friendship was declined. After leaving behind the 10 gold coins, he nodded at Chu Feng with a smile and departed swiftly. It's best to avoid trouble. If my wife finds out, it would be chaos. It is amusing to see such a powerful figure like President Mu Qing exhibit a hint of fear towards his wife. Just how formidable must she be? Receiving the 10 gold coins from President Mu Qing, Chu Feng fulfilled the final condition, eliciting great satisfaction within him. Madam, take this. No one is to disturb me and Miss Xinyu tonight, understood? Though still clad in ragged clothing, no one dared to underestimate him. With young Master Yin beneath his feet and President Mu Qing vying for his friendship, who would dare show him disrespect now? The madam, focused solely on profit, had made a handsome sum from selling Miss Yu, and now, with Miss Xinyu's first night, she would profit even more. This was all performance for her. And her smile was radiant. Hastily bowing and smiling, she assured Chu Feng that no one would disturb him. With that, she summoned 2 guards to stand vigil outside Miss Xinyu's chamber. Chu Feng, with a radiant countenance, took Miss Yu in his left arm and Miss Xinyu in his right, entering the fragrant chamber. As soon as he closed the door, he eagerly embraced Miss Xinyu, yearning to partake in what one might expect. Do not be so impatient. Miss Xinyu gently shook free from his grasp. To his surprise, this seemingly delicate beauty possessed formidable prowess. She danced about like a beautiful butterfly, evading his attempts to catch her, leaving him to stumble clumsily. Come on, young Master Chu. Miss Xinyu teased, casting flirtatious glances his way while playfully taunting him. Despite his commands for Miss Yu to assist him, he still could not capture her. Moments later, utterly exhausted, he slumped onto the bed, panting heavily. Master, are you tired? Miss Yu inquired sweetly, rushing over to massage his legs. Ah, that feels wonderful. Chu Feng thought to himself that having such a diligent maid was indeed a blessing. Curse it, just a little girl. And I can't believe I can't handle you. Knowing force would not work, he devised a clever plan. Miss Xinyu, perched playfully by the window, looked at the disheveled Chu Feng and stifled a laugh. Even with the stunning beauty right in front of him, he remained unable to seize the opportunity. Determined, Chu Feng decided to compose a poem, hoping to entice Miss Xinyu closer. The moonlight is bright, the white dew falls like frost. The one I long for is on the other side of the water. He had modified an ancient poem slightly, yet it fit the occasion well. Miss Xianyu couldn't help but laugh at his words, while Miss Yuer gazed at him with admiration. Having a master with such scholarly depth promised a colorful future ahead. Young Master Chu, there is no water here. Miss Xianyu, equally talented, discerned the imagery of being by a lake or river within his words. Shall I explain it to you? Chu Feng responded with mock seriousness. Are you trying to deceive me? I won't fall for your tricks. Miss Xianyu, sharp-witted, saw through his intentions immediately. Regardless, your martial prowess far exceeds mine. Even if I came over, I could do nothing to you. Chu Feng feigned weakness, adopting the demeanor of a fisherman with bait. If you choose not to come, then so be it. The ploy of desire and retreat proved effective, as Miss Xianyu promptly approached him. Speak. I'm coming, she chimed, her playful smile making Chu Feng's heart race. The moonlight, the white do need no explanation. They are visible outside the window. As for the one I long for, that would naturally be you, Miss Xianyu. The water, well, that's simple. He gestured for her to sit beside him, and she complied. Lean in, he urged. What for? She asked, instinctively cautious. Aren't you curious? With steady composure, Chu Feng remained unperturbed, confident the bait would work. Miss Xianyu, intrigued, tilted her head and leaned in closer. Breathing in her floral fragrance, Chu Feng's heart raced. The water refers to women. Haven't you heard that women are like water? Before she could respond, he suddenly seized the moment, boldly embracing her and kissing her lips without hesitation. Miss Xianyu immediately attempted to break free, unprepared for Chu Feng's audacity. Pushing him away, her face flushed with indignation, she slapped him hard across the face. You rogue. Though in this world of indulgence, she had always maintained her virtue, never having been so brazenly accosted by a man. Chu Feng felt the sting of her slap and the lingering fragrance of her lips. How am I a rogue? You didn't keep your promise, did you? He pointed out that he had fulfilled all her conditions, and yet, now that they were alone, she was reneging. Though Chu Feng's actions were questionable, they were compelled by her own provocations. No matter what, you cannot capture me, so don't even think about it. Miss Xianyu pouted defiantly, embodying the attitude of a girl unwilling to reason. Chu Feng could only smile wryly, realizing further attempts to deceive her would be futile. It seemed the 10 gold coins spent tonight were in vain, yet the opportunity to kiss such an ethereal beauty brought him satisfaction, though not able to possess her completely. He felt a twinge of regret. If he were to blame anyone, it would be his own lack of strength. Just you wait. If I cannot capture you today, I shall return stronger another day to conquer you. With the lottery system at his disposal, he knew elevating his power would be far easier than most. Let us go. Chu Feng was known for his carefree demeanor. The maiden, Xianyu, gently bit her crimson lips that had been violated by Chu Feng, her expression shifting dramatically. Wait. The invitation for him to stay in her fragrant chamber was far more complex than it seemed. Her unique status came with unavoidable burdens. She intended to feign an overnight stay with Chu Feng for the sake of appearances. How naive. She shot him a sidelong glance, aware that men often thought with their lower halves. In a soft voice, she offered, I am willing to impart a cultivation technique to you, my lord, as compensation. Chu Feng was taken aback and waved his hands dismissively. No need, no need. My family already possesses cultivation techniques. Your family only has yellow-grade techniques, which pale in comparison to my earth-grade techniques in terms of potential and cultivation speed, Xianyu replied proudly. If she did not harbor feelings for Chu Feng, and if he had not taken her first kiss so forcefully, she would never consider sharing such an advanced technique with him. What? You wish to teach me an earth-grade technique? Though he had only recently arrived in this otherworldly realm, Chu Feng understood the immense value of earth-grade techniques. Not even the Lord of Tianbing City had the privilege to cultivate them. Techniques were categorized into 5 grades: divine, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. The Chu family possessed a mere yellow-grade technique, treasured as a family heirloom and reserved solely for their bloodline. Chu Feng had only learned the introductory chapter, which his mother had painstakingly procured for him. Compared to earth-grade techniques, yellow-grade techniques were utterly inferior, with the same level of physical cultivation. If Chu Feng were to practice an earth-grade technique, he could easily defeat those who practiced yellow-grade techniques. Moreover, the benefits of superior techniques became increasingly evident at higher levels of cultivation. For instance, upon reaching the wheel meridian stage, a practitioner of an earth-grade technique would possess more robust and pure vital energy than those practicing yellow-grade techniques. Do not misconstrue my words. What I offer you, though it is merely an earth-grade technique, rivals heavenly techniques. Xianyu continued, omitting a crucial detail. If one could obtain the second half of this technique, it would transcend the earth grade and become a divine technique. I am eager to learn. With such a rare opportunity, Chu Feng would not decline. He dismissed the unpleasantness of being outmaneuvered by Xian Yu, as the prospect of mastering an earth grade technique was worth far more than mere gold coins. He knew that even yellow grade techniques were valued at no less than 100 gold coins and were highly sought after. This technique, known as the Killing Heaven Demon technique, was specifically designed for combat. Its cultivation involved two methods. One was to endure extreme hardships in harsh environments, living like an ascetic. The other was to cultivate through battle, absorbing the vital energy of defeated foes. Xian Yu, with a serious demeanor, began to explain the characteristics of this technique to Chu Feng, rather than feeling daunted. He wore a broad smile, excitement evident in his voice. Excellent. I shall study this technique. Wasn't this akin to the legendary star absorption technique? As a denizen of Earth, Chu Feng had long admired its mythical prowess. The thought of battling enemies to seize their energy exhilarated him beyond measure. Moon, forgive me, but you must rest for now. In a swift motion, Xian Yu approached Moon from behind and struck her neck with her palm, rendering her unconscious. What are you doing? Chu Feng exclaimed in shock and anger. Moon was now his attendant, and he would not tolerate anyone mistreating her. It's just a minor blow. I was careful not to harm her, Xian Yu replied, laying Moon down on the bed and covering her with a blanket. As you said, techniques must not be shared with outsiders. If you desire my hand, you must train diligently and later seek my father's consent when your strength has grown. Xian Yu's intention in imparting the Killing Heaven Demon technique was profound. Had Chu Feng not claimed her first kiss and engaged in intimate contact with her, she likely would not have shared such a prestigious technique. Seek your father's consent? Were you not sold to the drunken fragrance pavilion? Chu Feng inquired, puzzled. He understood that women sold to flower houses became their property, just like Moon, who belonged to Chu Feng after he redeemed her. You are the one sold to the drunken fragrance pavilion. Xian Yu shot him a disdainful glance. I am different. I willingly reside in the drunken fragrance pavilion, possessing not only my freedom, but only selling my talents. Even my performances are entirely at my discretion. I can leave whenever I wish. No wonder Xian Yu had lived in the drunken fragrance pavilion for 2 years without anyone being able to claim her. It turned out she had a cooperative relationship with them rather than a subordinate one. Where is your family? Why not stay at home instead of coming to such a place? Chu Feng conjectured that she might be the daughter of a wealthy family. Do not pry into my affairs. Now, I shall teach you the Killing Heaven Demon technique, starting with the identification of acupoints and meridians, followed by specific breathing and cultivation methods. She was reluctant to divulge more about her background. After positioning Chu Feng to sit cross-legged, she began to teach him about the acupoints. This is the wind mansion. This is the great vertebra. And below it is the body column point and the divine path point. The human body has numerous meridians, but the 8 primary wheel meridians are the main conduits for vital energy flow. Their width directly influences one's future martial achievements. You are still at the first layer of body refinement and do not yet qualify to cultivate vital energy. Your task is to establish a solid foundation and, using the Killing Heaven Demon technique, enhance your muscles and body with the aid of spiritual herbs and external forces. Every word she spoke was like gold and jade, benefiting Chu Feng immensely. A brand new gateway to the martial arts world opened before him. He had never realized that cultivation involved such depth of knowledge. From breathing techniques to the refinement of every muscle and sinew, even the focus of his mind needed to be directed precisely. All of it held great significance. With his commendable memory and scientific acumen, he managed to grasp the essence of the technique and its key points after several hours of study. Have you learned it? Xian Yu gently inquired. Yes, I believe I have grasped the basics, Chu Feng replied. Many key points he merely memorized, for truly mastering them would require time and practice. Theory was not the same as practice. For example, learning to ride a bicycle involves understanding the process of maintaining forward momentum, but when it comes to actually riding, it requires balancing to avoid falling. Knowing when to mount, when to slow down while turning, and other nuances cannot be learned through theory alone. The same applied to cultivating the Killing Heaven Demon technique. Numerous issues would surely arise during practical training. Since you have learned the theory, I shall teach you actual practice, Xian Yu declared, raising her delicate hand, revealing a whip. With a swift crack, she lashed it towards Chu Feng. Are you trying to murder me? Chu Feng winced in pain, barely able to catch his breath as he hid behind a chair. The lady certainly had a ruthless streak, perhaps seeking vengeance for the kiss he had stolen. Focus your mind. Circulate the heart technique of the Killing Heaven Demon technique. and absorb the energy I have infused into you, Xian Yu instructed, cracking the whip again. With another loud crack, Chu Feng bore a new mark from the whip. He could not help but cry out in agony. Concentrate on the heavenly zone point, guiding the energy within you, not resisting it, but rather directing it into your vital sea. He recalled the teachings as he tightened his focus. Following the meridians, he circulated the energy throughout his body, enhancing his physical form. In the beginning, he made numerous mistakes. For instance, a portion of the energy absorbed into his body would escape through his pores and orifices due to his inability to assimilate it in a timely manner. Additionally, in his haste to strengthen certain vulnerable areas, he inadvertently caused harm instead of enhancement. However, as he endured more strikes, Chu Feng became increasingly adept, and his cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. By dawn, the exhausted Chu Feng was left battered and bruised. Yet he had successfully progressed from the first level of body refinement to the second. Chapter 45. Purchasing medicine during his rest, new strength surged from his bones, surpassing his previous power by more than double. What a joy it was to elevate one's cultivation level in a single night. One might doubt that the so-called martial genius of the Chu family, Chu Hong, could even shine his shoes. As Chu Feng savored the benefits of cultivating the LT-on demon technique, a contented smile graced his face. Miss Xian Yu awakened Yue and said to Chu Feng, "It is dawn. You must leave now. Remember, do not mention anything about last night to anyone, or you shall face dire consequences." After warning Chu Feng, Miss Xian Yu opened the door, allowing him and Yue to depart. "My lord, what transpired last night? How did you sustain such injuries?" Yue gazed at the wounded Chu Feng with concern. What else could it be? This young master engaged in a fierce battle with Miss Xian Yu all night. Chu Feng replied, sporting a mischievous grin as he glanced at Miss Xian Yu. Upon hearing this, Yue recalled Chu Feng's previous bold kiss with Miss Xian Yu, leading her to believe that many unimaginable events must have unfolded while she was unconscious. She immediately regarded Miss Xian Yu with an ambiguous look. "Get lost." Miss Xian Yu's face flushed as she scolded Chu Feng. "Apologies, but I shall not get lost. I shall merely walk." Perhaps Miss Xian Yu would like to demonstrate? Chu Feng, having endured a night of beatings, sought to gain some verbal advantage. "Not getting lost, are we? Then let us remain and battle for another night." Miss Xian Yu's eyes sparkled with a dangerous light, yet her face bore a captivating smile. "Miss Xian Yu, surely you jest? It is broad daylight. Do you wish to engage in lewd acts in the light of day?" As soon as Chu Feng uttered these words, a cup flew towards him. He swiftly took hold of Yue and fled from Miss Xian Yu's fragrant quarters. Outside, 2 guards from the Zui Xiang Lu remained dutifully stationed at the entrance. They scrutinized Chu Feng with eyes full of lasciviousness. "Have you never seen a man before?" Chu Feng retorted brusquely. "Young Master Chu, your cries of passion last night were rather loud. I presume you enjoyed yourself greatly?" One of the guards chuckled. "Indeed, it was quite enjoyable. You might consider trying it yourselves." Chu Feng tossed back a retort as he descended the stairs with Yue. The 2 guards were expressions of envy and longing. Were they to discover that Chu Feng had accomplished nothing inside but endured a night of lashes, their expressions would surely change. "My lord, please wait a moment. I shall gather my belongings." Yue entered her room and soon emerged with a small bundle in hand. From this day forth, she would no longer be a girl of Zui Xiang Lu, but rather a maidservant to Chu Feng. At that moment, the madam of the establishment ascended the stairs. Her demeanor warm as she greeted, "Young Master Chu, are you departing so soon? Do come again." Chu Feng had proven to be a bountiful benefactor, earning her a substantial profit of 50 gold coins the previous day, hence her cordiality. "Yue, this is your family, following young Master Chu. You are bound to achieve great success, but do not forget Sister Lan." The madam, astute as she was, sensed that Mu Qing, the guild leader, had shown Chu Feng excessive deference, hinting at hidden secrets yet to be unveiled. The moment Chu Feng arrived, he had become Miss Xian Yu's esteemed guest. Beneath his unassuming exterior lay remarkable potential. She surmised that he would soon emerge as a figure of authority in Tianbing City, elevating Yue's status alongside him. Chu Feng held no fondness for the money-driven madam and casually exchanged pleasantries before departing Xiang Lu with Yue. Yue possessed a delicate beauty and donned elegant attire, while Chu Feng was clad in tattered garments, revealing his humble origins. They could hardly comprehend how a stunning maiden like Yue had come to associate with someone of Chu Feng's station. It was akin to a flower blooming amidst dung. "My lord, there is a pharmacy ahead. Shall I procure some ointment for your injuries?" Yue, ever perceptive, expressed her concern for the young man who had rescued her from despair. She viewed him as her sole anchor, filled with gratitude. Although the girls of Zui Xianglu appeared to lead glamorous lives, their futures often turned bleak as they aged. Even in their youth, they endured inhumane treatment from various patrons, some of whom regarded them as mere objects. Enduring torment and abuse was commonplace. To have someone redeem her before she lost her innocence was indeed a stroke of fortune. A few minor injuries are of no consequence. Chu Feng found himself increasingly fond of this maid, appreciating her beauty and her thoughtfulness. Yue, believing him to be impoverished due to his shabby attire, recalled that Miss Xinyu had requested 10 gold coins for the overnight fee, which he could not provide. "Do not worry, my lord. I have saved a little money. Purchasing ointment will be no issue. I can earn some tips while serving customers," she reassured him, her gentle smile contrasting with the bitterness in her eyes. "I had hoped to save more to buy my freedom, but now that is no longer necessary. You are a remarkable young lady, filled with ambition. Have you heard of the lotus? It rises from the mud untainted, just like you, beautiful and pure." For the first time, Chu Feng felt a hint of admiration for the 14-year-old girl who demonstrated such maturity in her understanding of life. Those who refuse to be subjugated by fate and strive against adversity deserve respect. Moreover, her wisdom at such a young age was commendable. Such flattery. "My lord truly is well educated. Even your compliments are distinct," she said, her face brightening with joy as admiration sparkled in her eyes. Seeing Yue's determination to buy medicine for him, Chu Feng acquiesced. The pair entered the pharmacy together. Upon their arrival, they overheard a rather grating voice inquiring, "Shopkeeper, the tiger whip wine you prepared last time was quite effective. Do you have anything stronger? I am not short of money." The tone of this wealthy young man struck Chu Feng as somewhat lecherous. The tiger whip wine was known for its aphrodisiac properties, suggesting this individual was likely one who indulged excessively. As Chu Feng and Yue stepped into the pharmacy, the attendant greeted them with a smile. "Are you seeking some medicine for your injuries?" "Just some remedies for bruises. Nothing too expensive." Chu Feng was determined not to let Yue bear the cost, estimating that he had 9 silver coins left to keep as a reserve. "Rest assured, given your attire, I wouldn't dream of offering you anything pricey." The attendant jested. "It appears you have merely superficial injuries. I shall prepare some dispersive powder and a bottle of guanine ointment for you." The attendant's professionalism was commendable, and Chu Feng nodded in agreement. The attendant swiftly packaged the medicine, placing it on the counter, and said, "That will be 378 copper coins." Chu Feng stopped Yue from reaching for her purse, tossing a silver coin to the attendant. "Yue, you need not spend your money. The money you have should be reserved for clothing and cosmetics." How could Chu Feng possibly make use of her funds? "You are my master, and everything I possess belongs to you," Yue said earnestly. "What, master?" The companion stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Could it be that such a beautiful girl was calling the shabby young man her master? The shopkeeper and the young man inquiring about the aphrodisiac also turned their gazes towards Yue. Her voice was sweet and melodious, and her appearance was pure and lovely. What kind of fortune did this person possess to be so favored? The wealthy young man wore a long green silk robe adorned with circular patterns, his fingers adorned with a striking green gemstone ring, and his eyes were bulging, a clear sign of indulgence. He looked as if he could transform into a green turtle with just a green hat atop his head. "Oh, it's Xiaoyu from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion." The young man recognized her at once, clearly a regular patron of the establishment. Yue appeared somewhat fearful of him, her expression tinged with disgust. She instinctively clutched Chu Feng's clothing and said nothing. The gaze of the staff and shopkeeper from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion towards Yue was not without a hint of disdain. The young man in green, abandoning his purchase of the medicine, approached with a lewd grin, reaching out to touch Yue's cheek. "Little you, why waste your time with such a lowly servant? You'd be far better off as my maid. You'd have all your needs met, 1,000 times better than being with this impoverished slave." Yue hurriedly recoiled, her voice firm. "Young Master Turtle, please show some respect. My master has redeemed me. I am no longer a girl from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion." The fact that this young man was named Turtle made Chu Feng's lips twitch. This young master completely disregarded his presence, laying hands on Yue, prompting Chu Feng to gather his strength, preparing to retaliate. "Haha, what a joke. A mere pauper like you could ever afford to redeem her?" Young Master Turtle laughed heartily, his expression filled with contempt as he scrutinized Chu Feng from head to toe. Dressed like a lowly servant, covered in wounds. "Did you perhaps abduct Miss you from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion?" As he spoke, young Master Turtle lunged toward Chu Feng. With prior experience from battles in the Soul Realm, Chu Feng acted on instinct, striking first with lightning speed, aiming directly at young Master Turtle's proud face. Bang! His punch landed squarely. Young Master Turtle, also at the second level of body refinement, had not anticipated Chu Feng would dare to strike him. "Ah!" he cried out, clutching his injured left eye. When he removed his hand, it revealed a panda-like bruise. His expression turned fierce as he shouted at Chu Feng, "You lowly servant, how dare you strike me? I shall make you pay dearly for this." With that, he raised his fist and charged at Chu Feng once more. Initially concerned that this man might possess martial skills, Chu Feng felt relieved upon witnessing the clumsy punches being thrown. As the enemy drew near, Chu Feng swiftly pivoted, executing a whip-like kick. Legs are the true instruments of combat, far superior to arms in length and strength. Bang! Young Master Turtle was knocked to the ground once again. This time struck in the waist, leaving him unable to rise for a while. "Help! Murder! Someone help!" Young Master Turtle screeched like a woman, humiliated by being struck down by a servant. "You wait. My family is wealthy and powerful. I will see you dead." He spat venomously. Uninformed onlookers might have thought a serious incident had occurred. Soon, a crowd gathered. The city's security was generally quite effective, and it wasn't long before several city guards rushed in. "What is happening?" The lead guard, a middle-aged man with a weathered face, possessed considerable strength, likely at least at the 7th level of body refinement to serve in the city guard. They were responsible not only for the city's defense but also for maintaining public order. "Captain Hu, arrest him. This lowly servant struck me." Young Master Turtle did not exaggerate, as he indeed knew the captain of the city guard. "Do not worry. With me here, I will ensure you receive justice." Captain Hu's expression turned cold upon recognizing the victim as an acquaintance. He glanced at Chu Feng and Yu Er, and upon realizing Chu Feng's servant attire, he immediately made a decision. Seize him. Without further inquiry, he commanded his subordinates to apprehend Chu Feng. "Wait, it was he who first harassed my maid. And he struck first. I was merely defending myself. Why should I be taken?" As a modern man, Chu Feng believed in equality before the law. He was certain that such principles would hold true in this alternate world as well. "How dare you speak back to the captain? You are quite audacious." Captain Hu lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, throwing a powerful punch at Chu Feng. This man's strength was at least above the 7th level of body refinement. And having practiced martial arts, Chu Feng found himself unable to evade or defend against the incoming blow. The punch landed squarely, nearly breaking his nose. And he felt a sharp pain as stars danced before his eyes, warm liquid flowing from his nostrils. "Young Master." Yu Er quickly crouched down to support the injured Chu Feng. "How can you strike someone like this?" The city guards were notorious for their corruption and darkness. They served as the protectors for the wealthy and powerful, often becoming the bane of the poor and ordinary citizens. "Take this girl and her accomplice as well," Captain Hu ordered, licking his lips as he eyed Yu Er, eager to seize her delicate hand. Young women like Yu Er were rare treasures he rarely encountered. As a mere deputy captain, he wielded considerable authority over the common folk, yet in the city guard, he was but a minor character. In modern terms, he would be akin to a district officer. He occasionally indulged in the pleasures of the drunken fragrance pavilion, but only at the 1st floor, never daring to ascend to the 2nd. The girls on the 1st floor could be had for just 3 or 4 silver coins, while those on the 2nd floor were of a higher caliber, starting at 7 or 8 silver coins, with the most exquisite fetching at least 10 gold coins. Spending over 10,000 in a single night would be a feat beyond Captain Hu's financial means, even if he were to forego food and drink for several years. "Do not touch me. I can walk myself," Yu Er exclaimed coldly, evading his grasp. "You little vixen, still pretending to have thorns. Once we arrive at the station, I shall strip you of them." A sinister glint flickered in Captain Hu's eyes, yet he refrained from further actions in the public eye. As Chu Feng and Yu Er were escorted by the guards, a gathering crowd formed. Chu Depang, Chu Xing, and Chu Wang had been causing a ruckus at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion all night. The brazen Bai He, who had dared to act arrogantly before Chu Feng, had initially been quite haughty, but by the end, she lacked even the strength to plead for mercy. She had been thoroughly subdued by Chu Depang and his companions. And from now on, just the sight of Chu Feng and his friends would send her fleeing in terror. The 3 companions of Chu Dap heard about Chu Feng's extraordinary deeds on the 2nd floor from others. So they decided to find a porridge shop to eat something while waiting for Chu Feng to emerge. They had heard that Brother Feng had indeed impressed many, having won the affections of the most beautiful and aloof fairy maiden, Xian Yu, from the Zue Xiang Tower. "When he arrives, we must inquire thoroughly." It was unfortunate they weren't present at the time, Brother Feng must have looked incredibly dashing while he stole the spotlight. The trio held Chu Feng in the highest regard, discussing his heroic feats of defeating numerous dignitaries and geniuses while winning over the fairy maiden as they enjoyed their porridge, fried dough sticks, and pancakes. Suddenly, Chu Dap's eyes widened, and he jumped to his feet, pointing out to the street. "Look over there. Isn't that Brother Feng?" Chu Xing and Chu Wang immediately turned to see. How could Brother Feng have been captured by the city guard? The three of them, knowing their lowly status, realized they could do little to help him. After inquiring about the situation, Chu Dap rushed towards the Chu family at an unprecedented speed. "Make way, everyone," he shouted, resembling a rapidly moving tower of flesh. Despite his size and modest cultivation, he moved with astonishing swiftness, driven by the strength of brotherhood. Chu Feng was in trouble, and he needed to seek assistance from the head of the Chu family as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, a clerk at the Jiang family shop, had experienced significant changes due to Chu Feng. He had been promoted from a mere counter clerk to the shop's manager by Master Lu. Xiao Chun cherished this opportunity and worked even harder, arriving early at the shop. On his way, he noticed a commotion ahead and instinctively looked over. He saw a group of fierce city guards escorting a young couple. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, while the young man wore tattered clothing, covered in wounds and with a swollen face. "Isn't that young Master Chu?" Xiao Chun recognized Chu Feng instantly, as he had always regarded him as a benefactor and nobleman. Curious about the situation, he decided to inquire further to see if he could assist. Upon learning the details, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it. The city guards are nothing but a band of thugs." Realizing his own insignificance, he decided to report the matter to Master Lu. Without hesitation, he sprinted back to the Jiang family shop, rushing up to the second floor and knocking on Master Lu's bedroom door. Bang, bang, bang. "Who is it?" "Coming." Master Lu, a senior figure at the Jiang family shop, opened the door to find Xiao Chen looking anxious. "Calm down, speak slowly. Has something happened to the shop's goods?" If there were an issue, Master Lu would be held accountable. No. On my way here, I saw young Master Chu being escorted by several city guards. After inquiring, I learned it was because he got into a fight with young Master Gue, who used money to have the city guards arrest him." Xiao Chen rushed through the details like a machine gun. "Young Master Chu? What concern is that of the Jiang family?" Master Lu questioned, slightly displeased. "It's the young Master Chu who crafted the exquisite divine weapons." Xiao Chen added, "What? It's him." Master Lu's demeanor changed drastically upon hearing that it was Chu Feng. The Jiang family had been contemplating how to win over Chu Feng, and this was a fortuitous turn of events. "I need to report this to Miss Jiang. The Jiang family must intervene." With that, Master Lu hurried off to inform Jiang Ying, not mentioning the details. Meanwhile, Captain who led Chu Feng and Yu Er into the city guard station. "Lock them up. I'll deal with this brat after breakfast. As for this little lady, no one is to touch her. I intend to savor the first taste myself." Capturing a beautiful girl with no connections, Captain who would be a fool not to entertain his baser desires. "You've entered here, so don't expect to leave." Captain who sneered at Chu Feng. "Leave? It's easy to invite a deity, but hard to send one away. You think it's simple to take us in and expect us to walk out easily?" Chu Feng retorted with a cold smile, confident that the Chu family would come to his rescue. Had he still been the useless young master from before, the Chu family might not have cared. But now that he had revealed his exceptional battle spirit and become a sole master of the Chu family, his status had changed immensely. "Ah, still defiant, are we? Who do you think you are? A young master from a prominent family or a revered divine pattern master? You dare to act tough? You came in walking, but you'll leave sideways." Captain who cursed, glaring at Yu Er with sinister intent. "Little lady, once I've had my fill, I'll come back for you." His gaze was lecherous, making Yu Er tremble in fear as she clung tightly to Chu Feng's shirt. "Yu Er, don't be afraid. We will be fine." Chu Feng reassured her, though he had just taken a punch from Captain Hu, nearly breaking his nose. Speaking brought him great pain, but he managed to suppress the bleeding, having absorbed the force of the blow with his secret technique, enhancing his cultivation slightly. However, he noted that Captain Hu's power was far inferior to that of Xian Yu. Just how formidable was Xian Yu? Chu Feng felt a shiver at the thought. Captain Hu was likely at the 7th or 8th level of body refinement, while Xian Yu must be at least 10 times stronger. The mere thought of her martial prowess reaching the Meridian realm sent a chill down his spine. He recalled the moment he had forcefully kissed Xian Yu and broke into a cold sweat, thankful that she had shown mercy, or he would have been dead by now. As Chu Feng awaited his fate patiently, a voice with a raspy tone echoed, and he knew immediately who it was. Young Master Gue, the one he had fought. "Captain Hu, having breakfast?" Young Master Gue greeted with a grin. Is young Master Gue planning to deal with that brat personally? Captain Hu mumbled through a mouthful of noodles. That brat punched me, causing my eye to swell. I intend to ruin him today. Young Master Gue's left eye was swollen and treated with ointment, resembling a legendary one-eyed dragon. As long as there are no fatalities, do as you wish. Captain Hu replied nonchalantly. Young Master Gue hurried to the cell where Chu Feng was held, seething with hatred. How dare you strike me? Today, you shall pay. Come in and try. Chu Feng scoffed, confident he could easily dispatch two of this scoundrel. Young Master Gue may have been fierce, but he was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Faced with Chu Feng, he dared not approach recklessly. Gnashing his teeth, he produced 4 silver coins, giving 2 to Captain Hu and 1 to each of the other 2 guards. I ask you to lock that brat to the wall. With money and influence on his side, young Master Gue was willing to spend to exact his revenge. Captain Hu, having received the bribe, immediately barked orders to his subordinates. Open the cell and lock that brat to the wall. This little lady will be taken to the interrogation room for a thorough questioning, and no one is to interrupt. With that, Captain Hu entered the cell, leering as he reached for Yu-Er. Don't touch her. Chu Feng boldly stood in front of Yu-Er, fully aware that he was no match for Captain Hu but refusing to back down. Yu-Er, hiding behind him, felt a surge of emotion, vowing silently that she would only recognize Chu Feng as her master for life. Dare to stop me? Get lost. Captain Hu shouted, throwing another punch at Chu Feng. Bang! Chu Feng was struck once more, but this time not upon his visage, rather upon his abdomen. The pain caused him to curl up momentarily, nearly expelling his previous night's meal. Is this all the strength you possess? Chu Feng grimaced, veins prominently bulging as he bore the agony. Yet, he did not retreat, vowing to protect Yu-Er at all costs. Captain Hu was poised to deliver another blow to Chu Feng when a sharp voice rang out from outside. Stop! The commander of the city guards, with a grim expression, was accompanied by none other than the butler of the Chu family, Qin. Captain Hu's countenance shifted, and he immediately ceased his assault, turning respectfully to greet the commander. Commander Hong, what brings you here? In front of Chu Feng and his companions, Captain Hu was arrogant. But before Commander Hong, he appeared as humble as a servant. Without further ado, Commander Hong delivered 2 resounding slaps to Captain Hu, striking him so forcefully that blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. You ignorant fool, do you not know whom you have captured? He is the son of the head of the Chu family, the young master of the Chu clan. Commander Hong's face was a mask of fury. The Chu family was one of the esteemed clans of Tianbing City, wielding significant influence. This blind wretch had dared to arrest the young master for such a trivial matter as a brawl. Should the Chu family become enraged and lodge a complaint with the city lord, Commander Hong's position would be in jeopardy. Captain Hu, astonished, exclaimed, He is the young master of the Chu family? He prided himself on knowing the prominent figures within Tianbing City, yet he had never encountered Chu Feng, who was but one of a dozen young masters from the Chu clan. The Gu family, while not insignificant, paled in comparison to the Chu family, which was a prestigious lineage. After reprimanding Captain Hu, Commander Hong donned a conciliatory smile and approached Chu Feng, apologizing, Young Master Chu. I sincerely apologize for the blindness of my subordinates. I offer my apologies, and here is a small token for your medical and nutritional expenses. He pressed 2 gold coins into Chu Feng's hand. I do not require the money. However, I must reclaim my dignity. Chu Feng refused to accept the coins. Now a master of divine patterns, he was not in need of funds. Being unjustly imprisoned and struck twice was an affront he could not tolerate. Commander Hong's expression shifted, and Captain Hu trembled in fear, realizing the gravity of their mistake. When they had imprisoned Chu Feng, he had warned, inviting a deity is easy, but sending one away is difficult. They had dismissed his words as mere bravado, but now they recognized the truth. They had offended someone far beyond their standing. The 8th level of body refinement was indeed formidable for an ordinary person, yet it was insignificant when compared to the Chu family's vast power. In all honesty, he was less esteemed than a soul master. Young Master Chu, how shall you seek your vengeance? Commander Hong inquired cautiously. He struck me twice and attempted to dishonor my maidservant. I require only to strike him 3 times with a stick. A fierce expression crossed Chu Feng's face as he regarded the trembling Captain Hu. Upon hearing the mention of a stick, Commander Hong sighed in relief. As long as no one was killed, the matter could be resolved. Captain Hu, having offended the young master of the Chu family, deserved his punishment. Bring him and secure him to the wall, Commander Hong commanded coldly. Captain Hu dared not resist as 2 city guards restrained him against the wall. This was indeed a prison, equipped with specialized handcuffs, leg irons, and neck collars, rendering him immobile. Fetch a stick. Commander Hong gestured, and his subordinates retrieved a wooden staff. Chu Feng took the stick and weighed it in his hands. It was quite light. Striking Captain Hu with it thrice would be akin to mere tickling. It was worth noting that Chu Feng was only at the 2nd level of body refinement, whereas Captain Hu had attained the 8th level. Having reached this level, his skin, muscles, and bones were exceptionally tough. He was not far from being impervious. Chu Feng understood that Commander Hong was intentionally shielding his subordinate. So he remained silent and snapped the stick over his knee. Since it is a wooden stick, I shall strike with it thrice. Chu Feng sneered, aiming the sharp end of the broken stick at Captain Hu's mouth. Captain Hu, who had initially scoffed, now felt a chill of fear as he beheld the jagged end aimed at him. If struck, it could very well be fatal. His face paled with dread as he pleaded for mercy. Young master, spare me. Spare me. Commander Hong. Initially underestimating Chu Feng due to his youth and perceived low status as a bastard child, was taken aback by the sudden display of ruthlessness. Young master, please grant me a favor and avoid spilling blood. Otherwise, we will all face dire consequences. Chu Feng had no intention of killing. He possessed a sense of moderation, having lived 2 lives. Very well, I shall grant Commander Hong this favor. Chu Feng lowered the stick, aiming it at Captain Hu's most vulnerable point. This time, he hesitated not, channeling all his strength as he thrust the stick forcefully. The sound echoed through the chamber. Captain Hu clenched his legs tightly, his expression twisted in agony. You little beast, if you ruin my manhood, I will kill you. He spat out through gritted teeth. Chu Feng, however, remained true to his word. Striking the same area thrice, the damage was catastrophic, blood and urine staining his trousers. The once formidable Captain Hu could endure no longer and collapsed, unconscious. The Guiyang master, witnessing this, fell to his knees, unable to utter a word, paralyzed by fear. His teeth chattered audibly, and a foul odor filled the air. Chu Feng, disinterested in him, led Yue out of the cell. The butler Qin regarded Chu Feng with newfound admiration. Noting the display of ruthlessness that had restored the Chu family's honor, it was likely that the city guards would think twice before bullying members of the Chu family again, lest they face a similar fate as Captain Hu. The butler, having accompanied Chu Feng, was not one to show much reverence towards Commander Hong. Please, take care. Young Master Chu, please take care. Commander Hong bowed as he saw them off, contemplating why the Chu family had arrived so swiftly. As soon as their young master was captured, they had dispatched the butler to secure his release. It dawned on him that this illegitimate son was no longer a mere waste. He had become a sole master of considerable standing. Commander Hong cast a glance at Captain Hu's bloody trousers and shook his head, realizing that Captain Hu's future was bleak. Commander, the young lady from the Jiang family has arrived. An urgent guard burst in. The Jiang young lady? What business does she have? Commander Hong was taken aback. Today's visitors were all significant figures. The Jiang family, like the Chu family, was a prominent clan in Tianbing City. Despite her youth, the Jiang young lady wielded substantial influence, often overseeing family affairs. Such a person held a status far exceeding that of Butler Qin. It seems she is here to secure someone's release. But she did not specify who. Who else have you foolishly arrested? Commander Hong seethed. A person worthy of the Jiang young lady's attention could not possibly be of lowly status. They were likely of far greater importance than the Chu family's illegitimate son. Several city guards, upon witnessing the director's fury, wore expressions of grievance. We haven't apprehended anyone this early in the morning. We only detained the young master of the Chu family. Detain no one. Director Hong's thick brows furrowed into a frown. Please invite Miss Jiang in. He hastily exited the prison, immediately spotting Jiang Ying in a delicate light blue gown, her beauty both fresh and radiant. In all of Tianbing City, the only one who could rival her allure was likely the city lord's daughter, Murong Shui. Ah, Miss Jiang, what brings you here? You are such a busy person. Director Hong lowered his demeanor, greeting her with a face full of smiles, even more enthusiastic than when he had received Steward Qin earlier, exuding an air of sycophantic charm. Behind Jiang Ying stood 2 formidable experts from the Jiang family, her presence commanding, reminiscent of a domineering CEO. I've indeed been quite busy these past few days. So let's skip the pleasantries. I am here to secure the release of someone. You city guards have detained a young master of the Chu family this morning, and I want him released immediately. I heard there is also a female companion who needs to be released as well. Jiang Ying stated directly. Chapter 50, the frightened Director Hong. It was surprising that she personally came to secure the release of a young master from the Chu family, especially one dressed in rags and a bastard. Director Hong's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Even if Chu Feng were a soul master, it mattered little to Miss Jiang. For the Jiang family supported not just 100 soul masters, but perhaps 80 or more. They even boasted over 10 esteemed divine pattern masters, far more prestigious than soul masters. May I be so bold as to inquire, Miss Jiang, what is your relationship with that young master of the Chu family? Director Hong asked cautiously. That is not for you to know. Where is he? Jiang Ying's expression remained impassive. Director Hong dared not press further. His curiosity about Chu Feng piqued. He speculated on what abilities Chu Feng possessed that would warrant such attention from Miss Jiang. The young master was recently released by Steward Qin of the Chu residence. He likely hasn't gone far. If you wish to see him, you should be able to catch up. Jiang Ying fixed a cold gaze upon Director Hong, fully aware that none among the city guards were trustworthy. Each was cunning and ruthless, having committed countless misdeeds. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Do you think my status requires me to meet your city lord to receive help? Jiang Ying's tone was sharp, laced with a threat. By no means. Even if I had 2 more lives, I would never dare to deceive you, Miss Jiang. He truly was just released, and should I lie, may I face dire consequences. Director Hong exclaimed, panic-stricken at the thought of Jiang Ying meeting the city lord. Very well, I will trust you this once. Should I discover you have deceived me, you can forget about your position. Jiang Ying huffed coldly, departing the city guard station under Director Hong's obsequious escort. She had initially hoped to win favor with Chu Feng, intending to leave him indebted to her, thus facilitating his recruitment into the Jiang family. However, it seemed the Chu family had acted even more swiftly. Wasn't it said that he was poorly treated in the Chu family, held in a status lower than a servant? Jiang Ying was perplexed, unable to understand why the Chu family would rush to secure Chu Feng's release, especially by sending someone as significant as Steward Qin. Did the Chu family already know of his divine pattern abilities? Jiang Ying resolved to dispatch someone for a detailed investigation immediately. After seeing off the esteemed Jiang Ying, Director Hong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sat down to rest. Yet, before he could settle, a city guard stumbled in. Director Hong. Quick! The city lord is coming. Upon hearing this, Director Hong was taken aback, shivering uncontrollably, his countenance darkening. Damn it, Miss Jiang has indeed reported me. Curse all the women of the Jiang family. Director Hong was both shocked and furious, cursing profusely. The city guards were not known for their high standards, especially those dealing with public order, often akin to bandits. If Miss Jiang had complained to the city lord, Director Hong was sure to face dire consequences, ranging from a reprimand to dismissal. At that moment, Director Hong set aside his other concerns and gravely prepared to meet the city lord. He longed to take vengeance on Captain Hu, the instigator of this trouble, for choosing to apprehend the young master of the Chu family. Even if he had done so justly, the acceptance of bribes and indiscriminate arrests would surely provoke the city lord's wrath. As expected, no sooner had Director Hong stepped out of his office than the imposing figure of the city lord entered, his expression grim. Accompanying him was none other than President Mu Qing of the Divine Pattern Master Association, a figure of even greater significance than Miss Jiang. In terms of both strength and status, he was among the elite of Tianbing City. Even the city lord dared not offend him, and a mere station director like Hong was completely overshadowed. Greetings, city lord. A pleasure to meet you, President Mu Qing. This time, Director Hong's demeanor was not merely one of lowered stature. He was nearly prostrating himself. Internally, he wondered why President Mu Qing had come. It seemed that Miss Jiang had not reported him after all. You've made quite a mess. How are you managing your subordinates? Where is he? Bring him out of the jail this instant. The city lord, a top-tier powerhouse, wielded great authority, is anger enough to shake the very foundations of Tianbing City. Director Hong, trembling, pleaded for the city lord's mercy, uncertain of which prisoner had caused this turmoil. He was furious at his subordinates for capturing someone associated with President Mu Qing. Once this was over, he vowed to deal with that fool severely. You brought in a young master of the Chu family, wearing rather tattered clothing. President Mu Qing remarked indifferently. As the president of the Divine Pattern Master Association, he held immense power, regarding a mere city guard director with little regard. Even the city lord was not a significant concern for him. For him to secure the release of someone was merely a matter of words, and no one would dare oppose him. Even the city lord would have to yield in this matter. He hoped that Chu Feng's transgressions were severe enough, as that would leave him indebted to President Mu Qing, increasing the chances of successfully learning the exquisite water divine pattern from him. Good heavens! Why must it be that young master of the Chu family again? Director Hong slumped to the ground upon hearing this. What was the background of this illegitimate son of the Chu family? The Chu family's intervention was one thing, but now even Miss Jiang sought to secure his release. And President Mu Qing had personally come as well. This was utterly terrifying. Even if a second-tier divine pattern master were captured, they likely wouldn't receive such treatment. The status of President Mu Qing was so exalted that it was implausible for him to personally intervene for anyone. Hongwei, do you still wish to keep your position? Bring that young master of the Chu family out of the jail. Are you deaf or foolish? The city lord was infuriated. Did he not see that President Mu Qing had come personally to secure the release? If he angered President Mu Qing, it would be quite the predicament to resolve. City Lord, President Mu, you have arrived a moment too late. The young master of the Chu family has already been rescued by Steward Qin of the Chu family. Director Hong lamented, his face a mask of despair as he gazed at the two. Rescued? President Mu Qing sighed slightly. What a pity, I arrived too late. His time was extremely valuable, and upon hearing that Chu Feng had already been rescued, there was no reason to linger. He promptly clasped his hands to the city lord and declared, since the individual has already been released, I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. With that, he turned and departed, stepping into a lavish carriage which whisked him away into the distance. Chapter 51. The slap to the madam. The lord of the city could not refrain from unleashing a torrent of curses upon Director Hong, and he promptly expelled Captain Hu, who had been extorting money and making arbitrary arrests, from the city guard station. Such a scoundrel nearly caused him a significant debacle. Anyone capable of prompting the esteemed President Mu Qing to intervene personally could not possibly be a mere trifler. News of Chu Feng's capture by the city guards spread like wildfire. Upon hearing the news, Chu Hong and Chu Shenrong, along with the madam, reveled in malicious glee, hoping fervently that Chu Feng would be severely beaten, if not killed outright. Just the day prior, Chu Feng had dealt them a resounding slap in the face at the Soul Hall, leaving the madam utterly humiliated, which only intensified her loathing for him. Upon receiving the news, Chu Feng's mother was beside herself with worry. Stumbling in haste, she gathered all the silver coins from her household and rushed out. I must rescue my son, she thought, her heart racing with anxiety. Clutching the few silver coins tightly, she felt utterly uncertain. She had heard that the city guard station was a den of corruption, and to extricate someone would cost at least a gold coin. Moreover, she feared that if any serious crime had been committed, even a gold coin would be insufficient. She resolved to implore the head of the Chu family for assistance. However, just as she reached the entrance, she was intercepted by the madam, who wore a disdainful smile. You wretched woman. Your son has caused a ruckus outside and has been taken by the city guards. I knew you would come begging. The madam glared at Chu Feng's mother with contempt, resembling a fierce she-wolf. The Chu family is not a refuge for filth. Your son, Chu Feng, has committed a crime. If he dies, it's his own fault. Why should the family clean up his mess? Chu Hong chimed in with a scowl, like mother, like son. His righteous indignation was laughable, considering how many times the family had had to cover for him. Please, let me pass. I must see the Lord, Chu Feng's mother implored, bowing repeatedly, feeling insignificant and lacking the courage to stand up against the madam's arrogance. Humph, if you wish to beg, you must do so properly. A mere bow will not suffice. The madam's face twisted into a sinister grin. Having suffered a setback at the hands of Chu Feng the previous day, she was determined to repay the humiliation to his mother tenfold. You lowborn wretch, let us start by collecting some interest from you. The madam had no intention of allowing Chu Feng's mother to see the head of the family. She merely aimed to dangle a glimmer of hope before her, coercing her into demeaning acts. What is the cruelest thing in the world? It is to offer hope, only to snuff it out after the other has exerted effort. If you wish to see the Lord, you must first slap yourself 10 times. The madam taunted coldly. Tears welled in Chu Feng's mother's eyes as she pleaded. If I slap myself 10 times, will you let me see the Lord? Enough chatter. Just do it. Chu Hong barked impatiently. With her son suffering in the city guard station, her heart ached, and she endured immense humiliation, lifting her hand to her face and delivering 10 resounding slaps. The madam and Chu Hong erupted in laughter. Afterward, filled with hope, she asked, Madam, may I now see the Lord? Humph, you foolish woman. I never said you could use your hand. You should take off your shoes and slap yourself with them. The madam observed the redness and swelling on Chu Feng's mother's face, devoid of any sympathy, relishing in her torment. What's wrong? Not willing? Then forget about seeing the Lord. The madam's expression turned icy. Left with no choice, Chu Feng's mother gritted her teeth, swallowed her tears, and removed her shoes, preparing to strike her face with them. Mother, Chu Feng, upon returning safely, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he saw the clear imprints on his mother's face. A chilling aura emanated from him. "Who did this to you?" His voice was cold, laced with murderous intent. In this world, the only person who had ever made him feel warmth was his mother. Whoever dared to harm her would deeply regret being born. "Wind, you're safe. I nearly died from worry when I heard you were captured." His mother embraced him tightly. Unwilling to disclose the torment inflicted upon her by the madam and her son, fearing it would only bring further suffering to Chu Feng. After all, the madam and her son held considerable sway in the Chu family, and Chu Hong was a martial arts prodigy. Already at the third level of body refinement at a young age, "I am a sole master of the Chu family. They will not abandon me." Steward Qin arrived promptly and rescued me from the city guard station. Chu Feng reassured his mother. After a moment, he raised his head, his gaze filled with a thirst for vengeance directed at the madam. "Chu Hong, Chao Shi, it was you two who harmed my mother. Today, even if it means being expelled from the Chu family, I will slay you." Having cultivated the demonic art of slaughtering heaven, Chu Feng's temperament was undergoing a subtle transformation. No matter how formidable the adversary, anyone who dared provoke him would face dire consequences. Chu Hong's cultivation was merely a level above his. With the unique ability of the demonic art to absorb an opponent's power, Chu Feng was confident he could defeat him. As for the madam, he felt no fear. "You wild bastard, what do you intend to do? Your mother is a lowly wretch. Her self-inflicted harm is none of our concern." The madam, facing Chu Feng's icy glare, felt a twinge of fear. For someone like her, usually fierce and domineering, encountering a ruthless individual like Chu Feng was a different matter altogether. The madam and Chu Hong were too powerful. There was little they could do against them. "You need not speak. I can surmise the situation. You must have learned of my capture and sought the head of the Chu family for aid. The madam deliberately made things difficult for you," Chu Feng deduced. Observing his mother's subtle expressions, just as he suspected, her attempts to mask her emotions revealed everything. "Chao Shi, you dare to harm my mother? You shall pay dearly for this." Without further ado, Chu Feng charged at Chao Shi, delivering 2 resounding slaps without hesitation. "You wild bastard, how dare you strike me? You seek death." Chu Hong had not anticipated Chu Feng's sudden aggression. By the time he reacted, Chu Feng had already dealt 2 heavy slaps to the madam. Chapter 52. A beating for nothing. Murder. Murder. Someone come. The madam spat blood, 2 of her teeth mixed within. This fierce woman, when unable to fight back, immediately resorted to her signature tactic, throwing herself on the ground, kicking and screaming, playing the victim. This act of dismay was one of her go-to strategies. As Chu Hong and Chu Feng engaged in a brawl, both resorted to crude punches, lacking any refined martial techniques. Although Chu Feng's cultivation was a level lower, he was undeterred by the blows due to his mastery of the demonic art of slaughtering heaven. In fact, he grew stronger with each exchange, showing no signs of weakening. Every punch that struck him only served to fuel his power further, as his art absorbed the opponent's energy. The two fought fiercely, exchanging blows without regard for their safety. Soon, a crowd gathered, drawn by the commotion, their eyes wide with terror as they witnessed the formidable Chu Feng. They could hardly believe their eyes. Wasn't this wild bastard only at the first level of body refinement? When had he become so powerful? Recently, when he had suddenly slain the vile servant Pu Chang. Many had attributed it to luck. Now, witnessing his formidable prowess firsthand, they were astonished to see him hold his own against the young prodigy, Chu Hong. This is no longer a matter of luck, but rather a testament to strength. Within a mere tea break, Chu Hong was already gasping like a bull, his power beginning to wane. The endurance of an individual is inherently limited, and Chu Feng had endured his fair share of blows, his injuries not being trivial. The matriarch unleashed a torrent of complaints, drawing a crowd, yet none offered assistance. Observing her son Chu Hong engaged in combat with Chu Feng, she naively assumed Chu Hong held the upper hand, for in her eyes, Chu Feng was merely a worthless cultivator at the first level, who had never received any training resources from the family. In stark contrast, Chu Hong indulged in medicinal pills as though they were mere snacks, luxuriating in spiritual elixirs to enhance his prowess to the third level of physical cultivation. "Kill this bastard," the matriarch urged with a fierce demeanor, inciting Chu Hong to commit murder. Yet, Chu Hong was at his wit's end, let alone slaying Chu Feng. Merely maintaining his undefeated status until the family elders arrived would be a considerable feat to his dismay, he pondered. How could this bastard endure such punishment? He had struck him no less than 100 times, yet not only did he fail to subdue him, but Chu Feng seemed to grow fiercer with each passing moment. A wave of fear washed over Chu Hong as he realized that Chu Feng could absorb his power, enhancing his own abilities. His strength not only remained intact, but incrementally increased. Meanwhile, Chu Hong, having relied on external resources rather than diligent training, found his endurance severely lacking. Thus, within a short span of time, he was already faltering. With a resounding thud, Chu Feng's fist connected with Chu Hong's nose, causing a torrent of blood to cascade down. Accompanied by tears of pain, blood and mucus smeared across his face. Having tasted victory, Chu Feng grew even more ferocious. Stepping forward to deliver a vicious kick to Chu Hong's waist. "Ah!" Chu Hong cried out, collapsing to the ground. Before he could rise, Chu Feng's fists and feet rained down upon him like mighty hammers. "Please, stop!" Chu Hong whimpered, his body curling up in agony as he pleaded for mercy. The matriarch, now pale with fear, cried out for help. "Someone, come quickly. A murder is happening." Yet, despite her desperate pleas, no family elder appeared. "You little beast. I will not let this go." The matriarch, unable to remain passive any longer, sprang to her feet, charging at Chu Feng like an enraged lioness. "You think you stand a chance?" Chu Feng, realizing he had sufficiently taught Chu Hong a lesson, understood that continuing would lead to dire consequences. With newfound strength, he could no longer hold back. He swiftly kicked the charging matriarch down and, seizing her hair, delivered a flurry of slaps across her face. The sharp cracks echoed painfully, and her face swelled grotesquely, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Enough. The figure of the clan elder, Chu Jiuyang, emerged, pulling Chu Feng away gently. "Calm down, Chu Feng. If this continues, it will result in dire consequences for you as well." He winked at Chu Feng, implying that he had intentionally delayed his arrival until the matriarch had received her due punishment. "What is the reason for this brawl? We are family. We must maintain harmony. Do you understand?" Chu Jiuyang's serious demeanor admonished the three of them. The matriarch, relieved at the elder's arrival, immediately began to wail, "Elder Jiuyang, you must stand up for us. It was this bastard." Her words were mumbled and unclear, her face bruised and swollen. Having taken great pleasure in punishing the matriarch and Chu Hong, Chu Feng found amusement in her attempts to complain, especially as her injuries rendered her incoherent. "Elder Jiuyang, look at how my mother has been bullied by this wicked duo. She is such an honest person, yet she has been subjected to their humiliation time and again. This time, they have left her face in such a state." He expressed his grievances loudly, drawing sympathy from the crowd. As they recalled the matriarch's and her son's relentless bullying of Chu Feng and his mother, the matriarch and Chu Hong initiated this altercation without cause. Bullying a defenseless woman, such behavior is unacceptable. Upon hearing Chu Feng's lament, the onlookers began to sympathize with his mother's plight and applauded his actions. It became clear that the matriarch and her son were at fault, and given that both parties had sustained injuries, it was decided to let the matter rest. "If there are any future altercations, I will not be lenient." Chu Jiuyang's remarks were clearly biased in favor of Chu Feng. You are all in cahoots." The matriarch trembled with rage, unable to express her outrage as the weight of her indignation caused her to faint on the spot. Chapter 53. A good dog does not block the way. No wonder this old fellow treats me so well. It seems he intends for me to serve the family in the Soul Realm. Elder Jiuyang, you can rest assured. I shall be there tomorrow." Chu Feng nodded in agreement. As a member of the family's soul practitioners, he would naturally contribute to its strength. His recent arrest at the city guard's hands had been resolved by the family's intervention. Upon returning home, Chu Feng's mother eagerly inquired, "Who is this young lady?" Throughout their journey, she had been discreetly observing Yu'er. With her remarkable grace and beauty, she would make a splendid daughter-in-law. Chu Feng's mother, feeling inferior due to her lack of status, worried that her son might struggle to find a suitable partner. As he approached adulthood, her desire to arrange a marriage for him intensified. "A maid?" she questioned, though Chu Feng's recent extraordinary feats had left her increasingly perplexed about his capabilities. First, he had advanced to a soul practitioner, and today he had bested Chu Hong. Yu'er, perceptive to the situation, quickly responded with a smile, "Madam, I will take care of all household chores, such as laundry and cooking." The more Chu Feng's mother observed this young lady, the more she was pleased. Although she was unaware of where her son had found such a beautiful and obedient maid, she was delighted and engaged Yu'er in conversation. After enduring 2 punches from Captain Hu and battling with Chu Hong, he had absorbed a significant amount of power. Yet, this was merely a preliminary absorption. He needed to meditate to deepen this integration, merging the acquired strength into his muscles and bones. A solid foundation was essential. One must never be greedy for quick results. The Yin family was undoubtedly a prominent force in Tianbing City, perhaps even more powerful than the Chu family. They not only possessed a multitude of formidable soul practitioners, but also boasted a second-tier rune master capable of rivaling Elder Chu. The only distinction was that the Chu family excelled in water runes while the Yin family specialized in fire runes. How could I suffer such a great loss? Young Master Yin seethed, his expression twisted with fury. This grudge must be avenged. Chu Feng, wait for me. Through his inquiries, young Master Yin had learned of Chu Feng's background, a bastard child of the Chu family, utterly incompetent in both martial arts and soul cultivation. Yet, it was this very individual who had humiliated him. Damn it, I spent such a substantial sum, only to acquire a maid to warm the bed for that useless Chu heir. His frustration boiled over. The most pressing matter at hand was to repay the debts owed to the Zui Xianglu, a place that valued money over people, with exorbitant interest rates. He owed a staggering 26 gold coins, a considerable sum indeed. The daily interest alone amounted to nearly a silver coin. Although the rune master earns a decent living, I am only capable of inscribing first-tier divine weapons. Moreover, I can only profit when clients come to me. Even if I succeed in crafting a weapon, my earnings barely amount to 3 silver coins. Given my current skill level, the failure rate exceeds 50%. Consequently, my profits dwindle further when inscribing divine weapons for clients. Should I fail, I must bear the cost of the raw materials myself, as this is the industry norm. After all, if a client brings a pristine sword blank and pays a hefty sum for me to inscribe it, they will certainly not bear the loss if I ruin it. Why else would they spend so much on my services? Mr. Yin contemplated that the quickest way to earn money would be to venture into the spirit realm and try his luck. Perhaps he might stumble upon a spirit stone or procure some high-grade spirit herbs, which could lead to a windfall. A low-grade spirit stone could fetch 2 gold coins. And if he were to collect just 13, he could clear his debts. Of course, this was merely his wishful thinking. Spirit stones are not so easily found. As Mr. Yin embarked on his hazardous quest for wealth and debt repayment in the spirit realm, numerous spirit masters entered the Chu family's spirit hall. As a significant operation was underway that day, all of the Chu family's spirit masters, including 7 rune masters, were to participate. The once arrogant and domineering Chao Biao, the hallkeeper, was now all smiles as he bowed and welcomed the incoming spirit masters. Chao Biao, an outsider with little skill, held a lowly position within the Chu family. He merely relied on the influence of the matriarch to assert his authority over ordinary members of the family. However, in the presence of esteemed spirit masters, he was reduced to a subordinate role. Chu Feng, having received an invitation, made his way to the spirit hall early. This marked his first appearance before all the spirit masters of the Chu family and his inaugural participation in a significant family event since becoming a spirit master. Possessing a top-tier battle spirit, he was highly regarded by the family's higher-ups. Stand back. Chao Biao noticed Chu Feng, dressed in tattered clothing, attempting to enter the spirit hall. His face immediately hardened, and he arrogantly blocked Chu Feng's path. Today, the Chu family spirit masters are engaged in a crucial operation. No outsiders are allowed inside. Begone. Chao Biao had previously failed to prevent Chu Feng from entering the spirit hall for training, and with important activities taking place today, he had received explicit orders from the family's higher-ups to keep all outsiders out. Thus, he wielded his authority with bravado, barking orders at Chu Feng. Step aside. Chu Feng replied coldly. Oh, you wish to act tough before me again? Chao Biao chuckled, underestimating him. After being outmaneuvered by Chu Feng last time, he felt emboldened today. Having received a directive from the family's upper echelons, he welcomed the opportunity to teach Chu Feng a lesson. Leave, or you shall regret it. Chao Biao shouted, shoving Chu Feng hard. However, Chu Feng merely staggered back 2 steps, not collapsing as Chao Biao had anticipated. How did this waste become so formidable? Chao Biao pondered, astonished. He was a 3rd-tier body cultivator, with his strength honed through rigorous training, far surpassing those like Chu Hong who relied on resources. You are merely a gatekeeper. How dare you block my path? I advise you to step aside immediately, or you will be begging me to let you in. Chu Feng was personally invited by the esteemed Chu Juyang. For Chao Biao to obstruct him would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 54. Begging to enter. Moreover, due to his exorbitant fees and poor relationships with the Chu family as disciples and servants, he was completely unaware that Chu Feng had recently ascended to the rank of spirit master, nor did he know that Chu Feng had dealt with his patron, Chu Hong. and the matriarch just the day prior. Upon hearing Chu Feng's audacious words, Xiao Biao nearly lost his temper. You waste of space. How dare you call me a gatekeeper? You think you can command me to kneel before you? Who do you think you are? A family elder or the head of the family? With his sleeves rolled up, Xiao Biao prepared to retaliate against Chu Feng. The commotion outside had caught the attention of Chu Juyang, who furrowed his brow and stepped outside to see who dared to disrupt such an important moment in the spirit hall. Old Master Juyang, you arrived just in time. This wild child insists on entering the spirit hall, and when I tried to stop him, he insulted me, calling me a gatekeeper. Xiao Biao reported to Chu Juyang, his tone brimming with self-righteousness. In his mind, he believed that Chu Feng would likely be expelled from the Chu family or at least receive a severe reprimand. Upon recognizing Chu Feng, Chu Juyang quickly greeted him with a nod and a smile. You try to stop him? Chu Juyang turned his cold gaze toward the grinning Xiao Biao. What? Did you not receive orders to prevent outsiders from entering the spirit hall? Xiao Biao sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Is he an outsider? Have you lost your sight? He is our newly ascended spirit master, and indeed, the most promising among us. With a swift motion, Chu Juyang struck Xiao Biao atop his head. Do not think I am unaware of how you exploit the Chu family's disciples and servants under the guise of the matriarch's influence. Apologize to Master Chu Feng at once, or you will no longer hold your position as hallkeeper. Chu Juyang had long been aware of Xiao Biao's transgressions. However, as an elder, he had to consider the broader implications of his actions. If he dealt with Xiao Biao too harshly, it could lead to conflict with the matriarch, thus endangering his standing with the family head. Therefore, as long as Xiao Biao did not create a major incident, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. Now, seizing the opportunity, he found it fitting to reprimand Xiao Biao. Exploiting ordinary disciples and servants who came to train in the spirit hall may seem trivial, but its impact on the Chu family was significant. Many ordinary disciples and servants hesitated to train in the spirit hall, leading to a dwindling number of newly ascended spirit masters and a decline in strength. He has already become a spirit master? Xiao Biao, rubbing the back of his head, stared blankly at Chu Feng, who wore a cold smirk. At that moment, it dawned on him that he had been outsmarted by Chu Feng. Yet, he could not fathom how, having only trained in the spirit hall once, Chu Feng had managed to obtain a battle spirit. He distinctly remembered Chu Feng being killed in the spirit realm. Wild child, just wait. I will find a way to deal with you. He had swallowed this loss for now. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Xiao Biao stepped before Chu Feng, his icy gaze fixed on him, and spoke stiffly. Master Chu, I apologize. I should not have obstructed you. Xiao Biao's face twitched with humiliation, as he was forced to bow before a wild child from the Chu family. For someone who had always viewed himself as a person of importance, it felt akin to an emperor apologizing to a beggar. However, Chu Feng was not inclined to accept the apology. Instead, he coldly replied, I warned you that if you dared to obstruct me, you must kneel and beg me to enter. Xiao Biao's fist clenched tightly, his eyes gleaming with malice. Chu Feng, I advise you to temper yourself. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Humph, whether it be a rabbit or a tiger. Anyone who dares to bite me shall meet their end. Chu Feng remained unfazed, resolute in his stance. Enough of this banter. Kneel and admit your fault. Do it for the sake of the ordinary disciples and servants of the Chu family, whom you have oppressed and exploited. Xiao Biao adamantly refused to kneel. Such an act would be too degrading. He stood ready to fight, exuding a fierce demeanor. Chu Juyang glared at Xiao Biao, his voice cold. When one commits a wrong, they must pay the price. If you refuse to kneel and apologize, then you are to leave the Chu family at once. As he spoke, Chu Juyang stomped his foot on the ground, and with a loud crack, the thick floor tiles shattered, revealing countless fissures. Hiss! How formidable! The previously intimidating Xiao Biao's eyes narrowed, and his face turned pale with fear. Chu Juyang's cultivation level was at least at the 9th layer of body refinement, and it was possible he had reached the Wheel Meridian realm. It was said that to become an elder of the Chu family, age was irrelevant. As long as one attained the Wheel Meridian realm, they qualified for selection as an elder. Fine, I submit. I admit defeat today. With gritted teeth, Xiao Biao knelt down, overwhelmed by immense humiliation, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide. His gaze towards Chu Feng was laced with palpable malice. Listen well. Do not bully the ordinary members of the Chu family or their servants in the future, or it won't just be a simple matter of kneeling. Chu Feng did not cast another glance at Xiao Biao, striding into the soul hall. In his eyes, Xiao Biao was no match for him, merely a clown. His true adversary was that carefree young gentleman he encountered in the soul realm. having stolen the other's battle spirit. He was certain that the carefree young gentleman would not let him off easily and would eventually come to seek revenge. Upon entering the Soul Hall, he was met with the collective gaze of nearly 30 soul masters from the Chu family, all possessing their own battle spirits. Among them, 7 were not only soul masters, but also rune masters, enjoying a status far superior to that of ordinary soul masters. Chu Xingrong looked at Chu Feng with a mixture of shock and disdain. As a first-tier rune master, he naturally looked down upon Chu Feng. He had harbored resentment since the last encounter at the Jiang family shop, where Chu Feng had bested him. He had originally contemplated revenge, but now, in the blink of an eye, Chu Feng had advanced to become a soul master, making it difficult to deal with him. Chu Feng's grandfather, perhaps unwilling to face the situation, deliberately turned his gaze elsewhere. Previously, at the Rune Pavilion, Chu Wanfeng had publicly chastised Chu Feng, claiming he would forever be a servant. And now, Chu Feng had made a spectacular comeback, effectively slapping his grandfather's face and shattering his conclusions. Chapter 55, The Abandoned Soulstone Mine. All right, everyone is basically here. I shall announce today's operation. Chu Jiuyang's authoritative gaze swept across all present. The Chu family, after days of exploration, has discovered an abandoned soulstone mine, containing some scattered soulstones. Although the quality is low and it only yields inferior soulstones with minimal reserves, it is still a significant find for our family. Our goal today is to seize that mine and commence extraction. Everyone was invigorated, erupting in applause. Soulstones are precious treasures that can directly enhance soul power. If the Chu family could occupy this mine and extract a batch of soulstones, all the soul masters would benefit, undoubtedly improving their strength. The soul realm is vast and teeming with soulstone mines, but most are occupied by superpowers. Even small mines are beyond the reach of the Chu family. Thus, the unexpected discovery of a low-reserve abandoned mine was indeed fortuitous. Without further ado, let us prepare to enter the soul realm. Chu Jiuyang was deeply invested in this matter. Eager to take immediate action, he suddenly turned to Chu Feng. By the way, what is your battle spirit? He knew Chu Feng possessed a top-tier purple battle spirit, but was unaware of its exact nature. Clarifying this would facilitate his arrangements once they entered the soul realm. It's a pen, Chu Feng replied honestly. Haha, such a pathetic spirit? Chu Xingrong laughed exaggeratedly, seizing the opportunity to mock Chu Feng mercilessly. A pin battle spirit was rare and might possess other capabilities, but in terms of combat, it was likely weak. How about you stay at the back, waving flags and cheering us on? Only step in to help when necessary. Chu Jiuyang was considerate towards Chu Feng, not as superficial as Chu Xingrong. A purple battle spirit, no matter how inferior, was undoubtedly superior to many low-tier spirits. Elder Jiuyang, this arrangement is utterly unfair. Since his spirit is so weak, he should be the one to lead the charge as cannon fodder. This way, we, the stronger battle spirits, can remain safe. The outcome will surely depend on us. Chu Xingrong scoffed, brimming with superiority, completely disregarding Chu Feng as a worthy adversary, as if he alone were the strongest in the Chu family. He was oblivious to whether he would still be so formidable once they entered the soul realm and faced real combat. Chu Jiuyang dismissed Chu Xingrong's suggestion. Chu Xingrong, matters concerning the Chu family in the soul realm are not for you to dictate, he retorted, somewhat displeased. Let us proceed. With that, Chu Jiuyang was the first to lie down in a soul slot. Moments later, Chu Feng's soul body appeared in the soul realm, in the same position as before. It seemed the entry point to the soul realm was fixed. He surveyed his surroundings and immediately understood why Chu Jiuyang was the authority in the soul realm. Chu Jiuyang's soul body was exceptionally solid, towering over the average soul body. No one from the Chu family could rival him. As for the boastful Chu Xingrong, his soul power was only around 500 to 600. Although this was several times stronger than Chu Feng, it was not as impressive as he had imagined. After all, Chu Feng had only entered the soul realm once, while Chu Xingrong frequently trained there and had received family resources. Having only 500 to 600 pounds of soul power was hardly remarkable. Chu Xingrong's battle spirit was a longsword, which generally possessed considerable power in combat. The second strongest member of the Chu family was none other than Chu Feng's grandfather, whose soul body was only second to Chu Jiuyang. Chu Feng, I didn't expect your soul power to be stronger than I imagined. It's probably nearing 200, right? Chu Jiuyang assessed Chu Feng's soul body and battle spirit. The purple divine pen was visually striking, adorned with intricate runes along its shaft, with purple lightning flickering at its tip. The appearance of this spirit completely overshadowed Chu Xingrong's longsword. Even Chu Feng's grandfather couldn't help but glance at Chu Feng's divine pin battle spirit a few extra times. A purple top-tier battle spirit was exceedingly rare. The fact that Chu Feng had attained such a high-level battle spirit through his own efforts amazed everyone. Take the Soul Stone. It is the family's initial resource for you. Contribute more to the family in the future, and you will receive even more soul stones. Chu Jiuyang produced a piece of inferior soul stone as if performing a magic trick. For the Chu family, even a single inferior soul stone was immensely valuable. Feeling a sense of belonging at this moment, Chu Feng accepted the soul stone amidst the envious gazes of those around him and began absorbing its energy. With his top-tier battle spirit, his absorption speed was far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Based on his experience, it wouldn't take long to drain the energy from the soul stone. Elder, may I inquire where your soul stones are stored? Chu Feng was eager to possess the ability to store items from the soul realm. Items from the soul realm cannot be brought out, and having storage capabilities was a pressing need. Chu Jiuyang paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Indeed, no one has taught you the basic knowledge of soul cultivation. Once your soul power exceeds 10,000, we can open a soul nest within the soul body. Not only can it store various items obtained from the soul realm, but it can also house battle spirits. Currently, only I and your grandfather have opened soul nests in the entire Chu family. The enhancement of soul power may appear deceptively simple. However, striving to elevate it beyond 10,000 presents formidable challenges. The primary obstacle lies in the scarcity of soul stones. A single low-grade soul stone can augment soul power by 80 to 100. To achieve a soul power of 10,000, one would require no fewer than 100 low-grade soul stones, a truly astonishing figure. With diligent effort, if my family, the Chu clan, can seize that abandoned soul mine, it is certain that in the near future, we shall produce 2 or 3 formidable warriors with soul powers exceeding 10,000. With a smile, Chu Jiuyang patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, leading the Chu clan's soul masters towards the location of the abandoned mine. Along the way, they occasionally encountered 1 or 2 low-level soul beasts, which, sensing the formidable prowess of Chu Jiuyang and Chu Wanfeng, promptly fled, daring not to approach them. At that moment, young Master Yin had also entered the soul realm, his countenance reflecting frustration as he searched for soul stones and medicinal herbs. Cursing all the while, he repeatedly condemned the ancestors of Chu Feng. He had spent money to procure a beautiful maidservant to warm Chu Feng's bed, and the mere thought of it filled him with resentment and indignation. Ah, members of the Chu clan? Young Master Yin unexpectedly discovered that all the soul masters of the Chu clan had mobilized. He hid in the shadows, perplexed by their intentions. What significant undertaking could warrant the involvement of all their soul masters? His gaze sharpened when he noticed Chu Feng among their ranks, nearly causing him to leap in disbelief. Damn it, this waste is actually a soul master of the Chu clan. How had I underestimated him before? The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Chu Feng, a soul master, was already astonishing enough, but he possessed a purple battle soul, a rarity that even the entire Yin clan lacked. This provincial fool turned out to be remarkably powerful. No wonder the President Mu Qing had treated him with such warmth. That damned dog, wearing tattered clothes and playing the fool, has led me to ruin. Though young Master Yin's soul power was commendable, he was eager to rush out and eliminate Chu Feng. However, with all the soul masters of the Chu clan present, including the formidable Chu Jiuyang and their companions, he knew he would be easily crushed. Thus, he gritted his teeth and continued to observe their movements. As the Chu clan's soul masters advanced, their conversations drifted to him. Young Master Yan's spirits surged with excitement. What a stroke of fortune! They had discovered a soul stone mine still rich in deposits. His mind raced, shadowing the Chu clan's members. What did you say? The Chu clan has found a mine with substantial soul stone deposits? Yan Lai's explosive temperament flared as he sprang to his feet upon receiving such splendid news. The Chu clan and the Yin clan harbored deep-seated grievances. Should the Chu clan acquire this mine, it would pose a grave threat to the Yin clan. I cannot allow the Chu clan to grow stronger. Gather all the soul masters of the Yin clan. We must storm the soul realm. That soul stone mine must be ours. The Yin clan boasted superior numbers and strength compared to the Chu clan, adhering to the principle of the survival of the fittest. Even if the mine was discovered through the Chu clan's arduous efforts, the Yin clan would seize it without hesitation. Yin Miao, you have done well. Once the Yin clan claims that soul stone mine, you shall be richly rewarded. Yin Lai's words filled young Master Yin with elation, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Chu Feng, you waste. Dare to offend me, and your clan shall face dire consequences at the hands of the Yin clan. Meanwhile, the experts of the Chu clan were busy clearing the mine of soul beasts and soul plants, some of which were exceptionally formidable. They coiled around individuals like serpents, injecting venom that could swiftly drain life. Fortunately, the Chu clan's soul masters had largely assembled, under the efforts of Chu Jiuyang, Chu Wanfeng, and other experts. All threats within the mine were eradicated. Ah, what a lively scene. A cold laugh resonated from outside the mine, causing the Chu clan's soul masters to change countenance. The miners had arrived. Stay calm. We must defend the soulstone mine and prevent the enemies from breaching. Chu Jiuyang had anticipated this move and immediately organized the defense at the mine's entrance. A soul master from the Yin clan, a mere pawn, cautiously ventured into the mine to scout. Chu Jiuyang wielded a large sword as his battle soul, akin to an attack-type soul. He raised his weapon and struck at the Yin clan scout, delivering a decisive blow. Boom. The Yin clan scout let out a wretched scream before dissipating into black smoke. Chu Jiuyang, you dare to kill a member of the Yin clan? Today, all the soul masters of the Chu clan shall perish. Yin Lai and two other powerful soul masters from the Yin clan stormed into the mine. Their soul bodies were exceptionally solid and taller than average, each possessing soul power exceeding 10,000, a significant disadvantage for the Chu clan, which was already lacking one top-tier expert. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Feng noted that one elder from the Yin clan was particularly formidable. Not only did he possess soul power over 10,000, but his techniques were also exquisite, nearly rivaling low-tier soul skills. This elder's prowess allowed the Yin clan's soul masters to easily penetrate the mine. In a single encounter, 3 soul masters from the Chu clan perished. Chu Wanfeng, Chu Jiuyang, your clan is destined to become a mere adornment for the Yin clan. The Yin clan's formidable expert boasted, launching ruthless attacks. Chu Wanfeng gritted his teeth, desperately defending himself, while Chu Jiuyang's expression reflected despair. The Yin clan was overwhelmingly powerful. Chu Feng, come out and die. Today, I will make you suffer. Young Master Yin rushed toward Chu Feng, a face twisted with hatred. His soul power was at least 600. And his battle soul was nothing short of remarkable, a massive hammer said to enhance the quality of crafted items. Having both hammer and dagger battle souls was an exceptional feat, indicative of young Master Yin's extraordinary talent in the realm of souls. It was no wonder he commanded such presence at the Zui Xiong Tower. He had every reason to be proud. To make me suffer? Chu Feng hurled a soul stone he had just absorbed toward young Master Yin with great force. Bang! It was effortlessly shattered by Yin's hammer. With a cold sneer, young Master Yin charged at Chu Feng, raising his massive hammer to strike. What does it matter if you possess a purple battle soul? It is merely a pen, incapable of offense or defense, a complete waste. Besides, your soul power barely reaches 300, making you half as strong as me. Prepare to die. Young Master Yan's malicious grin was filled with disdain and ferocity. Not far from Chu Feng, Chu Xingrong could have intervened, but chose to watch with a sinister smile, eagerly anticipating Chu Feng's demise at the hands of young Master Yin. The other soul masters of the Chu clan were preoccupied with their own battles, leaving Chu Feng's fate to the winds. Meanwhile, the Yin clan's experts were acutely aware of young Master Yan's strength. Dispatching a weakling with a pin battle soul was a foregone conclusion. They all wore smiles, awaiting the spectacle of young Master Yan's brutality against Chu Feng. Is possessing strong soul power and multiple battle souls truly impressive? Do you not understand that quality outweighs quantity? In my eyes, you are but a showy fade, all appearance and no substance. Unfazed, Chu Feng unleashed the soul technique Frost Fist, causing the temperature within 1.5 meters radius to plummet abruptly, accompanied by falling frost. The once dominant young Master Yin shuddered, staring at Chu Feng as if he had seen a ghost. He could hardly believe his eyes. Soul skills were even more precious than martial skills. It was said that only by cultivating martial skills to the utmost could one possibly transform them into soul skills. Even after mastering martial skills, it was exceedingly difficult to manifest them through one's soul body, as controlling the physical form and the soul body were two distinct concepts. The fact that Chu Feng could wield the ability to freeze his enemies with soul skills was already remarkable and impressive. This time, not only was young Master Yin taken aback, but even the soul masters from both the Chu and Yin families, including the top-tier experts like Chu Wanfeng, Chu Jiuyang, and Yin Lai, were utterly astonished. They could never have dreamed that the person they deemed worthless, Chu Feng, could actually execute soul skills. Even Yin Kuan-Luan, the most formidable expert of the Yin family, had merely grazed the threshold of soul skills without truly comprehending them. The boastful young master, Yin, soon found his soul body feeling as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, his movements sluggish. Chu Feng's fist struck fiercely against his soul body. Young Master Yin stood there like a fool, neither evading nor retaliating, allowing Chu Feng to pummel him mercilessly. It was not that he was unwilling to fight back. Rather, he was powerless to do so. As Chu Feng's soul power surged, the effects of his frost fist intensified. The frost generated from his strikes possessed formidable freezing capabilities. While it might prove ineffective against top-tier powerhouses with soul power exceeding 10,000, it was more than sufficient to deal with someone of young Master Yan's caliber. With each resounding blow, young Master Yin was brutally defeated, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. In his final moments, he unleashed a piercing curse at Chu Feng, vowing that he would never let this matter rest. Throughout their confrontation, his soul power exceeding 600 and his 2 battle souls had become mere decorations. Once frozen by the frost, his soul body became unresponsive, moving at a snail's pace. He could neither fight back nor escape, only helplessly endure Chu Feng's relentless assault until death claimed him. Having previously derided Chu Feng as garbage, he had now sunk beneath that very label. Kill that brat. The Yin family vastly outnumbered the Chu family in soul masters. Witnessing Chu Feng's extraordinary prowess, several formidable experts immediately charged forward, each possessing soul power exceeding 1,000. Fei Hong, Qing Qing, protect Chu Feng. Chu Jiuyang was being battered by Yin Kunlun, having already endured several strikes. However, upon realizing Chu Feng's strength and his possession of soul skills, he commanded the 2 elite Chu family members to safeguard Chu Feng. The couple, Chu Fei Hong and Qing Qing, rushed towards Chu Feng, intercepting the oncoming Yin family experts. With soul power exceeding 4,000, they were undoubtedly among the most powerful individuals in the Chu family, second only to Old Master Chu and Chu Jiuyang. Chu Feng, now that you possess soul skills, go after those Yin family soul masters with less than 1,000 soul power. Chu Fei Hong urged Chu Feng. In the face of overwhelming adversaries, unity within the Chu family was imperative. All right. Chu Feng agreed verbally, yet instead of targeting the weaker foes, he charged directly toward Yin Kunlun. Heavens! What does he intend to do? Everyone gazed at Chu Feng in disbelief. A sinister smile spread across Yin Kunlun's face as he mockingly taunted Chu Jiuyang. The boy you worked so hard to protect seems to be lacking in judgment. Does he truly wish to challenge me? Yin Kunlun was a terrifying figure with soul power exceeding 10,000. Having grazed the threshold of soul skills, his combat prowess explosive. Chu Feng, you should be dealing with the lower-tier Yin family soul masters. Chu Jiuyang exclaimed anxiously. Yin Kunlun was far too formidable. Chu Feng's presence would be more a liability than an asset, risking his life in the process. While eliminating a few lower-tier Yin family soul masters would certainly be beneficial, if Chu Feng could indeed assist in taking down Yin Kunlun, it would not merely be advantageous but could potentially turn the tide of the entire battle. The strongest force is Yin Kunlun, a force unto himself. I only need to hold him off for 2 to 3 breaths of time. The rest is up to me. Chu Feng's expression turned icy and resolute. Were it not for the Chu family treating him exceptionally well since his ascension to Soul Master, he would not have been willing to take such risks. Though one could be revived through the Soul Tablet even after dying in the Soul Realm, the pain and despair of death were burdens no one wished to bear. Furthermore, even after revival, one would suffer lingering effects, akin to emerging from a grave illness, leaving one notably weakened. Do you truly believe you can kill Yin Kunlun? Chu Jiuyang felt an overwhelming shock, mingled with a glimmer of hope. Not just him, but all the Chu family soul masters were closely watching Chu Feng. This abandoned soulstone mine was of paramount importance to the Chu family. If someone could eliminate the strongest Yin Kunlun, the chances of safeguarding the mine would significantly increase. In a moment when despair loomed over everyone due to the Yin family's overwhelming strength, Chu Feng emerged like a ray of dawn, instilling hope in all. I do not possess absolute certainty, but it is worth a try. Chu Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, his tone devoid of arrogance, exuding an air of composure. It was precisely this coolness that lent him an aura of gravitas. Neither he nor Chu Jiuyang or Chu Wanfeng dared to boast of slaying Yin Kunlun. Yet, here was Chu Feng, a mere figure dismissed as worthless by many, boldly proclaiming such audacious intent, his tone as nonchalant as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Haha. The audacity of this little wretch. Do you believe that possessing soul skills makes you invincible? I am not Yin Miao, even if I stand still. You would struggle to inflict a scratch, let alone kill me. The chasm between several hundred soul power and that exceeding 10,000 was akin to that between stars and galaxies. To put it boldly, I could squash you with a mere finger. Yin Kunlun was a distinguished figure, one of the most prominent soul masters in the entire Tiangong city. Chu Feng refrained from engaging in verbal sparring with Yin Kunlun, knowing that every second wasted would result in increased casualties for the Chu family. Moreover, he preferred action over words. Even the extraordinary master known as young Master Xiao had fallen silent before him. To Chu Feng, Yin Kunlun was but a slightly sturdier insect. With a solemn expression, Chu Feng grasped the divine brush battle soul, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness. As a top-tier battle soul, the divine brush was not merely ornamental. It significantly enhanced the success rate of divine pattern engraving, offering a greater chance for the resulting divine weapons to achieve excellence. Furthermore, it possessed the unique ability to reverse yin and yang, determining life and death. This power required profound soul energy to activate, which Chu Feng had never employed before. Previously, he lacked the capacity. However, now with his soul power nearing 300, he barely met the minimum requirement for a single activation. Chapter 58. Instant kill of Yin Kunlun as his soul power surged into the divine brush battle soul. The pen radiated a brilliant purple light. In an instant, Chu Feng's soul power was nearly exhausted, rendering him exceptionally weak. Yet, with the threat still looming, he could not afford to fall, otherwise, all would be in vain. Divine brush, reverse yin and yang, stabilize the heavens and earth, determine life and death. Chu Feng intoned with the authority of a deity, directing the divine brush toward Yin Kunlun. A bolt of purple lightning shot forth from the pen's tip. No matter how Yin Kunlun attempted to defend or evade, it was futile. The beam cleaved his soul body in two. You little wretch, I will not forgive you. After his body split apart, Yin Kunlun transformed into tendrils of black smoke, vanishing from sight. Is he truly dead? Chu Jiuyang stared in disbelief at the fallen Yin Kunlun, a mixture of elation and astonishment illuminating his features. The Chu family, having endured years of oppression from the Yin family, was finally poised to reclaim their dignity. Chu Feng represented the hope of their resurgence. Despite having long been aware that the supreme purple battle soul possessed unimaginable powers, I never anticipated it would manifest in such an extraordinary manner. It is known that Chu Feng's soul energy barely exceeds 300, while the slain Yin Kunlun boasted over 10,000, employing techniques of remarkable sophistication. The disparity between them was several tiers apart. Slay all the soul masters of the Yin family. Chu Feng exuded an air of majesty. Our Chu family has finally produced an unparalleled prodigy. Who dares to call Chu Feng worthless again? I shall confront them fiercely. The soul masters of the Chu family erupted in cheers, venerating Chu Feng as their hero. In stark contrast, Chu Xingrong, the youngest rune master of the Chu family, found all his glory eclipsed by Chu Feng. He could only cower in a corner like a mouse, casting envious glances at Chu Feng, who now soared to heights he could only admire from below. Chu Feng staggered, yet remained upright, gripping his divine brush and casting a frigid gaze towards the two remaining elite combatants of the Yin family. At that moment, the Yin soul masters, irrespective of whether their soul energy was a mere couple of hundred or whether they were the formidable Yin Lai and Yin Ba with energies exceeding 10,000, were utterly demoralized. The strongest, Yin Kunlun, had been slain, and by none other than Chu Feng in an instant. Who could withstand the stroke of Chu Feng's divine brush? Retreat. Yin Lai and Yin Ba exchanged glances, both trembling in fear, having lost the courage to continue fighting. No one wished to perish in the soul realm, for the experience was excruciating and fraught with dreadful repercussions. Annihilate them. Chu Wanfeng had never felt such exhilaration as today. For too long he had been suppressed, plotted against, and humiliated by Yin Lai. Today, unexpectedly, his most underestimated grandson avenged him. The soul masters of the Yin family fled in an instant, and those who could not escape were already resurrected through the soul monument. Trembling in terror and weakness, Chu Feng sat upon the ground, gradually regaining his soul energy. In truth, he was merely a fade and lacked the capacity to wield the divine brush again. It seemed prudent to refrain from utilizing the life and death judgment of the divine brush unless absolutely necessary, for a single stroke could render him powerless. Chu Feng reflected on his experiences. Although the ability to judge life and death through the divine brush was indeed monstrous, the energy it consumed was equally staggering. When he had instantaneously vanquished Yin Kunlun, he had felt a substantial resistance. The purple light that pierced through Yin Kunlun's soul appeared to require considerable effort. Chu Feng deduced that with his current capabilities, he might only be able to dispatch soul masters of Yin Kunlun's caliber. This indicated that under desperate circumstances, He could indeed eliminate a top-tier master with over 10,000 soul energy. Their intention was simply to safeguard this mine and drive away the Yin family's soul masters. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle might lead to mutual destruction, and defeat for the Chu family was a distinct possibility, even with Yin Kunlun's demise. The number of elite fighters in the Yin family remained formidable. The Chu family was significantly weaker than the Yin family, and a confrontation would surely reveal the disparity. The current retreat of the Yin family was due to their fright at Chu Feng's prowess. Yin Ba and Yin Lai, both of whom possessed over 10,000 soul energy, were not scared off by Chu Jiuyang and his comrades, but rather by Chu Feng himself. Chu Feng, you have rendered great service to our Chu family today, and shall be generously rewarded. These 2 soul stones are your reward. Chu Jiuyang beamed with joy, never having felt such elation before. The ability to obliterate Yin Kunlun was indeed exhilarating. Would the Yin family dare to act arrogantly before the Chu family again? The other soul masters of the Chu family looked on enviously at Chu Feng, who received 2 soul stones and a single reward, an exceptionally generous grant. Typically, rewards would amount to only a couple of hundred soul coins. 1 low-grade soul stone equated to 1,000 soul coins. Although items from the soul realm could not be taken outside, selling them could exchange 1 low-grade soul stone for 2 gold coins. And sometimes the exchange rate would be even higher due to scarcity. Receiving 2 low-grade soul stones at once was a rarity within the Chu family. Thank you, Elder Jiuyang. In the face of great danger, it is my duty to fight for the Chu family. Chu Feng maintained an earnest demeanor. Chu Wanfeng also wore a smile of pride. Young man, I must admit I underestimated you. I have had some misconceptions about you. That was my error. Come to the Rune Pavilion tomorrow, and I shall personally teach you the water rune. Chu Feng was publicly acknowledged and apologized to by the elder. A remarkable occurrence given his pride. Chu Xinrong's expression darkened further, his displeasure evident. He had always been the focus of the elder's cultivation, and now, with the public declaration to teach Chu Feng the water rune, it signified a loss of favor for him, introducing a powerful competitor. Chu Feng's battle soul, being a brush type and of the supreme purple variety, was undeniably suited for engraving runes, promising results that would surpass those of sword or blade type souls. Elder, you honor me too greatly. In my youth, I was indeed reckless and have erred. Chu Feng refrained from calling him grandfather, opting instead for elder, which left the elder feeling somewhat helpless. In the past, when Chu Feng's father sought to take Chu Feng's mother as a concubine, the elder had vehemently opposed it. Coupled with the formidable influence of the First Lady, this had led to Chu Feng and his mother being treated as pariahs, living a life akin to servitude. Mistakes carry consequences, and Chu Feng's refusal to acknowledge his grandfather left the elder feeling a bitter pang of regret. He could only strive to remedy the situation and seek Chu Feng's forgiveness. Chapter 59. The True Gem having successfully secured the Soul Stone Mine. The subsequent arrangements became much simpler. A few soul masters would remain to guard it, while the Chu family's servants would be summoned to mine. The Yin family had suffered a significant loss and would likely not relent easily. Caution was warranted. Chu Jiuyang's gaze turned steely. We must remain vigilant. The Yin family may return. Given that Chu Feng possesses a supreme battle soul, he is ideally suited to remain here, Chu Xinrong suggested with a sinister smile. Not long ago, I recall you, Chu Xinrong, boasting of your own prowess. Yet just now, when facing a formidable enemy, you cowered in a corner. Now, you suggest I take on the guarding duty. May I ask what purpose you serve? Chu Feng held a soul stone in hand, swiftly absorbing its energy, feeling his soul energy surge at a gratifying pace. The exquisite sensation of rapid cultivation was truly delightful. Soul stones are a precious commodity, yet too rare to find. Chu Xinrong was left speechless, his secrets exposed, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Earlier, when facing the powerful enemy, he had indeed hidden in the shadows, resorting to cunning. In the past, he would have acted decisively, but witnessing Chu Feng's overwhelming strength, he now dared only to feign bravado, unwilling to confront Chu Feng directly. With Yin Kunlun dispatched, how could he, a mere soul master with a few hundred units of soul energy, dare to challenge Chu Feng? Enough of this contention. The soul masters stationed here need only be ordinary ones. You two are both talented juniors of the Chu family. Focus on your cultivation and leave these matters to others. Chu Jiuyang interjected, seeking to mediate the brewing conflict. The prosperity of a family cannot rely solely on a few individuals, but requires the collective effort of all. Chu Feng, do not grow complacent. What does it matter if your battle soul is exceptional? In your hands, it is merely squandered. True skill lies in becoming a rune master. I could casually inscribe a divine weapon and fetch 4 or 5 silver coins. That is true talent. Do you understand? Chu Xingrong, unable to match Chu Feng in soul cultivation, resorted to flaunting his identity as a rune master. Chu Feng merely smiled casually, a hint of detachment gracing his features. Is selling a divine weapon for 4 or 5 silver coins considered significant? I could easily carve one and fetch over a gold coin. Chu Xingrong flaunted before him, akin to a destitute beggar who had just acquired a bun, parading it before a wealthy gentleman accustomed to feasting on fish daily. Upon absorbing the energy from the 2 soul stones, his soul power escalated from 280 to 480, nearing the formidable threshold of 500. The soul realm is my treasure trove. I must frequent it more often to elevate my soul power beyond 1,000. Having slain the young master of freedom and seized his top-tier battle, soul weighed heavily on his heart, urging him to diligently enhance his cultivation. With the presence of Yuer, life had indeed improved. The household was maintained in pristine order. Furthermore, she could converse with Chu Feng's mother daily, alleviating much of her burdensome chores, allowing her a measure of respite. It is imperative that I restore my mother's dignity. Chu Feng had long been burdened with the stigma of being an illegitimate child, subject to disdain and deprived of rightful privileges. Now that his status and strength were on the rise, it was time to rectify that. He could no longer endure a life of subservience as before. On that day at the Soul Hall, Chu Feng had compelled the matriarch to publicly agree to grant his mother the status of a concubine, promising to finalize the arrangement within half a month. With only a few days remaining, he resolved to bide his time. Presently, he needed to carve divine weapons to generate income, to swiftly advance his martial prowess. Financial resources were indispensable. Not to mention, the cost of healing potions after sustaining injuries was considerable. He practiced the ruthless heaven demon technique, which inherently required him to endure beatings and confront opponents significantly more powerful than himself to expedite his growth. As for the old master urging him to study the water divine patterns, he was disinclined. In earlier days, when he was ignorant, he might have considered learning divine pattern carving from the old master, but now he found it unnecessary. Divine patterns were akin to mathematical problems, each individual possessing their unique approach. As long as one comprehended the fundamental principles of the water divine pattern, they could construct their own divine pattern framework. Whether one employed 3 legs or 4 to support a table was entirely a matter of personal preference. The ultimate goal remained to uphold the table and prevent its collapse. Chu Feng had now developed his own first-tier water divine pattern. Any learning from the old master would yield little more than a few insights. Absorbing some of its strengths was feasible. He picked up a sword mold and commenced carving. With prior success behind him, he failed only 6 times this time before successfully crafting a divine weapon. Compared to his initial attempt, the success rate had increased several-fold. Chu Feng was indeed formidable, having produced 4 successful pieces over the next 2 days. Among them, one stood out as distinctly different. As for how it differed, even he could not articulate. He simply sensed that this weapon was unlike the other 3. When he inscribed several critical divine patterns, his divine brush battle soul unexpectedly radiated purple light, merging into the divine patterns. The divine brush had a certain probability of creating superior items when carving divine weapons. This particular piece was likely a premium item. As for whether it possessed special abilities, Chu Feng had no means of testing it. To activate a divine weapon, one needed to be at least at the first layer of the pulse realm. Only by cultivating vital energy could one unleash the weapon's power. I shall keep this unique piece for myself. The quality of the other 3 surpasses that of my first creation and should fetch a better price. Rarity begets value. I cannot sell them all at once. Chu Feng pondered how to present the 3 more ordinary divine weapons. He slung one over his shoulder and made his way to the Zhang shop. Chu Feng's deeds in the soul realm had already spread throughout the Chu family, garnering him considerable attention. Along the way, the family's servants and common descendants regarded him with awe, some even greeting him politely, eager to curry favor. However, the current Chu Feng was no longer someone they could easily approach with their superficial flattery. Those who had once bullied him could only scurry like mice, peering at him from the shadows, unable to muster the courage to confront him. After all, he had dared to strike both the matriarch and the eldest son. Who else would dare provoke him? This was far more intimidating than when he had slain the vile servant Pu Chang, for not only had he confronted the matriarch and the eldest son, but he had emerged unscathed. There were only a few individuals in the Chu family who wielded such influence, perhaps only a handful, like the 3 clan elders and the family head. Upon arriving at Zhang's shop, Chu Feng was warmly greeted by Xiao Chen, the newly appointed countermanager, who was directing the staff in arranging weapon molds. Upon spotting Chu Feng, he rushed over, enthusiasm radiating from him like a devoted puppy. "I've come to see Manager Liu," Chu Feng stated. Recalling how he had been obstructed by Xiaochen from meeting Liu previously, as only esteemed guests were permitted upstairs. "Please, Manager Liu is on the second floor. He was just mentioning when you would visit." Xiaochen bowed and ushered Chu Feng upstairs. The treatment Chu Feng received this time at Zhang's shop was a stark contrast to his previous visit. All of this was a result of his own strength. Respect is earned, not given. With power comes the acknowledgement of others. As Chu Feng ascended to the second floor, he unexpectedly encountered two familiar faces, Manager Liu and Chu Xingrong. The latter frequented Zhang's shop, exuding an air of treachery. Not knowing his purpose there, Chu Xingrong turned upon hearing the noise and immediately bore a smug expression, which only intensified. "Humph, who do we have here? It's merely the Chu family's illegitimate child. A bastion of shame. This upper floor is not for just anyone. What brings you here? Seeking humiliation or begging for alms?" Having lost face in the soul realm to Chu Feng, Chu Xingrong seized this opportunity to humiliate him further. Manager Liu, meanwhile, was assessing a divine weapon presented by Chu Xingrong, his countenance revealing disdain. He instinctively glanced up upon hearing footsteps, and his expression transformed into one of warmth upon recognizing Chu Feng. Overjoyed, Manager Liu nearly leaped from his seat in excitement. Just as he prepared to greet Chu Feng, Chu Xingrong interjected, "Manager Liu, our business is not yet concluded. I would prefer not to have this wild child lingering about. Kindly escort him out." In Chu Xingrong's mind, he was selling a first-tier divine weapon, a significant transaction worth several silver coins. Having privately sold multiple divine weapons to Zhang's shop before, he believed he was on familiar terms and sought to expel Chu Feng to demonstrate his esteemed position. To his surprise, Manager Liu's demeanor shifted dramatically. He angrily returned the weapon to Chu Xingrong. "Listen here, Chu Xingrong. From this day forth, Zhang's shop no longer welcomes you. We will not engage in business with you unless the esteemed young Master Chu can forgive your earlier insolence and permit us to resume dealings with you. If not, consider yourself barred from entering our establishment in the future." Manager Liu's stance was resolute. Chu Xingrong was left dumbfounded. "Why you are expelling me?" He had not anticipated that Manager Liu would not only disregard his request to remove Chu Feng, but would instead throw him out. Moreover, it was the most severe form of expulsion. He would no longer engage in business with him, meaning they would refuse to accept any weapons he carved. And even the molds would not be sold to him. In the entire Celestial Soldier City, the quality of the sword embryos at Zhang's shop is unparalleled, and the prices are reasonable. Chu Xingrong was bewildered by how Chu Feng suddenly gained such status, to the extent that even Zhang's shop had to curry favor with him. "Get lost. You are not welcome here." Master Liu barked coldly. "You are merely a shopkeeper and possess no authority. I demand to see your Miss Jiang to report your conduct, so you may lose your livelihood." Chu Xingrong intended to humiliate Chu Feng but ended up humiliating himself instead. His face turned ashen as he pointed a finger threateningly at Master Liu. "Humph, your visit would be futile. Miss Jiang's stance on this matter mirrors my own. Those who dare to disrespect young Master Chu Feng will be met with disdain from Zhang's shop, and we shall refuse to conduct business with them." With that, Master Liu commanded, "Seize Chu Xingrong and throw him out." Soon, two guards rushed up from downstairs and dragged Chu Xingrong out of the establishment. "Let go of me. I demand to see Miss Jiang." Chu Xingrong shouted hoarsely, but his cries fell on deaf ears as the guards unceremoniously tossed him out of the shop. Miss Jiang, being of such high stature, was unlikely to be easily accessible to someone of his rank. "Young Master Chu Feng, please take a seat. Are you here to sell divine weapons again?" Master Liu's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming as warm as a grandson greeting his grandfather. "Bring the finest Longjing tea." The same beautiful maid from last time arrived, carrying a tray with brewed tea. "Young Master Chu, please enjoy some tea." Her gaze towards Chu Feng was enchanting, as if she could melt him with her charm. Before she retreated, she cast him a flirtatious glance. Having been treated as an esteemed guest twice now, the maid had already concluded that Chu Feng's status must be extraordinary. Chu Feng presented the divine weapon he had brought, placing it before Master Liu. "This time, the quality is even better than before," Chu Feng declared confidently. Master Liu's heart raced upon seeing that Chu Feng had indeed brought a divine weapon, an item engraved with the water god pattern and of the first tier. Could it be yet another premium divine weapon? If only he knew that what he deemed exceptional was merely considered ordinary by Chu Feng. Had Chu Feng revealed the true masterpiece, Master Liu might have been rendered speechless with shock. "I shall conduct a test," Master Liu announced, swiftly moving to the testing rack after a brief inspection of the weapon. His discerning eye quickly recognized that this divine weapon was identical to the previous one, albeit with a more flawless engraving and significantly fewer imperfections. With a resounding hum, the divine weapon shimmered, emitting a blue blade light that extended over 2 inches. Indeed, it was superior to the last. Next, he tested its flexibility, bending it to 20 degrees before it produced a resonant sound, a full 10 degrees improvement from the last test. Excellent. I shall offer you a purchase price of 2 gold coins. What say you? Master Lu eagerly proposed, hoping to ensure that Chu Feng would return with more divine weapons in the future. This price was 5 times that of a typical first-tier divine weapon, a veritable fortune. Deal. Chu Feng accepted, thrilled to have sold it for 2 gold coins, especially after only managing to sell the last one for a gold coin and 3 silver coins. His astute mind quickly deduced that Master Lu must have turned a significant profit from the previous weapon, otherwise he would not have raised the price so willingly. Young Master Chu, please remember to come to our shop for any future divine weapons. I shall ensure you receive the highest price. Master Lu implored with a tone of earnestness. Certainly, no problem. A pleasant partnership, Chu Feng replied, delighted as he pocketed the 2 gold coins and prepared to take his leave. Ah, young Master Chu, could you stay a little longer? Our Miss Jiang wishes to meet you. Master Lu hurriedly rose to keep Chu Feng from departing. Miss Jiang wishes to see me? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, astute enough to grasp her intentions. The Jiang family lacked a notable divine engraver, and it seemed they sought to recruit him for their service. Unlike Chu Xingrong, who was devoid of principles and stance, Chu Feng would not betray his family for personal gain. Although the Chu family had treated him and his mother poorly in the past, they had since shown him considerable kindness, especially with the elder Chu personally acknowledging their past mistakes. Blood ties held significance, and he would not forsake his family for the Jiang's fleeting favor. I have matters to attend to today, perhaps another time. Farewell. Chu Feng politely declined and exited the Jiang's shop, despite the Jiang family treating him with such courtesy, even going so far as to eject Chu Xingrong for his sake. He knew it was merely transactional. Should someone else prove more valuable, they would not hesitate to cast him aside. A gilded cage is still a cage, and no matter how poor the Chu family may be, it remained his true home. Having only recently become a soul master, he was already receiving substantial support from his family. If he were to reveal his identity as a divine engraver, he would undoubtedly receive tenfold the treatment than if he remained with the Jiang family. Chu Feng understood the intricacies of these relations well. He would never abandon the Chu family for the Jiang family. After leaving Jiang's shop, he made his way directly to the apothecary where he had purchased medicine previously. The shopkeeper and assistant appeared to remember him, particularly due to the incident involving the turtle master and the city guards. They had expected him to be punished severely. Yet just days later, he appeared unscathed, leaving them astonished at the guards' unexpected leniency. How much for a body refining pill? Chu Feng inquired, having earned some coin and eager to invest in his strength rather than hoard wealth. Are you certain you wish to purchase a body refining pill? The assistant regarded him with skepticism, though he did not voice it outright. The disdain was evident on his face. Enough with the unnecessary chatter. How much is it? Chu Feng snapped impatiently. Well, you mustn't be angry. Body refining pills are quite precious. It takes 2 gold coins to acquire one. The assistant sneered, unable to hide his contempt for the raggedly dressed figure before him. Just give me one. Chu Feng tossed 2 gold coins onto the counter, determined to prove the assistant wrong. The shopkeeper's glasses fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. His face was a picture of astonishment. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you immediately. The assistant, who moments ago wore a mocking expression, now transformed into a sycophant, eager to please. The shopkeeper retrieved another pair of glasses and donned them, smiling broadly as he instructed someone to prepare tea for Chu Feng. My surname is Mo, and I am the shopkeeper here. Should you wish to purchase body refining pills or other advanced medicinal concoctions in the future, please consider me. I shall provide you with some auxiliary herbs to enhance the efficacy of the pills. Please examine the goods. The assistant carefully presented a jade box before Chu Feng. Upon opening it, a dark red pill sealed with wax emitted a rich medicinal aroma. Its color, fragrance, and shape were all exceptional. Though Chu Feng had never seen a body refining pill before, he could instantly recognize its authenticity. Very well, I shall return for more next time, Chu Feng remarked as he stored the jade box. The shopkeeper gifted him a sizable bundle of auxiliary herbs, advising him to prepare an herbal infusion for bathing before consuming the body refining pill. He believed that after taking this pill, Chu Feng's cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The possibility of breaking through to the third level of body refinement is exceedingly high. That so-called genius, Chu Hong, has consumed a plethora of elixirs yet has only managed to reach the third level of body refinement. At that moment, Chu Feng will undoubtedly demonstrate to everyone what it truly means to be a genius. In truth, even at the body refinement stage, advancing through each minor realm is a formidable challenge. Chu Feng, in his current state, is akin to a well-fed man oblivious to the hunger of the starving. The technique imparted to him by Lady Xinyu, the demonic technique of slaughtering heaven, is a great earth technique, while Chu Hong merely practices a rudimentary yellow-grade technique, rendering any comparison futile. Moreover, with Lady Xinyu personally aiding him through the night to enhance his cultivation, he has effortlessly ascended to the second level of body refinement. Upon returning to the Chu residence, Chu Feng naturally consumed body refinement pills and immersed himself in medicinal baths, striving to breach the third level. Previously, he could scarcely have dreamed of such advanced cultivation resources, having struggled for mere sustenance. Time swiftly passed, and after 4 days, the medicinal bathwater had long since transformed into clear water, and the effects of the body refinement pills had been fully absorbed. Living up to expectations, his cultivation indeed broke through from the second to the third level of body refinement. He could distinctly sense monumental changes within his physique. His muscles had become tightly knit and robust, and his bones had grown even stronger. The most remarkable transformation was the enhancement of his strength. In the past, even lifting a weight of 60 to 70 pounds required all his effort. Now, he could effortlessly hoist over 100 pounds with one hand, still possessing considerable surplus energy. Feeling the surging power coursing through his bones, Chu Feng had never felt more like a true man than at this moment. Only the strong are entitled to dictate their fate in this world, to lead a comfortable and enjoyable life, free from humiliation, able to roam the heavens and pursue the pinnacle of martial and spiritual paths. As Chu Feng dressed and exited his room, Yue gazed at him with awe and fascination. "Young master, you seem different." Her bright eyes sparkled with stars. "Oh, in what way am I different?" Chu Feng replied with a smile. "I cannot quite articulate it, but your aura appears much more formidable than before, and your physique seems to be more robust." A hint of shyness colored Yue's cheeks. "Ah, by the way, old Master Chu has sent someone to invite you to the Divine Pattern Pavilion. They have already come multiple times to urge you." Yue, flustered by Chu Feng's strength, nearly forgot the matter at hand. "Inviting me to the Divine Pattern Pavilion?" A subtle smile of significance graced Chu Feng's lips. It seemed old Master Chu believed he was still brooding over the previous incident, hence the repeated invitations. "It appears I have no choice but to go." Now that Chu Feng had ascended to the third level of body refinement, he walked with an air of confidence, exuding vigor. Along the way, those who once looked down upon him were left in astonishment, their gazes filled with respect and awe. For ordinary individuals, reaching the third level of body refinement is already considered a significant accomplishment. Should he manage to break through to the next level, he would be qualified to apply for a position as a guard. Before long, Chu Feng arrived at the Divine Pattern Pavilion. The same 2 guards who had previously obstructed his entry were stationed at the entrance. "What, this time you're not stopping me?" Chu Feng provocatively sneered. The 2 guards bowed repeatedly, their smiles obsequious. "Young Master Chu, please do not jest with us. Everyone knows your esteemed status and the Chu family is at its zenith. After you." Their demeanor was overtly humble. Although their abilities were not lacking, they could only be categorized as low-tier warriors. Securing a position guarding the Divine Pattern Pavilion in such a prestigious family was commendable. Losing such a job would make it exceedingly difficult to find another with comparable pay and respectability. Though both were mere guards, there is a distinction between being a security officer in a market and one in a bank or a 5-star hotel. Chu Feng chose not to press further with the guards. He merely wished to see them bow their heads in submission. To relentlessly pursue 2 minor guards would seem overly petty and lose the dignity befitting a man. Unimpeded, he ascended to the 2nd floor of the Divine Pattern Pavilion. Having arrived slightly later, the talented Soul Masters and Divine Pattern Masters from the Chu family had already gathered. Old Master Chu was explaining the framework of the 1st-tier water Divine Pattern. Upon noticing Chu Feng's arrival, a warm smile broke through the sternness of Old Master Chu's face. "Chu Feng, you have arrived. Come, sit at the front. This seat is reserved especially for you." Old Master Chu's demeanor was exceptionally welcoming, having saved a front-row seat for Chu Feng to facilitate further guidance. Chu Hong and Chu Xingrong were present too, their eyes filled with jealousy and resentment as they glared at Chu Feng. Just days prior, Chu Hong had been soundly defeated by him and was still recovering. He had believed himself to be the family's eldest son, and that Chu Feng was merely a bastard child. Surely the family higher-ups would rid them of Chu Feng or at least expel him from the family. To his surprise, the family's senior members had unified in advising Chu Hong to let the matter rest. Even the usually close ally of the matriarch, Elder Chu Quan, urged them to cease their grievances. For now, Chu Feng was no longer the illegitimate child, but rather the most promising soul master within the Chu family. Not only was Chu Jiyang prepared to nurture Chu Feng vigorously, but even the traditionally obstinate old master Chu had undergone a drastic change in attitude, personally declaring his intent to impart the art of water divine pattern engraving to Chu Feng. As Chu Feng took his seat, a delicate fragrance wafted past him. The elegant and alluring scent was familiar, prompting him to instinctively glance over. To his surprise, sitting beside him was none other than Murong Shui, with whom he had shared an intimate night. This young woman was the most dazzling martial talent in Heavenly Soldier City, having been accepted into the Divine Martial Academy at a young age, and was reportedly already a formidable figure at the Wheel Meridian stage. Although Chu Feng had not formally pursued her, he had seen her undraped and had touched her, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. Murong Shui was intently engraving divine patterns on parchment, seemingly unaware of Chu Feng's presence. Chu Feng, I heard from the corpulent Chu that you have been self-studying divine pattern engraving. How has your grasp of the foundational concepts progressed? Old Master Chu inquired. I have essentially mastered the principles of divine patterns, the 6 fundamental lines of the water divine pattern, and the essential points and taboos of constructing divine pattern trees. Chu Feng humbly stated. This was, however, a modest representation of his capabilities. Should he reveal to Old Master Chu that he had already developed the first-tier water divine pattern and successfully engraved several first-tier divine artifacts, including one true masterpiece, it would likely astonish Old Master Chu into disbelief. Even with his extreme modesty, reducing his accomplishments by a factor of 10. Chu Shenrong and the others still scoffed at him. Hardly anyone believed he could master such intricate foundational knowledge of the water divine pattern in a mere month. Chu Feng, even if you wish to impress Miss Murong, there is no need to exaggerate so. Chu Shenrong, having lost face at Zhang's establishment, harbored intense animosity towards Chu Feng. He now ruthlessly exposed Chu Feng's supposed deception. Go ahead and boast. Even a genius like myself took a full 3 months to grasp the foundational knowledge of the water divine pattern. You learned it in a month, all by yourself? How absurd. Chu Hong chimed in, his expression dripping with disdain. Old Master Chu's tone turned serious as he addressed Chu Feng. One must not aim too high. It is essential to be grounded. This is particularly true in divine pattern engraving. Even the slightest oversight can lead to the failure of the entire work. Chu Feng felt utterly helpless, surrounded by such individuals. Chu Shenrong and Chu Hong seized the opportunity, relentlessly criticizing him. In a fit of anger, Chu Feng felt compelled to demonstrate to these 2 despicable individuals what it truly means to be a genius. However, he was reluctant to reveal his identity as a divine pattern master at this moment. As it served as a trump card he wished to reserve for a more pivotal occasion when his mother was officially recognized. Chu Feng speculated that, given the nature of the matriarch, she would not easily grant his mother such status. Thus, when the time came, he could unveil his identity as a divine pattern master to deliver a resounding blow to their faces. It would be unwise to expend this valuable card over such a trivial matter. Looking up, Chu Feng noticed that the old Master Chu was explaining a first-level water divine pattern on the blackboard, seemingly presenting a problem. To his astonishment, the problem appeared strikingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The foundational structure of the divine pattern depicted on the board was identical to the first-level water divine pattern he had researched. However, the old Master's understanding seemed rudimentary, having only grasped the most basic framework. Even so, there were several inaccuracies present. A startling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that his maiden work had been acquired by Old Master Chu, who then studied it in detail and learned some superficial aspects? Though this was merely conjecture, it was enough to bring a hearty laugh to Chu Feng. You doubt my mastery of the fundamental water divine pattern? No problem. I shall solve the problem on the blackboard and prove everything. With a smile, Chu Feng stood up and approached the podium. Murong Shui was deep in thought, struggling with the same problem. Upon hearing his words, she scoffed at the audacity of this impudent fellow, recalling how he had flaked on their previous meeting to clarify matters. Now, she was eager to witness the embarrassment he would face when his bluster was deflated. Chapter 63, A Stunning Revelation. You think you can solve the problem on the blackboard? Do you have any idea how difficult it is? Do you know where this problem originated? Chu Xingrong laughed uncontrollably, his body shaking with exaggerated mirth. His expression was one of utter disdain, as if he were gazing upon a mere jester. Others regarded Chu Feng with similar scorn. Chu Feng, claiming to have mastered the fundamentals of the water divine pattern in just a month, is one thing. But now you assert you can solve the problem on the board? How utterly naive. Chu Hong, who prided himself on being the foremost talent among the younger generation of the Chu family, felt compelled to assert his dominance when someone dared to overshadow him. He seized the opportunity to chastise Chu Feng publicly. The prowess of this divine weapon is beyond your imagination. Even President Mu Qing of the Divine Pattern Guild has lavished high praise upon it, declaring the Divine Pattern Master who crafted this weapon to possess master-level skills. That's right, master-level. You claim you can solve this problem? Are you trying to be funny? While praising the creator of the exquisite weapon with a tone of reverence, Chu Hong looked down upon Chu Feng with the utmost contempt. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng became certain that the so-called masterpiece, a first-level divine weapon praised by Chu Hong, was likely his own maiden creation. He mused that the Jiang family had certainly made a wise investment, flipping it for auction after acquiring it. It was no wonder that Manager Liu had suddenly increased his payment by 7 silver coins, spending 2 gold coins to procure his crafted divine weapon. The realization struck him that he had indeed made a profit. Chu Feng mentally berated Manager Liu for his cunning ways, realizing that the latter had taken advantage of him. With the Jiang family likely selling it for 4 gold coins, it was clear why they had been so amiable towards him. After piecing together these thoughts, he felt relieved that he had only sold 2 divine weapons to the Jiang family store. Next time he sold, he would certainly demand a higher price. The Jiang family, merely a middleman, had put in little effort. Why should they reap the lion's share? Facing the imposing Chu Hong, Chu Xingrong, and the scornful gazes of the Chu family as sole masters, Chu Feng merely smiled nonchalantly, recognizing that these mere mortals could not comprehend his true capabilities. If they were to discover that the so-called masterpiece was indeed his maiden work, their expressions would likely resemble those who had just tasted something vile. With a smirk of wicked amusement, Chu Feng ascended the stage, eschewing unnecessary words, and picked up a charcoal pencil to begin solving the problem. First, let us discuss the main pattern. The initial bend contains 3 pivotal points, intended to delineate 3 subsidiary patterns. When the energy flows in, to minimize loss, the subsidiary patterns should be as short as possible. The distribution of these 3 subsidiary patterns is also crucial. One is positioned above, where the sword's blade bears the greatest force. The 2 below serve a purpose as well. Why, you ask? Because while the upper section bears the weight, bending occurs, causing strain on the lower part, leading to inward curvature. Thus, the true damage is sustained below. An additional subsidiary pattern significantly enhances flexibility, preventing breakage. As Chu Feng elaborated on each critical detail of the divine pattern tree on the blackboard, initially, Chu Xingrong and the others dismissed him as foolish. However, as he continued to articulate various insights and the advantages and disadvantages of the divine pattern tree, their expressions morphed into one of utter shock, awe, and even enlightenment among those with discerning minds. Even the old Master Chu, the highest authority in divine patterns, wore a look of disbelief. When Chu Feng pointed out several errors, the old master humbly absorbed the knowledge like a student. This scenario was amusing. Here was a student who had come merely to attend class, yet he was teaching the teacher. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Old Master Chu could not contain his applause. Murong Shue's exquisite face mirrored her astonishment. She had never anticipated that Chu Feng possessed such remarkable skill. The intricate aspects she had struggled to grasp mere moments ago were elucidated with clarity by him in just a few sentences. Recollecting the events from a month prior, when Chu Hong and his associates barged in to ruin her reputation, she recalled how Chu Feng had remained composed under pressure, resolving the crisis and preserving her honor, while simultaneously eliminating the vile servant Pu Chang to establish his own authority. This entire episode showcased both his bravery and cunning, earning her newfound respect. While she had previously regarded him with mere curiosity, witnessing his prowess on stage today was enough to instill genuine admiration. The Academy's instructors often spoke of the synergy between martial and soul paths, asserting that only by mastering both could one achieve greatness. Murong Shue's bright eyes sparkled with intrigue. She contemplated that if Chu Feng were not a so-called waste, but instead capable of martial cultivation, his innate talent in the soul path could surely propel him to extraordinary heights. During her time in the Chu family, She had gleaned some information about him, a bastard, a mere first-level waste, essentially deemed worthless. However, having witnessed his abilities firsthand, she no longer believed those rumors. She preferred to trust her own observations. What a fascinating individual he was, bearing the labels of waste and illegitimate child, yet secretly embodying genius. Such a composed, wise, and introspective young man was indeed a rarity. Murong Shue's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Chu Feng's recent lecture has brought her immense gains. Chapter 64. Enduring punishment after being beaten. Chu Xingrong and Chu Hong, who had tirelessly belittled and mocked Chu Feng, now found themselves ruthlessly slapped in the face by him, leaving them utterly deflated. How could this illegitimate child possess such remarkable comprehension? Self-taught, he surpasses us, who have had guidance. How unjust is the heavens that such talent was not bestowed upon me. Previously, Chu Hong had exuded a sense of superiority before Chu Feng. Now, all of that arrogance has evaporated. In terms of martial arts cultivation, Chu Feng has already reached the same level as him. Back when Chu Feng was only at the second level of body refinement, he could defeat Chu Hong. Now, it would be even easier for Chu Feng to overpower him. When it comes to soul cultivation and the highest tier of divine pattern engraving, Chu Hong finds himself once again outclassed by Chu Feng. If soul power can be amassed through resources, then divine pattern engraving is a high-level skill that is solely dependent on innate talent. Without talent, no amount of money can suffice. It is akin to wealthy individuals on Earth who spend lavishly to enroll their children in prestigious schools, only to find their offspring sitting in class like wooden dolls, oblivious and lethargic, unable to grasp the knowledge imparted by their teachers. Chu Feng, your extraordinary talent in divine patterns far exceeds mine. With diligent effort, you are destined for greatness. This notebook contains the distilled wisdom of generations of the Chu family, detailing the water divine patterns, including foundational patterns, the construction of divine pattern trees, first-tier and second-tier water divine patterns, and all essential knowledge. Grandfather Chu has discovered that Chu Feng has truly become self-taught, establishing a solid foundation in divine patterns. He promptly produced a treasured notebook bound in animal skin from his bosom and handed it to Chu Feng. Grandfather, this is the Chu family secret, the most core of our knowledge. I have sought your permission to learn it multiple times, but you have never acquiesced. How can you grant it to an illegitimate child? Chu Hong exclaimed, a look of jealousy etched across his face, his eyes tinged with red. This notebook embodies the painstaking efforts of generations within the Chu family. It encapsulates all the water divine patterns they specialize in, covering foundational patterns, construction methods, detailed principles, and key points. Possessing this notebook equates to inheriting the Chu family's legacy. Grandfather Chu, who typically treats this notebook as a treasure, is now generously allowing Chu Feng to study it, inciting Chu Hong's profound dissatisfaction and a palpable sense of crisis. From now on, do not refer to Chu Feng as an illegitimate child. For years, the Chu family has owed a debt to him and his mother. A month ago, your father implored me to take Chu Feng's mother as a concubine. At that time, I was muddled and did not consent. However, after Chu Feng's significant contributions in the soul realm, I have agreed to Jing Yi's request. On the 8th of this month, we shall welcome Chu Feng's mother into our household as a concubine. Grandfather Chu's stern expression and reprimand towards Chu Hong served as a declaration to all that Chu Feng would no longer be regarded as an illegitimate child. What? My father sought Grandfather Chu's permission to take my mother as a concubine a month ago? Chu Feng trembled, having harbored deep resentment towards the head of the Chu family. Believing him unworthy of fatherhood, it now seemed he had misjudged him. The head of the Chu family was constrained by Grandfather Chu and balanced by the 3 elder clansmen. In addition to a formidable matriarch vehemently opposing this, it was likely that his desire to bestow a title upon Chu Feng's mother was fraught with obstacles. Chu Feng, the Chu family has indeed owed a debt to you and your mother, and we acknowledge our wrongs. However, you must understand that with nearly 1,000 members in a family, it is challenging to manage without strict rules. Shortly after your birth, your father repeatedly petitioned me to take your mother as a concubine, but I did not agree because you exhibited mediocrity and poor performance. It was only recently that you began to shine and earn the recognition you deserve through your abilities. The family is not heartless. We simply must adhere to the established protocols. Grandfather Chu seldom discussed such matters. However, today, witnessing Chu Feng's extraordinary talent in divine patterns, combined with his outstanding performance in the soul realm days prior, prompted Grandfather Chu to accord him greater attention. He thus took the time to elucidate matters and alleviate Chu Feng's grievances. To claim that he harbored no hatred would be disingenuous. I choose to understand the difficulties faced by the Chu family. At least they have not expelled my mother and me over the years. Chu Feng's tone was as grave as that of an elder. After enduring 16 years of hardship akin to that of a servant, it is only natural for anyone to harbor resentment. No, I must put a stop to this. Chu Hong was nearly driven to madness. Unable to fathom that Grandfather Chu would consent to the head of the Chu family taking Chu Feng's mother as a concubine. This meant that Chu Feng would no longer be merely an illegitimate child, but rather a legitimate young master of the Chu family, standing on equal footing with him. Moreover, in every aspect, Chu Feng had already surpassed him. This was far from favorable for Chu Hong. No, I refuse to accept this. He is merely the offspring of a lowly maid. How can she become my father's concubine? Must I then refer to a maid as mother? Chu Hong's face contorted with rage as he erupted. With a resounding slap, Chu Feng struck Chu Hong, nearly causing him to stumble. With an expressionless face, Chu Feng coldly regarded Chu Hong. You may insult me, but to insult my mother is unforgivable. Dare to utter another word? The current Chu Feng was no longer the humble and weak young master he once was. Chu Hong's repeated slurs against Chu Feng's mother would warrant severe retaliation. You illegitimate child, dare to strike this young master? I will kill you. After being publicly slapped by Chu Feng, Chu Hong's rage boiled over. He immediately drew a dagger from his waist, lunging at Chu Feng. Fool! Before Chu Feng could react, Grandfather Chu moved like lightning, striking down the dagger with a swift palm. Fratricide is a grave taboo within the Chu family. As this is your first offense, you shall kneel on the bed of nails for 3 days without food or drink. Should you remain unrepentant, I will have no choice but to cast you out of the Chu family. Grandfather Chu was genuinely furious. Chu Hong's audacity to draw his weapon against Chu Feng in his presence was intolerable. Chu Feng, I will not let you off so easily. As Chu Hong was restrained by 2 elite members of the Chu family, he was stripped of his shoes and confined in a small dark room barely taller than a person. This was a place designated for punishing errant servants and children of the Chu family. The ground was embedded with numerous spikes, making it excruciating for anyone confined within. They could only squat or kneel, though lying down was even more torturous. Chu Feng, you wild seed, you beast, I will not spare you. Chu Hong raged from within, but soon his cries turned to groans of pain. The spikes were not particularly sharp at first, but prolonged kneeling would become unbearable. Chapter 65, Leveraging Age and Experience. It remains uncertain who will prevail in the end. Chu Feng scoffed, feeling no fear towards Chu Hong. Should a conflict arise, he would readily oblige. As for status, Chu Feng now valued more than Chu Hong's entire existence. As long as the higher-ups of the Chu family possessed even a modicum of sense, they would never elevate Chu Hong above Chu Feng. What does Chu Hong have aside from being the eldest son? In terms of martial arts, combat spirit, and divine pattern talent, he is thoroughly eclipsed by Chu Feng. In comparison, Chu Feng is akin to gold, while Chu Hong is merely a stone. Would the Chu family be foolish enough to treat a stone as treasure while carelessly discarding gold? Chu Feng, your talent in divine patterns is commendable, indeed, but that does not grant you the right to be arrogant and presumptuous. Theory does not equate to practice. It merely indicates that your conditions for learning divine pattern engraving are slightly superior to others. Whether you can achieve mastery remains uncertain. Many excel in theoretical knowledge yet falter in practical application, ultimately failing to become even a first-tier divine pattern master. Therefore, I advise you to keep a low profile and conduct yourself modestly. Otherwise, the higher you leap, the harder you will fall. A middle-aged man, adorned in scholarly attire and exuding an air of arrogance, directly unleashed his ire upon Chu Feng. This man was none other than Chu Wanchuan, one of the only 7 divine pattern masters of the Chu family, and the father of Chu Shenrong. It was said that his proficiency in divine pattern engraving was second only to that of the esteemed elder of the Chu family. Though merely a first-tier divine pattern master, he had garnered a modest reputation in Tianbing City. He was a brother to Chu Feng's grandfather, thus holding a significant position within the family. His ambitions were considerable, as he consistently vied to overshadow the elder. Rumor had it that in his haste to ascend to the rank of a second-tier divine pattern master, he had remained unmarried for years, only to eventually take a wife in his 40s when the weight of solitude became unbearable. Hence, Chu Shenrong was not much younger than Chu Feng. To this day, Chu Wanchuan had yet to achieve the rank of a second-tier divine pattern master. Truly a case of lofty aspirations matched by fragile fate. In both martial arts and divine pattern engraving, he fell short of the elder. To speak rather unkindly, he could be deemed a failure, possessing grand ambitions yet lacking the requisite abilities. In the context of Earth, he would be regarded as a complete and utter failure. Feeling inexplicably reprimanded by this man, Chu Feng simmered with indignation. He could not help but scoff. If Chu Hong insults your mother, is it not justifiable for me to retaliate? How could one be so arrogant and blind to their own faults? By your reasoning, if someone were to call your mother a harlot, would you not grovel and proclaim, "Please, continue"? Your words are most enlightening. This elder, despite his seniority, wielded his age as a weapon to chastise others, a behavior Chu Feng would not accept. Unfilial child, how dare you defy an elder of the clan? Chu Wanchuan's face turned a shade of iron as he trembled with rage. With his esteemed lineage and status as a divine pattern master, he was accustomed to a life of privilege and arrogance. Save for the 3 clan elders and the elder of the Chu family, everyone else regarded him with deference akin to that of a grandson. Brother, will you not discipline this ungrateful child? Although Chu Wanchuan was a generation apart and not Chu Feng's biological grandfather, he could not freely chastise him. Indeed, Chu Feng raises a valid point. If Chu Hong were to insult his mother without any response, that would indeed reflect poorly on him. His actions, though somewhat ostentatious, are indicative of a man's true nature. Chu Wanfeng remarked from a position of impartiality. He neither favored one side, nor wielded his seniority to suppress Chu Feng. Very well. You are indeed shielding this ungrateful child. A lenient mother breeds a wayward son. Mark my words, you shall come to regret this. With that, Chu Wanchuan stormed out, unable to endure the humiliation of being publicly defied by a junior. All right, we shall conclude today's lesson here. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me tomorrow. The elder of the Chu family proclaimed with authority, then turned his gaze toward Chu Feng. Do not misplace that manuscript, nor lend it to outsiders. If you have any doubts, come to me at any time. Chu Feng had intended to linger longer, but suddenly recalled that Murong Shui was nearby, prompting a surge of anxiety as he stole a glance at her. To his surprise, she was already fixated on him. Instinctively, Chu Feng stood up, prepared to make a hasty retreat. Take another step, and your head will roll. Murong Shui's icy voice, delicate yet piercing, reached Chu Feng's ears. Dear lady, I have already explained that day's events. Nothing untoward transpired. Chu Feng lamented, his expression one of distress. Spare me your pitiful act. The garden behind the divine pattern pavilion awaits your presence. Dare not decline, or you shall find yourself regretting it. With my standing, I could end you without a soul daring to utter a word. Murong Shui's stunning visage was devoid of warmth, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. A chill ran down Chu Feng's spine. He regretted not acquiring more lottery points from the Soul Realm to secure life-saving items. Being summoned to the garden by this lady was a nightmare rather than the coveted opportunity it would appear to others. Please, have mercy. I am already wed. Chu Feng pleaded, his face awash with despair. Bang. Before he could finish, a sharp pain struck his left rib, causing him to stifle a groan as a crumpled paper ball fell to the ground. This was it. Murong Shui's prowess exceeded his wildest imagination. Even the legendary technique of leaf plucking seemed effortless in her hands. The pain was agonizing, and he inhaled sharply. Speak another word, and your next blow shall target your temple. Murong Shui's frigid voice echoed in his ears once more. Let us proceed. He donned a mournful expression, refraining from uttering another word as he descended the stairs. Wait for me, Feng Ge. Chu Depeo, astonished by Chu Feng's remarkable performance in recent days, rushed to catch up with him. He had a plethora of questions for Chu Feng, yet had found no opportunity to ask until now. A glimmer of hope flickered within Chu Feng. He readied to enlist the chubby boy's aid in summoning either the elder or Chu Jiyang for rescue. He could not speak, merely gesturing desperately at Chu Depeo, forming a silent plea for help. Feng Ge, why are you making such faces? Have you lost your mind? Chu Depeo queried, bewildered. Bang. Another paper ball struck Chu Feng, nearly causing him to stumble. His frustration towards Chu Depeo intensified. Do not play tricks. Otherwise, you shall meet your end. Murong Shui's warning resounded ominously behind him. Chapter 66. The terrifying lady. This insufferable chubby boy, who was typically quite astute, now appeared utterly oblivious. Chu Feng dared not provoke the female assassin trailing behind him and solemnly stated, Depeo, are we not brothers? Chu Depeo puffed out his chest and rolled his eyes. Of course, Feng Ge. If you need assistance, just ask. Money is no object. He then produced all his savings from his pocket. After Chu Feng spoke, he waved his hand. I seek a tranquil space to peruse the manuscript. Do not follow me. He hastened downstairs, making his way toward the rear garden. Chu Depeo, utterly baffled, scratched his head. Feng Ge, why the sudden need for paper money? Only the deceased require such. Morong Shui maintained her aloof demeanor, showing no warmth to anyone. Could it be that Feng Ge has offended Morong Shui? Depeo pondered aloud. That cannot be. From the moment she arrived at our Chu family, Feng Ge sought her out to discuss soul cultivation for an entire night. Their relationship should be quite amicable. Yet, the two had never exchanged a word in public. Moreover, Morong Shui treated everyone with an icy demeanor, so why was she particularly amiable toward Feng Ge? The more he contemplated, the more confused he became. He resolved to follow them and uncover the truth. The garden behind the divine pattern pavilion was modest, yet exquisite, not open to outsiders. The elder of the Chu family occasionally strolled through, and sometimes a soul master from the Chu family would find solace within its tranquil confines. It was a serene place, generally devoid of visitors. Upon entering the garden, Chu Feng immediately surveyed his surroundings, searching for an escape route. Do not bother searching. This garden possesses but one entrance and exit, and you cannot flee from me. Morong Shui's chilling voice echoed behind him, nearly causing Chu Feng to leap from his skin. I had no intention of escaping, merely savoring the beauty of this place. Chu Feng straightened his posture, feigning innocence. Is that so? It would be best if you held no such thoughts. As she spoke, Morong Shui moved with ghostly swiftness, appearing before Chu Feng in an instant. Chu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to seeing a specter. Just moments ago, she had traversed a distance of more than 20 meters in the blink of an eye. The estimate was no more than a second. In an instant, cold sweat broke out. Chu Feng involuntarily swallowed hard, abandoning any thought of escape. The strength of this young woman was simply terrifying. Her footwork was more formidable than the legendary Lingbo Weibo. Fleeing in her presence would be akin to courting death. Speak. What truly transpired that day? What have you done to me? Morong Shui drew a gleaming sword, etched with divine patterns. This was indeed a divine weapon. As she delicately turned her slender wrist, a blue sword aura, about an inch long, emanated from the tip. Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine, his calves twitching uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that this young woman was already a powerful figure in the Wheel Meridian realm, having cultivated her vital energy. No wonder she was hailed as a prodigy of heaven. Miss Morong, please do not act impulsively. I implore you, recklessness is the devil. Morong Shui's icy gaze bore into him, completely devoid of emotion. I will speak. That night, I intended merely to catch a glimpse of your beauty, but found you unconscious. At that time, Chu Hong was unfastening your garments, remarking how your skin resembled the finest silk in its smoothness. My own strength is lacking, and I am quite timid. In a moment of panic, I collided with the window frame, leading to my discovery by Chu Hong. I was then knocked unconscious by that ruffian. Beyond that, I truly do not know how events unfolded. Chu Feng recounted the events of that night in detail. It was indeed he who had cast the dark hand. No wonder he had been so warmly welcomed upon arriving at the Chu family. Morong Shui's chilling intent became palpable as she raised her sword, its cold edge resting against Chu Feng's neck. Did you lay a hand upon me? Chu Feng felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Esteemed lady, I was knocked unconscious. How could I have touched you? He desperately defended himself, knowing he could only admit to the slightest contact, a fact he dared not disclose. Otherwise, this lady would undoubtedly take his life. Humph, as if you would dare. What transpired that day must remain secret. Otherwise, I shall kill you, Morong Shui declared, then swung her sword at a stone on the rockery, slicing through it as effortlessly as cutting tofu. The clean, smooth surface left behind was a stark reminder of the potential consequences had it been his neck. Chu Feng trembled in fear, repeatedly assuring her that he would divulge nothing to outsiders. After watching Morong Shui's graceful silhouette vanish from sight, Chu Feng finally sank onto the stone bench behind him. A cold breeze swept through, sending shivers down his spine, and he could not help but tremble twice. He had finally passed this trial. He could only hope this lady would not trouble him again in the future. As for Chu Hong, well, that was no longer a concern for Chu Feng. Those who commit wrongdoings must bear the corresponding consequences. Regaining his composure, Chu Feng dared not linger any longer. As he exited the garden, Chu Depeng unexpectedly leaped out, giving him quite a fright. Ah, Brother Feng, you have indeed gotten close to Miss Morong. As good brothers, do share, to what extent has it developed? Hand-holding? Embracing? or perhaps even a kiss? Chu Depeng inquired with a lascivious grin, eager to learn of their progress. In this world, the concept of chastity remained quite strong. Before marriage, men and women would not cross the final boundary. A mere embrace or kiss was already considered the utmost limit, leading the woman to regard the man as her first. Get lost. Chu Feng was infuriated upon seeing the rotund figure. He had originally intended to ask Chu Depeng for help, but now this fellow was preoccupied with matters of romance, mistakenly believing he and Murong Shui were involved. Brother Feng, stop pretending. You may fool others, but not me, Chu Depeng. Their friendship was so close that he paid no heed to Chu Feng's irritation. Brother Feng, your skills in wooing women are remarkable. When will you teach me? Observing Chu Feng's recent romantic exploits, Chu Depeng was filled with envy. Moreover, each woman he pursued was of exceptional quality, far surpassing the one he had been with at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Chu Feng, too weary to engage with the boisterous fat man, chose to ignore him. Over the next few days, he remained sequestered, diligently studying the ancestral manuscripts of the Chu family. The knowledge of divine patterns contained within, along with insights from each generation's most formidable divine pattern master, proved immensely beneficial. This study laid the groundwork for his construction of the second-tier water divine pattern. Had he relied solely on his own exploration, it would have taken him at least 6 months to achieve such a feat. However, with the guidance of previous experiences and detailed frameworks for the second-tier divine patterns, Chu Feng felt confident he could establish his own second-tier water divine pattern within a month. Tomorrow is the moment my mother will receive her rightful status. I must prepare thoroughly to avert any unforeseen events. Chu Feng mused, realizing it was already the 7th day of the month. The 8th marked the auspicious occasion when the head of the Chu family would welcome his mother into the household as a concubine, a day he had awaited for a full 16 years. Just 3 days prior, the matchmaker had delivered the betrothal gifts. Although merely a formality, all requisite procedures must be observed. A wedding is a singular event in a woman's life, and thus must be executed with great grandeur. Should anyone dare to disrupt or interfere, he would not hesitate to reveal his identity as a divine pattern master. His mother's wedding could not be too modest, at the very least. She deserved 2 decent outfits and some jewelry. Chu Feng now possessed the financial means to ensure his mother would not suffer any indignities. With the remaining 3 pieces of divine weaponry slung over his shoulder, Chu Feng set out. His mother had saved money to help him marry. As for dining, he had no cause for concern. As a sole master of the Chu family, he received 2 large bags of flour and 10 pounds of preserved meat each month. His meals had improved vastly compared to before. Feeling a surge of emotion, Chu Feng reflected on the greatest love in this world, maternal love. While paternal love is equally profound, men often struggle to express it and tend to be more severe with their children, rendering it less tender than maternal affection. Do not cause any trouble while you are out. I would feel more at ease if I sent Yue to keep an eye on you. Ever since the incident when Chu Feng was apprehended by the city guards, his mother had been particularly worried for him. Yue, do not bother making shoes for me right now. Go accompany the young master. Yue playfully stuck out her little tongue at Chu Feng and set aside the half-finished embroidered shoes. She sensed that life was finally beginning to hold promise. Not long after they stepped outside, Yue produced a heavy purse from her bosom and pressed it into Chu Feng's hand. Upon looking down, he found it contained 4 gold coins, 6 or 7 silver coins, and some copper coins. Such a sum likely represented all of Yue's savings, earned through her arduous efforts. This young girl had completely entrusted her fate to Chu Feng. Yue, I appreciate your kindness. Please keep the money for now. If I find I am short, I will ask you to replenish it. Chu Feng was genuinely touched and resolved never to let this caring and charming maid down. Jewelry is quite expensive. Where will you find the money? A few silver coins are hardly sufficient. Yue quietly reminded him. Just wait. I shall open your eyes shortly. Chu Feng confidently led Yue straight to the Divine Pattern Master Guild. This time, he chose not to sell his divine weapons to the Jiang family store, as he needed to purchase expensive jewelry for his mother. The Jiang store was merely a second-hand dealer. Although they offered decent prices for divine weapons, they fell short of Chu Feng's expectations. Determined, he resolved to learn from the sales strategies of the Jiang store, starting by seeking the assessment of the guild's president, Mu Qing, on his divine weapons. Subsequently, he intended to auction it off, certain that he would garner a greater sum. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Glyph Master Guild with Yue. Towering stone chielins, 3 meters high, flanked the grand entrance, complemented by high steps and opulent decor, embodying a palace-like grandeur. Even standing at the threshold, One could sense an air of exceptional prestige emanating from the guild. At the entrance stood guards clad in armor, wielding formidable weapons. "Young master, what brings us here?" "I feel rather intimidated." Yuer instinctively shrank back, timidly gazing up at the imposing doors of the guild. It was rumored that only the elite of Heavenly Soldier City and Glyph Masters were permitted inside. Ordinary folk were strictly forbidden entry. Chu Feng smiled lightly, recalling the warm hospitality shown to him by President Mu Qing during their last encounter at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. "Have you forgotten? President Mu Qing specifically invited me as a guest." Upon his reminder, Yuer immediately recalled the incident where President Mu Qing had covered Chu Feng's lodging expenses of 10 gold coins. Although she greatly admired her young master, she found it perplexing why someone as prominent as President Mu Qing would seek to curry favor with him. As they approached the entrance, two imposing guards blocked Chu Feng's path. "What business do you have here?" "This is the Glyph Master Guild. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside." One of the guards barked. Judging by the formidable aura emanating from the guards, Chu Feng surmised that their prowess surpassed that of Captain Hu, likely placing them on par with the head of the city guards. He speculated that these guards were experts at the 9th level of body refinement. Even esteemed families like the Chu clan could only afford to hire guards at the 5th or 6th level of body refinement. The standards of the Glyph Master Guild were indeed extraordinary. Perhaps only the city lord's residence could rival it within Heavenly Soldier City. "I demand to see President Mu Qing," Chu Feng stated with quiet assertiveness. "What? You, looking like a beggar, wish to meet President Mu? Do you even comprehend the stature of President Mu Qing? He is a figure so esteemed that even the city lord must treat him with utmost respect. You, a mere pauper, must be out of your mind to think you can meet with him. Be gone, quickly." The guards cast Chu Feng a disdainful glance, their demeanor rife with contempt. "I advise you to announce my arrival. It would be wise to avoid losing your positions." Chu Feng's expression turned icy. He noted that he was routinely obstructed at the entrance. Was it merely due to his tattered attire? Did every gatekeeper judge solely by appearances? Lose our positions? You must be delusional. Do you even understand where you are? This is the Glyph Master Guild. To serve as a guard here requires not only strength but also connections and influence. You, a destitute wretch, think you can threaten us with job loss? You ought to take a good look at yourself. One of the guards advanced, preparing to strike. Chu Feng braced himself for the impending blow. With the sky-piercing demon technique at his disposal, enduring a beating was akin to consuming a medicinal pill, allowing him to absorb the opponent's energy and enhance his own cultivation. "Stop. You two are dismissed, effective immediately. Clear your salaries for the month and leave." President Mu Qing's figure appeared behind the guards. It was a fortuitous coincidence that President Mu Qing was inspecting the first floor of the guild in preparation for the arrival of higher-ranking officials. Word had it that Master Blood River, a third-tier glyph master of considerable renown, would be visiting Heavenly Soldier City soon to assess the guild's operations. Master Blood River was not only a third-tier glyph master, but also held an esteemed position, adept in the crafting of both water and fire glyphs. All at the third-tier level, he was considered one of the most promising candidates within the upper guilds, potentially on the brink of advancing to a fourth-tier glyph master. With such a significant figure arriving, President Mu Qing could not afford to be negligent, as his future hinged upon this visit. If he could attain the rank of a third-tier glyph master before Master Blood River's arrival, it would be a dream come true, allowing him to transfer to a higher-tier glyph master guild, where both status and rewards would be significantly elevated, alongside the opportunity to learn more advanced glyph knowledge. Given his abilities, Mu Qing realized that advancing to a third-tier glyph master within a short span of time would be exceedingly challenging. However, the recent appearance of Chu Feng had ignited a glimmer of hope. Regrettably, Chu Feng had been rather aloof, unwilling to meet with him, and his connections with the Jiang family were proving unhelpful. Just as he was lamenting this predicament, he was astonished to find that Chu Feng had personally come to the Glyph Master Guild. Ecstatic, President Mu Qing promptly set aside all his tasks to greet him. However, he overheard the two guards speaking disrespectfully to Chu Feng, demanding that he leave. President Mu Qing nearly lost his temper, wishing to reprimand the guards severely. Driving Chu Feng away would jeopardize his own prospects. "President Mu, please allow us to explain." The guards could hardly believe their ears. Astonished that President Mu Qing would dismiss them for such a poor boy, it was utterly absurd. They recalled how, just recently, President Mu had praised them for their decisiveness in preventing the city guard captain from entering the guild. "There's no need for explanations. Pack your things and leave." President Mu Qing impatiently interrupted the guards, his tone brusque. Turning to Chu Feng, He donned a sycophantic smile. Young Master Chu, you are indeed a distinguished guest. You should have informed me of your arrival. Had I known, I would have sent a carriage to fetch you. President Mu Qing's demeanor left the two guards utterly flabbergasted. As they reevaluated Chu Feng with newfound respect, they began to realize that they had mistakenly offended someone of great importance. This youth, whom they had regarded as a beggar, was actually a valued guest of President Mu Qing. Despite having served as guards for so long, they had never witnessed President Mu treating even the city lord with such deference. Only when receiving a third-tier glyph master would he exhibit such respect. Could it be that this unassuming youth was actually a third-tier glyph master? The thought struck them, and they were filled with regret for their previous arrogance. With a shared glance, they swiftly knelt before Chu Feng. Young Master Chu, we were blind and disrespectful. We implore you to forgive us this once. Considering our families depend on this job, it is of great significance to us. The hubris they had once displayed was now completely absent, replaced by desperation. The so-called connections they had once boasted of paled in comparison to Chu Feng's standing. Within Heavenly Soldier City, no one could overshadow President Mu Qing, and the influence they relied upon was from individuals of lesser stature. If President Mu Qing treated Chu Feng with such respect, their pretensions of superiority crumbled in the face of his presence. Chu Feng surveyed the two guards, realizing that if their positions truly mattered to them, they would not be groveling. Allowing them to continue their roles as guards might afford him some support in future dealings with the Glyph Master Guild. With his voice calm, he addressed President Mu Qing. It is not my intention to hold a grudge. I appreciate your goodwill. President Mu Qing, eager to curry favor, quickly admonished the guards. You ought to show more discernment in the future and not judge by appearances. Now, express your gratitude to young Master Chu for his magnanimity. With that, President Mu Qing's focus shifted entirely to winning Chu Feng's favor, viewing this incident as a mere trifling matter. Young Master Chu, please come inside. President Mu Qing warmly welcomed Chu Feng into the Rune Master Guild, where the members gazed at him with astonishment. Who was this young man that could elicit such a cordial reception from President Mu Qing? Mu Qing guided Chu Feng to the second floor, and after serving tea, he inquired about Chu Feng's purpose for visiting. I shall not conceal my intentions from you, President Mu. Recently, I have carved a few pieces, and owing to my urgent need for funds, I wish to take them to the auction. Thus, I seek your assistance in appraising them. Chu Feng replied. As for the fees, that can be easily arranged. He promptly unfastened the 3 divine weapons from his back and placed them on the table. Oh, young Master Chu has new works? I regret missing your last piece, which was quite the marvel. Allow me to see. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He held Chu Feng's creations in high regard and was more than willing to assist in their appraisal. Chapter 69. Unique divine weapons. These two are ordinary pieces, but this one, due to some variations during its carving, should be considered a top-tier item, Chu Feng explained with a smile. Mu Qing first picked up the 2 ordinary pieces for appraisal, noting the identical carving techniques as the previous work. Even the rune patterns were the same. However, they appeared even more refined, with all minor flaws meticulously corrected. With a flick of his wrist, Mu Qing, a formidable figure in the Wheel Meridian realm, infused his energy into the divine weapon, causing a 2.5-inch blue sword aura to emanate, a color unique to the water rune. Remarkable! The energy conversion rate surpasses that of the last piece. He was even more astonished when testing the curvature. The previous piece had only achieved a 30-degree bend, while this one reached an astonishing 20 degrees. Such an incredible bending capability is rarely seen even in second-tier divine weapons. Wonderful! Young Master Chu, I assure you. Every time I appraise your works, it is a delightful experience that broadens my horizons. These 2 weapons you deem ordinary are already exceptional. I can only imagine how extraordinary the one you call top tier must be. With eager anticipation, Mu Qing set down the ordinary pieces and picked up the special divine weapon. Holding it in his hand felt distinctly different, causing his heart to race. It was evident that this piece would provide him with immense surprise, likely beyond just impressive curvature and energy conversion. As he attempted to channel energy into the divine weapon, a 2-inch long blue sword aura emerged once more. Just as Chu Feng began to feel disappointment, Mu Qing, exhilarated, swung the sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 water arrows shot forth from the blade. Though they appeared misty, their destructive power was formidable. Striking a sturdy wooden pillar, they left 3 nearly 4-inch deep gashes. This was a robust Nama pillar, nearly as hard as stone. Even a typical sword would struggle to create such deep wounds. If aimed at a vital spot on an enemy, it could easily prove fatal. Well, a first-tier special divine weapon that can launch water arrows. Young Master Chu, do you realize how rare such weapons with special attacks are? To my knowledge, not even in the capital city has there been a first-tier special fire divine weapon in a century. Mu Qing, typically composed and steady, trembled with excitement. He had not anticipated witnessing such a legendary special divine weapon. The master who carved that fire divine weapon, Huang Baoquan, is now a 9th-tier rune master and the president of the Royal Rune Academy. Mu Qing gazed at Chu Feng with a newfound reverence. Fully aware that he would soon become a towering figure among rune masters, Chu Feng was equally surprised by the prowess of his creation. I cannot compare myself to the esteemed master Huang Baoquan. You overestimate me, President Mu. He remained humble, knowing his journey was far from over and that only through humility could he continue to progress. President Mu, what price do you think this piece could fetch? Chu Feng queried, previously hoping for 4 or 5 gold coins. The price is indeed difficult to ascertain. Master Huang Baoquan's piece caused quite a stir in its time, ultimately fetching 100 gold coins. Yours, while perhaps not reaching that amount, should command at least 50 gold coins, Mu Qing pondered, offering a baseline estimate. As president of the Rune Guild, his experience and insight were formidable, making this valuation quite reasonable. You seem quite eager for funds, young Master Chu. I could lend you 20 or 30 gold coins if needed. Although Mu Qing was a 2nd-tier rune master and a guild leader, his liquidity was somewhat limited. The size of Tianning City meant there were few first-tier warriors, and profits from selling divine weapons were not as rapid as one might imagine. Additionally, individuals of Mu Qing's standing had considerable expenses, as he had previously covered 10 gold coins for Chu Feng's lodging at the Zui Xiang Lu. I've already borrowed 10 gold coins from you last time. I cannot do so again. I plan to take these to auction, Chu Feng firmly insisted, understanding that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Continuously borrowing money from Mu Qing would create an obligation he wished to avoid. Haha, young Master Chu. You are remarkably composed for one so young. Auctioning is indeed a wise choice. I am well acquainted with the auction house owner, Jean Kyron. Allow me to prepare 2 appraisal documents, and I will have him come speak with you personally. This will save you considerable time and facilitate future auctions, Mu Qing suggested generously. Recognizing that President Mu was genuinely aiding him, Chu Feng readily agreed. Otherwise, with his current attire, he might not gain entry to the auction house. Not long after, the auction house owner, Jean Kyron, hurriedly arrived. He was a rotund man, dressed impeccably, exuding an air of affluence. Each of his 10 fingers was adorned with rings, each a precious gem. A blood jade necklace hung around his neck, and the gold chains on his wrists likely weighed at least 2 pounds. His waist bore an eye-catching jade pendant, presumably carved from jadeite. And even his hat was embellished with a luminous pearl, reminiscent of the fabled night pearl. This Jean Kyron was undoubtedly a wealthy tycoon, a true magnate. Upon entering, he wore a broad smile and casually glanced at Chu Feng and Yue before settling his gaze on President Mu Qing. In his eyes, Chu Feng and Yue were hardly worth a second glance, let alone a greeting. President Mu, your message indicated a significant transaction, prompting my immediate arrival before even finishing my tea. Jean Kyron greeted with a smile. Missing even 10 cups of tea would be worth it. Mu Qing treated Jean Kyron with the familiarity of old friends, recognizing him as a powerful figure in Tianbing City, with both wealth and influence. Allow me to introduce you. This is young Master Chu, a rune master. Mu Qing promptly introduced, ensuring that Chu Feng received the respect he deserved. Chapter 70, Mr. Jean Mr. Jin's shrewd eyes rolled with surprise upon seeing Chu Feng, and he quickly donned a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Ah, it is Master Chu. My apologies for the oversight. I am Jean Wangguan, the proprietor of the Tianbing City Auction House. I hope to receive your guidance in business matters in the future. Although Mr. Jin's words were courteous, his demeanor was somewhat perfunctory. It was evident that, were it not for the esteemed President Mu Qing, he would never deign to converse with someone of Chu Feng's humble means, let alone be so polite. Very well, Chu Feng, never one to seek the favor of the haughty, remained aloof, his pride evident. Given Mr. Jin's insincere demeanor, Chu Feng responded with an air of indifference. He had no desire to grovel for the charity of Mr. Jin, nor would he stoop to such indignity. President Mu Qing, an astute veteran, recognized the underlying tension and immediately sought to diffuse it. Mr. Jin, allow me to present you with a remarkable item. With that, he picked up the unique divine weapon crafted by Chu Feng. After channeling his energy, he made a swift gesture, unleashing 3 arrows of water that astounded Mr. Jin. What? This is a unique divine weapon and a first-tier masterpiece by President Mu. Mr. Jean stammered, his earlier bravado evaporating. If Mu could create such exquisite divine weapons, he would surely awaken with a smile even in his sleep. This masterpiece belongs to young Master Chu, and he intends to entrust it to your auction house for sale. What do you think? This is quite a lucrative opportunity, wouldn't you agree? Worth at least the price of your tea? President Mu Qing teased Mr. Jean, reveling in the situation. This profitable venture was his introduction, and Mr. Jean would undoubtedly owe him gratitude afterward. Absolutely. It is worth far more. Not just 1 cup, but even 100 would be justified. Mr. Jean bobbed his head enthusiastically, his jowls quivering with excitement. He turned to Chu Feng, this time with utmost respect. Master Chu, I apologize for my earlier arrogance. Please do not take it to heart. Those of us in business must sometimes act in self-interest. If we do not earn, my subordinates will suffer. Though we may seem somewhat superficial at times, I assure you, my character is beyond reproach. President Mu has known me for decades and can vouch for my integrity. If you would not mind, I would like to befriend you, Master Chu. Should you ever need assistance, consider it done. Mr. Jin's success in business had not come without merit, and Chu Feng, not one to hold a grudge, extended his hand in reconciliation, a smile wiping away past grievances. The prospect of gaining new allies was appealing, with President Mu and Mr. Jin as acquaintances. He felt bolstered in Tianbing City. After signing an auction agreement for 3 divine weapons, with the auction house taking a 10% commission, Mr. Jin hurried off, eager to finalize the details, assuring Chu Feng that he would receive his payment by nightfall. President Mu Qing, having aided Chu Feng significantly, seized the opportunity to invite him to dine at the Divine Inscriptionist Guild under the guise of socializing. While his true intent was to seek knowledge about divine inscriptions from Chu Feng, acknowledging that nothing comes without a price, Chu Feng willingly shared some first-tier divine inscriptions he had developed, illustrating them on paper and providing in-depth analysis. For President Mu, this knowledge was invaluable, opening a new realm of understanding and greatly inspiring him. Yet for Chu Feng, it was merely the tip of the iceberg, as he was on the verge of mastering second-tier inscriptions. Sharing this knowledge with President Mu was worthwhile, given his esteemed position. Brother Chu, should you require materials for other divine inscriptions in the future, do not hesitate to seek them from me. While I may lack advanced resources, I possess a comprehensive collection of foundational texts. President Mu expressed his gratitude. By the way, I came to the guild today to obtain my first-tier divine inscriptionist qualification. Chu Feng had 2 purposes for visiting the guild: to sell divine weapons and to acquire his certification. Is that all? You have already inscribed so many exquisite first-tier weapons. Why bother with the formalities? I shall arrange the certification for you immediately. President Mu, wielding some authority, promptly ordered the necessary procedures to be expedited for Chu Feng. Under normal circumstances, the assessment would be rigorous, requiring theoretical examinations and practical demonstrations to successfully create a piece. Once the paperwork was completed, a smile of joy graced Chu Feng's face. Within a mere month, he had transformed from a mere nobody into a distinguished first-tier divine inscriptionist, marking a splendid metamorphosis. From this day forth, Tianbing City would boast another divine inscriptionist, bringing the Chu family to a total of 8. Should his prowess become known, the Chu family would ascend to the pinnacle of power in Tianbing City, capable of overpowering the Yin and Jiang families. As Chu Feng prepared to take his leave, a messenger from the auction house arrived. A formidable guard, clearly a first-tier expert, approached him. Young Master Chu, the 3 divine weapons you entrusted to our auction house have all been sold. Here are the relevant documents. In total, we auctioned them for 112 gold coins. After deducting the 10% commission, you are left with 100 gold coins and 8 silver coins. Please, count them. The guard handed over a heavy pouch of coins along with the auction documents. The 2 ordinary first-tier weapons fetched 12 gold coins each, while the unique divine weapon commanded a staggering 100 gold coins, a price unmatched in Tianbing City, and solely for Chu Feng's creations. Did it truly sell for such a sum? Chu Feng felt as if he were in a dream, suddenly transformed from a pauper to a millionaire. The prestige of a divine inscriptionist was not without its merit. The speed at which money flowed was astonishing. President Mu, here are the 10 gold coins I borrowed from you at the Zui Xianglu. Chu Feng was not one to shirk his debts, and now that he had means, he promptly returned the coins. Brother Chu, are you treating me as a stranger? Those 10 gold coins were a gift, not a loan. President Mu protested, somewhat displeased. True brothers settle accounts clearly. Your generosity in providing me with those coins was indeed a significant aid, and I must repay you, Chu Feng insisted, pressing the coins into his hands. Very well, if you insist, I shall accept them. President Mu acquiesced, recognizing Chu Feng's integrity. You are young yet possess remarkable principles and honesty. I am fortunate to have you as a friend. Young master, you have truly concealed your talents. I had no idea you were already a first-tier divine inscriptionist. Today, the moon followed Chu Feng, and her eyes were opened wide to the vastness of his capabilities. She never anticipated that her young master possessed such remarkable skills. Finally, she comprehended why a person of Mu Qing's stature would vie for favor with him. The admiration in her gaze towards Chu Feng was palpable, filled with reverence. Hey, no one would believe this, she thought. But, Moon, keep this to yourself. Your young master delights in playing the humble fool. If he reveals his true identity, the thrill will be lost. We're off to the Qijin Pavilion to select some decent jewelry for my mother. With newfound wealth, Chu Feng spoke with an air of confidence that was previously absent. In the past, he wouldn't dare linger even at the roadside jewelry stalls, let alone enter an opulent establishment like Qijin Pavilion. This shop was the pinnacle of luxury in Tianqing City, akin to the renowned Chao Sang Sang or Chao Tai Fuk jewelry stores on Earth. Here, master craftsmen created exquisite pieces that were not only fashionable but also of impeccable quality. However, fine jewelry bore the hallmark of high prices. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Qijin Pavilion. The ancient facade and understated decor conveyed a sense of history and refinement, instantly marking it as a prestigious establishment. It occupied 6 storefronts along the bustling main street of Tianqing City, resembling a small palace before their eyes. 2 elegantly dressed young women, clad in satin gowns, stood at the entrance to greet customers. Adorned with exquisite earrings, necklaces, and bracelets, they exuded an allure that was impossible to resist. Beauty, nobility, and elegance radiated from them. Welcome, young master and miss, to Qijin Pavilion. We wish you both a delightful shopping experience. The welcoming attendants greeted Chu Feng and Moon with smiles. This was the first instance in which Chu Feng did not face disdain, despite the subtle contempt in their gazes. At least they offered him a smile of acknowledgement. Upon entering the store, several security personnel monitored suspicious customers, as jewelry, being precious, was prone to theft. The guards were formidable, each one trained to ensure the safety of the establishment. The array of jewelry dazzled the eyes, with pieces displayed on racks and within counters, captivating all who entered. I must admit, I have no expertise in selecting jewelry, Chu Feng confessed. Moon, you girls know what styles are appealing. Please help me choose for my mother. It was indeed wiser to leave the selection to her. Certainly. What kind of jewelry does the young master intend to purchase for the matriarch? Moon replied eagerly, her natural inclination towards shopping shining through. Perhaps a bracelet, a pair of earrings, a necklace, and a ring, nothing more. Chu Feng, aware of his limited budget of 90 gold coins, aimed for mid-range selections rather than the extravagant. As Moon approached the counter to choose the perfect pieces, it was evident that those who dared to enter Qijin Pavilion were of considerable means. With Chu Feng dressed in tattered attire and accompanied by a beautiful girl, attracting attention was inevitable. 2 guards observed him with cold, scrutinizing gazes, wary of his intentions. The other customers surveyed Chu Feng with disdain, some shaking their heads in pity at the innocent Moon, assuming she was being duped by this servant-like youth. The staff behind the counter, both young women and handsome young men, were impeccably dressed, their hair styled with precision. Just as Moon began to select jewelry, a strikingly handsome attendant approached. His status was evidently higher than that of a regular employee, likely a counter steward. From the moment Moon entered, he had been watching her intently. Now, he approached her with a condescending glare directed at Chu Feng, smiling as he addressed Moon. Are you Miss Linyuek? To Chu Feng's surprise, this man recognized Moon. He sensed hostility in the way the attendant regarded him, while his gaze towards Moon was fervent, reminiscent of a male creature enamored with a female. Chu Feng was convinced that the steward harbored feelings for Moon. Since you know her, you must be an acquaintance, he thought. Out of respect for Moon, he chose to remain silent, although he vowed not to allow any unwelcome advances towards her. Moon, upon hearing her name, instinctively looked up. Indeed, it's you, Jia Dashuai, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. I never expected to see you here. I loved playing with you when we were children. Memories of their childhood flooded back, and she beamed with joy. The innocence of youth is often filled with delightful moments. Encountering a long-lost childhood friend in Qijin Pavilion brought her immense happiness. Are you here to purchase jewelry, Miss Yue? Jia Dashuai inquired. Yes. She nodded vigorously. Jia Dashui cast a disdainful glance at Chu Feng behind her and remarked, "Jewelry here does not come cheap, you know. Your companion certainly cannot afford it. Perhaps I should buy it for you." Moon's expression faltered, and she quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, and you mustn't speak disrespectfully about my young master." The audacity of Jia Dashui to mock Chu Feng infuriated her. "What? You dare call him young master? Huh? Am I hearing correctly? Is there really such a poor young master in Tianqing City?" Jia Dashui laughed derisively. "Miss Yuer, you're too young and naive. You've been deceived by this pretender." Moon's unwavering defense of Chu Feng took Jia Dashui by surprise, igniting a surge of jealousy within him. He aimed to draw everyone's attention to the scene, intent on humiliating Chu Feng publicly. "Look, everyone, this man claims to be a young master. Has anyone ever seen a young master dressed in patched, coarse clothing? A young master would at least wear a proper robe, even if he were poor." Jia Dashui was convinced that Chu Feng was nothing but a fraud. Chu Feng's frustration mounted. It was true what they said, beauty brings trouble. Why was he being subjected to such ridicule? All he wanted was to buy some jewelry for his mother, yet here he was, being insulted and mocked by a mere counter-steward. Before leaving, his mother had instructed him to avoid trouble, especially with her wedding day approaching. Though anger coursed through him, he resolved to endure the humiliation for her sake. "I am not a fraud. I am here to purchase jewelry. Does Qijin Pavilion treat its customers this way?" He restrained his fury, suppressing the urge to retaliate against this egregious affront. Behind the counter sat an imposing elder who glanced at the commotion but remained silent. It was apparent that he was the store's manager, likely refraining from intervening due to Chu Feng's disheveled appearance. "Kid, do you dare raise your voice at me? I am the counter steward of Qijin Pavilion, with a status 100 times higher than yours. Not only am I wealthier, but I also know far more influential people. Do not try to intimidate me. I've encountered countless individuals of your ilk." Jia Dashui displayed an air of arrogance, ostentatiously flaunting his wealth and status before Chu Feng. Achieving the position of a counter steward at such a prestigious establishment as Qijin Pavilion at such a young age certainly provided him with a sense of pride. However, one must consider the context of comparison. If measured against ordinary peers, Jia Dashui might appear to be quite successful. Yet, juxtaposed with Chu Feng, it becomes apparent that the disparity is stark. He would be unworthy even to carry Chu Feng's shoes. Should Chu Feng reveal his identity as a divine pattern master, Jia Dashui would immediately find himself on his knees. He wished to spare his mother any worry. There were other jewelry vendors beyond Qijin Pavilion. There was no need to endure such indignity here. "Look, everyone, this fellow is trying to flee out of guilt," Jia Dashui exclaimed. "I suspect this impoverished wretch has infiltrated Qijin Pavilion to steal. It's not so easy to escape. You will be seeing the authorities." His aggressive demeanor prompted 2 guards from the shop to swiftly block Chu Feng's path, while another ran off to summon the city guards. Chu Feng had already exercised considerable patience, but he could not fathom why Jia Dashui continued to humiliate him. He could no longer tolerate it. Jia Dashui strutted out from behind the counter, addressing Yuer, "Fear not, my dear sister. I shall ensure this swindler does not deceive you again. He will soon be delivered to the city guards, where he will face the consequences of his actions." The other customers, observing the exchange, pointed and gossiped about Chu Feng. "Jia Dashui, I never expected you to be this kind of person," Yuera retorted, her anger palpable. "Let me be clear, my young master is not a thief. And I am not a child to be deceived by anyone." She stood resolutely by Chu Feng, aligning herself with him against Jia Dashui's hostility. This display of solidarity only fueled Jia Dashui's rage and jealousy. "Yuer, you have been brainwashed by him. When the city guards arrive, you will see the truth." Jia Dashui had not anticipated the closeness of Yuer and this destitute youth, nor her unwavering trust in him. Being publicly insulted for merely shopping, unable to leave, and then being accused of theft was too much for Chu Feng, who had been remarkably composed until now. "Jia Dashui, I advise you to have them step aside immediately, or you shall bear the consequences," Chu Feng stated firmly. He was neither a troublemaker nor afraid of trouble. Not even a mere counter-steward of Qijin Pavilion or its hidden owners could intimidate him. "Listen here, behave yourself, or my guards will break your legs. I am not one to be trifled with," Jia Dashui threatened, a mocking smile on his face. The city guards were indeed swift, especially for a prominent establishment like Qijin Pavilion. The authority behind it must be a notable figure in Tianbing City, wielding significant influence. When trouble arose at Qijin Pavilion, the city guards had no choice but to respond immediately. Director Hong of the city guards personally arrived, a gesture intended to convey the seriousness with which the guards regarded any incidents involving Qijin Pavilion. "Where is the thief? How dare they steal from Chijin Pavilion? I will ensure they pay dearly. He stormed into the establishment with a swagger, causing all customers to hastily retreat, wary of his volatile temperament. Wealthy individuals could manipulate Director Hong as a weapon, while ordinary citizens were left to suffer under his scrutiny. Director Hong, what brings you here personally? A stern-faced elder emerged from behind the counter, feigning a smile. The thief is over there, apprehended by our guards. He pointed towards Chu Feng, who had been cornered. Director Hong's gaze turned fierce as he focused on Chu Feng, and upon recognition, his demeanor drastically shifted. Just recently, Captain Hu of the city guards had arrested this very individual, only for a wave of influential figures to intervene on his behalf, culminating in President Mu Qing personally coming to his rescue. Ah, young Master Chu. My apologies. Director Hong bowed low, acknowledging the young man who had once appeared in tattered clothing but now commanded greater respect than himself. The bystanders were left astounded, their hearts racing at the dramatic reversal of fortunes. The once seemingly destitute youth was revealed to be of immense significance. They realized the folly of underestimating anyone, no matter their appearance. Chu Feng maintained his stoic expression, unwilling to embarrass Director Hong further, recognizing that this matter did not lie within his purview. The shopkeeper behind Director Hong stood in shock, as if struck by lightning, realizing the grave misjudgment made that day. This so-called thief must possess considerable backing, otherwise, Director Hong would not have shown such humility. It was evident that even the city lord would not dare to treat him lightly. Director Hong, do not be deceived by this charlatan. He is a smooth talker and a thief. Jia Dashu, oblivious to the shifting tides, hoped for Chu Feng's capture and punishment. Believing it would grant him favor with Yuer, the shopkeeper, quick-witted, seized the opportunity to shift blame, recognizing that someone must be held accountable for the debacle. Without hesitation, he kicked Jia Dashu to the ground, enraged. You blind fool. Master Chu entered to purchase items, yet you dare to slander him as a thief. You have brought disgrace upon Chijin Pavilion. I will not tolerate your vile character any longer. From this moment forward, you are no longer associated with Chijin Pavilion. The shopkeeper decisively distanced the establishment from Jia Dashu. Young Master Chu, I sincerely apologize for this distressing incident. It is entirely my fault for not overseeing my staff. On behalf of Chijin Pavilion, I extend my deepest regrets. The shopkeeper bowed deeply, almost to the point of kneeling. Chu Feng remained silent, his anger not easily assuaged by mere apologies or discounted jewelry. The shopkeeper trembled, realizing that if he could not placate Chu Feng, his position would be in jeopardy. In a last-ditch effort, the shopkeeper produced a delicate rosewood box, revealing a stunning jade pendant. Though Chu Feng lacked expertise in gemstones, he recognized its value. The jade was intricately carved, depicting a meditating monk, an unusual motif that piqued his interest. Seeing the shopkeeper's pleading expression, Chu Feng felt a pang of reluctance to refuse an elder. He accepted the pendant, stating coldly, "Consider today's events forgiven, but Jia Dashu must pay a price." The shopkeeper sighed in relief, grateful for Chu Feng's mercy, and bowed repeatedly in thanks. Otherwise, if Chu Feng continues to create a disturbance, his position as manager will undoubtedly be at risk. Commander Jia, appearing as though driven mad, muttered to himself, "He is nothing but a fraud, truly a fraud. How can you all believe he is some sort of noble young master?" He then turned to Chu Feng with a smile, saying, "Young Master Chu, whether this man lives or dies is entirely up to your discretion." Yuer, observing the pitiable Commander Jia, ultimately remembering their childhood friendship, clung to Chu Feng's arm and gently shook it, her soft curves brushing against his arm. Chu Feng was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of desire, thinking that he must have this charming girl for himself one day. Just teach him a lesson, let him live. Chu Feng said indifferently. Director Hong, accompanied by his men, dragged Commander Jia away like a lifeless dog. Following this commotion, Chu Feng displayed an astonishing authority, and the well-dressed guests, along with the staff in the establishment, regarded him with awe. Yuer meticulously selected several exquisite pieces of jewelry for Chu Feng's mother, and since they were sold to him at cost price, he only spent 81 gold coins. However, the actual market value was nearly 200 gold coins. The profit margins in the jewelry industry are indeed remarkable. When Chu Feng casually paid the 81 gold coins, his demeanor radiated prestige. Several young married women and heiresses cast flirtatious glances his way, eager to become his women. One particularly lovely young woman scolded the man beside her. "You coward. You boast about how wealthy you are and dress nicely. Yet you can't even afford an 11 gold coin bracelet for me. Look at him. dressed in rags yet spending nearly 100 gold coins without a second thought. That's true wealth, 100 times better than your pathetic self. The man who had previously looked down on Chu Feng now found himself in a position of inferiority before his girlfriend. He could not even compare to a man who lavishly spent nearly 100 gold coins on jewelry. Such individuals were rare throughout the entire Heavenly Soldier City. Do you fancy this pair of earrings? Chu Feng noticed her gaze lingering on a pair of exquisite amethyst earrings. He then addressed the manager at the counter. How much for those amethyst earrings? They are priced at 20 gold coins, but for you, it will only be 9. The amethyst is exceptionally noble, and the jewelry crafted from it is particularly beautiful. Due to its scarcity and the difficulty of carving it, the price is notably high. Chu Feng inwardly cursed, wondering if this old man had noticed he had only 9 gold coins left. Wrap it up, I'll take it, Chu Feng said, not batting an eye. He has never been stingy with gifts for his woman. Young master, it's too expensive. Perhaps we should reconsider. Yuer spoke softly. If you like it, why not buy it? Don't mention 9 gold coins. Even if it were 90, I would find a way to purchase it for you. Chu Feng replied casually. Yuer was deeply moved, tears sparkling in her eyes as she bit her lip. His words touched her profoundly, and she silently vowed, Young master, in this life, the next, and the one after that, I shall forever serve you as a maid, never to betray you. Chapter 74. The superficial gaze come. Take this. Chu Feng handed the beautifully packaged small wooden box to Yuer. The Rare Treasures Pavilion places great importance on brand packaging, with each piece of jewelry housed in a delicate custom wooden box. The amethyst, being exceptionally precious, was packed in a fragrant Nama box. Yuer, overwhelmed with emotion, felt her small hands tremble. Thank you, young master, she exclaimed, feeling an unparalleled happiness. A mere thank you won't suffice. Come sleep in my room tonight. Chu Feng teased her deliberately. She replied in a voice as soft as a whisper, her cheeks flushing a lovely crimson, utterly adorable. From the moment Chu Feng redeemed her and took her as his maid, she had prepared herself for devotion. It is a well-known secret among the affluent that maids often receive special favors from their masters. Some noble figures even gift or exchange maids among themselves. Generally, maids hold no status and are considered the private property of their masters. Once they have served their purpose, they may be offered to guests or given to influential figures to curry favor. The best fate for a maid is to be taken as a concubine after being favored by her master. Alternatively, she may remain in service until her death. Being sold off or given away leads to a tragic end. Even the main wife would not possess such expensive jewelry. In the case of Chu Feng's mother, should the head of the Chu family take her as a concubine, there would be no grand banquet, merely a private celebration at home. Thus, the only way to elevate his mother's status would be to purchase a few impressive pieces of jewelry for her to wear, showcasing her noble identity. This, too, was a sign of filial piety from Chu Feng. Upon returning to the Chu residence, his mother had prepared a meal and awaited their arrival. Besides her, there were 2 guests in the house. Fenger, come meet your aunt and cousin, Chu's mother said, leading Chu Feng to the 2 women. Chu Feng raised his eyes to examine them, estimating their ages to be in their 40s or 50s, though they did not appear particularly aged. Their attire was flashy, yet their figures were severely out of shape. They had what could only be described as barrel waists and elephantine legs, with excess flesh that could easily total over 50 pounds. As Chu Feng scrutinized them, the 2 women were also appraising him. Hello, aunt. Hello, cousin. Out of politeness, Chu Feng greeted the 2 older women. In his mind, these relatives had never been in touch with his family. Oh, little Feng is so obedient. It's been over a decade, and you've grown so much. I heard you've become quite accomplished, a soul master now. His aunt, appearing somewhat older, likely around 50, spoke with a disingenuous tone. Chu Feng found it rather intolerable. His cousin, dressed somewhat less elegantly, appeared to be around 40, with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth and alluring peach blossom eyes. Her family background seemed average, certainly not wealthy. As she observed Chu Feng in his tattered clothing, a hint of disdain flickered in her gaze. However, she still managed to smile and say, if only you had a robe suitable for a soul master, you'd look even more dashing. But it's understandable, since you've just become a soul master. Being short on money is normal. Just work hard, and you will surely achieve great things in the future. Her words carried an unmistakable undertone of condescension, particularly towards Chu Feng's previous self. Did one not have potential if they were not yet a soul master? Chu Feng found her words grating, a sense of displeasure rising within him. These relatives had never reached out before, and now they were suddenly trying to ingratiate themselves upon hearing of his success. Chu Feng held little respect for such superficial relatives. He had initially anticipated spending the evening with the charming and youthful Ware, but now, with these two shallow relatives visiting, those plans were dashed. Noticing her son's cold demeanor, Chu's mother quickly interjected, "You must be hungry. The food is warm. I'll bring it out." At the dining table, his aunt and cousin busied themselves with matchmaking for Chu Feng, uttering a slew of unpalatable remarks. They mentioned that while he had become a soul master, his background was less than illustrious. They insisted that being a soul master was only slightly more noble than being an ordinary person, cautioning him not to set his sights too high when seeking a wife and to lead a humble life. Chu Feng was left speechless, feeling constrained by their elder status and unable to express his frustration. After hastily finishing 2 bowls of rice, he set down his chopsticks. Eager to avoid further entanglements with his aunt and cousin, he decided to retreat to the Soul Hall for some training that evening. In light of recent interactions with prominent figures in Heavenly Soldier City, Chu Feng became increasingly aware that strength is paramount. Status, power, prestige, wealth, and beauty, all are built upon the foundation of strength. Were it not for his own capabilities, Yue would have been taken from him long ago. If one cannot even retain a mere maidservant, how can one hope to ever marry a celestial beauty like the exquisite Xinyu? When Xinyu imparted her earth-level cultivation techniques, she explicitly instructed him to devote himself to diligent training, suggesting that only with strength would other matters be addressed. This was indeed an implicit promise. Once Chu Feng became powerful, he could win her affection. "Mother, these are a few pieces of jewelry I have procured for you. Please wear them on your wedding day tomorrow. It will add to your dignity." Chu Feng presented the jewelry he had bought. "Why, you rascal. I thought that gold coin was meant to be saved for your future wife. Why are you frivolously spending it again?" Chu Mu chided, though a smile betrayed her delight. She had previously pawned her only bracelet to buy nutritious food for Chu Feng. As she prepared for her wedding, she found herself without a single ornament. It was not that she did not desire them, but rather that finances were tight. She never anticipated her son's filial piety, taking the time to select gifts for her. In her mind, Chu Feng must have purchased these trinkets from a street vendor. Could a single gold coin truly buy such an array of jewelry? Could these pieces even be deemed presentable? Surely, they must be crafted from scrap metal. Her cousin's sharp tongue was notoriously caustic. Chu Feng could hardly contain his urge to slap her. In truth, Chu Feng lacked experience. He could have simply purchased a modest gold ring and a pair of gold earrings for a single gold coin, rather than a pile of trinkets that would only serve to portray a sense of poverty. She boasted, showcasing her own ring. "This is from the Qijin Pavilion. Though merely an ordinary gold ring, it is still a product of Qijin Pavilion. The craftsmanship and design exude elegance and refinement. Your family could never afford such fine jewelry, but you could at least buy from a small workshop. The designs may be less fashionable, yet they are still made of genuine gold and silver. Surely, they would be 100 times better than this heap of street market baubles." As Aunt scolded Chu Feng, she flaunted the gold ring adorning her plump finger, which had been worn to a brilliant shine over the years. Her gaze swept over the assortment of jewelry boxes. "What is the purpose of such an exquisite box? Haven't you heard the story of buying the case while neglecting the pearl inside?" Aunt casually picked up one of the jewelry boxes, glancing inside, and her expression changed abruptly. Qijin Pavilion. Though her family was not excessively wealthy, they were reasonably well off and recognized the finest jewelry brand in Tianbing City. Chu Mu had also heard of Qijin Pavilion. Even the simplest piece of jewelry from there was exorbitantly priced. "My dear son, where did you acquire such treasures? Surely you haven't stolen them?" Chu Mu was taken aback by the value of the items, her face paling with concern, her voice trembling. "Oh dear sister, why fret? The guards at Qijin Pavilion could easily subdue little Feng with a mere finger. That child is too slight to possess such prowess," Aunt remarked, dismissing the concern. "It's more likely that he bought a heap of empty Qijin Pavilion boxes from the black market and filled them with cheap imitations from a street vendor to pass them off as genuine." And as contempt for Chu Feng was palpable, as she assumed he was like her, one who enjoyed putting on airs despite lacking substance. Upon hearing this, Chu Mu found it plausible, easing her worries as she opened a box to examine its contents. Inside lay a verdant jade bracelet wrapped in yellow silk, radiating a brilliant green glow. This is an emerald bracelet. My heavens, it appears so authentic," she exclaimed. "Little Feng, where did you buy this counterfeit?" Aunt reached for the bracelet, eager to examine its allure, but Chu Feng was not about to allow anyone to handle such a precious item. If it were to be damaged, it would likely be unable to compensate for it. Swiftly, Chu Feng retrieved it, applying a bit of wax and placing it on his mother's wrist. "Mother, do you like it?" he asked with a smile. "Indeed, I adore it. Though it pains me to think of that gold coin spent." Chu Mu beamed, her joy evident. What woman does not cherish beautiful jewelry? Especially on the eve of her wedding, being able to wear such a stunning bracelet was a matter of great pride. She opened another unopened jewelry box, revealing a ruby ring that dazzled her so much it nearly blinded her avaricious gaze. "Well, I must say, little Feng has exquisite taste in selecting jewelry. This high-quality ruby ring is simply delightful." This time, Aunt eagerly grabbed the ring, inspecting it with great care. Just this ring alone was worth 21 gold coins, while Anna's own gold ring was valued at merely 2 coins, making the ruby ring worth over 10 times more. "Let me see. I'll know if it's genuine with just one glance," Aunt declared, snatching the ring and attempting to bite it. "Hey, what are you doing? That ring is extremely valuable. If you damage it, you won't be able to compensate." Chu Feng quickly intervened. Seeing the seriousness on his face, Aunt hesitated to bite. She scrutinized the ring, feeling its surface, and suddenly shrieked, "It's real. It's real." Both Chu Feng and Yue rolled their eyes at her. "So your eyes are not blind after all. Since it is genuine, do not hold on to it too tightly. If you break it, you won't be able to afford to replace it." Chu Feng was exasperated by her antics. Aunt reluctantly handed the ring back to Chu Mu, sighing, "In my lifetime, I have only heard of Qijin Pavilion. I have never touched their jewelry. Little Feng, did you steal these treasures, or did you find them? Perhaps you could give one to your aunt. I assure you I would keep it a secret." Aunt's eyes glimmered with greed as she fixated on the remaining boxes on the table. Just then, she swiftly snatched one of the boxes. "If they were found, then those who see them should share. I am your aunt, so I must take one." Aunt clutched the box possessively, unabashedly declaring, "I want one too. If you refuse, I'll tell everyone outside." Chu Feng's expression turned icy. Such relatives were better left unacknowledged. For the sake of money, they could easily turn against him. Upon realizing the potential value of the jewelry, Chu Mu grew anxious. "Yue, tell me, where did these pieces come from?" Knowing she could not extract the truth from Chu Feng, she turned to Yue, who was known for her honesty. "Purchased? Where did you acquire such funds?" "Just one ring costs 21 gold coins. Altogether, these pieces must amount to nearly 100 gold coins." Chu Mu demanded sternly. "Not to mention that jade bracelet on your wrist, which is nearly worth 100 gold coins." Aunt, who frequently visited Qijin Pavilion, was quite familiar with the prices. Such extravagant jewelry was well beyond her means, leaving her to daydream about them. "Mother, please do not ask. I assure you, this money was earned honestly." Chu Feng knew that if he remained silent, Yue would surely divulge everything. Yet, Chu Mu remained unconvinced, her face clouded with worry. Chu Feng had bought the jewelry to ensure his mother's wedding was splendid and joyous, but upon seeing her frown, he thought quickly and said, "Mother, let me be honest with you to ease your concerns. A few days ago, I had good fortune in the soul realm and unearthed an excellent soul herb, which I sold to the president of the Divine Inscriptionist Guild, Mu Qing, for a handsome sum of gold coins. If you do not believe me, you can ask Yue or even inquire directly with President Mu Qing." Chapter 76. The Third Order Soul Tiger. Mother Chu gazed at young Master Yu, questioning whether what he said was indeed true. In her heart, she had already come to believe most of it. Yu nodded vigorously, affirming its authenticity. President Mu Qing had even invited young Master and me to dine at the guild. Embarrassed, she laughed lightly, explaining that they were merely joking moments ago. Yes, just a jest." Cousin also nodded repeatedly, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness. "I understand you were just jesting. After all, we are relatives, and who would take it to heart?" Mother Chu, being kind-hearted, easily forgave them. One by one, the exquisite pieces of jewelry were taken out from the 4 boxes, leaving the 2 materialistic relatives utterly astonished. Their expressions were such that they seemed on the verge of worship. The previous sense of superiority and pride had vanished entirely. In the presence of such valuable jewelry, even a single piece would be beyond their means, even if they were to exhaust their fortunes. The 2 women looked at Mother Chu with envy, their eyes tinged with jealousy, wishing they could adopt Chu Feng as their son. However, Chu Feng had no interest in them whatsoever. They no longer dared to look down upon Chu Feng and his mother. Their words were now laced with flattery. Such individuals elicited little fondness from Chu Feng, who found their presence bothersome. Upon arriving at the Soul Hall, the guard, Chao Biao, spotted him from afar and shrank back, pretending to be humble. The last time, he had been forced to kneel by Chu Feng, a lesson that left a deep impression. He dared not trouble Chu Feng again. Nowadays, Who did not know that Chu Feng was the dazzling new star of the Chu family in the Soul Realm? Both the elders of the Jiuyang clan and Old Master Chu had declared their intention to nurture him wholeheartedly. Hey, big fatty. Are you here to cultivate in the Soul Hall? Chu Feng was surprised to see Chu Daping approaching an empty soul slot. After the Chu family seized that soul stone mine, the occupancy rate of the soul slots had significantly increased. Every family servant and ordinary disciple was required to enter the Soul Realm for mining. Unfortunately, despite being the head of the family's son, Chu Daping had no outstanding qualities and thus found himself among the mining crew. Don't even mention it. The family has assigned mining tasks, and every ordinary disciple of the Chu family has to mine for 10 days each month. I can't compare to you. You possess a battle soul and have become a soul master, so you don't have to endure such laborious tasks. The chubby boy sighed, his expression one of despair. Witnessing his good friend suffer, Chu Feng felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Big fatty, why don't you take the night off from mining and accompany me to explore the Soul Realm? Who knows, we might get lucky and find you a battle soul. He proposed, thinking that if they were fortunate, he could help his friend out of his predicament. However, the family rules were immutable. Chu Feng could not change them. If everyone sought connections, then who would engage in mining? As Old Master Chu had said, managing a large family required a firm hand. Without rules, there would be chaos. Brother Feng, I am fortunate to have you as a friend. Whatever you say goes. I will follow your lead. The chubby boy had long heard tales of Chu Feng's exploits in the Soul Realm, where he had effortlessly defeated Yan Kunlun, the foremost soul master of the Yin family. While they conversed, Chu Feng noticed the icy beauty, Murong Shui, clad in white, entering the Soul Hall with a frosty demeanor. He felt his legs tremble and quickly shrank his neck, pretending not to see her as he hastily lay down in the soul slot. Big fatty, hurry, he urged, just as he sealed the lid of the soul slot. This was the only way he could feel somewhat at ease. Murong Shui was known to be ruthless, and it was safer to maintain a distance from her. As Chu Feng entered the Soul Realm, he discovered that his friend's soul power was quite considerable. At least 600 or 700, surpassing his by a couple of hundred. However, high soul power did not necessarily equate to strength. 10 of Chu Daping could not match a single Chu Feng. Big fatty, where is the likelihood of encountering battle souls in the Soul Realm? Chu Feng initially planned to earn some lottery points to exchange for a couple of protective items, but now, with his friend in distress, he prioritized helping him find a battle soul. As long as it was a battle soul, Chu Daping had no particular demands. He was a loyal friend, generous in spirit. But he had many flaws: laziness, a penchant for comfort, and a tendency to procrastinate until the last minute. Of course, he had put in considerable effort to obtain a battle soul, but such souls were exceedingly rare. Hard work alone would not guarantee success. The place with the highest probability of encountering battle souls was undoubtedly the Battle Soul Lake. However, it was also particularly dangerous, as soul cultivators from the entire Daong dynasty flocked there to capture battle souls, leading to fierce competition. After some thought, Chu Daping replied earnestly, undeterred by fear. It reminded him of his past gaming experiences, where he would charge into battle with nothing but rags, ready to confront monsters. Every time he entered the Soul Realm, it felt like a gaming adventure, which he found utterly enthralling. As they proceeded, they encountered 3 low-tier soul beasts and a soul-eating ghost willow, all of which Chu Feng swiftly dispatched. With his current strength, dealing with second-tier soul beasts or soul plants was relatively easy. He estimated he could challenge a third-tier soul beast. Although Chu Daping boasted nearly 700 soul power, making him somewhat stronger than Chu Feng, he was woefully inept at battling soul beasts. When confronted with the second-tier soul-eating ghost willow, he was completely outmatched, receiving a thorough thrashing from the willow's branches. Ultimately, it was Chu Feng who stepped in to eliminate the soul-eating ghost willow. A thunderous roar echoed, startling both Chu Feng and Chu Daping into dropping to the ground. From the thicket ahead leaped a soul tiger, a fearsome third-tier soul beast. Oh my goodness, save me! Chu Daping cried in terror, his legs turning to jelly. Completely devoid of courage to flee. You fool! Why are you screaming? It's just a soul tiger. Watch me. Chu Feng bravely charged toward the tiger, seizing the initiative with a frosty fist to deliver a heart-piercing blow. The soul tiger, being a third-tier soul beast, typically instilled fear in those with soul power barely reaching 1,000. However, this time, a human with less than 500 soul power not only refused to flee, but actively advanced toward it. Chapter 77. Advancement of Soul Techniques and Low-Tier Thunder Talismans. Chu Feng exchanged blows with the creature, sustaining significant injuries from its claws and tail. which lashed out like iron whips. "I refuse to believe I can't best a mere beast," he declared, unleashing his full potential with each strike of the frosty fist. Every punch was delivered with utmost dedication. Despite this, he continued to suffer injuries. Yet, the Soul Tiger was not without its wounds, having received several blows from Chu Feng as well. Notably, the frosty fist had a freezing effect, slowing the tiger's attacks. As Chu Feng landed several punches infused with icy energy, the damage inflicted was substantial, causing the soul beast's essence to freeze. Each blow released a burst of blue energy within the creature's body. The Soul Tiger, true to its third-tier status, exhibited astonishing combat prowess. With soul power exceeding 1,000, over double that of Chu Feng, its ferocity was overwhelming, and as they engaged in fierce combat, Chu Feng felt as though he were dancing on the edge of a blade. This perilous encounter against a formidable foe significantly enhanced the mastery of his frosty fist technique. His understanding of martial arts, the timing of his strikes, the circulation of soul power, and how to maximize damage to his adversary all advanced during this brutal struggle, which lasted nearly 4 hours. After the initial fright, Chu Daping mustered the courage to assist, but each attempt was met with a swift rebuttal from the Soul Tiger, leaving him more of a liability than a help, and ultimately, Chu Feng had to suffer additional bites as a result. "Are you in cahoots with this Soul Tiger? I beg you, just stand by quietly and watch." Under Chu Feng's vehement protests, Chu Daping could only awkwardly squat to the side, cheering for him, no longer daring to assist with any missteps. Ding dong. "Congratulations, host. Your frost condensation soul technique has reached the proficient level." The melodious voice of the system resonated, and Chu Feng distinctly felt the enhancement of his frost condensation fist. It became increasingly effortless to wield, and its power escalated to a new tier. Boom. A punch struck the Soul Tiger's forehead, and a surge of freezing soul power explosively erupted within its body. Howl. It emitted a painful cry, struggling a couple of times before collapsing to the ground. Chu Feng rushed forward, delivering a flurry of fierce punches. Moments later, the Soul Tiger was defeated, leaving behind a soul nucleus the size of a fist. This was a soul nucleus from a third-tier soul beast, and Chu Feng joyfully picked it up. The system, akin to a shrewd merchant with a nose sharper than a dog's, always detected any valuable items Chu Feng acquired at the first opportunity. Chu Feng clicked the button, and the soul nucleus vanished from his hand. In its place, his lottery points increased from 8 to 18. The lottery wheel lit up again, allowing him to draw once more. Without hesitation, Chu Feng clicked the lottery button, watching the wheel spin rapidly. If only he could draw the Battle Soul Captivation Talisman. Chu Feng felt a surge of anticipation. After a moment, the pointer settled. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Band-Aid." Chu Feng's expression darkened instantly, unable to suppress his frustration with the system, calling it a scammer. "Always giving me Band-Aids when I hope for something good. Are you cheating me?" No one responded to him. The system remained silent. "Fine. Having something is better than nothing. After all, I now possess the ability to slay third-tier soul beasts. With my frost condensation fist upgraded to proficiency, defeating opponents with over 1,000 soul power has become significantly easier. Gaining lottery points in the future will also be much simpler." Chu Feng could now even challenge opponents with around 1,500 soul power using his frost condensation fist. It's worth noting that his own soul power was merely 480, daring to confront enemies 3 times his strength. Moreover, he harbored an unwavering belief in victory, something ordinary soul masters would not even dare to contemplate. In future lottery draws, Chu Feng could easily draw until his hands cramped. Along the way, Chu Feng encountered no more third-tier soul beasts, only 2 first-tier soul mice, which he effortlessly eliminated, earning 2 more points, together with the remaining 8 points. He now had exactly 10 points, allowing for another lottery draw. Lottery. This time, Chu Feng held little hope, lest greater expectations led to greater disappointments. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a low-tier thunder talisman capable of annihilating enemies with 10,000 soul power." "Damn. You wretched system. Are you deliberately mocking me? Hoping for something good? And you give me the most useless Band-Aid. Just when I've given up hope, you let me draw a thunder talisman. Heh, but I like it. Keep it coming next time." Chu Feng beamed at the low-tier thunder talisman, finally having drawn something worthwhile. An enemy with over 10,000 soul power? That means I could even annihilate a 4th-tier soul beast. Brother Feng, ahead lies the Battle Soul Lake. Chu Daping, having thoroughly witnessed Chu Feng's prowess, admired him to the utmost. He would never dare venture alone into such a perilous place as Battle Soul Lake. Wow, it truly is a vast lake. But why is the water in the Soul Realm blood yellow? Chu Feng noticed the water in the lake was indeed blood yellow, evoking a sense of danger. Brother Feng, you may not know this, right? They say the water here is gathered from the river of forgetfulness in the underworld. I must tell you, if you fall in, you can forget about getting out. It's basically a dead end. Chu Peng looked at the blood water of Battle Soul Lake with trepidation, speaking gravely. So dangerous? How do we capture battle souls then? Chu Feng gazed around and noticed clusters of soul plants resembling reeds. The water in the center of the lake appeared exceedingly deep, obscuring any sight of soul plants. As far as he knew, battle souls emerged randomly from the lake. To capture them, one must venture into the water. Look over there. They have bamboo rafts and boats for rent. Just pay, and you can go down to the lake. Chu Peng pointed out, spotting several docks in the distance. How interesting. Let's go? Chu Feng led the way toward the docks, where he noticed an increasing number of people. Chapter 78. Ruler of Battle Soul Lake, Brother Feng. Do you have any money? Chu Peng inquired. Money? Chu Feng instinctively reached for his coin pouch, only to realize he was in the soul realm. As mere soul entities, they possessed no currency. Fortunately, he had accumulated some soul coins from mining over the past few days. Chu Peng earned 5 soul coins daily for working in the family mines. If he extracted soul stones, he received an additional 10 soul coins as a bonus. In the soul realm, there are 2 common currencies, soul stones and soul coins. 1,000 soul coins equate to 1 soul stone. There were indeed many adventurers at Battle Soul Lake, ranging from weaklings with 3 to 500 soul power to intermediate experts with over 1,000. Those with 4 to 5,000 soul power were rare, while individuals with over 10,000 were formidable figures, respected everywhere. Generally, possessing 4 to 5,000 soul power classified one as a master, usually already in possession of a battle soul. As for those exceeding 10,000, they were even more powerful, potentially possessing dual battle souls. Many were queuing to rent boats, and Chu Feng and Chu Peng could only wait patiently. Amidst the chatter of those ahead, Chu Feng caught snippets of conversation. Battle Soul Lake is truly a treasure trove. So many people come here daily to capture battle souls. Just from selling boats and rafts, they must be raking in profits. A young man, observing the bustling boat rental business, immediately felt inspired. Ahoo, are you still dreaming? Although Battle Soul Lake is vast, each area has already been claimed by various forces in the soul realm. Renting and selling boats is not your calling. Just look at this dock. It's the only one within 100 miles that offers such services. Do you know who owns this dock? The Wang family of Haoshi City. They say they have an ancestor with over 100,000 soul power, a prominent figure even in the Danyang dynasty. The previously confident young man shrank back upon hearing this. Having over 10,000 soul power is already impressive, but possessing over 100,000 is exceedingly rare. With only a few in the entire Danyang dynasty, anyone with such power could easily dominate a region in the soul realm. In the soul realm exists an unspoken rule. Those with over 10,000 soul power can barely support a small family, while those with over 100,000 can dominate a territory, enjoying considerable status. Those exceeding 1,000,000 soul power could establish a soul city in the soul realm. Currently, it seems there are no more than 10 individuals in the Danyang dynasty with over 1,000,000 soul power. Among the most renowned young talents are Xiao Ho and the Wang of Southern City, both exceedingly young and boasting over 1,000,000 soul power. Each has founded a soul city and wields substantial influence in the soul realm. Chu Feng's divine brush battle soul was snatched from Xiao Ho. Just then, a commotion erupted as the boat renters seemed to be arguing with the sellers. A burly man shouted angrily, "Those with soul power below 1,000 cannot rent boats. Only buy. Aren't you just scamming us?" The seller, a tall elder, sneered, "In this place, our Wang family sets the rules. You can choose not to buy, but get lost and don't block others. A small boat is being sold for a soul stone. You're clearly robbing us." The burly man continued to yell, "I refuse to buy. I'll just make my own boat. A small vessel is indeed exorbitantly priced for a single soul stone, and it is sold exclusively, not rented." Exhibiting an audacious disregard for reason. Humph, make one yourself. Try crafting a vessel to test the waters. If it's not a ship from the Wang family, we will destroy it upon discovery. The elder spoke with formidable authority, and what he said must be true. The cost of a ship is so exorbitant that no one dares to construct one independently. Clearly, the Wang family has someone overseeing this matter. They are compelling all soul cultivators wishing to enter the Battle Soul Lake to either purchase or rent vessels from their docks. Otherwise, they are barred from entering the water. Wherever there are people, there exists a realm of intrigue. the Battle Soul Lake is a veritable gold mine, firmly under the control of the Wong family and various formidable factions. You are nothing but bandits. The robust man, utterly exasperated, tossed out 50 soul coins, gruffly declaring he would buy a bamboo raft. The price for a mere bamboo raft was an astounding 50 soul coins, truly extortionate. One soul coin could be exchanged for 20 copper coins, thus 50 soul coins amounted to a staggering 1,000 copper coins. Soul bamboo can be harvested as needed in the soul realm. 5 pieces strung together form a single raft. Consequently, one would need to sell 1,000 pieces, a blatant robbery. Precisely. Those who dare oppose the Wong family shall meet with dire consequences. You all heard clearly. Those with soul power below 1,000 are not qualified to rent a ship and must purchase one instead. After collecting the soul coins, the elder handed the burly man a small token. Take this token to the dock entrance, where someone will provide you with a bamboo raft. If one purchased a vessel for just a day, they would incur a loss of 10,000 copper coins, equivalent to half a soul stone. The Wong family, with their control over this dock in the soul realm, profits immensely and only grows stronger. After all, soul power is accumulated through the use of soul stones. A single soul stone can roughly augment soul power by 100. The Wong family possesses a formidable expert with soul power exceeding 100,000, which means they have absorbed at least 1,000 soul stones. Just imagine that, 1,000. In truth, Chu Feng greatly overestimated the soul power increase from a single soul stone. His augmentation of 100 soul power is due to the presence of a divine pin battle soul. Why are top-tier battle souls so precious? With a high-grade battle soul, the speed of absorbing soul stones is astonishingly rapid, and the efficiency is remarkably high, almost reaching 100%. In contrast, those without a battle soul or only possessing an ordinary one experience significantly lower absorption efficiency, with some barely reaching around 50%. For instance, Chu Depang can only increase his soul power by 50 from a single soul stone, exactly half of what Chu Feng achieves. Soon, it was Chu Feng and his companion's turn. Chu Depang had only 50 soul coins in total, which he had painstakingly accumulated over several days of mining. He was extremely reluctant to part with it. Now, in order to enter the Battle Soul Lake, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and purchase a bamboo raft. The Wong family's dock is truly insidious. Spending so much on a mere bamboo raft is outrageous. If they manage to capture a battle soul, it might be worth it. But if not, they would incur a significant loss. Chu Depang's face reflected his anguish over the expenditure. 50 soul coins could be exchanged for a single silver coin, sufficient for a night of indulgence at an ordinary establishment. After receiving their bamboo raft, the two sat upon it with trepidation. The raft swayed precariously, feeling utterly unsafe, as though it might disintegrate at any moment. A proper ship would offer much greater security. Brother, hold steady. After a brief period of initial panic and discomfort, Chu Feng gradually acclimated to the bamboo raft drifting upon the water. He grasped a bamboo pole, maneuvering the raft toward the center of the lake. Numerous individuals had entered the Battle Soul Lake, particularly those with soul power exceeding 1,000, who held a significant advantage. They could rent boats far safer and more agile than Chu Feng's bamboo raft, allowing them to traverse the lake at a much faster pace. While the bamboo raft relied solely on a bamboo pole for propulsion, the small boats were equipped with oars, enabling them to glide across the water with remarkable speed. When it came to capturing battle souls, boats were vastly more advantageous than bamboo rafts. As Chu Feng drifted on the lake, he encountered only other people. No traces of battle souls were in sight. Suddenly, a chorus of excited shouts erupted ahead. Quick, catch it! Don't let it escape. Over there. They spotted a white rod-like battle soul emerging from the lake, desperately trying to flee. Several boats swiftly paddled toward it, while the bamboo raft lagged behind, unable to keep pace. Wild battle souls are incredibly sentient and evade capture instinctively, darting in every direction. Alas, there were too many pursuers. Before long, a robust man aboard a bamboo raft successfully captured it. Haha, it's mine. Finally, I have a battle soul. This man was not a stranger. He was the same one who had clashed with the Wong family earlier. Ecstatic over his success, he celebrated his acquisition. Unfortunately, they were too distant to seize the opportunity. Chu Depang wore a frustrated expression, enviously gazing at the man with the captured battle soul. Possessing even the most basic white battle soul would elevate one to the status of a soul master. Depang, don't be anxious. Opportunities abound. If we miss today, we can return another time. Chu Feng reassured his friend. Observing closely, he noted that the area near the shore was teeming with boats and bamboo rafts, crowded with people. while only 1 or 2 battle souls were present, making successful captures exceedingly rare. Let us venture toward the center of the lake. Based on Chu Feng's understanding, the likelihood of encountering battle souls was higher near the lake's edge, albeit mostly lower-tier ones. The closer one got to the center, the higher the potential quality of the battle souls. The battle soul lake was vast. What could be called a lake, in Chu Feng's eyes, resembled an inland sea. They propelled their bamboo raft swiftly toward the lake's center. After paddling for over an hour, they finally reached an area with fewer people. This part lay deep within the battle soul lake, shrouded in a mist that obscured visibility to about 100 meters. Chu Feng and Chu Depeng drifted on their bamboo raft like lost souls. Capturing a battle soul was purely a matter of chance, if they encountered one. They needed to act swiftly. The two roamed the lake for nearly half the night, yet remained empty-handed. Chu Feng finally understood why others preferred to congregate at the lake's edges, where at least a battle soul or two might appear. In the lake's depths, not even a shadow was to be seen. Just as they were about to return, disappointment weighing heavily upon them, fortune smiled upon them. Suddenly, a yellow light illuminated the lake's surface not far ahead. A battle soul, and it was yellow. Both Chu Feng and Chu Depeng perked up, immediately adjusting their course and paddling fervently toward it. The classification of battle souls comprises 6 tiers, distinguished by their colors: white, yellow, red, crimson, gold, and purple, with purple being the most prestigious. Although yellow is only 1 tier above white, it is still considered a commendable battle soul, one that many cannot even obtain. Depeng. When the time comes, strike decisively and do not hesitate. Chu Feng was equally thrilled. At last, he had found a worthy battle soul for his good friend. Just as they were nearing the surface where the yellow battle soul was about to emerge, a massive ship approached. It was manned by 20 to 30 individuals, all rowing in unison, and it bore a grand sail emblazoned with the character for Wang. This was the grand vessel of the Wang family, likely patrolling the lake under their jurisdiction to deter any private vessels. At the bow of the ship stood a young man with an air of superiority. Though merely a sole entity, he exuded an aura of elegance and dominance, flanked by several formidable experts, making him appear exceptionally distinguished. Young Masterin, it seems there is a bamboo raft ahead, one of his subordinates reported. The young gentleman, distinguished and proud, is likely the prodigy of the Wang family, Prince Wangan. It is said that he is a master of both soul and martial arts, having been admitted to the Divine Martial Academy at a tender age. His prowess in soul cultivation is even more formidable, for the Wang family possesses ample resources in the soul realm. With soul stones, they can elevate his cultivation to great heights. Wangan cast a disdainful glance at Chu Feng and the corpulent Chu Depeng, regarding them as mere insects beneath his feet. Get out of my way, he commanded imperiously. Chu Feng and Chu Depeng, eager to capture the battle soul that was about to emerge from the lake, were reluctant to concede. The grand vessel of the Wang family could easily circumvent them. Not moving, then collide with us. Wangan's face was a mask of contempt and mockery, viewing Chu Feng and Chu Depeng as insignificant creatures. The Wang family reigned supreme in the soul realm, and none dare to challenge their authority in this region. As the massive ship bore down on them, Chu Feng had no time for curses and hastily paddled their bamboo raft alongside Chu Depeng to evade disaster. The ship narrowly missed crashing into their raft. Should they fall into the battle soul lake, it would spell certain doom. The tumultuous waves nearly capsized their craft, leaving both men in a most precarious situation. Next time, remember your place. Before me, you are but the most wretched of insects, understand? Wangan sneered, relishing the sight of their disarray. The vessel sped away, vanishing from view in the misty depths of the battle soul lake, where visibility was limited to a mere 100 meters. Curse that Wang family's arrogance. They treat others as if they are nothing. Chu Depeng, typically mild-mannered, could no longer contain his rage. Why not curse his mother or sister instead? Chu Feng snapped, equally incensed by the Wang family's brazen conduct. Enraged, he activated a low-level thunder talisman, determined to strike down Prince Wangan quick. Check if the battle soul is still there. Both men, remembering their primary objective, hastily searched their surroundings and soon spotted a yellow glow drifting into the distance. It's fleeing. After it, they furiously paddled their raft while hurling insults at Wang and his entire family. Had it not been for his interference, they would have successfully captured the battle soul. Wasting a night of effort and allowing the Wang family to pocket 50 soul coins meant for their bamboo raft. Put in the effort, we must catch up. Chu Feng noted that the yellow battle soul, perhaps just having emerged, was not fleeing with great speed. Chu Depang, determined to capture it, unleashed his full potential, paddling with astonishing speed. Each stroke propelled their raft faster than a small boat. Apparently, the latent potential of every rotund individual is quite remarkable. You want to skate? Stay here. Chu Depang abandoned the paddle, reaching out to grasp the yellow battle soul. Yet, it deftly evaded his grasp. Realizing that Chu Depang alone could not capture the elusive soul, Chu Feng had a sudden inspiration and decided to employ his frost fist technique. Now at a proficient level, he wielded it with greater ease and potency. Effective against both soul beasts and soul plants, it should also work on battle souls. Timing his strike perfectly, he unleashed a powerful punch. Instantly, frost fell, enveloping the yellow battle soul, its agility diminished by more than half. Ha! Caught it, caught it. It's a massive hammer. Chu Depang beamed with joy. Hurry and withdraw your frost fist. It's too cold, he complained. Watching his dear friend successfully obtain the battle soul filled Chu Feng with happiness. Hurry, make it recognize you as its master. The higher the battle soul's rank, the harder it is to bond. Sometimes, even if captured, they refuse to acknowledge a master. Moments later, Chu Depang succeeded in making the massive hammer battle soul recognize him, the imposing weapon materializing in his hands. This hammer is truly magnificent. A testament to its yellow rank, Chu Depang exclaimed, his confidence and spirit soaring. Don't let my seemingly lazy demeanor fool you. That was merely a reflection of my past when hope eluded me. Now, with this battle soul, I am destined to become a soul master, capable of inscribing divine patterns and forging artifacts. Witnessing his friend's remarkable transformation filled Chu Feng with genuine delight. Just then, a woman's voice scolded from ahead. Though distant, it sounded strangely familiar. Did you hear that voice? Chu Feng initially intended to ignore it, but the tone piqued his curiosity. Chu Depang strained to listen and suddenly exclaimed, I think it's Murong Shue's voice. Indeed, it was. Upon entering the soul realm, she had coincidentally ventured into the soul hall. Realizing it was truly Murong Shue, Chu Feng decided to investigate. However, he pondered why a girl would come to the Battle Soul Lake at such a late hour, especially when she already possessed a battle soul. They paddled swiftly towards the source of the voice and soon reached the scene. Murong Shue was attempting to leave in a small boat. Yet a larger vessel obstructed her path. An anchor had been cast from the larger ship, ensnaring her small boat and preventing her escape. Isn't that the very ship that rammed into us earlier? Chu Depang recognized it instantly, fury igniting within him. He brandished his massive hammer battle soul, ready for confrontation. Chu Feng quickly deduced that Wang An coveted Murong Shue's beauty, and given that both were students of the Divine Martial Academy, he sought to entrap her. Murong Shue, promise to be my girlfriend, and I guarantee you won't be harmed. Wang An threatened, relying on his numbers to intimidate her. Shameless. Murong Shue wielded a long whip battle soul that radiated a crimson glow, a rank superior to the yellow. Clearly furious, she lashed out with her whip, keeping Wang An at bay. Shameless. If you don't agree to be my girlfriend today, you shall not leave the Battle Soul Lake. Wang An remained unfazed, adopting a predator's demeanor. Murong Shue had rebuffed his advances multiple times at the academy, which only fueled his frustration. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, Chu Feng appeared. The sight of an outsider brought her immense relief, while the expressions of Wang An and his companions shifted. Despite the Wang family's tyranny, they were not so brazen as to act without restraint. Otherwise, their reputation would suffer, and the Daong dynasty would intervene. Though the Wang family held dominion in this region, they were but a minor player compared to the Daong dynasty. The Wang family's patriarch possessed a soul force exceeding 100,000. Whereas the top cultivators of the Daong dynasty boasted soul forces surpassing 1 million, an insurmountable difference. Wang An, you had better release me at once. Otherwise, they will surely seek help. Murong Shue, filled with newfound hope upon seeing Chu Feng, pleaded with urgency. Seek help from these two worthless insects? Wang An scoffed, his disdain evident. Eliminate these pesky ants, he commanded, ordering a small boat to be lowered from the larger vessel, from which two experts of the Wang family, each with soul force exceeding 1,000, charged towards Chu Feng and Chu Depang. Chu Feng remained calm as he observed the swiftly approaching small boat, licking his lips. Goodness prevails, but the innocent often suffer. It seems that today, unless he takes the lives of a few, young Master Wang An will not easily allow himself to depart. Chu Feng, flee quickly. Hurry and seek assistance. Murong Shue was merely posturing, attempting to intimidate young Master Wang An. In truth, she had no allies to summon. Even if the Lord of Heavenly Soldier City were to arrive, it would be of little consequence. Ha, Murong Shui, you would do well to submit to me. To me, these two wretches are no different than ants. Wang was exceedingly arrogant in his eyes. It would take no more than two ordinary Wang family experts to eliminate Chu Feng and Chu Daoping. Yet, as soon as he spoke, he was left dumbfounded. He watched in disbelief as the two experts he had dispatched were swiftly defeated in a mere exchange, plunging into the lake. The water within the lake was the sinister blood water of the underworld. Once one fell in, escape was impossible. Daring to kill someone from the Wang family, young man, you have landed yourself in a grave situation. Wang Yin's expression darkened as he bellowed. Chapter 81. What I most enjoy is slaying the extraordinary Ahem. Let me correct you. It is you who has provoked me and landed yourself in a predicament. Chu Feng chuckled coldly as he leapt onto the enemy's small vessel. A bamboo raft cannot compare to a proper ship. After dispatching the two Wang family experts, Chu Feng unreservedly commandeered their vessel. Having provoked him, young Master Wang had unwittingly drawn the ire of a harbinger of death. Calamity was imminent. With a sharp tongue, I shall personally deal with you. Young Master Wang was thoroughly incensed by Chu Feng's actions. He waved his hand, and a grappling hook flew forth, precisely securing Chu Feng's small boat. In this manner, escape was utterly impossible for Chu Feng. Murong Shui watched in despair. This grappling hook was specially crafted and could not be easily removed without specialized tools. Once locked in, if the enemy pulled on the anchor line, it would become even more difficult to extricate oneself. Chu Feng's small boat was rapidly drawn toward the larger vessel by the Wang family's experts. You are doomed. Young Master Wang's gaze was icy, filled with lethal intent. Chu Daoping had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Although he had recently acquired the giant hammer battle soul, he was now faced with numerous formidable Wang family experts. He trembled with fear, yet he still strained to paddle the bamboo raft, hoping to rescue Chu Feng. As the small boat drew near to the larger ship, "Halt!" Chu Feng shouted. "What, are you afraid now? Kneel and kowtow to me, and perhaps I might consider sparing your life." Young Master Wang's voice dripped with condescension, his face adorned with a sinister and mocking smile. Clearly, even if Chu Feng complied, he would not be spared. "Listen well, young man, do you dare to engage me? A mere minor character, in a fair fight?" Rather than kneeling in surrender, Chu Feng boldly challenged young Master Wang to battle. Murong Shui shook her head in dismay. Chu Feng was far too unaware of his limitations. Young Master Wang was a formidable presence with a soul power exceeding 2,000. And it was said he had cultivated a soul technique. Though he had yet to master it, he was undoubtedly much stronger than the average soul cultivator. Haha. Why should I fear? I could easily dispatch you with one hand. Young Master Wang sought to display his might before Murong Shui, showcasing his formidable strength. He leaped from the larger ship onto Chu Feng's small vessel and, without hesitation, struck out with a palm aimed directly at Chu Feng. His palm emerged like a dragon, as if a torrent of furious waves surged forth, bearing down upon Chu Feng. He practiced a low-grade soul technique, the wave-breaking palm. Although he had yet to master it, and had not even reached the foundational level, he had gained some understanding of its potential, exuding a formidable presence. You lack a battle soul. Chu Feng was astonished to discover that young Master Wang had no battle soul. This was truly incredible. Given young Master Wang's status, acquiring a battle soul should pose no difficulty. Moreover, this battle soul lake was under the Wang family's control, making it exceedingly convenient for young Master Wang to capture one. I find battle souls of inferior quality beneath my notice. At the very least, I require a golden battle soul to match my esteemed status. To deal with you, I need not summon a battle soul. Chu Feng also refrained from revealing his battle soul, wishing to avoid overwhelming astonishment. He unleashed the frost condensation fist, engaging young Master Wang in combat. As he struck, a chilling frost enveloped the air, causing young Master Wang's expression to shift slightly. No wonder you are so arrogant. I did not expect an insignificant being like you to have cultivated a soul technique. Yet, that is where it ends. I most enjoy eliminating powerful opponents. If you are too weak, it loses its thrill. Young Master Wang's soul power exceeded 2,000, likely around 2,200. With the wealth possessed by the Wang family in the realm of souls, achieving over 10,000 would not be difficult. Yet, with only slightly over 2,000, one could only speculate whether it was due to the absence of a battle soul or other reasons. Why is your soul power only slightly over 2,000? Chu Feng had exchanged a few blows with his opponent, nearly toppling into the lake. His own soul power was merely 480, rendering him at a significant disadvantage. However, it would not be easy for young Master Wang to eliminate him. Every soul technique, once cultivated to a proficient level, is incredibly formidable. Do you not know this? Those without battle souls cannot exceed 1,000 in soul power. I, without a battle soul, have achieved 2,200 soul power. I am a rare genius. Did your family elders not inform you that the best method to assess soul cultivation talent before obtaining a battle soul is to observe how much soul power one can cultivate? Achieving 1,500 in soul power before acquiring a battle soul is the mark of a genius. As for someone like me, whose soul power exceeds 2,000, that is the level of a prodigy. As young Master Wang spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Morong Shui. It appeared that his detailed explanation was not born of patience, but rather a desire to flaunt his remarkable soul cultivation talent before her. Chu Feng had never encountered such knowledge of soul cultivation. He was gaining insight. For half an hour, the two exchanged blows fiercely, and young Master Wang began to show signs of defeat. The frost condensation fist was particularly suited for prolonged combat. The chilling force would gradually immobilize the enemy's soul body, causing their speed to slow and their reactions to dull. How is your soul technique so powerful? It is infuriating. If only my wave-breaking palm were cultivated to the foundational level, I could surely crush you with a single strike. Young Master Wang's palm strength had grown feeble. The wave-breaking palm emphasized speed, ferocity, and ruthlessness, with power compounding upon itself. Only then could its true might be displayed. Yet now, young Master Wang's soul body was nearly numb from the frost, rendering his movements painfully slow and devoid of power. To borrow your words, young Master Wang, I most enjoy slaying the extraordinary, a remedy for all forms of defiance. Die. Chu Feng unleashed a punch, fierce and rapid as thunder. The terrifying icy punch forcefully struck young Master Wang's soul body. He screamed in agony, tumbling backward. However, he did not fall into the lake. Instead, he was instantly reduced to black smoke by Chu Feng's devastating blow, perishing on the spot. The proficient frost condensation fist was indeed terrifying. Oh, this fellow possesses quite a number of soul stones. What a windfall for me. Upon defeating young Master Wang, Chu Feng noticed 6 soul stones scattered on the boat. Without hesitation, he reached to collect them. However, from the larger ship emerged a formidable figure, vastly more powerful than young Master Wang, a hawk-eyed elder. You little wretch. You dare to kill my family's young master? I am Ling Qiefeng, and I shall not let you escape. Die. This man's aura was exceedingly terrifying. Comparable to Yin Kunlun of the Yin family, perhaps even slightly stronger. Since he did not trust Wang, yet referred to Wang and his young master, he was likely a servant or guard of the Wang family. Ling Qiefeng brandished a fearsome red battle spear, a remarkable soul weapon. I fought young Master Wang in a fair duel. His death was merely a testament to his inferiority. Does your Wang family not adhere to rules? Chu Feng's gaze was icy, yet his expression remained devoid of any panic. Chapter 82. Instant Kill. Nonsense rules dictate that strength and power establish the law. Although you managed to kill young Masterin, before me, you are merely a fleeting commodity. Ling Qianfeng's face twisted with malice as he landed on the small boat, thrusting a spear towards Chifeng. The strike was remarkable, producing a dazzling display of spear blossoms. Morong Shui's heart raced, her breath caught in her throat. She dared not look further. In the next moment, Chifeng was destined to be annihilated by Ling Qiefeng. This was a formidable opponent with a soul power exceeding 10,000, a powerful warrior with exceptional battle spirit, and one skilled in soul techniques. Such a terrifying master of the soul path could undoubtedly obliterate Chu Feng with ease. Yet, Chu Feng merely smiled wickedly. Very well. If I kill you, I shall bear no guilt. With that, he unleashed the lightning symbol he had recently drawn. Thunder roared as a bolt descended from the heavens, striking Ling Qiefeng with a ferocious force. Ling Qiefeng trembled violently, the lightning illuminating his form, before he reluctantly dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, following in young Master Ant's footsteps. Unfortunately, as a powerful soul master, he had already established a soul nest to store his possessions. Even in death, his treasures did not fall. If young Master N's demise was not fearful enough, Ling Qianfeng's death would surely terrify the remaining experts of the Wang clan. Even within the Wang clan, Ling Qianfeng was a formidable figure, yet he was instantaneously killed before Chu Feng. Flee! Quickly flee! That boy is a demon. The experts aboard the grand ship screamed in terror. 2 heavy anchor chains were cast, and the vessel sped away at lightning speed. Chu Feng was left dumbfounded. He had intended to board the grand ship and see if he could seize more soul stones. Regrettably, the Wang clan's experts were utterly terrified, paddling with frantic urgency until they vanished from sight. That demon from his dreams was indeed Chu Feng. Brother Feng, You cannot possibly be possessed by a war god, can you? That was simply incredible. A master with over 10,000 soul power was dispatched with a single blow. Chu Peng had braced himself for death. He believed that even the likes of young Master Wang or Ling Qianfeng could easily eliminate him. Yet, Chu Feng appeared to be under an extraordinary boon. Not only had he dispatched young Master In, but he had also effortlessly killed the more powerful Ling Qianfeng. Hurry aboard. If we don't leave now, we won't escape when the Wang clan's experts surround us. Chu Feng's actions against young Master In and others were akin to poking a hornet's nest. The Wang clan was the dominant force in the area, and for years, anyone daring to provoke their soul masters had been suppressed. Chu Feng's boldness in killing young Master In meant he was treading on dangerous ground. Miss Morong has been staring at me. Could it be she has taken a liking to me? Chu Feng teased with a grin. In the real world, he would never dare to be so brazen, knowing that inciting the ire of a noble lady could lead to his swift demise. Yet, in the soul realm, where his power surpassed hers, he felt no fear. I have often heard of heroes saving maidens, only for the maidens to offer their hearts in return. Slay you. Murong Shui, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, swung her battle spirit whip towards him. Hey, you can't do that. You women turn on a dime faster than flipping a page. I was merely joking. I never intended to actually wed you. Chu Feng ducked in alarm, his practiced martial skills allowing him to evade the fierce strike. Seeing her prepare to strike again, he quickly covered his mouth and shook his head, his antics comical enough to elicit a fleeting smile from Murong Shui. She quickly turned away, ensuring he did not see her amusement. Today's events have left me with a debt of gratitude. I shall repay you in time. Given your actions against young Master In, it would be wise to avoid the Soul Realm for a while. The Wang clan's influence there is formidable. As for the real world, do not worry. Should the Wang clan dare to trouble you, the City Lord's manor will intervene. My father was once a trusted soldier under General Xiao. Anyone who dares to bully us will find it no easy matter. With that, Murong Shui maneuvered the small boat, swiftly departing. For a beauty like Murong Shui to owe him a favor was a dream come true for any man, signifying a significant progression in their relationship. A little more interaction, and perhaps sparks of love might ignite. The City Lord is indeed a trusted soldier of General Xiao, with him protecting me. The Wang clan's attempts to harm me in the real world would be nearly impossible. As for being hunted in the Soul Realm, I shall employ guerrilla tactics reminiscent of the Liberation Army against the Japanese devils. Chu Feng possessed a divine pin battle spirit capable of dispatching those with soul power exceeding 10,000, coupled with an infinitely rewarding system. He had no reason to fear the Wang clan's pursuit. Should they dare to disregard their dignity and send someone after him, he would ensure they suffered greatly. Dying in the Soul Realm allowed for resurrection through the Soul Monument, yet the losses incurred were not insignificant. For lower-tier soul cultivators, the losses might be negligible. But for higher-tier cultivators, the consequences were severe. With each death, a portion of hard-earned soul power was lost. The extent of the loss was random. Some might only lose a few hundred soul power, while others could find themselves bereft of thousands. Generally, the more one died, the more devastating the losses became. For instance, during his first death against young Master Xiaoyao and others, Chu Feng experienced minimal loss. Chu Feng and Chu Peng, aboard the stolen small boat, swiftly paddled toward the lakeshore. Peng, be astute. I shall absorb these soul stones first. I need to elevate my soul power above 1,000. If we encounter enemies pursuing us, it will grant us a greater chance of survival. Having slain young Master Wang, Chu Feng had acquired 6 soul stones, a considerable bounty. Grasping a stone in each hand and sitting atop 4 more, he voraciously absorbed their energy. His soul power surged like a flood. Within the Wang clan soul hall, the 4 masters who had fallen to Chu Feng emerged from the soul chamber one after another. The guards were astounded, questioning what calamity had befallen. How could so many from the Wang clan have been slain in the soul realm? Had they provoked a supermaster with soul power exceeding 100,000? Chapter 83. Soul power can extend life. Investigate. Find out who that boy is. My Wang clan has never endured such a loss. We will ensure he never dares enter the soul realm again. Young Master Wang's handsome visage darkened, his expression twisted with rage. Previously, he had only been the one to oppress others. When had it become his turn to be bullied, especially by an insignificant nobody he regarded as an ant? Chu Feng's soul power was merely a few hundred, while his surpassed 2,000, a multitude greater. The fact that Chu Feng never even employed his battle spirit only deepened young Master Wang's humiliation. He believed Chu Feng held him in such disdain that he deemed it unnecessary to use his battle spirit, confident that he could dispatch him with bare hands. And indeed, That was the truth. He had been obliterated by Chu Feng's punch. A disgrace witnessed by the assembled Wang clan members and Murong Shui alike, an embarrassment that felt as though it had reached his very ancestors. Damn it. That scoundrel must have intended to humiliate me, using me as a stepping stone to win the heart of a fair maiden. How detestable. It is utterly infuriating. Young Master Wang's anger only grew as he pondered the situation. Suddenly, it occurred to Wang that Ling Qianfeng was also aboard the great ship. With Ling Qianfeng's formidable cultivation, he would undoubtedly be able to easily annihilate Chu Feng. Let me bide my time a little longer. Uncle Qianfeng will surely avenge me. As this thought crossed his mind, the fury within Wang began to subside somewhat. At that moment, a radiant light illuminated the soul monument, and soon after, Ling Qianfeng emerged from the soul slot, his complexion pallid and appearing quite feeble. Uncle Qianfeng, you too were slain by that brat? Wang gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be possible? Not only did Ling Qianfeng possess a soul power exceeding 10,000, but he also wielded a red spear soul and had cultivated soul techniques. How could such a powerhouse be vanquished by that wretched scoundrel? This revelation shattered Wang's understanding of reality. What a disgrace, to be slain by a mere junior whose soul power did not surpass 500. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating moment in Ling Qianfeng's career. Ling Qianfeng shook his head repeatedly, sighing heavily, his demeanor somber. Divine thunder? Wang exclaimed in horror. The art of summoning thunder was a divine technique, requiring at least the cultivation of a soul emperor to wield. How could Chu Feng, a mere wretch with soul power under 500, possibly summon divine thunder? I recall Murong Shui referring to that brat as Chu Feng. You must immediately investigate a youth named Chu Feng from Tianbing City. If this individual truly is a reincarnation of a soul emperor or merely playing the fool, my Wang family must swallow this grievance. Otherwise, we might provoke a being as terrifying as a soul emperor, who could extinguish all of the Wang family's experts with but a finger. Wang, however, was not a fool without sense. He forced himself to remain calm, knowing he could not act impulsively. Otherwise, he would bring calamity upon the Wang family, and it would be too late to regret it. Quickly, dispatch someone into the soul realm to notify all experts of the Wang family that they must not take any action against Murong Shui and her companions, especially that youth named Chu Feng. We must not offend him lightly. All decisions shall be made after verifying this person's identity. After making the necessary arrangements, Wang exited the soul hall and proceeded directly to the training grounds of the Wang family's elder. The Wang family's significant influence in the soul realm stemmed from the formidable presence of their elder, a being with soul power exceeding 100,000, who commanded respect even within the great Yong dynasty. Meanwhile, Chu Feng and Chu Depeo remained vigilant against the pursuit of the Wang family's experts. They dared not disembark from the dock, but instead chose a lower, flatter lakeside to climb ashore. As for the small boat, worth a single soul stone, they had no choice but to abandon it. Having fully absorbed 6 soul stones, Chu Feng's soul power had successfully risen to 1,080. Finally surpassing the threshold of 1,000. Upon breaking through the 1,000 mark, he noticed not only an enhancement in strength, but also that his soul body had become significantly more solid. Fatty. Is it true that soul power can extend one's lifespan? Chu Feng, lacking systematic knowledge of soul cultivation, was uncertain. Of course it's true. When soul power exceeds 1,000, one can extend their life by a year. Over 10,000 grants 10 years, and so forth, Chu Depeo stated gravely, having witnessed countless predecessors validate this. If merely increasing soul power by 1,000 extends life by a year, wouldn't T exceeding 100,000 extend it by a century? That seems far too easy. Chu Feng remained skeptical. Chu Depeo rolled his eyes, exasperated. Brother Feng, you're being ridiculous. Who possesses your level of talent? You absorb a low-grade soul stone and gain 100 in soul power, while we only gain at most 50. Furthermore, the higher one's soul power, the less one gains. Talent is crucial. It can save immense effort. Those without talent must exert 100-fold or even 1,000-fold to make up for it. For Chu Feng, raising his soul power by 1,000 could be accomplished with merely 10 low-grade soul stones, while someone of Chu Depeo's mediocre caliber might require 20 or even more. Soul stones were exceedingly precious. An ordinary soul cultivator would consider it a good day to earn 10 soul coins. One soul stone was worth 1,000 soul coins. To gather 20 soul stones would take 2,000 days, equating to nearly 5.5 years of labor. In truth, no one could remain in the soul realm day in and day out. A person's soul could not typically leave their body for more than 3 days. Surpassing this limit would cause discomfort, and beyond 7 days, the soul would dissipate. Even if revived through the soul monument, considerable damage would ensue, potentially resulting in irreversible harm. Thus, the time required to accumulate 20 soul stones could easily double, amounting to at least 10 years. How many 10-year spans does one have in a lifetime? In the end, all that effort was annihilated by Chu Feng in an instant. With his soul power elevated to 1080, his combat prowess had more than doubled. With his current strength, facing a second-tier soul beast would be child's play. He could vanquish them effortlessly. He even suspected that with his mastery of the Frost Fist technique, he could handle a third-tier soul beast with relative ease. Chapter 84. The bride snatching. Having earned 10 lottery points, Chu Feng's fingers itched to draw a prize. Unfortunately, he ended up with the most worthless band-aid. This time, he refrained from cursing the system. If every draw yielded something valuable, it would no longer be a lottery, but rather a treasure heist. Upon exiting the soul realm, Chu Feng hurried home. Today was the auspicious day of his mother's wedding, and as her son, he naturally had to be by her side. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the two sycophantic relatives, his cousin and aunt, who approached him with exaggerated smiles. "Have you had breakfast yet? Your aunt prepared lean meat porridge and boiled eggs, and I'll bring them right over." His aunt, having witnessed Chu Feng's extraordinary wealth the previous day, no longer dared to underestimate him. The notion of purchasing jewelry worth over 100 gold coins was something she had never even dared to dream of. "Little Feng, your cousin has been busy too. Look, I've organized everything your mother needs for her wedding early this morning." His cousin chimed in, eager to share her accomplishments. "Aunt, cousin, thank you for your hard work. Where is my mother?" Chu Feng inquired, noticing the absence of Wei and his mother. "Hee. Your sister is in her room, getting ready. With all the exquisite and valuable jewelry you bought yesterday, she will undoubtedly look even more regal and beautiful than a queen." His cousin giggled, pointing towards his mother's bedroom. A smile broke across Chu Feng's face as he wolfed down the lean meat porridge and devoured the boiled eggs. After battling throughout the night in the soul realm and reaping considerable rewards, he was ravenous. After finishing breakfast, Yue emerged from his mother's room, beaming with joy. Chu Feng craned his neck for a glimpse inside, only to see his mother sitting before a bronze mirror, her makeup exquisitely done. With Yue's assistance, she appeared at least 10 years younger. The beauty that had once caught the eye of the Chu family's patriarch had not diminished over the years. What she lacked was merely the elegance of a noble lady. Now adorned with the jewelry Chu Feng had purchased, her grace was instantly elevated. Even Chu Feng, so familiar with his mother, found it difficult to recognize her. She resembled a grand lady from a wealthy family, regal and enchanting. "Mother, you look truly beautiful today," Chu Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "Haha, you little rascal, you only know how to say sweet words to make me happy. I wonder if your father will like my appearance now," his mother replied, her face radiant with joy, tinged with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. She had long awaited this day, and without her son's rise, she might never have attained the honor she deserved. "Mother, you must be confident. If I weren't your son, I'd want to pursue you myself," Chu Feng teased playfully. "How dare you speak to me like that? Go outside and keep an eye out. The wedding procession will arrive shortly, and we must not neglect our guests." With a playful glare, Mother Chu urged her son, Chu Feng, to watch the entrance. As time ticked away, the distant sound of drums and gongs filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. "They've arrived." Chu Feng's spirits lifted, but his brow soon furrowed with concern as he realized the sedan chair was entering from outside the Chu family estate. Moreover, the rider on the white horse was not the head of the Chu family. Both Lady Chu and Chu Hong wore sly smiles as they mingled among the wedding party. The Chu family placed great importance on reputation, so such a display was utterly unthinkable. Chu Feng sensed something was amiss. At that moment, Fatty Chu arrived, donned in fine attire, ready to assist. "Brother Feng, whatever you need, just say the word." Fatty Chu, brimming with energy after obtaining the battle spirit, was finally on his way to becoming the soul master he had always aspired to be. His status within the Chu family was set to rise swiftly, transforming him into a confident and proactive individual. The laziness of his past had vanished without a trace. It is often the case that a person's lack of ambition stems not from a desire to be idle, but from a lack of self-confidence and the foundational conditions necessary for striving forward. Ask a beggar to start a business, and it would be a jest. When he lacks even the basic necessities of food and shelter, how could he hope to pursue entrepreneurship? Establishing a beggar's guild might be more fitting. "Boss, we haven't arrived too late, have we?" Chu Xing and Chu Wang, the two brothers, also donned their best clothes, reserved for festive occasions, and rushed over to help. Have you heard any rumors? Why is the sedan chair coming from outside the Chu family? Chu Feng finally caught sight of the horseman at the front of the wedding procession. It was an elderly man, approximately 60 years old, with a flat nose, frog-like lips, and bulging eyes. His bushy eyebrows resembled a broom. He was frail and swayed dangerously on the horse, as if he might topple off at any moment. I recognized that man on the white horse, that S. Chang, the pimp from Baixiang Lu. Fatty Chu, a regular in the red light district, immediately identified the rider. What? Chu Feng's face darkened upon hearing the wedding party included a pimp. Fatty, go to my room and bring out 4 swords, 1 for each of us. Today was supposed to be a day of joy for my mother, and while it was not ideal to resort to violence, it was prudent to prepare for such ill-intentioned guests. Chu Feng's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the wedding party. In the soul realm, he was invincible, unafraid of anyone, be it young Master Xia or young Master Wang. In the real world, he was equally formidable, as evidenced by his confrontation with the notorious Pu Chang. When it came to killing, he held no hesitation. Boss, just say the word, and we'll charge into battle, no matter the peril. Chu Xing and Chu Wang pledged, having resolved to follow Chu Feng without question. Chu Feng was pleased with their loyalty and felt no regret in accepting them as his brothers. Soon, Fatty returned, carrying 4 sword hilts. Although they were merely training swords, they would suffice for their purpose. The cacophony of drums grew louder as the wedding procession approached Chu Feng's doorstep. Who are you? Chu Feng brandished his sword, blocking the path. As a practitioner of the 3rd level of body refinement, he exuded a certain authority. Step aside, brat. Today is my 5th uncle's big day. I have no desire to resort to violence. The ugly old man on the white horse barked menacingly at Chu Feng. Get lost, or I swear, you will not leave this place alive. Chu Feng retorted fiercely, having long suspected Lady Chu's treachery. He had initially thought she would only stir trouble during the ceremony, but this wicked woman had gone to such lengths as to hire a pimp to disgrace his mother. A wave of murderous intent surged within him. Today, he would turn this situation upside down. How dare you act so defiantly in front of Master Chang? You must be tired of living. With a wave of his hand, 2 ruffians emerged from behind the sedan chair, their disheveled attire and swaggering demeanor making their intentions clear. Listen here. Don't make us get physical, otherwise, you'll be dead in no time. My arm is thicker than your thigh, and one punch could send you flying. The 2 thugs advanced towards Chu Feng, their bravado faltering in his presence. Did you not hear me? Get out of the way. One thug, boasting about his muscular arms, pointed threateningly at Chu Feng. In response, Chu Feng raised his sword and struck with blinding speed. Crack! Blood splattered as one thug's arm fell to the ground, twitching like a shrimp. Ah, my arm. The most aggressive thug recoiled in agony, realizing that had Chu Feng aimed for his head, he would have met his end. The other thug was paralyzed with fear. He had only ever intimidated ordinary citizens and vulnerable women, but now faced a man more fearsome than any bandit. The rider on the white horse, Master Chang, nearly toppled off in shock. Oh no, murder. Young Master Chu, this marriage is no longer feasible. His bravado evaporated, leaving him pale with fear. Chu Hong had not anticipated that the heavily paid Chang would be so ineffective. Lady Chu quickly reassured, do not panic. I am here. The sky will not fall. Is it not just a young brat blocking the way? I will deal with him. With a wave of her hand, she summoned 2 guards, exuding an aura of terror akin to mountains and seas. They were at least 8th level body refiners, possibly even 9th. Subdue that brat. The rest of you, go inside and seize that Qin woman. Bring her to the sedan chair. Once she is inside, she will have no choice but to accept her fate. Does she not look in the mirror? A mere servant dares to enter the Chu family as a concubine? What a delusion. With a commanding tone, Lady Chu sent the 2 9th-level experts towards Chu Feng, while Chang's men rushed into the Chu household, intending to abduct his mother. Their plan was to tarnish her reputation, ensuring that she could never be taken as a concubine by the family head again. Lady Chu's scheming was deeply calculated, and her malice surpassed that of a serpent. Secure the door. Fatty, Chu Xing, Chu Wang, hold the line. Anyone who dares to breach the threshold shall be met with death. Chu Feng's expression turned grave as he faced the 2 9th-level experts, determination surging within him. If it were only one, he might stand a chance. But with 2 formidable foes, his odds dwindled to near 0. He had to hold out as long as possible, hoping the higher-ups of the Chu family would arrive swiftly. Meanwhile, the elders of the Chu family were convened by Elder Chu Quan in the family's assembly hall, discussing matters of grave importance. The sole purpose is to deliberately delay the upper echelons of the Chu family, thus granting the lady a precious moment to seize her opportunity. Boom. Before Chu Feng could react, he was struck by a master of the 9th layer of body refinement. The disparity of 6 minor realms was indeed akin to a chasm. His body curled in pain, as if struck by a meteor, and the sword he held had long since slipped from his grasp. Well done, strike me hard. As long as it does not result in death. Though the lady was ruthless, she was not foolish. Chu Feng was currently the most promising soul master of the Chu family, garnering significant attention from the family's higher-ups, and was a key figure in their cultivation efforts. In fact, his standing within the Chu family had even surpassed that of the lady herself. As for the so-called young master, Chu Hong, he had long been overshadowed by Chu Feng, having been cast aside by several streets. Despite the vast resources spent to elevate him and the numerous schemes devised to bolster his reputation, he had merely acquired the title of a martial arts genius. However, as the saying goes, false pretenses cannot endure, and true talent cannot be faked. At a young age, Chu Hong's ability to cultivate to the 3rd layer of body refinement was indeed impressive. Yet, 6 or 7 years later, he remained at that same 3rd layer, which raised suspicions. The senior members of the Chu family were not fools. They must have realized that this so-called genius was merely a fade, a product of deception and rumor. In recent years, Chu Hong's standing within the family had plummeted, after Chu Feng had soundly defeated him. Neither the lady nor the higher-ups came to Chu Hong's defense, revealing much about their sentiments. The Chu family was a prominent clan, comprising nearly 1,000 members, and it was inconceivable to support a fabricated genius. Otherwise, the Chu family would not have become a distinguished lineage in Tianbing City, but would instead have swiftly declined and been eliminated by competing factions. Bang, bang, bang. 2 9th-layer body refinement masters relentlessly pummeled Chu Feng. At that moment, Chu Daping and the others were also overwhelmed by the formidable foes. Mr. Chang had begun directing his underlings to kick down the door. Boom. The door collapsed under the force, nearly crushing the frightened Yuer hiding behind it. Meanwhile, the calculating cousin and aunt had already lost their wits, cowering beneath the table. Yuer hastily dashed into Chu Mu's room, shut the door, and secured it from within. Not stopping there, she exerted all her strength to barricade the door with tables and other objects. Unfortunately, the enemy was far too powerful. The door was brutally kicked open by the aggressors. Mr. Chang, upon seeing 2 terrified beauties inside, was taken aback. Chu Feng's mother had never encountered such a scene. She believed that the lady had conspired with the brothel's procurer to forcefully take her, intending to tarnish her reputation. Though timid and weak, she possessed an inner strength. She had quietly grasped a sharp hairpin, and should the situation escalate, she would rather take her own life than suffer indignity. Chapter 86. A resounding slap just when things seemed dire. A graceful figure swooped in. Stop. The newcomer was none other than the city lord's daughter, Murong Shui. Amidst the chaos, her exclamation lacked authority, and hardly anyone heeded her call. Crack, crack, crack. Murong Shui sprang into action, unleashing a soft whip from her sleeve. Its strikes resembling a frenzied serpent. The 2 9th-layer body refinement masters had no time to resist and were sent flying by her blows, crashing to the ground and howling in agony as their bones shattered. She was at least a 1st-layer wheel realm master and a student of the Divine Martial Academy. 2 ordinary 9th-layer body refinement masters were insignificant before her prowess. Just as she prepared to check on Chu Feng's injuries, he surprisingly struggled to his feet. How could he stand after enduring simultaneous assaults from 2 9th-layer masters? Murong Shui gazed at him in astonishment. Chu Feng had cultivated the ruthless sky demon technique, which made him unafraid of injury. Being struck only accelerated his power. He retrieved his sword from the ground and charged into the room. The others, having weak martial arts skills, were all lying on the ground, wailing in despair, having lost their combat abilities. As Chu Feng stormed into the room, 2 thugs lunged at him. In response, he coldly raised his sword to strike. To his surprise, he discovered that practicing the Frost Fist in the Soul Realm significantly enhanced his abilities in the real world. His agility and techniques had improved exponentially, far surpassing his previous novice level. When he had previously severed a thug's arm, he had sensed something unusual. Now, after effortlessly slaying 2 thugs at the 3rd layer of body refinement, he was convinced that the enhancement of his soul skills could indeed elevate his martial arts in reality. It was only someone like Chu Feng, a novice, who would be unaware of this. Any martial artist with even a modicum of knowledge understood that soul skills surpassed martial arts in sophistication. Mastering martial arts to an advanced level was merely the precursor to comprehending soul skills. More accurately, soul skills were an upgraded version of martial arts, the quintessence of their practice. This was why Chu Feng had yet to cultivate vital energy. Once he advanced to the Wheel Realm, he would undoubtedly be able to unleash the Frost Fist in the real world, with power that would only surpass its effects in the Soul Realm. Blood splattered as the two thugs collapsed lifelessly, sending shockwaves through Mr. Chang's remaining subordinates. They scrambled in panic, too terrified to confront the formidable Chu Feng any longer. Mr. Chang had entered Chu Feng's mother's room, preparing to seize Yuer's short sword. "Hey there, little beauty, you'd best put down that sword, lest I inadvertently harm you." No matter how fierce or headstrong the girls from the 100 Fragrance Pavilion were, they had to comply in front of Mr. Chang, lying submissively and spreading their legs. Mr. Chang did not need to utter any vulgar words. Startled by the cries behind him, he turned to see Chu Feng entering with a bloodied sword, instantly sending him into a state of shock. Plop! Without uttering a word, Mr. Chang fell to his knees, begging for mercy. "Please spare me, young master. Today could have led to a disaster. My mother nearly fell into an abyss." How could Chu Feng show mercy to such a man? His mother and Yue were his bottom line. He would not show leniency to anyone who dared to harm them, let alone Mr. Chang, a mere procurer. Even the emperor would not escape his wrath should he touch his reverse scale. Mr. Chang was also a cunning individual. While he appeared to beg for mercy, his right hand stealthily retreated into his sleeve. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, a brutality unique to the desperate figures of the underworld. Chu Feng's sword was swifter, slicing through Mr. Chang's neck, severing his head from his body. A cylindrical hidden weapon was clutched in Mr. Chang's hand. In his final moments, he failed to secure it, and the bamboo tube rolled to the ground uncontrollably. Instinctively, Chu Feng felt the bamboo tube posed a significant danger. He crouched down to pick it up, examining it closely. Soon, he discovered a mechanism at the base of the tube and a sieve-like front with numerous holes. How perilous! This object resembled the legendary Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, a sinister hidden weapon. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Through the mesh holes, he could faintly see tightly arranged poison needles emitting a bluish glow, evidently coated in potent venom. With just a press of the mechanism, the poison needles would shoot out instantly. Due to their small size and dense arrangement, they were nearly impossible to evade. A single needle could cause instant death. This hidden weapon would serve well for self-defense. Chu Feng tucked the bamboo tube into his sleeve. Not long ago, he had been ruthlessly beaten by two ninth-layer body refinement masters, unable to put up any resistance. If he possessed such a deadly hidden weapon, he could retaliate fiercely and eliminate formidable foes in an instant. Yue and his mother trembled in fear, their faces pale. They had never witnessed such a bloody scene. "Feng, you've killed someone. What shall we do?" Chumu said, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. "These individuals forcefully invaded the Chu family, intending to abduct you, which is akin to the actions of bandits. Should I eliminate them, I would not only be exonerated but also deemed a benefactor, ridding the populace of a menace. Mother, rest assured, with my current influence, there are indeed not many in Tianding City who could threaten me." This is not mere bravado from Chu Feng. He genuinely possesses such capability. Renowned figures such as Murong Shui, President Mu Qing, and Jean Chiron are all willing to assist him. The Chu family would certainly not allow any harm to come to him. The act of eliminating Chang Yi and his associates is trivial in comparison. "Yue, do stay here and keep mother company." Chu Feng dragged Chang Yi's lifeless body outside and then commanded his aunt and cousin, who were hiding beneath the table, to clean the bloodstains in the room. Today marks a momentous occasion for Mother, and there can be no delays. This incident has infuriated Chu Feng to the utmost. The madam and Chu Hong, those wretches, deserve death. The people brought by Chang Yi had long fled without a trace, sword in hand, stained with blood. Chu Feng stepped out, seeking retribution against the madam. However, as soon as he emerged, the upper echelons of the Chu family arrived in succession, each wearing a grave expression. Filled with indignation. "You have come at just the right time, esteemed elders. This wretched spawn, Chu Feng, is ruthless and cruel. He has killed 3 individuals without a second thought. Our Chu family cannot harbor such a vile and merciless individual." The madam has twisted the narrative, playing the role of the victim. She has even dispatched someone to inform the city lord, vowing that Chu Feng shall pay with his life today. The head of the Chu family, his expression cold, delivered a resounding slap. "You dare strike me?" The madam covered her face, blood trickling from her lips, staring incredulously at the head of the Chu family. Ah, Chu Jingyi, have you grown wings? You once feared to utter a harsh word to me. Now you dare to strike me in front of so many. The madam, a shrew, immediately resorted to her usual tactics, crying, causing a scene, and threatening self-harm. Humph. The husband leads, and the wife follows. Do you regard me as your husband? You promised to take Qin as a concubine in front of the 3 clan elders at the ancestral hall. My father and I have both consented to this matter. Yet here you are, scheming and bringing in outsiders to forcibly claim me. What do you take our Chu family for? Do you not care for my dignity and feelings? The head of the Chu family spoke with a tone of authority, revealing his supreme dignity as the family leader. Chao, let me make this clear. My respect for you over the years was not born of fear but gratitude for your family aiding us through difficult times. Previously, the head of the Chu family had been tolerant towards Chao, but her recent actions were excessively presumptuous and malicious, jeopardizing the reputation of the Chu family. Therefore, he could no longer endure her. Striking her was merely a mild reprimand. Had it been another concubine from a different branch, he might have outright divorced her. Chu Feng had emerged, intending to slay the madam and Chu Hong, but with the head of the Chu family and others present, he would not succeed. The consequences of killing Chao would be dire, far beyond what Chu Feng could bear at this moment, for Chao's family was also prestigious. Though merely a collateral branch, she served as a vital link between the Chu and Chao families. If she were to be slain, her family would not let it rest. They might even retaliate against the Chu family. Sometimes, a family's reputation holds greater significance than mere interests. Outsiders would mock the Chao family for their perceived cowardice. In such circumstances, the Chao family would certainly act to preserve their honor. Chu Feng, is your mother unharmed? The head of the Chu family disregarded the madam's tantrums, swiftly crossing nearly 10 meters to reach Chu Feng. Having heard much of the head's martial prowess, Chu Feng's pupils dilated in realization. The head's strength seemed to rival that of Murong Shui. My mother is well, though she has been somewhat frightened. Chu Feng felt a complex array of emotions in the presence of the head. Psychologically, he still harbored some resistance. That is well. The wedding shall proceed as planned. No one shall hinder my marriage to Qin Lan today. The head of the Chu family exuded an air of authority, commanding his subordinates to bring forth the bridal sedan chair. Immediately, servants appeared, carrying the sedan chair adorned with red flowers. Once attired as the groom, the head personally entered the room to escort Chu Feng's mother onto the sedan chair. She appeared particularly agitated, her hands shaking, her face obscured by the red veil. Mother! Chu Feng rushed to the front of the sedan chair, suddenly kneeling and bowing 3 times to his mother, expressing his gratitude for her nurturing. Child, please rise. Chu Feng's mother, seated in the chair, spoke with a choked voice. The head of the Chu family looked at his kneeling son, a tender glimmer in his eyes. Feeling a sense of pride, Chu Feng had become the most promising among his sons, a stark contrast to his eldest, Chu Hong, who had proven disappointing. Lacking both talent and virtue. A gentleman should possess both virtue and talent. Lacking either is unacceptable for the Chu family. This realization only fortified the head's resolve to wed Qin. He needed to prepare for the future, nurturing a capable successor. At that moment, loud shouts echoed from afar as the city lord, with a stern expression, led a contingent of city guards into the Chu family estate. The previously unruly Chao sprang to her feet. The city lord's face was as grave as the sea. He had received reports from the Chu family regarding a murderer among them, having already claimed several lives. Such a serious matter warranted his immediate attention. Had he known it was merely the actions of Chao, he would have certainly refrained from involving himself in this turmoil. Where is the culprit? The city lord dismounted, casting an authoritative gaze over the scene. The Chu family, a prestigious clan, had maintained amicable relations with the city lord's residents. The head of the Chu family and others were taken aback by Chao's audacity, disregarding the interests of the Chu family by secretly alerting the authorities. Injuring someone was minor. Murder was a grievous crime, punishable by exile or even execution. The head of the Chu family, clad in groom's attire, could not muster a smile at this moment. With a serious demeanor, he approached the city lord and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, expressing his gratitude for the city lord's personal involvement. This matter has deeper implications. I kindly request the esteemed lord to join us in the parlor for a detailed discussion. Very well. The city lord, familiar with the Chu family, especially since his daughter was studying the intricate art of divine inscription at their estate, could not refuse such a formal invitation. However, Chao, sensing the situation slipping away, was unwilling to relent and immediately sought to implicate Chu Feng. Silence. The head of the Chu family had never been this furious. His glare towards Chao icy, Humph. Chu Jingyi, do not think you can protect this illegitimate child today. The law of the dynasty does not tolerate murder. If you won't let me speak, then I shall. Chao, with a fierce expression, pointed her plump finger at Chu Feng, declaring, it was he. He is the murderer. The city lord furrowed his brow, looking towards the person Chao indicated, observing a young man with sharp features, composed and indifferent. To remain so calm after committing murder indicated exceptional character. Illegitimate child? Chao's envy towards the youth was evident. It appeared to be an internal conflict within the Chu family, with the head and senior members wishing to protect this youth while Chao sought his demise. Director Hong, following closely behind the city lord, felt a shiver upon recognizing the alleged murderer. This young master Chu Feng certainly knows how to stir trouble. Why is it always him? Noting the close relationship between Chu Feng and Mu Qing, Director Hong deemed it prudent to alert his superior. As she leaned closer to the lord of the city, she whispered, my lord, the murderer identified by the Chao family is the very person whom President Mu Qing came to the city guard to rescue. The lord was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, what? It is he. Director Hong affirmed, indeed, it is this individual. Furthermore, my investigations reveal that this young Master Chu is far from ordinary. Not only does President Mu Qing treat him as an esteemed guest, but even Jean Kairan has established a rapport with him. Chapter 88. Not only innocent, but also accomplished. The Lord's heart felt as if a bomb had been detonated within it, shaking him to the core. His gaze sharpened, now infused with curiosity as he regarded Chu Feng. Jean Kairan was a shrewd character, never associating with those lacking in value. This illegitimate son of the Chu family appeared to be leading an unremarkable life, suggesting that the Chu family remained unaware of his capabilities. Conversely, the esteemed President Mu Qing and the influential Jean Kairan treated him with utmost respect, which was truly intriguing. Seeing that the Lord merely scrutinized Chu Feng without any intention of issuing an arrest order, Chao felt a surge of urgency. Did the Lord intend to shield a criminal and pervert justice? Though I, Chao, am but a woman, my family is not an inconsequential one in Tianbing City. If the Lord does not apprehend the murderer today, I will escalate this matter, and it may lead to an unpleasant conclusion for you, my lord. Chao is indeed a formidable figure, adept in manipulation and scheming. To achieve her aims, she could feign affection or resort to desperate measures. Today, she would ensure that Chu Feng would not leave alive. The Qin family had attained their current status largely due to Chu Feng's meteoric rise. Without him, she would be nothing. Are you threatening me? The Lord's gaze sharpened, his expression darkening. This is not a threat. I merely speak the truth. Chao remained undaunted, locking eyes with the Lord. This woman was truly formidable, daring to confront the Lord directly. Most women would have quaked in fear at the sight of him, let alone challenge him. Chu, does this individual hold significance for your family? Ultimately, the Lord, a seasoned official, had no personal ties to Chu Feng. While he recognized Chu Feng's extraordinary nature, the current situation was perilous. If he chose to protect Chu Feng, he risked investigation and potential dismissal from his position. Although the lords of cities wielded substantial power, it did not grant them carte blanche. They were under constant scrutiny, and inspectors from the dynasty frequently conducted audits. Should any issues arise, the laws of the Daong dynasty were severe, and they would face harsh consequences. The lord's intention was clear. If Chu Feng was unimportant to the Chu family, he would be taken away without hesitation. For the sake of a mere insignificant figure, the lord would never gamble with his future. Before the family head could respond, Elder Chu Quan interjected, his demeanor grave. This individual is a newly inducted soul master of our Chu family, possessing commendable talent. While not critically important, he has some merit. Before the laws of the dynasty, all lives were equal. A crime committed by the emperor was no different from that of a commoner. Since this Chu Feng has committed murder, he has committed a grave offense. Our Chu family cannot shield him. The lord may proceed according to the law. Chu Quan was clearly colluding with the First Lady, having already formed an alliance. At this critical moment, he aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Chu Feng. Oh, so this individual is merely an ordinary soul master of the Chu family, and an illegitimate one at that. How fascinating, the lord mused, a sly expression crossing his face. To have garnered the favor of figures such as President Mu Qing and Jean Kairan while remaining of low status in the Chu family indicated that he possessed some unique abilities, allowing him to forge connections with such illustrious individuals. The lord, ever astute, discerned the underlying currents. The family had surely wished to protect this illegitimate son, while Chao and Chu Quan aimed for his demise. This aligned with the lord's intentions perfectly by ordering his arrest. He would neither offend the Chu family nor face any risk himself. Wait, A graceful figure emerged, her beauty ethereal, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, akin to a celestial being. In all of Tianbing City, only Murong Shui possessed such beauty. Of course, the enchanting Xianyu from the Zue Xiang Tower was equally captivating. Though she hailed from outside Tianbing City, Murong Shui appeared even more distinguished, likely from a larger city. Chu Hong and Chu Xingrong were consumed with jealousy, and it seemed their relationship was rather close. Chu Daping flashed an admiring smile at Chu Feng, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Just last time, Chu Feng had denied any connection with Murong Shui. Now, it would be difficult for him to argue otherwise. Does he owe you a great debt? The Lord regarded her with skepticism, clearly unconvinced. My precious daughter, you must understand that as the city lord, protecting Chu Feng would entail significant risk. Does he truly owe you such a great debt? Or could it be that you are grateful for the Chu family's teachings and divine rune engraving, leading you to advocate for this young man? The Lord, a man of military background, valued loyalty greatly. If Chu Feng had indeed saved Murong Shui, he would be compelled to protect him, regardless of the risks involved. Murong Shui's beautiful eyes flickered toward Chu Feng as she spoke softly. Were it not for his two timely rescues, I would not be standing here today. That day, I was drugged by Chu Hong, nearly losing my virtue. With my fiery spirit, had I been sullied by him, I would not have endured the humiliation. I would have slain Chu Hong and then taken my own life. It was Chu Feng who disrupted Chu Hong's plans and inadvertently saved me. In the Soul Realm's Battle Soul Lake, I was confronted by young Master Wang Yan. Had it not been for Chu Feng's intervention in eliminating Wang Yan and Ling Qiafeng, I would have surely perished. While I could have revived through the Soul Monument, my spirit would have suffered immense trauma. If this truly occurred, then my father cannot commit an act of ingratitude. Chu Feng, I shall bear the consequences of your actions, the Lord declared, raising his hand to command the city guards to remove the 3 corpses. He then proclaimed loudly to all. These 3 intruders sought to harm the women of the Chu family and were slain by Chu Feng. He has rid the people of a menace and shall be duly rewarded. I, the city lord, will commend him to the higher authorities. The words of the Lord carried weight. In matters of law, it was his discretion that determined right from wrong. Chu Feng, who had faced the death penalty, was now under the protection of the Lord, transforming his fate from guilt to merit. You connived together. The First Lady, furious, spat blood, her face dark and menacing, resembling a frenzied demon. With this decision made, Chu Feng's mother, seated in her bridal palanquin, heaved a sigh of relief, joyfully embarking on her marriage to the family head. Chapter 89. The Price of Insults as he observed the venomous glare from Chu Hong and the First Lady as they departed. Chu Feng was overcome with a sense of crisis. Rumors suggested that the Chao family's influence was not inferior to that of the Chu family. Would they intervene this time? If they did, the matter of Chu Feng's crime might never be resolved, leading to unpredictable outcomes. The only resources at my disposal are the lottery system and the water god runes. While the lottery system is indeed magical, the rewards it offers are fraught with randomness. Thus far, despite the presence of items within the lottery that could be utilized in the real world, Chu Feng had yet to draw anything of worth. Furthermore, his martial prowess was currently weak, rendering even powerful items ineffective. The family head's marriage to Chu Feng's mother was understated, conducted under the guidance of family elders and matchmakers. Chu Feng and his relatives offered their blessings. The matchmaker led Chu Feng's mother into the bridal chamber, while the head of the Chu family set up several tables for a feast, celebrating the event in a lively manner. The entire process was rather straightforward. During the banquet, Chu Feng noticed the intense camaraderie between Chu Quan and his son, Chu Shenrong, along with Chu Wanchuan. They exchanged toasts with great familiarity. Recently, Chu Quan had openly allied himself with the first madam against Chu Feng, creating a rift with both the elder Chu and Chu Jiuyang, who were staunch supporters of Chu Feng and were fully committed to nurturing his potential. When the city lord arrived with his men to apprehend the culprit, Chu Quan had kicked Chu Feng out, attempting to persuade the city lord to take him away, thus openly opposing the 2 supporters. The situation was perilous. Although the Chu family was a prominent clan in Heavenly Soldier City, they lacked the power to alter the city lord's decision. Had it not been for Murong Shui intervening on Chu Feng's behalf, the consequences would have been dire. Chu Quan was intentionally sending a signal, indicating to the elder Chu and others that he had formed a strategic alliance with Chu Wanchuan. Chu Wanchuan was the second in command of the Chu family's Divine Patterns Pavilion, possessing considerable experience and skill in crafting divine patterns. His son, Chu Xingrong, had achieved the status of a first-tier divine pattern master at a young age. The faction led by Chu Wanchuan was gaining momentum, harboring ambitions for the position of family head. While the head of the Chu family was formidable in martial arts, his understanding of soul patterns was lacking, and he had yet to comprehend the water divine pattern. Furthermore, the head sons were all mediocre, further demonstrating their vulnerability. Typically, Chu Wanchuan maintained a low profile, but today he appeared exuberant, his face beaming with pride and arrogance. As the banquet progressed, just as it was about to conclude, Chu Wanchuan stood up and cleared his throat. On this joyous occasion of Jing-E's celebration, I have good news to share. Just last night, I finally grasped the second-tier water divine pattern of our Chu family and successfully crafted a second-tier divine weapon. Without a doubt, in a couple of days, I will be heading to Haoshi City to participate in the second-tier divine pattern master assessment. Upon announcing this news, he cast a provocative glance at the elder Chu. The revelation of such explosive news immediately caused a stir among the attendees. A second-tier divine pattern master, in terms of status and influence, far surpassed a first-tier divine pattern master. The emergence of two second-tier divine pattern masters within the Chu family signified a substantial enhancement of their power. Our Chu family has produced another second-tier divine pattern master, finally breaking the monopoly of a single individual. This is indeed cause for celebration. Wanchuan, congratulations. Chu Quan likely had prior knowledge of this news. His words carried a hidden meaning, openly mocking the elder Chu for his monopolization of the divine patterns pavilion. This man was deliberately sowing discord within the Chu family, inciting animosity towards the elder Chu. After the initial shock, many senior members of the Chu family rose to toast Chu Wanchuan, expressing their congratulations. According to our family's customs, once one ascends to the rank of a second-tier divine pattern master, one may access the third floor of the divine patterns pavilion. In a few days, once I pass the assessment, I intend to move up there, so you may need to make space for me. Chu Wanchuan was openly contesting the elder Chu for control of the divine patterns pavilion. You, the elder Chu, have a notoriously fiery temper. You might just be driven to the brink of bloodshed. His face turned slightly pale, and his chest heaved as he gasped for air. What? Are you unwilling, brother? Chu Wanchuan retorted coldly. In our Chu family, the capable rise while the mediocre fall. That is our tradition. Not only the control of the divine patterns pavilion, but even the position of family head. My faction intends to compete for it. Competition is what will strengthen the Chu family. Oh, your faction truly is pitiful. There isn't a proper successor among you. Chu Wanchuan disdainfully swept his gaze over the elder Chu, Chu Feng, and others. Don't take offense, brother. The very core of our Chu family lies in divine pattern crafting. Besides you, is there another divine pattern master in your faction? Some truths may be unpleasant, but I must remind you of a few things. Although Chu Feng has performed admirably in the soul realm, that is merely the extent of it. And as for his true lineage, that remains uncertain. This statement was excessively inappropriate, despite the derogatory remarks labeling Chu Feng as an illegitimate child. His bloodline had never been questioned. Chu Wanchuan's audacious challenge to Chu Feng's paternity not only insulted him but also disrespected his mother. Old dog. You would do well to keep your mouth clean. Chu Feng would not allow anyone to demean his mother. Hey, you wild spawn, an uncultured wretch. You don't even know who your real father is, and now, having hit a sore spot, you're filled with rage? Chu Wanchuan sneered arrogantly, continuously mocking Chu Feng and his mother. Enraged, Chu Feng disregarded Wanchuan's status and took action. His system inventory contained nothing but 2 band-aids. He swiftly used one, sealing Wanchuan's mouth with it. Following in the footsteps of Chu Hong from years past, their mouths were now firmly closed together. Both the head of the Chu family and the elder Chu wore smiles, feeling a sense of satisfaction, although they were unsure how Chu Feng had managed it. Seeing Wanchuan receive his due was immensely gratifying. Wanchuan felt an itching sensation where the band-aid had adhered, but upon tearing it off in fury, he stunned everyone present. His mouth had vanished, seamlessly fused together. Chu Feng, what have you done to my father? Chu Xingrong exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger flooding through him. He had previously heard from Chu Hong about Chu Feng's unique adhesive that could instantaneously seal one's mouth shut. Initially incredulous, he now believed it wholeheartedly. For his father had just been dealt with by Chu Feng. Dare to insult my birthright? I shall ensure you lose yours. As Chu Feng finished speaking, he used the last band-aid. This item, deemed the most trivial in the lottery system, held some utility, albeit limited, and was frequently obtained without regret. Using it against an adversary was exceedingly worthwhile. Suddenly, Xingrong felt an uncomfortable tightening, and without considering the public setting, He reached down to check, only to turn pale with realization. I've been punished for cursing that brat. He forcefully ripped the band-aid off, only to find that he no longer had a rear. My rear is gone. Shinrong felt a mix of urgency, anger, humiliation, and fear. The crowd looked on in curious horror as he shamelessly groped himself in front of so many onlookers. Those who had previously been friendly with him were now repulsed by his lack of hygiene, quickly distancing themselves while casting disdainful glances. Meanwhile, his father, Chu Wanchuan, could not speak due to his mouth being sealed. Relying on his lineage and strength, he overturned the table and charged at Chu Feng. His face twisted with malice and murderous intent. Dare to touch my grandson? Did not expect me to hold back. In a swift motion, the elder Chu stepped forward, blocking Chu Feng. Wanchuan, you would do well to remain compliant. If conflict arises, it is not out of arrogance. Not a single member of the Chu family stands as my equal. The chief of the Chu family possesses martial prowess that surpasses even that of the elder Chu. With a swift leap, he surged forward, his form akin to a bolt of lightning, arriving instantaneously before Chu Wanchuan. An overwhelming aura emanated from him like a tidal wave, accompanied by concentric rings of battle energy manifesting around his body. 3 distinct rings of battle energy continually circled the Chu family head, rendering him akin to a deity of war. You have already ascended to the 3rd layer of the Wheel Meridian realm? Elder Chu Quan dashed over, intent on supporting Chu Wanchuan against the Chu family head. However, he was struck with terror upon realizing that the Chu family head had indeed reached the 3rd layer of the Wheel Meridian realm, while he himself was merely at the 2nd layer. As for Chu Wanchuan, having spent all his time on divine inscriptions and possessing only mediocre martial talent, he remained at the 1st layer of the Wheel Meridian realm. A practitioner of the Wheel Meridian realm who has opened several meridians can manifest multiple rings of battle energy on their body, indicating greater strength. Had the Chu family had only been at the 2nd layer, they might have had a fighting chance. However, now they were utterly outmatched. Everyone is from the Chu family. Let us not harm our harmony. Chu Quan's arrogance evaporated entirely as he realized that even combined with Chu Wanchuan, they stood no chance against the Chu family head. This man was adept at adapting to circumstances. Upon witnessing the Chu family head's silent advancement to the 3rd layer, he immediately lost his bravado. Chu Wanchuan glared at Chu Feng with a predatory gaze, filled with venomous words he wished to unleash. Unfortunately, his mouth was sealed shut, rendering him voiceless. Chu Feng, restore their voices and dignity. After all, they are your elders. Chu Quan dared not act aggressively, and quickly donned a conciliatory demeanor. When Chu Feng cast a frigid glance in his direction, he hastily covered his mouth with his hand, realizing that his vulnerability was also exposed to Chu Feng's wrath. He swiftly covered his rear as well. This display was indeed quite comical. The potency of Chu Feng's adhesive was extraordinary, silently affixing itself to either the mouth or rear without notice. He had no desire to share the same fate as Chu Wanchuan and his father. One must adhere to evidence in all matters. Their arrogance has led them to face retribution. Why should that concern me? Which of your eyes witnessed me attacking them? If Chu Feng had not run out of bandages, he would have certainly gifted one to Chu Quan, who nearly led him to ruin during the city lord's investigation. Chu Quan remained silent, for there was indeed no evidence. Chu Feng and the father-son duo were separated by 2 tables. Furthermore, Chu Feng's own strength was merely at the 3rd layer of body refinement. It was improbable for him to have stealthily attacked the Chu Wanchuan duo from such a distance. Even a 12th layer Wheel Meridian practitioner would find that challenging. Just then, Chu Xingrong suddenly clutched his abdomen, producing a cacophony of sounds. A malicious grin crept across Chu Feng's face. With the rear's functionality gone, it would be intriguing to see how Chu Xingrong would relieve himself. Chu Feng, I curse you. Wait until I settle this matter. Chu Xingrong exclaimed, his face contorted in pain as he hurriedly fled, shouting for the doctor to bring a surgical knife. Chu Feng and the others erupted in laughter, reveling in Chu Xingrong's misfortune. Chu Wanchuan's mouth was likewise sealed, and he too needed immediate intervention, otherwise he might starve. Chu Feng hardly paid attention to the ordinary village girls. These 2 self-serving relatives had only taken notice of him due to his rising status in the Chu family and his ability to amass wealth in the Soul Realm. Otherwise, they would not have spared him a glance. For a decade and more, Chu Feng had made little impact on them, indicating a lack of interaction. Upon returning home, Yue shyly entered Chu Feng's chamber. Her skin was fair and tender, radiating an alluring glow. The fragrance of a freshly bathed maiden wafted into Chu Feng's nostrils. It was evident that she had just bathed, and given her expression, even the dimmest of minds would grasp that she had come to warm his bed. "Young master, you must be weary after a long day. Allow me to serve you and rest." Yue lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, too bashful to meet Chu Feng's eyes. He needed to urgently enhance his strength. Seeing such a pure and charming beauty approach him, it would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected. However, he was acutely aware that indulging in mere pleasures could lead to a fate akin to those fallen monarchs. Yue was his servant, and he could enjoy her companionship at any time. His priority was to navigate the impending crisis first. There would be ample time for enjoyment in the future. Chu Feng had no desire to become a short-lived specter. He did not let his newfound connections with influential figures like Mu Qing and Jin Qiren inflate his ego. He maintained a clear understanding of his situation. Whether it was Mu Qing, Jin Qiren, or Lady Zhang, they were all drawn to him due to the significant value he presented in their eyes. His enemies were formidable, and merely knowing a handful of individuals was vastly insufficient. He needed to connect with even more powerful figures. Chu Feng had offended prominent figures in the Soul Realm, such as young Master Xiaoao and young Master Wang Yan, all of whom were of considerable repute. Wang Yan would undoubtedly be able to track him down, and it was only a matter of time before young Master Xiaoao would do the same. He must elevate his strength before these adversaries came knocking, lest he squander the miraculous benefits of the lottery system. The divine inscriptions were the pinnacle of skills in this world, and to forge connections with even greater figures, he needed to advance his water divine inscription to the second or even third tier. Yue had entered Chu Feng's room with great courage. Having bathed in preparation to warm his bed, she had not anticipated his rejection. After a moment of shock, a sorrowful expression crossed her face, her eyes misting over. Would the young master find her unclean due to her humble origins and her past of serving guests with drinks, causing her deep-seated insecurities? Though she had served guests drinks, she had never shared a bed with any of them. Chu Feng was taken aback by the strength of her self-esteem and her fragile disposition. Upon witnessing Yue's near tears, he felt a surge of panic. With her beauty, she would undoubtedly be the envy of any school, akin to a campus belle. In his previous life, Chu Feng had never dared to dream of having such a beautiful partner. Now, in this otherworldly realm, fate had granted him a pure beauty, and he was determined to cherish and adore Yue. Why was she crying? At a loss, Chu Feng simply embraced her. Her delicate form exuded an enchanting fragrance. Soft as cotton, the intoxicating sensation compelled him to hold her tighter, wishing to meld her into his very being. "Young master, you are holding too tightly," Yue murmured softly. "Ah, did I hurt you?" Chu Feng quickly released her. "Yue, I understand your feelings. However, for the next few days, I must focus on dealing with the matriarch and Chu Hong first. Although I have targeted those who deserved it, I have nonetheless transgressed the law. Those like Master Chang and the wicked servant Pu Chang differ from mere slaves. They are citizens protected by the law. Although the city lord currently shelters me, the Chao family's influence is vast. If someone of higher rank than the city lord intervenes, I would be in peril." Chu Feng patiently explained to Yue. "Is that so?" Yue initially thought the young master despised her. A smile eventually broke through her tears. After much effort, Chu Feng finally ushered Yue out of his room. He then began to concentrate on his water divine inscription. Despite the recent turmoil, he had been tirelessly contemplating his second-tier water divine inscription. With the significant enhancement of his soul power, his cognitive abilities became sharper, his mind more agile, and his spirit more vibrant. He immediately began drafting the second-tier divine pattern framework on the parchment. The handwritten notes passed down from the Chu family provided immense assistance, not allowing for mere copying but offering insightful references. The experiences and insights of predecessors were invaluable, sparing him from numerous detours. As the night breeze gently flowed, a solitary lamp illuminated the room. Chu Feng was deeply engrossed in contemplating his second-tier water divine pattern. A knowing smile crept across his face, perhaps inspired by the thought of his charming father, who, after years of restraint, could no longer suppress his emotions and found himself entwined in romantic affection. This, in fact, was fortuitous for Chu Feng, granting him a few extra days to delve into his studies of the water divine pattern. By the third day, although he had attained considerable enlightenment and constructed the main framework of the second-tier water divine pattern, he still faced a few unresolved complexities. After all, this was a second-tier divine pattern. If it were so easily researched and constructed, the status of divine pattern masters would not be so esteemed. Even those who merely followed established designs found it difficult to advance, let alone Chu Feng, who was attempting to create his own. The difficulty was at least tenfold greater. Nevertheless, To be on the brink of success in such a short time was commendable. After bathing and donning a fresh soul master robe, he enjoyed breakfast prepared by Yuer. At that moment, a servant arrived with a message that his mother requested his presence. Chu Feng ventured forth alone. As this was a card he held close to his chest, not yet the time to reveal it. The servant escorted him directly to the grand entrance of the Chu family, where an opulent carriage awaited. Feng, come quickly. The carriage curtain lifted, revealing his mother, radiant and beaming, beckoning him with a smile. Chu Feng could hardly recognize her. She adorned the jewelry he had purchased and wore a brand new satin gown, likely a gift from the Chu family patriarch. After 3 days apart, his mother's complexion was rosy, her face aglow with happiness, transforming her from the timid, fearful woman she had once been into someone strikingly elegant, exuding a hint of nobility. Do not forget to greet your father, his mother chided, her eyes narrowing at him. I have seen father, Chu Feng replied with a formal gesture, harboring a slight resistance towards the patriarch. Is this the attitude you present? The Chu family patriarch regarded Chu Feng with a touch of affection, yet a wry smile betrayed his helplessness. Here, but remember, you may only consume one at a time. He proffered a jade box, revealing 4 precious body-refining pills within. One such pill was already exceedingly valuable, and bestowing 4 upon Chu Feng certainly carried a sentiment of recompense. Feng, your father sold a cherished blue and white porcelain vase he had treasured for many years to afford these 4 body-refining pills. You must cherish them. His mother imparted her heartfelt advice. Why burden the child with such tales? The patriarch interjected, perhaps to prevent Chu Feng from perceiving the gift as overly extravagant. Despite his position as the head of the family, he was not as affluent as one might imagine. Like other senior members of the family, his salary was fixed. And as a pure martial practitioner, his soul path prowess was not strong, nor did he possess the skills to inscribe divine patterns. This limited his ability to amass wealth. Moreover, martial practitioners required medicinal herbs for healing and occasionally needed to consume pills to break through bottlenecks, resulting in substantial expenses. The adage "the wealthy" in literature, the impoverished in martial arts was no mere saying. Without financial resources, one could not practice martial arts. Even the most talented martial artist would ultimately falter without the necessary resources. Given the limited income and considerable expenses, it was understandable that the patriarch found himself in a tight financial situation. To prepare a respectable meeting gift for Chu Feng, he had to part with a treasured antique. A wave of warmth washed over Chu Feng, touched by his father's earnest intentions. Thank you, father, he expressed, feeling compelled to voice his gratitude. Good. The patriarch's face lit up with a smile of satisfaction. Throughout the journey, under the gentle mediation of Chu Feng's mother, the 3 of them engaged in light-hearted conversation, gradually thawing the previously frosty father-son relationship. Chu Feng's maternal relatives resided within Tianbing City. His grandparents had passed away early, leaving only an uncle. It was said that this uncle had fallen ill 5 years prior and was bedridden due to a stroke. This explained why, at the time of her marriage, only his aunt had attended the wedding. The homecoming was simple, involving a few rituals and a modest banquet to invite friends and neighbors, creating a lively atmosphere while simultaneously announcing his mother's marriage. It also served to introduce Chu Feng and the Chu family patriarch to his mother's relatives. As the carriage arrived at his uncle's doorstep, firecrackers erupted in welcome. His aunt, a woman who valued appearances greatly, stood at the entrance, adorned in splendid attire. Behind her stood a young couple, a man in his 30s, impeccably dressed, notably displaying the emblem of the Divine Pattern Masters Guild, suggesting his involvement there. Albeit not as a Divine Pattern Master, but perhaps in a clerical capacity. Beside him stood a striking young woman, his wife, elegantly attired and possessing captivating features that drew admiration. However, the young woman wore an air of arrogance, her gaze toward Chu Feng and the others radiating a sense of superiority. The young man exuded a similar demeanor, his imposing presence suggesting he was accustomed to authority. Dear sister-in-law, dear nephew, we have eagerly awaited your arrival, his aunt greeted with a smile, addressing the Chu family patriarch and Chu Feng's mother. Allow me to introduce my son, Qin Shubao, who currently works at the Divine Pattern Masters Guild, and this is my future daughter-in-law. Shubao, Qifeng, greet your aunt and uncle. She instructed the young couple. If it were the aunt who once served as a maid, I would not acknowledge her, Qin Shubao muttered under his breath, likely directed at Qifeng, who appeared visibly reluctant. Only after receiving several cues from him did she begrudgingly comply. Chu Feng, already harboring a lack of fondness for this aunt and her family, felt even more disdain upon witnessing their demeanor. Greetings, Aunt. Greetings, Uncle. Qin Shubao and Qi Feng offered perfunctory greetings. Shubao indeed possesses remarkable looks, and being affiliated with the Divine Pattern Masters Guild is truly commendable. Qu Feng's mother, kind-hearted and gracious, complimented Qin Shubao. Turning to Qi Feng, she added, Miss Qi Feng, you have exquisite taste in choosing such an outstanding partner. Here, I have no extravagant gifts to offer, but please accept 2 silver coins each as a token of my goodwill. Qu Feng's mother, already financially constrained, offered up 4 coins, nearly all her savings. Each silver coin equated to 1,000 copper coins, making this gesture quite generous indeed. Upon receiving the silver coins, Qin Shubao's expression soured, and he muttered under his breath, stingy. Meanwhile, Qi Feng gazed enviously at the jewelry adorning Qu Feng's mother, smiling as she remarked, I had thought my aunt wore genuine treasures from Qijin Pavilion. Now it seems they must be fakes, otherwise. The meeting gift wouldn't merely consist of 2 silver coins, but at least 2 gold coins. The countenance of everyone present shifted slightly, and the atmosphere grew rather awkward. Auntie hastily reproached, Uncle Bao, Qi Feng, you must not disrespect your aunt. Qu Feng's mother, a kind-hearted and overly honest woman, chuckled gently, it's all right. My niece must be joking. The head of the Qu family, a newlywed, although seething with anger, refrained from voicing his discontent. Yet, his face had turned cold. What a jest! He was the head of the esteemed Qu clan and a formidable practitioner of the 3rd level of the Wheel Vein realm. The attitudes of Qin Shubao and Qi Feng towards him were truly ignorant and brazen. Of course, this also related to the Qu family's inherently low-profile nature. Qin Shubao and Qi Feng would certainly not have displayed such arrogance otherwise. As a junior, Qu Feng could only suppress his fury. He had resolved that after this visit, he would never again grace his uncle's household with his presence. Such sycophantic relatives could keep their distance. Was it not enough that he, a first-tier divine pattern master, could effortlessly carve a top-tier divine weapon and sell it for a fortune? Did he truly need to curry favor with his uncle's family? Noticing the chill in the air, Ani quickly intervened. Uncle Bao, this is your aunt's son, Qu Feng. He possesses quite remarkable abilities. He is now a soul master of the Qu family. Just a soul master? Qin Shubao sneered. I interact with divine pattern masters daily. His tone dripped with disdain, and his expression was one of utter contempt. How could this man, at 30 years of age, remain so shallow, as if soul masters were a dime a dozen? Surely, his cousin's battle soul must be the most inferior white battle soul. However, considering his cousin's abilities, even acquiring a white battle soul was no small feat years ago. He too had struggled to obtain a commendable battle soul. The tone and words of this fellow were indeed infuriating. Qu Feng felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, as this man was insufferably irritating. By the way, what level is your battle soul? Qu Feng inquired with a smile. Qin Shubao, feigning humility while brimming with arrogance, declared, It's not particularly impressive, but it is certainly superior to your white battle soul. It's a yellow sword battle soul. You know, I work in such a prestigious establishment as the Divine Pattern Masters Guild, mingling with influential figures. If you want me to help you, we'll have to see when I might have the time. Qu Feng's battle soul was of the highest caliber, a purple battle soul, vastly more advanced than Qin Shubao's yellow one. Moreover, in the soul realm, he had no need for anyone's protection. Even skilled practitioners like young Master Xiaoao, young Master Wang An, and Yin Kunlun had all fallen before him. It was likely that Qin Shubao would be but a finger's breadth away from demise in his presence. Qu Feng maintained his composure, revealing nothing, and smoothly remarked, Cousin, being so formidable, you must look out for me in the soul realm. At that moment, he eagerly anticipated the expression on his cousin's face when he witnessed Qu Feng wielding a purple battle soul and effortlessly dispatching a 3rd-tier soul beast. If only his cousin knew that he had once annihilated several powerful foes with soul powers exceeding 10,000, and even one surpassing 1,000,000. The look on his face would be nothing short of spectacular. One could only hope he wouldn't be frightened to death. At that point, it was likely that this proud cousin, who seemed as if he could ascend to the heavens, would be groveling before Qu Feng like auntie. After all, many traits were hereditary, such as being sycophantic. Ani boisterously proclaimed, the finest brothel in Tianbing City is the Zui Xianglu, and the best restaurant is the Zui Xianlu. It is rumored that the owners of these 2 establishments are the same person. This is merely speculation among the common folk, however, as no one has ever verified it. Regardless, Zui Xianlu is quite famous in Tianbing City. Almost every notable figure enjoys hosting guests or dining there. I've heard the food and drink at Zui Xianlu can be rather expensive. It must cost quite a bit, right? Chu Feng's mother expressed her concern. Oh, today is a joyous occasion. Spending a bit of money is nothing. It's not very expensive. Just 1 gold coin for a table of dishes, with drinks charged separately. I specifically ordered a few rare delicacies that we don't usually get to enjoy. Ani boasted, her expression radiating pride, nearly dancing with delight. Let me tell you, if it weren't for my son, Uncle Bao, having a bit of influence, securing 2 tables at Zui Xianlu would not be a simple matter, even with money. Those dining there are all significant figures in Tianbing City. You'll certainly have your eyes opened. Not only was Ani sycophantic, but she also relished in showing off. Qin Shubao seized the moment to play along, stating nonchalantly, I have some connections with the manager of Zui Xianlu, so reserving 2 tables is not particularly challenging. If any of you wish to host a banquet there but find it difficult to secure a table, feel free to come to me. Wow, Uncle Bao, you truly have a wide network and are quite accomplished. A distant cousin, ever the sycophant, immediately lavished praise upon Qin Shubao as soon as she arrived. As for Chu Feng, everyone chose to selectively forget him, ignoring his presence entirely. A soul master with merely a white battle soul. While certainly holding a higher status than the average person, paled in comparison to someone like Qin Shubao. Qin Shubao swaggered ahead, showcasing his extraordinary stature, while his fiancée mirrored his pride, strolling alongside him, unabashed. Clearly, Qi Feng felt immensely satisfied and proud to have secured such a capable partner. Cousin, come here. Walk beside me. When we encounter prominent figures, I can introduce you. Qin Shubao basked in the admiration of relatives and friends, his face alight with joy. He beckoned Chu Feng to follow him, eager to demonstrate the world of the elite. All right, I shall accompany you and share in your glory. Chu Feng beamed, genuinely following Qin Shubao. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of Zui Xianlu. Numerous luxurious carriages were parked outside, making Chu Feng and the others, having arrived on foot, feel a notch lower in status since carriages were the conveyance of the wealthy. Although Qin Shubao presented himself as a person of consequence, the reality was that he was merely a cut above the ordinary. Ah, young Master Qin has arrived. Please, come inside. A sharp-eyed attendant recognized Qin Shubao at the forefront and immediately bowed in greeting. To be recognized and remembered by the staff of Zui Xianlu only elevated Qin Shubao's pride. He cast a smug glance at Chu Feng, his ego swelling as he grandly entered the establishment. Manager Luo, are you busy? Upon entering, Qin Shubao noticed the manager seated at the counter, calculating figures, and greeted him with a smile to showcase his familiarity and connections. Manager Luo looked up, instantly beaming with recognition. Young Master Qin, your 2 tables have been prepared. Have all the guests arrived? His questioning gaze swept over Chu Feng and the others. Upon noticing the head of the Chu family, his expression grew markedly respectful, but was promptly silenced by a look from the latter. Everyone is here. Please instruct the staff to expedite the serving of food and drinks. Qin Shubao led the group towards their reserved seats. A single gold coin buys a table of delicacies, which, although exorbitantly priced, can only be enjoyed in the hall on the 1st floor. To ascend to the 2nd floor, one must part with at least double that amount, 2 gold coins for a table of food, and that is merely the base rate, inaccessible to the average patron. The 2 tables of wine and dishes laid out were, after all, offered by the Qin family at great personal sacrifice. By sheer coincidence, the proprietor of the Qijin Pavilion happened to descend from the 2nd floor after a sumptuous feast with business partners, and, upon surveying the crowd, his gaze fell upon the inconspicuous Chu Feng. To others, Chu Feng might appear unremarkable, but for the owner of the Qijin Pavilion, he was unforgettable. Chapter 94. Does young Master Chu not remember me? How could he forget? He had even surrendered his ancestral jade pendant to Chu Feng. The proprietor held a significant position, certainly a person of considerable stature. Upon seeing Chu Feng, his previously upright posture immediately bent in deference. Both his aunt and Qi Feng recognized this esteemed figure from Qijin Pavilion. While they were aware of each other, it was uncertain whether the proprietor, Lu, recognized them. As Lu approached with a face full of humble smiles, Chu Feng's aunt was so flustered she did not know where to place her hands. Qin Shubao, startled, thought Lu was coming to establish a connection with him, and he prepared himself to feign familiarity. Internally, he pondered this unexpected stroke of fortune. The proprietor of Qijin Pavilion, who was not acquainted with him, was exhibiting such humility. However, Lu completely bypassed Qin Shubao and directed his attention exclusively to Chu Feng, bowing and greeting him. Young Master Chu, you are dining here as well? Chu Feng had only encountered this elderly gentleman once and did not harbor a vivid recollection. He paused, bewildered, and inquired, "Who are you?" His confusion was genuine. He had been engrossed in studying the second-tier water god patterns and had little inclination to remember inconsequential figures. His aunt's cup clattered onto the table. Meanwhile, Qin Shubao and Qi Feng wore expressions akin to having consumed a significant amount of unpleasantness. Mouths agape in disbelief as they regarded Chu Feng. This young man was remarkable. The proprietor of Qijin Pavilion had approached him, yet he did not recognize the man. Young Master Chu does not remember me? Lu, the proprietor, was not offended by Chu Feng's lack of recognition. Instead, he grew even more respectful. A person capable of casually spending 100 gold coins on jewelry, who could command the respect of the city guard's chief as if he were a subordinate, was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. It was entirely natural for Chu Feng to forget a mere shopkeeper. To put it bluntly, Lu, in the eyes of ordinary customers, represented an unattainable echelon. Yet, to genuine powerhouses, he was merely a clerk behind a counter. "Oh, it's you. I wondered why you seemed familiar." Chu Feng finally recalled the man's identity. "How have the jewelry pieces you purchased last time fared? Have they faded or cracked?" Lu inquired enthusiastically. "Oh, my mother is wearing them." Chu Feng gestured towards his mother seated beside him. "They seem fine for now, but if any issues arise, I will come find you." Upon hearing that the woman was Chu Feng's mother, Lu immediately lowered his posture, smiling broadly. "Madam, how do you find the jewelry? If you have any dissatisfaction, please feel free to visit Qijin Pavilion. I assure you the finest service." Lu spoke with great reverence. "Oh, yes, thank you. The jewelry from Qijin Pavilion is splendid. Both style and craftsmanship are exceptional. I am very satisfied." Chu Feng's mother, who had previously been a servant of the Chu family, had never been treated with such respect by someone of Lu's stature. Even in the past, when she was merely a servant, others had dared to treat her brusquely. "Madam, you are truly fortunate. You have such a filial son." Lu flattered her before bidding farewell to Chu Feng. "Young master, I shall not disturb you further. Enjoy your meal." Qi Feng and Qin Shubao were left in a state of shock. Qi Feng muttered to herself, "All of those pieces are genuine, authentic Qijin Pavilion products. My heavens, how much could that be worth? At least 200 gold coins. Not long ago, Chu Feng's mother had given her 2 silver coins as a meeting gift, which she deemed insufficient, and had publicly ridiculed Chu Feng's mother for wearing fake jewelry. Now, she was swiftly slapped in the face by reality. To have the proprietor of Qijin Pavilion, such a significant figure, treat Chu Feng with such deference and personally inquire about the quality of the jewelry could not possibly indicate anything counterfeit. It is worth noting that even if Qi Feng and Chu Feng's aunt had purchased genuine jewelry from Qijin Pavilion, Lu would not have offered them even a mere greeting, let alone inquire about the quality of their pieces. This demonstrated that the unassuming Chu Feng possessed genuine strength to command Lu's respect. The jewelry worn by Chu Feng's mother, if bought by someone else, would certainly cost over 200 gold coins, yet Chu Feng acquired it at cost price, spending less than 100 gold coins. Of course, he would not divulge this information. Otherwise, his aunt and Qi Feng would undoubtedly beg him to assist them in purchasing jewelry. However, unbeknownst to him, his mother, being an honest woman, interjected. "I heard from you that Chu Feng only spent 81 gold coins on those jewelry pieces. I also heard he spent 9 gold coins on a pair of amethyst earrings for you." The expressions of Qi Feng and Chu Feng's aunt shifted dramatically as they looked at Chu Feng with the same gaze one might reserve for their husband. I wondered where that pair of amethyst earrings worth 20 gold coins had gone. Turns out young Master Chu purchased them, and for only 9 gold coins, my heavens. Also, who is you? Is she young Master Chu's wife? Qi Feng, who frequently visited Qijin Pavilion, often admired those amethyst earrings since they were the only pair in the entire establishment, and their beauty symbolized nobility and elegance. Any young woman would be enchanted by them, yearning to possess them. "You are his Feng's maid," Chu Feng's mother said meaningfully. Believing her son's gift of such an expensive piece of jewelry to a maid must indicate his intent to marry her. My heavens, how generous is young Master Chu to bestow such a precious gift upon a maid. Qi Feng gazed at Chu Feng with newfound admiration, her previous icy demeanor dissipating. She cast a sweet smile towards him, wishing to displace Qin Shubao to sit closer to Chu Feng. "Qi Feng, why are you asking my cousin such personal questions? The food has arrived. Let us eat." Qin Shubao felt a twinge of anxiety, fully aware of the nature of this beautiful prospective bride. It seemed she was smitten with Chu Feng, drawn to his generosity, capabilities, and wealth. Chapter 95. Matchmaking. Even during the meal, Qi Feng's eyes frequently darted towards Chu Feng, her expression imbued with a hint of flirtation. Come, dear, enjoy the dishes. This is meat from a first-tier battle beast, the purple-eyed leopard. It is exceptionally delicious and highly nutritious. A few bites are equivalent to consuming half a body-refining pill. Qin Shubao had severely underestimated the allure of beautiful jewelry for women. He noticed his wife casting coy glances at Chu Feng and felt increasingly uncomfortable, having worked hard to maintain his own facade. How could it be that in an instant, Chu Feng had become the center of attention? Feng does not have a wife yet, Chu Feng's mother added, subtly implying that her son intended to marry you. However, this suggestion was interpreted differently by Qi Feng, who immediately became curious. Young Master Chu does not have a wife yet? I wonder how old he is. What kind of requirements does he have for a future wife? Qi Feng's previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by a sweet smile directed towards Chu Feng. She practically wished to remove the obstacle of Qin Shubao to draw closer to him. One can only find a way to divert Qi Feng's attention, and absolutely refrain from mentioning the word jewelry. Beasts, too, possess the capability to cultivate. Those that are stronger than wild animals are referred to as battle beasts, of which there are 12 ranks, corresponding to the 12 levels of the human meridian realm. Even a mere rank 1 battle beast possesses strength equivalent to that of a first-level practitioner. These creatures absorb the essence of heaven and earth, rendering their nutritional value far superior to that of ordinary beasts. As for Qin Shubao's claim that a few bites would equal half a body-refining pill, that is sheer nonsense. A banquet of wine and tea costs merely 1 gold coin, while a body-refining pill costs 2. If merely 2 bites of a rank 1 purple-eyed leopard's meat could equal half a body-refining pill, who would bother purchasing body-refining pills? They could simply buy the meat of a rank 1 purple-eyed leopard instead. Qin Shubao may lack many talents, but his ability to boast is truly unparalleled. Oh, how dreadful it tastes. Such a strong, fishy odor. Qi Feng glanced at Chu Feng's mother, adorned with an array of exquisite jewelry from the Rare Treasures Pavilion, and found it impossible to focus on her meal. Initially, while she admired the jewelry, she naively assumed that Chu Feng and his mother were merely servants of the Chu family and could not possibly afford such luxuries. Surely, they must be fake. However, upon realizing that the jewelry was indeed genuine, her disdain swiftly transformed into envy. To her, even a couple of those high-end pieces from the Rare Treasures Pavilion would be enough to radiate elegance and prestige. Qi Feng, being a woman of considerable vanity, could not help but feel inadequate when comparing her own earrings and rings to those worn by Chu Feng's mother, which appeared as if molded from mud. After all, the price disparity was stark. Her items, though from the Rare Treasures Pavilion, were worth only 3 or 4 gold coins, whereas Chu Feng's mother wore pieces valued at over 200 gold coins. Young Master Chu Feng, you are quite familiar with Manager Lu from the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Surely you can procure a piece at cost for me? Qi Feng could no longer resist the temptation and boldly approached Chu Feng with her request. Chu Feng savored a couple of hearty bites of food and sipped his wine with delight. He squinted at the alluring Qi Feng, acknowledging her beauty, yet knowing that such a superficial woman would never assist his mother. He feigned distress, replying, that might not be appropriate. Manager Lu has made it clear that only my maids, my lady, and my mother are entitled to the cost price discount. After all, the Rare Treasures Pavilion is a business, and they must earn a profit. If everything were sold at cost, they would surely go bankrupt. Qi Feng immediately interjected. Just take me with you and say I'm your wife. Wouldn't that suffice? Her boldness was astonishing, with not a hint of embarrassment, despite her betrothed sitting right beside her. Qin Shubao's expression darkened, and he sternly replied, Qi Feng, what are you saying? You are to be my wife, and now you wish to be my cousin's wife. Isn't that incestuous? If you desire a piece of jewelry, I can purchase it for you another day. His mother also appeared displeased, noting her daughter-in-law's excessive vanity. Seeing the awkwardness of the situation, the elder aunt quickly attempted to smooth things over. Dear sister, I have actually come today to discuss a marriage proposal for Chu Feng. The young lady's family is quite respectable. Though they are merely a modestly wealthy household, they are well-mannered and cultured. The girl herself is beautiful, gentle, and virtuous, and her birth date aligns perfectly with Chu Feng's. Chu Feng's mother had been troubled by her son's marital prospects, even considering the possibility of him marrying his maid, Yue. Upon hearing such promising news, she eagerly nodded in agreement. That sounds wonderful. Where does the young lady reside? Perhaps we could have Xiao Feng visit her later. No need. No need. The girl is exceptionally talented. She is currently working as an apprentice auctioneer just beside the tavern. Although she hasn't been officially hired yet, she is quite impressive. She has already agreed to come and meet Chu Feng. I have arranged for her to join us here at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, which adds a touch of sophistication to the meeting. She should be arriving shortly. The elder aunt had mentioned introducing a girl to Chu Feng days before, and now it seemed she had truly found one. Chu Feng had no option to refuse, especially with his mother glaring at him. He lowered his head and continued to eat, relishing the exquisite food and wine at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, which was indeed a culinary delight. Not long after, a tall and strikingly beautiful young woman entered the tavern. Dressed in the elegant attire of an apprentice auctioneer, she exuded an air of sophistication and competence. In the context of Earth, she would likely be considered part of the white-collar class, and indeed, a well-to-do one at that. Working as an auctioneer is akin to selling cars or houses, with commissions that could be quite substantial, especially for top-tier items like the exquisite divine weapon Chu Feng had described, which could fetch 100 gold coins at auction. Even if an apprentice only earned a 1% commission, that would still amount to a gold coin. Of course, she was merely an apprentice auctioneer at this point, and such high-value treasures would not be within her purview to auction. As an apprentice, she would likely only handle smaller auctions, dealing with items valued at 5 gold coins or less. The elder aunt kept glancing toward the entrance, and upon spotting the tall girl, she immediately stood and waved her over. "Xiaoya, come here, quickly. Over here." She had already instructed the staff to bring over a chair, reserving a spot for the young woman, strategically placing her next to Chu Feng to facilitate their interaction. The girl named Xiaoya possessed a commanding presence. Showing no signs of shyness or timidity, she greeted everyone with a confident smile. "Hello, everyone. I heard from Aunt Qin that there would be a free meal here, so I came." Chu Feng's mother quickly welcomed her, saying, "Miss Linya, you were too kind. We were unaware that you would be joining us for dinner. Otherwise, we would have waited for you before serving the dishes. Please forgive us." The more she observed this Linya, the more she liked her. Tall and striking, with a poised demeanor and polite mannerisms, it was evident that she had been raised in a cultured environment. Truly a rare gem. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Linya took her seat, her gaze drifting towards the two young men at the table. Her eyes first fell upon Qin Shubao, who, with his attire and demeanor, resembled a successful individual. Chapter 96. You probably aren't worthy of me. Qi Feng sensed competition and immediately nestled closer to Qin Shubao, showcasing their affection. It is often said that women are inherently dramatic, and this statement rang true in this instance. Linya smiled slightly, quickly realizing that the suitor today was not Qin Shubao, but rather the handsome young man seated beside her. Comparatively, Qin Shubao was more appealing to her, as he was older and exuded a sense of maturity and success. Although Chu Feng wore a robe fitting for a soul master, he paled in comparison to Qin Shubao's style. Linya preferred men who were older, believing them to be more accomplished and stable, whereas she perceived Chu Feng as too youthful and inexperienced, likely just beginning his journey as a soul master, lacking both maturity and success. "Xiaoya, come and eat." The elder aunt, fearing an awkward silence, urged Linya to join in the meal. She took the opportunity to introduce, "This is my nephew, Chu Feng, who is 16 years old, around your age." Afterward, she turned to Chu Feng and said, "Xiao Feng, this is Miss Linya. Although she is young, she is quite capable, currently serving as an apprentice auctioneer, earning at least 5 silver coins per month." Linya, akin to a proud swan, raised her graceful neck and wore a subtle smile, appearing humble yet radiating an undeniable air of confidence. "Miss Linya, it is a pleasure to meet you." Chu Feng, prompted by his mother's gaze, offered a polite smile and greeted Linya. Likewise, Linya merely nodded lightly, casting a discerning and critical gaze upon Chu Feng. One wondered what the young master's monthly income might be at present. The status of a soul master is regarded as slightly more noble than that of an ordinary person. Yet many soul masters do not earn substantial sums. My cousin possesses only an ordinary white battle soul and has recently ascended to the rank of soul master. Thus, his income is understandably modest. However, rest assured, Miss Lin, I am employed at the Rune Master Guild and am acquainted with several prominent figures in the soul realm as well as formidable rune masters. Furthermore, my battle soul is of the yellow grade, which will undoubtedly allow me to support and elevate my cousin in due course." Before Chu Feng could respond, Qin Shubao eagerly interjected, striving to assert his presence and showcase his extensive connections and formidable prowess before Linya. His wife is a woman driven by material gain, willing to seduce Chu Feng for the sake of a mere trinket. It is clear that Qin Shubao is not a virtuous man either. Linya, however, is evidently more beautiful and exceptional than Qi Feng, and remarkably youthful as well. At merely 16, she is at the prime of her blossoming youth, radiating vitality and charm, far surpassing Qi Feng, who is in her mid-20s. Qi Feng is but a decorative vase, though she may possess beauty. She pales in comparison to a confident and self-reliant girl like Linya. Consequently, Qin Shubao's interest was piqued, and he contemplated vying for Linya's affection. "Cousin, fret not, I shall surely look out for you," he proclaimed, adopting the tone of a seasoned and successful individual, as though Chu Feng were merely an unremarkable and ineffectual junior. "So it seems," Linya mused, her pride intensifying. "It implies that your income is rather inadequate. Master Chu, are you skilled in the art of rune engraving?" she inquired again, her tone growing noticeably colder, laced with disdain and condescension. "I possess only a superficial understanding," Chu Feng replied, his expression unchanging. "Oh, I see. Allow me to be candid. The man I seek must at least be a first-tier rune master. Your qualifications fall short of my standards. As a girl, I must naturally hold a higher expectation. Moreover, I anticipate becoming a formal auctioneer within the next 3 to 5 years. You are aware that auctioneers enjoy a respectable status and substantial income, with formal auctioneers earning a minimum of 2 gold coins monthly. Such earnings are likely beyond your reach. If I were to earn enough to support you, it would seem unnecessary to endure such a burden." Linya's eloquence was commendable, her words clear and precise. Chu Feng remained silent, merely listening with an impassive expression. Faced with such disdain from a woman he was introduced to for potential courtship, he could only manage a bitter smile. Linya stood, offering an apologetic smile to Aunt Qin. "I regret to inform you, Aunt Qin, that the young Master Chu Feng you introduced does not meet my criteria for a partner. Perhaps he would be better suited to a more ordinary girl." Seeing Linya preparing to leave, Qin Shubao quickly rose to accompany her. "Miss Lin, our shared meal signifies destiny. My connections are vast. I know numerous rune masters. Should you wish to auction divine weapons or equipment, I can introduce you to them." Qi Feng, with a scowl, pinched Qin Shubao and whispered, "It seems no man is virtuous. They swarm to beautiful women like bees to flowers." Ignoring her, Qin Shubao focused on Linya, who was instantly intrigued. As a mere apprentice auctioneer, knowing influential figures could allow her to handle the auction of divine weapons, securing lucrative commissions and hastening her transition to a formal auctioneer. Already harboring a slight fondness for Qin Shubao, she readily agreed. "Very well, I shall rely on you, Brother Qin." She beamed with a sweet smile. Coincidentally, Jiang Ying had recently heard that an item worth 100 gold coins had been auctioned off. Determined to discover the engraver of that weapon, she endeavored to persuade the esteemed Jean Kyron to assist her. Naturally, discussions with someone of Jean Siren's stature would take place in the opulent Zui Xianlu, as he would never deign to visit an ordinary eatery. In Tianbing City, Jean Kyron was undoubtedly a person of great significance. Not only was his imposing figure remarkable, but the expensive adornments he wore, coupled with the 2 guards of the Wheel Pulse realm accompanying him, made him quite the sight. As he and Jiang Ying entered, Zui Xianlu, the proprietor, upon spotting them, immediately set aside his abacus and rushed to greet them. "Ah, I remarked early this morning that a magpie was calling, heralding the arrival of distinguished guests." "Indeed, Miss Jiang, Mr. Jean, welcome. Please, ascend to the 2nd floor. The private room has been prepared." The innkeeper nearly prostrated himself in greeting to Jean Kyron. "Haha, you have a way with words, old friend. No wonder Zui Xianlu enjoys such thriving business. I shall certainly commend you to your employer when next I see him." Jean Siren's esteemed identity moved the innkeeper to express his gratitude with deep bows and gestures. Jean Kyron instinctively scanned the 1st floor, a habit formed from years of success in business. Spotting acquaintances or influential figures warranted a greeting. His success was no mere coincidence. Upon surveying the room, his eyes lit up. "Ah, Master Chu is also here," he exclaimed, striding toward Chu Feng's table. Jiang Ying paused, intrigued by which Master Chu could elicit such regard from Jean Kyron. As her gaze fell upon the Chu family patriarch, she recognized him immediately. Trembling slightly, excitement coursed through her as she instinctively clenched her fist, striving to contain her exhilaration. For she had spotted Chu Feng, the individual Jiang family had long desired to recruit. The elder of the Chu family was not present. The patriarch solely practiced martial arts and was not a rune master. To be referred to as a master by Jean Kyron could only mean that he was undoubtedly a rune master. Could it be that Jean Kyron also knew Chu Feng? Jiang Ying's mind raced with possibilities. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Though the weapons crafted by Chu Feng were indeed remarkable, each fetching tenfold their ordinary counterparts, that alone would not warrant such attention from a figure like Jean Kyron. Could it be that the divine weapon auction for 100 gold coins had also been crafted by Chu Feng? Realizing this, her breath quickened. She was confident in her deduction. Only in this light could Jean Kyron regard Chu Feng with such enthusiasm. I must offer a toast to Master Chu and establish a connection. Jiang Ying, a strong-willed woman, promptly followed in Jean Siren's wake. Meanwhile, Linya, engaged in a farewell with Chu Feng's cousin, appeared exceedingly cordial, her sweet smile radiating reluctance. Yet, she did not cast even a fleeting glance at Chu Feng. Deep down, she looked down upon him. A girl of her stature, pride, and excellence deserved a partner who matched her caliber, someone like Qin Shubao, a successful individual. Although slightly older, he possessed a flourishing career, maturity, and extensive connections, far beyond the capabilities of a mere adolescent like Chu Feng. Suddenly, upon hearing Jean Siren's laughter, Linya's body quivered slightly, and she respectfully turned to observe. To her astonishment, her employer was making his way toward her. Linya felt an immediate surge of anxiety, unsure of where to place her trembling hands. In her eyes, Jean Kyron was an eminent figure, her employer, not merely a superior. As a mere apprentice auctioneer, she was no more than an ordinary employee in the auction house, far from the ranks of management. In contrast, Jean Kyron held the esteemed position of chairman, the financial backer, while her superiors were all subservient and cautious in his presence. Her heart raced, nearly escaping her throat. Despite her youth, Linya possessed remarkable adaptability. She forced herself to regain composure, donning a sweet and respectful smile as she approached Jean Kyron. "Good day, sir," she greeted, her voice quivering despite her efforts to remain calm. In the auction house, her humble status rendered her unworthy of even a brief conversation with Jean Kyron. She could only gaze up at him with reverence from a distance. It was a rare occasion to even catch a glimpse of him over the course of a month. Jean Siren's discerning gaze swept over Linya, and he frowned slightly. "You are the apprentice auctioneer at my auction house?" he inquired. Having noted her attire and the badge identifying her role, Linya felt a wave of despair wash over her. After all her emotional preparation, it dawned on her that Jean Kyron had no recollection of her. She had naively assumed he approached her out of respect for her presence at the same dining table. "My name is Linya, and I am an apprentice auctioneer under your esteemed name," she quickly affirmed, nodding. It was only natural that a significant figure like him would not remember a mere apprentice. "Ah, very well, do your best." Jean Kyron offered a token of encouragement before continuing on his way. Linya was taken aback by the praise from her employer, her eyes following him to see which prominent figure he was so warmly engaging with. When she realized he was heading toward the table where she had just dined, she was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she recalled what Qin Shubao had told her about his extensive connections with influential individuals. At that moment, her skepticism transformed into unwavering belief. "Wow, Brother Qin is truly impressive. He knows my boss," she thought, feeling a surge of excitement. She resolved then and there that if Qin Shubao pursued her, she would certainly accept his advances and become his girlfriend. Securing a partner with such vast connections and success would significantly ease her own struggles in life. Qin Shubao, upon seeing Jean Kyron approach with a beaming smile, felt a thrill of exhilaration. Although he had seen Jean Kyron a few times before, he had always played a minor role, serving in the background. His encounters had been facilitated by Mu Huizhang, as Qin Shubao occasionally delivered documents to the chairman of the Divine Pattern Master Association, affording him the opportunity to glimpse Jean Kyron. He was adept at nurturing relationships, always bowing respectfully and greeting Jean Kyron with a smile. Typically, Jean Kyron would acknowledge him with a mere nod, yet even that was enough to leave Qin Shubao feeling elated for days. "What a stroke of luck today. This is truly impressive," he mused, imagining how, with a little charm, Jean Kyron might come to admire him. As he composed himself, Qin Shubao prepared to greet Jean Kyron with what he believed to be the most respectful and enthusiastic smile, polishing his hands in preparation for a handshake. In his mind, he envisioned the splendor of offering a toast to Jean Kyron, a gesture that would elevate his status in the eyes of all present. Beside him, Qi Feng gazed at Jean Kyron, adorned with luxurious accessories and flanked by bodyguards, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She glanced at Qin Shubao, thinking, "This fellow has some merit. Being acquainted with such a powerful figure." "Dead man?" You actually know such an important person? Qi Fang whispered, her voice laced with awe as she regarded Qin Shubao. I am not like my cousin, Chu Feng, who merely knows the manager of a quaint shop. He pretends to be more significant than he truly is. Qin Shubao retorted, feeling a pang of resentment towards Chu Feng for stealing his thunder in the past. At that moment, Jean Chiron had reached their table, completely ignoring Qin Shubao's obsequious demeanor. His attention was fixed on Chu Feng. Brother Chu, what brings you here for a meal today? Jean Chiron greeted with warmth. Chu Feng looked up and, recognizing the large figure of Jean Chiron, felt compelled to reciprocate the politeness. Given his past satisfaction with the services and pricing during the auction of 3 divine weapons, he knew there would be future opportunities for collaboration. Ah, it's you, Brother Jean. Are you dining here as well? He responded casually, treating Jean Chiron as an old friend. Their relationship was cordial, albeit not as intimate as that between Jean Chiron and Chu Feng. The two were merely acquaintances from Tianbing City, where Chu Feng's family maintained a low profile and seldom appeared in public. I and Brother Chu are good friends. Since fate has brought us together today, I must offer a token of my regard, Jean Chiron declared, producing a strikingly red bloodstone from his pocket, a truly valuable gift. This exquisite piece had been intricately carved into a statue of a Buddha, ideal for a woman to wear, as it would enhance her vitality. Dear sister-in-law, I apologize for not bringing a more extravagant gift, but this bloodstone is perfectly suited for you. A fine gem nurtures its wearer. And this particular stone holds great benefits for women, Jean Chiron explained, placing the stone before Chu Feng's mother. He was careful to avoid any physical contact, as propriety dictated a respectful distance between genders. Such a generous gift is too much, Chu Feng's mother exclaimed, having heard of the bloodstone's value. The intricately carved piece was worth a fortune, and as it was their first meeting, she felt unworthy of accepting it. It would be ungracious to refuse such a gesture. If you do not accept it, it would imply that you find it lacking, Jean Chiron insisted, demonstrating his keen business acumen. His ability to bestow such a precious gift was a testament to the value he placed on his relationship with Chu Feng. The previous auction of a unique divine weapon had brought significant benefits to Jean Chiron's auction house, far exceeding a mere 10 gold coin commission. The influence and prestige gained from their partnership were invaluable, leading to numerous affluent patrons from places like Haoshi City seeking to register as members at the auction house. In the grand city of Haoshi, influential figures engaged in discussions with the esteemed Jean Kai. Should Jean Kai's auction house frequently feature extraordinary weapons of unparalleled significance, he would be inclined to invest and partner with Jean Kai to establish a branch of the Jinji auction house in Haoshi. Why are divine weapons so exorbitantly priced? A formidable divine weapon is akin to a firearm in contemporary society, a lethal tool with terrifying destructive capabilities. While soul cultivation is highly sought after, martial arts remain the true mainstream. The act of taking a life relies heavily on martial prowess and divine weapons. Soul cultivation can expedite the enhancement of martial strength, which explains its popularity and fervent support. The practices of soul and martial cultivation are interdependent, if one were to compare. The level of soul cultivation ultimately dictates the pinnacle of martial prowess, thus making soul cultivation the more advanced discipline. As Qin Shubao prepared to shake hands and engage in conversation, leveraging Jean Kai's influence to bolster his own standing, he was taken aback. Meanwhile, his fiancée, Qi Fang, gazed at Chu Feng with a newfound allure, her interest more fervent than before. She realized that Qin Shubao was merely a facade of brilliance. But when compared to Chu Feng, he was repeatedly bested and reduced to insignificance. Don't touch me, Qi Fang exclaimed, shaking off Qin Shubao's hand. Oh, weren't you boasting about knowing so many important figures? Why hasn't Jean Kai come over to greet you? Has he even spared you a glance? Qin Shubao, I've had enough of your bluster. Qi Fang was incensed. Her perception of Qin Shubao had become increasingly irksome. In stark contrast, the unassuming Chu Feng was genuinely impressive. The manager of Qijin Pavilion treated Chu Feng with utmost respect, and even a titan like Jean Kai regarded him as a brother. With everyone vying for a connection with him, curiosity piqued within her. Could a mere soul master possess such remarkable capabilities? She observed that Chu Feng, unlike Qin Shubao, never flaunted his talents or strength. Previously, she had considered Qin Shubao to be composed, reliable, and mature. However, in comparison to Chu Feng, she recognized the immaturity and superficiality of Qin Shubao. Only Chu Feng's demeanor exuded true composure and maturity, imbued with wisdom, and he consistently displayed a humble and low-key attitude. Qi Feng was almost entirely certain that Chu Feng harbored undisclosed strengths or talents. My dear, please don't be upset. It's quite normal for me to have a casual relationship with Jin Kai. I work at the Rune Master Guild, after all. Jin Kai is a businessman, and our paths don't often cross, Qin Shubao declared, his words a mere fade of bravado. Sensing Qi Feng's expression soften slightly, he quickly added in a hushed tone, if someone like President Mu Qing were to arrive, it would be me, not Chu Feng, who would receive the greeting. Really? Qi Feng found it difficult to believe Qin Shubao's claims. Of course it's true. I hold a significant position at the Rune Master Guild, he insisted confidently. Nearby, Linya's expression was nothing short of captivating. She initially assumed that her boss was headed toward Qin Shubao, but was astonished to find that Jin Kai was actually approaching the one she looked down upon, Chu Feng. Moreover, he was treating Chu Feng as if they were old friends, even presenting precious gifts like the bloodstone jade to Chu Feng's mother. Jin Kai had no prior connection with Chu Feng's mother. Such a lavish gift could only be aimed at winning Chu Feng's favor. Linya stood agape, her astonishment palpable as she regarded the composed Chu Feng. Good heavens! That is the owner of our auction house, one of the most prominent figures in Tianbing City. How can Chu Feng, who is the same age as I, exude such calmness and poise? If it were me, I would certainly be too nervous to know where to place my hands. At that moment, a hint of regret washed over her. She lamented her earlier superficiality, even if she looked down on Chu Feng as merely a soul master. Believing he was unworthy of her, she could have settled for a casual friendship. She shouldn't have severed ties so hastily. Had she maintained a relationship, even a simple word from Chu Feng could have greatly enhanced her standing at the auction house, potentially securing her a formal position as an auctioneer, an opportunity that now seemed lost. After all, the camaraderie between Jin Kai and Chu Feng was exceptional, making it easy for him to recommend her for a formal role. Regrettably, there is no remedy for mistakes in this world. Biting her lip, she found herself in a dilemma. She knew that establishing a rapport with Chu Feng, even as mere acquaintances, would significantly elevate her status at the auction house. Had she known better, she wouldn't have wasted her time with the boastful yet ineffectual Qin Shubao. Linya's regret stemmed from her youth and lack of experience, failing to discern who the genuine achievers were and who were mere pretenders. This served as a valuable lesson for her. Meanwhile, Jin Kai engaged in a warm conversation with Chu Feng, as if they were close friends. At that moment, Miss Jiangying from the Jiang family finally approached Chu Feng's table, seizing the opportunity to interject and greet him. Linya recognized Jiangying and regarded her as a role model. Young yet accomplished, possessing beauty and intelligence, Jiangying was a renowned success in Tianbing City. Almost everyone knew of her, as she adeptly managed the Jiang family and had propelled them into prominence in recent years, attracting a long line of suitors from noble families. Linya noticed Jiangying's gaze fixated on Chu Feng, which stirred discomfort within her. It felt as though a treasure that rightfully belonged to her was being snatched away by someone significantly more accomplished and beautiful. As Qin Shubao beheld the enchanting and poised Jiangying approach, his eyes widened in admiration and his breath quickened. There was a saying in Tianbing City, in seeking an official position, aspire to be like the chief of the guard, and in marriage, one should aspire to win Jiangying. Marrying Jiangying could spare a man decades of struggle, allowing him a life of comfort and luxury. Young Master Chu Feng, we meet again. Jiangying radiated the aura of a strong woman, her presence striking even beside Jin Kai. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes shifted to Chu Feng's father. Greeting him warmly, Uncle Chu, I hear you have become a groom again. Congratulations. You are truly fortunate to have such an outstanding son. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. I believe your son will surpass your achievements, achieving even greater heights. While greeting, Jiangying also took the opportunity to lavish praise upon Chu Feng. You are too kind. My dear niece. Chu Feng's father thought to himself, surprised. Jiangying rarely offered compliments, and even he, as the head of the Chu family, found himself overshadowed by Chu Feng's accomplishments. Both Jiangying and Jin Kai were formidable figures in the business realm, astute and discerning. What could possibly explain their admiration for his son? The head of the Chu family was certain it was not merely due to the Chu family's stature. The Chu family, though a prominent lineage in Tianbing City, paled in comparison to the Jiang family and Jin Kai's clan. They have no need to curry favor with Chu Feng to forge ties with the Chu family, he mused. Master Chu Feng, ever since you sold 2 divine weapons to my Jiang family, you haven't visited again. Recently, at the auction house, Jin Kai auctioned off a divine weapon worth 100 gold coins. if you carve such extraordinary weapons in the future. In fear that my Jiang family cannot afford your prices, we understand. However, could you occasionally sell us some of your ordinary divine weapons? The Jiang family previously offered somewhat low prices. From now on, for the ordinary first-tier divine weapons you carve, our Jiang family will acquire them for 5 gold coins. Jiang Ying indeed possesses a decisive and brisk temperament, speaking her mind freely. Right from the start, she caught Chu Feng off guard. However, Jiang Ying dared not compete with Jin Kairan for business. Such special divine weapons were certainly beyond the Jiang family's capacity. Only Jin Kairan could handle them, swiftly converting them into profit. Thus, she shifted her focus to the ordinary divine weapons carved by Chu Feng. What? Feng'er can already craft divine weapons? The head of the Chu family could not help but feel a surge of shock. Despite having a high opinion of his son, he had not anticipated that Chu Feng had already reached such a remarkable level. Moreover, the Jiang family was willing to pay 5 gold coins for the ordinary first-tier divine weapons crafted by Chu Feng, a price exceeding the market value by over 10-fold. This indicated that his son not only had the ability to carve first-tier divine weapons, but that these weapons were in high demand. The head of the Chu family was a shrewd individual, recalling that not long ago, the Jiang family had auctioned a top-tier first-tier divine weapon. At that time, the Chu family had spent 10 gold coins to secure that weapon. Suddenly, a more astonishing thought struck him. Could it be that the special first-tier divine weapon recently auctioned was also crafted by his son? The likelihood was quite high. Otherwise, how could that rascal afford such extravagant jewelry for his mother? With this realization, the head of the Chu family could no longer remain composed. His heart churned like a tempest. This rascal had concealed his talents well. No wonder he had heard that Jiang family members, including Mu Qing, rushed to protect him when he entered the city guard. At that time, he had been puzzled as to why such prominent figures would go to such lengths for his wayward, illegitimate son. Now, everything became clear. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, reflecting on how many resources had been spent on his legitimate son, Chu Hong, who had turned out to be a disappointment. In contrast, this least favored illegitimate son had quietly achieved remarkable success. Not only had he shone in the soul realm by defeating formidable soul cultivators like Yin Kunlun, thereby securing soul stone mines for the Chu family, but he had now also become a master of divine inscriptions, with his crafted weapons being highly sought after. This was likely the true genius of the Chu family. The head of the Chu family gazed at Chu Feng with hope. Having been the head of the family for over a decade, he had worked diligently, nurturing the family's potential. While the Chu family had grown under his leadership, the progress was limited. He could only place his hopes on the next generation. If Chu Feng truly rose to greatness, the Chu family could flourish under his support and protection, becoming even more potent. The revelation made by Jiang Ying in public left Chu Feng feeling quite vexed. He wished he could push her aside and give her a good thrashing. Being able to carve divine weapons was his trump card, one not yet meant to be revealed. Yet Jiang Ying had carelessly exposed it. Thankfully, there were no enemies present, and as long as the news did not spread too far, he could still keep this card hidden for a while longer. Miss Jiang, everything is fine. If there is nothing else, you should hurry and accompany Jin Kairan for dinner. It's almost mealtime. Chu Feng urged her to leave, genuinely concerned that Jiang Ying might continue to dig into his background, while others were eager to speak with Jiang Ying. Chu Feng was quite the opposite, trying to usher her out. His cousin, Qin Shubao, was consumed by jealousy, unable to contain his disdain for his foolish cousin. How could he disregard such an outstanding and beautiful woman like Miss Jiang, who was actively trying to engage him in conversation? If he didn't want her, he could at least introduce her to me. Qin Shubao's fiancé, Qi Feng, paled in comparison to Jiang Ying, a wealthy and beautiful corporate leader. His envy flared as he realized how fortunate his cousin was. Not only was he a divine inscription master, but he also had beautiful women seeking his favor. Qin Shubao had always held himself in high regard, but upon learning of Chu Feng's status as a divine inscription master, his sense of superiority crumbled. The distinction between a soul master and a divine inscription master might seem slight, yet it was an insurmountable chasm. One occupied the earth while the other soared high above. Qin Shubao could only look up to Chu Feng. Furthermore, the first-tier divine weapons crafted by Chu Feng could sell for 5 gold coins, 10 times the norm. Such a level of skill left Qin Shubao feeling utterly insignificant, akin to a lowly ant before him. Chu Feng remained oblivious to his cousin's disdain. Nearby, Lin Yu felt as though struck by lightning upon hearing Jiang Ying request to purchase divine weapons from Chu Feng. Her body trembled, and all her previous doubts evaporated. She finally understood why both Jin Kairan and Jiang Ying were eager to befriend Chu Feng. It turned out that he was a divine inscription master. And judging by the circumstances, his skills were likely astonishingly advanced. In the entire Heavenly Soldier City, while divine inscription masters were rare, there were still nearly 100. Among them, first-tier masters made up over 90%. Given Chu Feng's youth, he stood out among his peers, far surpassing them in potential. His future achievements were bound to be immeasurable, shining with promise. How laughable it was that just moments ago, she had been arrogantly inquiring about his income. She had ridiculed him for earning less than she did, for having a less illustrious future. If she married him, he would merely live off her. How absurd. It turned out that his character was far superior, and he had no need to stoop to her level. He could casually carve a divine weapon and sell it for 5 gold coins. The base cost of a weapon was merely 50 copper coins. Even if his success rate were only 1 in 20, his earnings would still be staggering. Linya was certain that even the most seasoned gold auctioneer would earn less than Chu Feng. To become a gold auctioneer, she would need at least a decade, if not 2, of hard work, and even then, it was uncertain whether she would succeed. Jin Kairan and Jiang Ying were nearly pushed upstairs by Chu Feng. They found themselves utterly powerless against him and dared not provoke his displeasure. Anyone who incurred his wrath would find themselves at odds with wealth. Linya stood there in a daze, pale and lost. She realized that due to her superficiality, she had missed a chance to soar to great heights and secure a golden husband. Now, looking at Qin Shubao, she found it almost ironic. He appeared polished and successful. A man of stature who led others to mistakenly believe he was truly accomplished. In contrast, Chu Feng, though humble and reserved, exuded an air of nobility. Qin Shubao often boasted about his connections to influential figures, while Chu Feng, even in camaraderie with prominent individuals like Jin Kairan, never flaunted it. This was because Chu Feng did not consider it worthy of boasting. Neither his aunt nor his mother had anticipated that Chu Feng had become a revered divine inscription master. At that moment, they realized how formidable the nephew they had previously underestimated truly was. Compared to Qin Shubao, who their mother took pride in, Chu Feng was indeed a brilliant star. Seeing Linya standing there in a daze, her cousin felt a stir in her heart. If she could persuade Chu Feng to accept this marriage proposal, the benefits she would reap were unimaginable. Xiaya, look at Chu Feng. He has already become a divine pattern master. How about I help you two get together? The cousin said, rising and taking Linya's hand. Linya, who had long regretted her previous decisions, had no grounds for refusal and allowed her cousin to lead her towards Chu Feng. Chapter 101. The genius of the Yin family. Chu Feng, I was too superficial earlier and underestimated you. I apologize, Linya said, lightly biting her red lip and sincerely expressing her regret. Chu Feng remained indifferent, his expression unchanging. You need not apologize, for I have no intention of holding a grudge against you, he replied casually. From the very beginning, Chu Feng had never considered developing a relationship with Linya, nor did he foresee any connection between them. He had merely engaged in a few conversations with her to appease his mother. Does this mean you forgive me? A flicker of joy appeared on Linya's face. Can we try to get to know each other again? Rest assured, I will not be so superficial in the future. It was indeed a great irony. She had initially spoken so coldly, yet now she was pleading to rekindle their acquaintance. No need for that. I have already found someone I admire. This so-called matchmaking was merely a kind gesture from my cousin and my mother. I couldn't bear to refuse, which is why I complied, Chu Feng replied succinctly. However, being considerate of Linya's feelings, he offered a few more explanations. His mind involuntarily drifted to the stunning visage of Mu Rongshui, as well as the enchanting beauty of the fairy jade. Even if he were to marry, it would undoubtedly be one of these two women. He had already shared a bed with Mu Rongshui and had touched her delicate form. As for the fairy jade, he had kissed her. The very technique of the Lu Tian demon art had been taught to him by the fairy jade. While Linya was indeed exceptional, she paled in comparison to Mu Rongshui and the fairy jade in every aspect: beauty, capability, and talent. Xiao Feng, do not act impulsively. Miss Linya is beautiful and capable. I find her quite impressive. What girl could you possibly like? Chu Feng's mother expressed her satisfaction with Linya and rebuked her son for rejecting her. Qinlan, do not pressure your son too much. Have you forgotten? The city lord's daughter, Mu Rongshui, shares a special bond with him. Just the other day, she even came to his aid, she added. The head of the Chu family had a broader perspective when he learned that the divine weapons crafted by Chu Feng were so valuable. He instinctively believed that Linya was unworthy of his son. In terms of beauty, ability, and talent, she simply did not measure up. Only a woman of Mu Rongshue's caliber was truly a match for his son. So this lad has gotten close to the city lord's daughter? Well, their fate is their own to determine. I shall not interfere. Chu Feng's mother was entirely obedient to the head of the Chu family. Linya trembled slightly, casting a complex gaze at Chu Feng. A sorrowful smile appeared on her face, tears welling in her eyes. The city lord's daughter, Mu Rongshue, was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Tianbing City, and at such a young age, she was already a student at the Divine Martial Academy. In terms of family background, beauty, and talent, she eclipsed Linya entirely. It was no wonder that Chu Feng had been so dismissive of the proactive advances of Jiang Ying earlier. After all, who would not choose the best when it came to matters as significant as marriage? With a sorrowful smile, Linya addressed Aunt Qin, I shall take my leave. Thank you for introducing me to such an outstanding match. It is I who have failed to cherish it. With one last glance at Chu Feng, she turned away, tears cascading down her cheeks. After such a series of dramatic events, the group lost their appetite for dinner. Since they had already eaten sufficiently, they settled the bill and left the Zuaxian building, preparing to disperse. Just as they exited, they encountered two drunken youths swaggering down the street, their arrogance palpable. Both wore the attire of the Divine Pattern Masters Guild, one of whom was indeed a Divine Pattern Master, adorned in a striking white robe. Today, Qi Feng had experienced considerable frustration, growing discontent with Qin Shubao. In comparison to Chu Feng, even a successful person like Qin Shubao seemed inadequate. Previously, she had regarded him with pride, but upon discovering the web of lies he had spun, she began to contemplate finding a better partner, one with genuine talent. In a huff, she strode ahead, her expression icy. As she approached the two youths, she frowned and attempted to bypass them. Ah, isn't that Miss Qi Feng? Why the haste? Who has angered you? Tell me, and I shall help you teach them a lesson. The youth in the white robe seized Qi Feng's delicate hand. Let go of me. Release me. Qi Feng shrieked, struggling desperately. Upon witnessing his fiancée being harassed, Qin Shubao's fury ignited, and he rushed forward. However, upon seeing who was harassing her, he immediately felt diminished. The person was Yin Qing, a genius divine pattern master from the Yin family. Though merely a first-tier master, his exceptional talent had earned him a position in the guild. Cough. Master Yin Qing, Qi Feng is my girlfriend. I kindly ask for your consideration and not to trouble her. Qin Shubao pleaded humbly. Slap. Yin Qing raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Qin Shubao's face, glaring as he growled, You, a mere errand boy, dare to seek favors from me? Today, you have a choice. Either let Qi Feng accompany me for the night, or do not expect to keep your position in the Divine Pattern Masters Guild. You will be dismissed. Yin Qing's attitude was unyielding, as if he held complete dominion over Qin Shubao's fate. How could Qin Shubao possibly agree to let his fiancée spend the night with another man? As Qi Feng struggled, she angrily chastised him. Qin Shubao, you boast about having great influence in the Divine Pattern Masters Guild, claiming that even President Mu Qing would greet you. How is it that you cannot handle even an ordinary Divine Pattern Master like Yin Qing? Her fear and disappointment in him were palpable. Yin Qing was already married and had several concubines, having toyed with the affections of countless beautiful women, some of whom had even taken their own lives. Release my fiancée, or I shall fight you, Qin Shubao declared, his eyes reddening with determination. I will not allow you to defile her. Chapter 102. I certainly dare to strike you. Who seize him. Yin Qing commanded the nearby guard of the Divine Pattern Masters Guild as he saw Qin Shubao lunging towards him. At such a young age, Yin Qing had entered the Divine Pattern Masters Guild, a rare talent among many. He had high hopes of advancing to his second-tier master and achieving even greater accomplishments. Yin Qing held a certain status within the guild, and the guard, Ahu, had deliberately befriended him, inviting him to dine at the Zuaxian building. Originally, I planned to take Yin Qing to Zuaxiang Lu for a couple of drinks and find a beautiful girl to attend to him for the night. However, as soon as we exited Zuaxian Lu, we encountered Qi Feng. Yin Qing was acquainted with Qi Feng, who had nearly fallen victim to his deceitful charms years ago. Upon discovering Yin Qing's true nature, she had since avoided any association with him. To serve as a guard at the Rune Master Guild, one must possess at least the 9th level of physical refinement, while Qin Shubao, with only the 3rd level, was on par with Yin Qing, yet significantly weaker than Ahu. Consequently, he was effortlessly lifted by Ahu with a single hand. Qin Shubao, you pitiful errant boy, dare you challenge me? I will borrow your woman for a few nights, and I assure you, I shall return her once I grow weary. He warned, if you dare utter another word. Be cautious. I shall have Ahu dispose of you. With Ahu already restraining Qin Shubao, Yanqing became even more arrogant, brazenly pulling Qi Feng into his embrace and attempting to drag her away. Although Chu Feng found his cousin's behavior despicable, he recognized the familial bond, especially given the long-standing feud between the Yin and Chu families. He could not stand by as a man bullied and coerced a woman. Faced with this situation, he felt compelled to intervene. Without hesitation, he strode forward, standing before Yanqing. "Release her," Chu Feng commanded, his expression impassive and his tone frigid. "Who dares to speak so boldly? Who let you out of your cage? Do you even know who I am? I am the young master of the Yin family and a rune master of the guild. If you possess any sense, be gone and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you," Yanqing boasted, holding Qi Feng tightly in his arms, intoxicated by her warmth. He had no intention of letting her go, leveraging his status to intimidate Chu Feng. "Once more, relinquish her, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Chu Feng's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. "Huh, do you still wish to fight? I dare you to make a move against me. I assure you, you will lie here lifeless, and your family will have to prepare for your funeral." Yanqing, emboldened by the presence of his ninth-level guard, believed himself invincible. In contrast, Chu Feng wore merely the attire of a spirit master, a stark contrast to Yanqing's stature. Qi Feng struggled futilely, her fear causing her to tremble, which only seemed to invigorate Yanqing. "Today, no one can save you, Qi Feng. Just obediently accompany me to bed," he declared, tauntingly challenging Chu Feng to make a move. Suddenly, a series of slaps resounded as Chu Feng struck Yanqing several times, forcefully rescuing Qi Feng from his grasp. Trembling in fear, Qi Feng clung to Chu Feng's arm, her soft form pressing against him, stirring feelings within him. "You dare strike me?" Yanqing's face swelled from the blows, blood spilling from his mouth, accompanied by a shattered tooth. "Of course, I dare," Chu Feng retorted, delivering 2 more resounding slaps. Enraged, Yanqing, a revered rune master and a prodigy within the guild, could hardly contain his fury at being humiliated by a mere spirit master. "I will kill you," he shouted, launching a powerful punch at Chu Feng. In the past, Chu Feng might have faltered under such an assault, but now, having reached the 3rd level of physical refinement himself and mastering the frost fist technique, his combat skills had significantly improved. With a swift movement, Chu Feng evaded Yanqing's attack and countered with a low kick. "A punch is merely a door. It is the legs that deliver the blow," he recalled. A martial arts adage. Despite being at the same level of physical refinement, Yanqing's pampered upbringing rendered him far inferior to Chu Feng in combat. The result was catastrophic. Chu Feng's kick landed squarely, producing a pained howl from Yanqing, who collapsed to the ground, doubled over in agony, clutching his groin. "Ahu, kill him. I will take responsibility for any consequences," Yanqing bellowed, consumed by rage and humiliation. As Ahu prepared to retaliate, he froze upon recognizing Chu Feng's identity, recalling the young master who had previously confronted him at the Rune Master Guild. His raised fist fell, the alcohol-induced bravado dissipating. Nearby, the head of the Chu family, exhibiting a formidable presence, prepared to intervene while discreetly withdrawing his energy upon witnessing the unfolding drama. His curiosity about his son grew, noting the respect and fear with which others regarded him. "Ahu, what are you waiting for? Eliminate this scoundrel," Yanqing demanded, his frustration mounting as he saw his own condition deteriorating. Ahu, who had initially sought to curry favor with Yanqing, now adopted a cold demeanor. "You should concede." "Yanqing, young Master Chu Feng is not someone you can offend. It may well be you who finds yourself expelled from the Rune Master Guild." "What? You jest. I am a Rune Master. How could a mere spirit master have such power?" Yanqing scoffed, unable to fathom the gravity of his predicament.